Chapter 161. Wei Ning returned to the backyard and saw Wei Dong looking up at bunches of grapes under the grape trellis, preparing to pick a few bunches to eat. "How is it?" Seeing Wei Ning come in, Wei Dong turned around and asked her. These days, Wei Ning was either instructing them to grind soy milk to make yuba, or staring at soybeans and mumbling. A few days ago, she steamed soybeans and said she was going to make black bean sauce or something. "I don't know if it succeeded. It looks okay, we know after a while. The early fermentation was good, but who knows what will happen later. Of course Wei Ning hopes it will succeed, so that she doesn't have to toss it anymore. It sounds like it's not an easy thing, take your time." Wei Dong took a fancy to a bunch of grapes, which were large and dark in color, and looked very sweet at first glance. He went over and picked the bunch he liked, picked one and put it in his mouth, and took a mouthful of grape juice, which was too sweet. Wei Ning walked around the lavender on the ground and looked up at the grapes. The grapes at home were often nourished by her supernatural powers. They were bigger than those planted outside, and they produced many more grapes. But why did she see fewer grapes on the shelf? "Brother, did you eat them secretly behind our backs?" These days, Wei Ning was busy and didn't notice it. Now there were fewer and fewer grapes. "How is that possible?" Wei Dong retorted. "Would I do such a thing? If I want to eat, I should eat it openly." That's right, he didn't pick them secretly, but picked a bunch every day to eat. Of course, it wasn't just him, his father also had some, and he just happened to come across them when he was picking them. It's not their fault. Every day when they passed by here, there were bunches of grapes, crystal clear, and exuding fragrance, which was very tempting. Who could resist it? Wei Ning was furious. She was thinking that there were many grapes at home, and she could make a small amount of wine. It had only been a few days, and she had not noticed that they had been eaten almost all. She ate the biggest bunch. If you don't eat the grapes after they grow, it will be a waste. Don't be angry, or it will be ugly. Wei Dong was righteous. Seeing Wei Ning puffing up her face, he finally peeled a grape for her. Wei Ning ate the grapes in one bite, and took the ones in his hand away. Only then did she feel better. Forget it. They had never eaten grapes before. Just eat them. She would do it when the grapes were picked outside. After comforting herself, Wei Ning decided not to give Wei Dong a drink when the wine was brewed, so that he would be greedy to death. Wei Dong had no idea that he had been deprived of the right to drink. If he knew, he would probably regret it. At this time, he was busy picking grapes, and didn't think so much. A few days later, the grapes had their first harvest. There were too many grapes to plant, and robots couldn't help like harvesting vegetables, so they finally called the Garrison soldiers to help. They were so happy. This time, they didn't have to compete for quotas like before, and everyone could come. Although the reward was not a relief, they didn't mind. Although they had seen and eaten grapes, it was the first time they'd picked artificially grown grapes. They all wanted to see how artificially grown grapes tasted. When they saw the neatly trimmed grapevines, they were still amazed. The grapes in the wild are all lush, and it's good if a grapevine can produce several bunches of grapes. Now, the grapevines they see are only on the shelves that are as high as a person, and the branches and leaves are sparse. There is no need to look for grapes, and you can see them at a glance. There are at least 4 bunches of grapes on each vine, and as many as 7 bunches, with bunches of purple-red grapes hanging under the vines. Wei Ning was very satisfied with what she saw. She was very happy to have such a harvest for the first time. Fortunately, she found something wrong at that time and trimmed the branches and leaves of the grapes. Otherwise, she could only stare at the dry grapevines. The soldiers took the storage boxes of grapes and rushed into the grape forest one by one. Wei Guoyang did not restrict them from eating, and they were also very sensible. Although the first thing they did when they entered was to choose a bunch of grapes they liked and eat them first. But they only ate one bunch, and then they didn't eat all the time. They picked grapes very seriously. Wei Ning picked a basket by herself and went back. She was going to prepare to make wine. The brewing of wine is not as troublesome as other wines brewed from grains. It only needs fermentation. The ingredients are also the simplest. Grapes, sugar, and sealed cans can do it. Cut the grapes one by one, wash them and drain them. Prepare a jar with a larger mouth. Crush or mash the clean grapes, and put them into the jar. Then add sugar, stir evenly, seal the lid, and put it in the refrigerator for fermentation for a month. The taste of the wine may not be that good, but this is the only kind of wine that Wei Ning knows how to brew. There was a time when homebrewed wine was very popular, and she also bought grapes and brewed a small jar following the video. It was not very successful, probably because it was not refrigerated. After half a year, she only saw a small layer of wine. In the end, she got less than half a pound of wine. Wei Ning was still worried that this time would not be successful. She also wanted to give everyone a surprise, so she brewed wine without telling her family. The waiting time always passes slowly. Fortunately, after the grapes were picked, a new round of harvesting began, and Wei Ning was busy again. First, a batch of vegetables and fruits were harvested, and after that, a new round of planting began. And this time, the planting area was expanded. Not only did the robots have to work for 10 hours every day, but they also had to be busy all day. After all the vegetables and fruits were planted, the rice had to be harvested. Fortunately, rice harvesting is much simpler than vegetable picking. The machine that Randy had found someone to customize played a key role, and they didn't need to do it at all. On the day of harvesting rice, everyone got up early and waited to see the scene of rice harvesting. Randy brought people and machines over. A group of people went to the rice fields in a mighty manner. Not only was he interested in harvesting rice, but he also wanted to know how much 1 acre of rice field could produce. When he arrived at the edge of the field, Randy put out the machine. A 5-meter-tall, mecha-like giant appeared in front of everyone. Everyone? ? Is this going to use a mecha to harvest rice? It doesn't look like a mecha. Randy was also shocked by the giant. When the machine was delivered, he only checked whether the quantity was correct. Thinking that he couldn't use it yet, he didn't see what it looked like. He really didn't expect Kinley to make him look like this. He remembered that he had clearly noted that the size didn't need to be too large, it just needed to be small and light, and have many functions. How could it be the same as a mecha? Do you really want to use this to harvest rice? Wei Ning slowly raised his hand and asked weakly. Everyone looked from the giant to Randy. The same question was revealed in their eyes. Chapter 162. Randy was not at all guilty when being watched, and the expression on his face was quickly put away. Whatever he was thinking, his face did not show it at all. While everyone was obsessed with watching the giant. First, he sent a string of messages to Kinley, and then quickly read the instructions. He coughed lightly, walked in front of the giant, and gently tapped the giant's knee. A small light screen immediately appeared there. Landy's fingertips clicked and slid on the light screen. Everyone only saw him operate on the giant's knee, and then watched the giant fall sideways, and began to disassemble itself in midair, and then reassembled. A minute later, a brand new machine floated in front of everyone. Wow! What kind of machine is this? Isn't it awesome? Cool, I like it. How do I do this? Amidst various sounds, the machine flew into the rice field and started working. Wei Ning watched as a machine that was very different from a harvester flew over, with a row of high-speed rotating gears extending from the bottom, cutting at the root of the rice. After the rice was cut, the whole plant was sucked into the machine directly from the root, and a few seconds later, the fine rice was thrown out at the bottom of the machine. The rice stalks fell to the ground in pieces. But no one saw where the grains went. Where did the rice go? At first it looked fresh, but the machine threw away the rice stalks, but no rice, so everyone turned to look at Randy, waiting for him to explain to them. There is space inside the machine, and it will come over automatically when it is full. As soon as he finished speaking, the machine flew over. Take out the prepared storage box, and put it on the side of the machine. A flash of red light passed by, and a hole opened on one side of the machine. Golden and plump grains poured out from inside. Wei Ning reached forward and grabbed a handful, and the residual warmth in her palm surprised her. Is it already dry? She grabbed a few more handfuls in disbelief, and all of them were still a little warm, and the husks were dry, not the slightest bit like they were just harvested. It is low-temperature cycle drying, which will not affect the quality of the seeds. After reading the instructions, Randy also had a certain understanding of the various functions. For example, the harvesting function is not only for harvesting, but also for cleaning, drying and other functions. The harvested grains can be directly stored in the warehouse. There are also functions such as land reclamation and rice planting, which are more efficient than the previous planting robots. 5 acres of rice fields were harvested by the machine in just 1 hour. There were a row of more than a dozen storage boxes stacked on the edge of the field, and each storage box was filled to the brim. Colonel, how many are there? Wei Guoyang looked at the row of storage boxes and asked. The capacity is 500 gene. Landy's eyebrows were full of smiles. When everyone heard this, their eyes were fixed on the row of storage boxes, 15 boxes, a total of 15 boxes. 7,500 gene, great sister, you are so amazing. Qin Haojia was the first to react and said happily. This is dry, if it is wet, it will be more. Not bad. Wei Guoyang calculated it in his mind, and was very satisfied with the result. Compared with the planting in the yard at home, the yield is a bit lower, but the care in the yard is more meticulous, so the high yield is not too much. Others were stunned. Such a high yield is just okay. The yield per moo is so high. If it can be maintained, the next crop will be. Everyone calculated in their minds, and was shocked by the huge data. If they planted repeatedly like this, there would be no worries about having no food to eat. Looking at so many rice grains, Randy was glad again that when the Wei family approached their army, they decisively cooperated with the Wei family. Otherwise, there would be no grand occasion today. Sister, it's a bumper harvest. Shouldn't we celebrate? Not only Chen Haojie, but others looked at the rice and wanted to taste it. When they heard Chen Haojie ask what they were thinking at the moment, they all looked over. They had heard Chen Haojie brag about how fragrant and delicious rice was more than once, and they had been greedy for a long time. They used to drink porridge like paste, but now they don't even have porridge. After Green Star vegetables could basically supply the needs of the Fourth Army, the planting family that cooperated with them once again wanted to raise the price. Hui Yunchuan disagreed and took this opportunity to directly break off cooperation with them. Since then, I have never seen porridge again. You want to eat, and no one is stopping you. Why are you looking at me? If you want to look, you should look at your kernel. Although she said that she wanted to save all the seeds, she didn't say that she couldn't eat any meals, right? Obviously she was wrong. They looked at her not to ask for her consent, but to ask her to help cook. They want to eat the food you cook. Randy smiled. The chef in the station can cook dishes and porridge, but he can't cook rice. He wants to learn, but there is no rice for him to learn. Our chef can only cook porridge. Chen Haojie explained beside her. There are so many people, and it is not so easy to cook rice. Wei Ning thought of the rice steaming machine in the canteen. She looked at the multifunctional harvester and thought for a while. Maybe you can ask someone to design a machine specifically for steaming rice. It doesn't matter if she does it once or twice, but you can't always rely on her. It's better to have a machine, which is convenient and saves trouble. Rice steamer? Can't you just use the porridge pot to cook it? Chen Haojie was puzzled. Didn't she always cook it in a pot? When there is a lot of rice, it is easy to get mushy and undercooked when it is cooked in a pot. There is still a difference between cooking rice and cooking porridge. You have a large army. It will be very convenient to use a rice steamer in the future. You don't have to worry about the rice being unpalatable. As long as you control the amount of water, the taste will be the same. Wei Ning spared no effort to recommend the benefits of the rice steamer to them. When the machine comes out, cooking every day will not be a problem. Now the technology is so advanced, let alone a simple rice steamer, it is possible to design a kitchen robot specifically for cooking. Landy thought that it would be very convenient to have such a machine, and the canteen would not always complain that it was too busy. Thinking of this, he turned on the optical computer and sent another string of messages to Kinley, summarizing what Wei Ning said and roughly putting forward the requirements for the machine. Border star. Kinley had just repaired a mecha, and the optical computer he had thrown aside started beeping again. He rubbed his shoulders and walked over, clicked it, and took a look, all of which were messages from Randy. He was so angry that he played a voice message at the end. Damn, Randy, don't go too far. I, a mecha engineer who is busy with all kinds of things, designed such a cool machine for you. It's fine if you don't know how to appreciate it, but don't doubt my ability. Also, I'm a mecha engineer. It's fine if you asked me to design and manufacture a planting machine, but now you even want me to help you design and manufacture such a simple household machine. You are simply insulting me. Kinley threw away the optical computer and turned back and forth a few times in anger. He scolded Randy from beginning to end in his heart, and only then did he dissipate half of his anger. Chapter 163. Green Star. Wei Ning went to the base to cook for them, and taught their chef how to cook. They would always need it in the future. Landy led people to continue to study the other functions of the machine. The rice was harvested, and the next crop had to be prepared. Landy led people and machines to the place where rice was to be planted. The machine function was switched to the function of reclaiming and tidying the land. The machine was disassembled and reassembled again. Unlike before, the gears at the bottom front were converted into knife shafts and blades, with a semicircular cover in the middle and a metal drag plate at the rear end. The machine started running and moved forward in a straight line. Everyone saw that the soil was fine and flat where the machine had been used. A closer look showed that the blade cut the soil first during the soil cutting process. Because the blade rotated at high speed, the soil blocks were affected by centrifugal force and then thrown backwards. The soil blocks hit the cover and drag plate, and were broken into fine soil particles, which then fell back to the surface. As the tiller kept moving forward, the blades continuously loosened the uncultivated land. After the tiller went back and forth a few times, 1 acre of land had been cultivated and sorted, and the speed was quite fast. There were 3 such machines in total, and Landy put them all out and set them to tillage mode. The 3 machines plowed and sorted the prepared 500 acres of land in a few hours. With this machine, I don't have to worry about how much rice I plant. The happiest person was Wei Guoyang, as this machine was more efficient than the batch of robots he bought. Wei Guoyang wished he could have a few more, and he looked at Landy expectantly. Colonel Lon, can you customize a few more of these machines? Sorry, there are only 3 of them now. Landy looked apologetic. Although Wei Guoyang felt disappointed, he could understand it. Maybe the machine was difficult to manufacture. Otherwise, Landy would not have said that. After trying the machine, the group returned to the base. Weidong and Wei Guo walked at the back. Weidong whispered to him about the origin of the machine. Wei Guoyang was surprised after hearing it, and regretted what he had said just now. The colonel won't care. Weidong told him not to worry. Landy would not care about these things. Ha ha. Landy covered his nose, wondering why he had always been in good health. Are you okay? Jace looked over and looked him up and down. The higher the physical fitness level of a soldier, the better the physical condition, and generally speaking, he rarely gets sick. Landy shook his head. Just at this time, the light brain received a message. He opened it, clicked in, and saw the message sent by Kinley. After listening, he met Jess's eyes. He must have scolded me. Kinley must have scolded him. What did you do? Jace thought for a while, and only thought of this. Who else would scold him for no reason? I didn't do anything. Randy told him about asking Kinley to make a rice steamer. Jace, isn't that nothing? Kinley just scolded you, that's good enough. The resident canteen. Wei Ning is teaching the canteen chef Monica how to cook. It's difficult to cook a big pot of rice because it's a lot of food and it's hard to control the heat, especially for beginners. It's easy to cook it badly, either too soft or undercooked. Wei Ning also cooked a lot before he mastered the technique. After husking the fresh rice, just rinse it twice with water. Washing the rice too much will easily cause nutrient loss, and the cooked rice will not be so sweet. If there is an electric rice cooker, you only need to control the amount of water. But now it is cooked in a boiler, and you have to control not only the heat but also the amount of water, so that the cooked rice tastes sweet. Wei Ning taught diligently, and Monica also learned seriously. He also knew that Wei Ning was a good cook, and he had heard Chen Haojia and others brag about it. He knew that Wei Ning was young, but he never thought that he was less than 20 years old. Monica was very excited that Wei Ning was willing to teach him to cook. If possible, he would also like to ask how to cook. Fearing that he would not be able to learn it in one go, he directly recorded the whole process. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he asked directly, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Wei Ning would also answer patiently. This made him more bold to raise the points he didn't understand. For example, Wei Ning boiled the rice and then scooped it up, and he didn't understand why he did this. Wouldn't it be better to cook it directly? The most important thing is to cook a lot of tapioca starch in the rice into the millet soup and filter it out. After the white rice is cooked, the rice is softer and more extensible, and the rice crust made in this way is also delicious. After taking out the rice, Wei Ning poured the rice soup into a container, pointed at the rice soup and asked Monica if she wanted to try it. Rice soup is also very nutritious and delicious. I try it. It was the first time Monica heard of it, but looking at the thick rice soup with fragrance, he couldn't help it. Really, it's like drinking soy milk. The soy milk was made by Randy and Chen Haojia. Everyone in the station has drunk it, and it tastes good. Wei Ning smiled. You can think of it this way. Soy milk and rice soup are quite similar. What is rice crust? Monica was very curious. Wei Ning knew so much, but he had never heard of it. Rice crust is actually rice. It's just that the temperature at the bottom of the pot is too high, and the rice at the bottom is burnt, which becomes rice crust. If you don't want to eat rice crust, put the rice in the steamer and steam it. The taste is the same. If you want to eat rice crust, apply a layer of oil on the bottom of the pot, then put the rice in, and cover the rice with water. The fire can be higher. After the rice is cooked, simmer it for a longer time, so that it is easier to have rice crust. Wei Ning directly divided the rice he took out into 2 pots, steamed 1 pot, put a layer of steaming cloth on the steamer, spread the rice on the steamer, poked a few holes with chopsticks, and finally covered the pot. The rest of the pots were smeared with oil, put the rice in, and also poked a few holes. Why is this? Monica was confused. This will allow the rice to be cooked evenly and thoroughly, otherwise it will be too hard and taste bad. Monica was very impressed after hearing this. There are so many techniques for cooking rice. You will master it after cooking it a few more times. It is not difficult. Miss Wei, I heard from them that you are a good cook. Can you teach me? After getting along for so long, Monica felt that Wei Ning was a very easy person to get along with, so she asked shamelessly. That's what they said. My cooking skills are just SOSO. If you don't mind, we can study together. Wei Ning didn't dare to be arrogant, but was willing to share. How could it be? I am looking forward to it. Monica shouted excitedly. You don't know, I have wanted to ask you for advice for a long time, but I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't dare to go. How could it be? We would definitely welcome you to come. Wei Ning smiled. It was a lie to say that he was afraid of disturbing her. In fact, he was afraid that she would not want to teach. Chapter 164. How about now? Monica didn't want to miss this great opportunity. He said that just because he wanted to see how Wei Ning cooked. He was not like other soldiers, who had the opportunity to go to the plantation. He could only move around near the base. So this was his only chance to see Wei Ning cooking, and he must seize it. Okay, let's prepare together later. Wei Ning didn't mind. Since he was here, he could also see how others cooked. Okay. Monica agreed immediately. She pointed out the dishes to be made today to Wei Ning. They were all recently harvested: tomatoes, potatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, and various vegetables. The oversized refrigerator was full of various meats, fish and mutant beast meat. After reading it, Wei Ning quickly decided what to cook. She planned to make smashed cucumbers, mincemeat and eggplant, potato and meat slices, cold tomatoes, and garlic vegetables. These were simple and time-saving. Monica saw that the dishes she chose were all vegetarian, so she chose fish and meat. Wei Ning waited until the meal was ready before she started to prepare. Monica first processed the fish, marinated it, cut the meat, and prepared the ingredients. When Wei Ning came to get the dishes, she took a look and was shocked by the large square pieces of meat cut by Monica. A piece of meat was bigger than her palm. Uncle Imo, are you going to make braised pork? In my memory, braised pork was this big when it was first made. Braised pork? What kind of meat is that? I want to stew it. Monica stopped what she was doing and asked in confusion. Isn't this too big? It's okay, just cut it into pieces after it's cooked. Monica waved her hand and continued to chop garlic. Large pieces of meat are not easy to cook, and the taste will be worse. Smaller ones are better. Wei Ning whispered. If it's too small, there will be only a few pieces left after cooking for a long time. Monica shook her head. It's not that he didn't think about cutting it smaller, but every time after cooking, there was only a pot of soup left, and the meat was melted. He had no choice but to cut it so big. Miss Wei, can you teach me? How do you usually cook? Monica immediately told him how he cooked. He was the only chef in the station, and he usually cooked for dozens of people. Although he only cooked one meal a day, it was very easy. But he had to cook at least 5 dishes and 1 soup every time, and he was a little too busy to handle it alone. So he cooked 2 pots of dishes at the same time. For time-consuming dishes, such as stewed meat and fish, when they are almost done, add water and keep stewing. He would take time to make other simple side dishes, which would save a lot of time. Monica had not yet mastered cooking skills, and she also made simple side dishes on the Border Star before. After coming here, she had to take over the entire kitchen, so it was normal that she was too busy. He came up with this method. But when he made side dishes, he could not take care of the main dishes. If the meat was cut into small pieces, and there was too much water, it would all be dissolved. If there was too little water, it would all be mushy again. Later, he cut the meat into larger pieces, and that situation did not happen again. This does save time, but the taste is a little worse. But compared with the nutrient solution, they prefer to eat normal food. Although they usually complain that it is not delicious, they still eat it all. Don't be impatient when cooking. If you are impatient, you will be in a mess. You need to be calm, and the dishes you cook will taste better. That's right. Monica also knows that she can't be impatient, but sometimes she can't control herself. If you are afraid that you can't handle it, you can prepare it in advance. For example, you can marinate the fish in advance, cut the meat, and stew the soup for a longer time. This way, you can save a lot of time when cooking. If one person cooks for dozens of people without preparing in advance, he will definitely be too busy. In the future, he will be even more busy if he has to cook. Monica didn't think of these. He prepared 2 hours before the meal. It was the same before on the Border Star. It's just that when he came here, he always felt that there was not enough time. When he heard Wei Ning say this, he was ashamed. Why didn't he think of doing this, and always use the previous method? Look at me, I've grown old and vain, but I'm not as clear as you. Don't say that. Wei Ning waved his hand hurriedly. It was understandable that he didn't expect it. On the Border Star, there would definitely be other people to help with the preparation, and the chef only needed to cook. Here, I have to do everything myself, and it is inevitable that I will be too busy. I listen to you and prepare in advance next time. Monica cut the meat again into small pieces. Wei Ning also went to prepare what she was going to make. Crush the cucumber with a knife, add salt and marinate for more than 10 minutes to remove the moisture. This way, the cucumber will taste very crisp. While marinating, prepare other ingredients. Garlic, chili, a little salt and sugar. Wei Ning replaced the vinegar with lemon juice. A few lemons grown at home happened to be ripe, and she picked them earlier to make lemon juice. Mix these ingredients with the pickled cucumbers and drain them, and then put them in the refrigerator for a while for a better taste. The smashed cucumbers are refreshing, fresh, delicious, appetizing, and perfect for eating with rice. Can cucumbers be eaten like this? Monica saw Wei Ning start cooking, put water in the pot for cooking fish, covered the lid, and came to see. As a result, Wei Ning just smashed it and mixed it with the seasonings, and it was ready. This is called smashed cucumbers. It's very appetizing to eat like this. Try it. Wei Ning directly picked up a small bowl for him. Then put the bowl in the refrigerator for a while. Monica took the bowl and smelled a sour smell, but it was not as pungent as vinegar, and it smelled good. When the cucumbers were just ripe, Wei Ning gave them some, but they were all eaten raw, and they would be a little bit astringent after eating. He first tasted sour, then spicy, and finally crispy, without any astringency. Sour, spicy and crisp, the taste is really refreshing. One piece after another, the small bowl was empty in a short while. Monica reluctantly finished the last piece, looking around, and finally fixed her eyes on the refrigerator. Eat it later, it will taste better. Wei Ning couldn't help laughing. No wonder they say you are a good cook, I really can't compare. Monica had to admit that such a simple cold salad alone made him admire her. This is very simple, you can do it too. Wei Ning almost wanted to cover his face. I don't know what they said, so that people would say such things because of a simple cucumber. Monica obviously didn't believe it. He had just seen this dish for the first time, how could it be possible? You can't master a dish unless you cook it several times. Really, I'm not lying to you. Wei Ning almost raised his hand to swear. If you don't believe me, try it. Then I try it. Wei Ning's words undoubtedly gave him great courage, and Monica decided to give it a try. Chapter 165. Wei Ning told him the ingredients he needed and explained the process in detail. Monica was very alert and made a new plate of smashed cucumber according to Wei Ning's instructions. How is it? He looked at Wei Ning nervously, not missing any of her expressions. Delicious. After eating a piece, Wei Ning picked up another piece to prove that it was really delicious and not just perfunctory. Monica didn't dare to believe it, thinking that Wei Ning was embarrassed to say that it was not well made, so he said so. Really, why would I lie to you? You will know if you try it yourself. Wei Ning was amused by his words. Monica thought about it, and she would know if it was good after tasting it herself. But he hesitated for a long time with the chopsticks he stretched out, and didn't dare to pick up a piece, which made Wei Ning laugh and cry. If she was not familiar with him, she would have wanted to pick it up for him. Monica did a lot of psychological preparation before she tremblingly picked up a piece. He thought it would be hard to eat, but when he ate it, he found that it was really delicious, although it was a little worse than Wei Ning's. Is this really made by me? Monica couldn't believe it. This was made by him. You know, he washed the new dish he made 3 times before he dared to eat it. Now, except for being a little spicy, everything else is just right. Of course, I didn't help. Wei Ning looked at him with a smile. I told you, this is really simple. If you hadn't been reminding me all the time, I would definitely not be able to make such a good dish. Monica thought it was all Wei Ning's credit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do it so well. Wei Ning smiled and stopped arguing with him about whose contribution was made. She continued with the next dish. Let's continue, or we miss dinner. Yes, yes, yes. Monica also realized that his dish wasn't ready yet. He hurried to see the fish he cooked, and Wei Ning followed him to see. The lid of the pot was opened, and the aroma of the fish spread. Wei Ning took a look and thought the color was okay. The big pot dish was already very good. Monica brought a large basin, put all the fish in the basin, took a bowl and chopsticks, and picked up some for Wei Ning to taste. Just looking at the color and aroma, this dish is qualified, but I don't know how it tastes. Wei Ning avoided the fish bones, and picked up a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. The next moment, his expression froze, and he swallowed the fish. How is it? Monica was still quite nervous. It's done well, but it's a little salty. Wei Ning tried to slow down his tone. It was so salty that she didn't know how they ate it. Is it okay? Monica also tasted it, and thought it was good, and it was like this usually. Do you usually put this much salt? Wei Ning was shocked. Is this considered good? Yes. Monica didn't think there was anything wrong. Too much salt will affect the taste of the whole dish. This dish is good in both color and fragrance, but the taste is bad and the dish is ruined. Isn't it because I always feel that the salt is not enough and too light when I put it in, so I can't help but put more? Monica was embarrassed. In addition to being a little salty, he also felt that it was unpalatable. Wei Ning, salt is the same as seasoning. You can't put too much, otherwise the taste of the ingredients will be covered. We eat not only to fill our stomachs, but also to enjoy life. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for us to drink nutrient solution directly? Then I try again? Monica felt guilty, because he always thought that salter food tasted better. Usually, they only said it was not tasty, not too salty. If Qin Haojie knew what he was thinking, he would definitely cry out for injustice. He and Wu said it was too salty more than once, but Monica always ignored them, and kept it salty the next time. After several times, they had given up and drank a lot of water every time they ate. Remember to make it lighter, Wei Ning reminded. Monica took the prepared meat to cook, and Wei Ning took out the smashed cucumber, and went over to watch. Monica was sent here, so her cooking skills were good and her basic skills were solid. It was just that she had always been cooking side dishes before, and she didn't have a good grasp of the heat and seasoning of the main dishes, so the taste of the dishes she made was naturally bad. He subconsciously felt that the taste of the meat was strong, and wanted to cover it with seasoning, so he always unconsciously increased the seasoning. Uncle Mo, it's done. Wei Ning watched him pour half a bowl of soy sauce, and put a spoonful of salt. He felt it was not enough, so he put another half spoonful. When he was about to put more, Wei Ning quickly stopped him. Even salt dealers don't add salt like this. Is it really done? Monica hesitated and wanted to add more. Enough. Wei Ning went up to take the salt pot. She was afraid, so she should take the salt pot away. Turn down the fire and simmer it slowly. Monica thought about it, and did as she was told. Wei Ning felt that there was no problem, and continued to cook her own dishes. Monica didn't need to watch all the time, so she followed Wei Ning to record the video. Wei Ning didn't stop him, but explained while doing it, so that Monica could learn better. The dishes she chose were easy to make. When they were all done, the stew made by Monica was also ready. How was it? Wei Ning did not try the food, but asked Monica, who was trying it herself. It really tasted much better. Monica took a bite, and found that the taste was better after less salt. If you are not sure how much salt to put, you can try the taste first next time. If it is too light, add a little. If it is too salty, don't add it. Wei Ning was afraid that he would add salt like that. I will pay attention next time. Monica laughed. After eating a few dishes made by Wei Ning, and comparing them with her own, Monica felt embarrassed. Just practice more. Wei Ning herself came this way. They are back. The two of them faced the cafeteria door, and they saw Randy coming back with people at a glance. Lao Mo's sister, what delicious food did you make? Eating is the most important thing. As soon as Qin Haojie came in, he shouted loudly, and kept looking back, wanting to know what delicious food there was today. I don't want to eat anything else, I just want to eat rice. Yeah. I'm almost tired of Lao Mo's cooking. Lao Mo, let's see what the rice tastes like. Everyone gathered around, talking to each other, all for the rice. Don't worry, everyone has it. Monica also shouted loudly, waving a big spoon, ready to serve them rice. The rice pot was not far from the glass window, so it was very convenient to serve them rice. Monica opened the lid of the pot, and the snow white and crystal rice exuded a strong rice fragrance. Just by smelling the smell, Monica knew that it must be delicious. Qin Haojie was the first one in line, and his head was sticking in. He had sensitive facial features, and could smell the fragrance as soon as the lid was opened. This is the smell, no doubt about it. Lao Mo helped me. He handed over the plate in his hand. Monica took it and served him a big spoonful of rice. Thank you. Chinhaojia took the plate and sniffed it vigorously, looking intoxicated. Wei Ning served them the dishes. Chinhaojia took a look and knew that the dishes were made by Wei Ning. He ordered a lot of each one, while Monica only ordered a little bit. Let's go too. Jace pulled Randy over. Chapter 166. The table was full of food, and everyone was adding more dishes and rice. In the end, there was a fight for food. All the food prepared by Wei Ning and Monica was eaten up. There was not enough rice crust, so whoever was faster got to eat it. When they put down their chopsticks, they were all full. Burp, when can we have rice again? I want to eat rice crust. Can you stop fighting with me? I like smashed cucumber, sour and spicy, refreshing. Everyone was still unsatisfied, and they were thinking about the next time just after they were full. Can we save some rice? Jace touched his full stomach and whispered to Randy. He didn't want to finish this time and wait a long time before he could eat again. Don't even think about it. Randy refused. Didn't he think he didn't want to eat? It's all for the future. It's good enough to satisfy his craving. Oh, I don't even want to go back. Jace sighed. Life here is too good. I wonder if I can apply for immigration in advance. Damn, you're awesome. Jace gave Randy a thumbs up. So cool. If you go ask, remember to ask for me. You can't go by yourself. Randy won't indulge him. Let him offend people before. Now he knows to ask for help. Jace. When she got home in the evening, Wei Ning found out that the fields prepared for planting rice had been prepared. She was amazed at the speed, and worried about whether there would be enough water. 500 acres of paddy fields use a lot of water. Almost. Wei Guoliang was not worried. He had dug 3 wells in the big pit before, and the water output was quite large. Now there was a small layer of water at the bottom of the pit, so he didn't have to worry in the short term. Since there was no need to worry, Wei Ning started a new round of seedling cultivation. Wei Guoliang took Wei Dong to pump the water from the pit to the field to soften the soil, so that they could plant rice directly. In addition to eating some, all the rice was used as seeds. Wei Ning spent some time to nourish it with her supernatural power. She did not germinate directly, but soaked it in diluted nutrient solution water. Wei Guoliang and Yiling also supported her to do this. That would be too conspicuous, and it would not be a good thing if they were known. Now it is unique enough. It is better to keep the ability to allow plants to grow directly from seeds to maturity. After finishing these, Wei Ning wanted to take out the fermented black beans she had fermented before. It has been more than 20 days, and it is time to have results. She prepared a transparent glass-sealed jar, and she could see the situation inside when she took it out from the corner of the kitchen. At a glance, she saw a layer of black mold growing inside the glass jar. When she opened the lid, a foul smell came to her nose. Ugh! Needless to say, this smell is a failure. What went wrong? Looking at the failed work, Wei Ning frowned and recalled the production process. Cooking beans, fermentation, disinfection, canning and fermentation. What is missing in the middle? Soy sauce, fermented black beans, soy sauce. Her mind is full of these two things. She remembers seeing an advertisement for a certain brand of soy sauce. What was it called? Brewing. Non-GMO soybean brewing. What else? Grabbing her hair, Wei Ning thought for a long time and couldn't figure out what it was. Ning Ning, what are you talking about? Yiling passed by the kitchen door and saw her mumbling alone inside, so she walked in and asked, What did I say? Wei Ning looked over when she heard the voice, but she didn't realize that she had said what she was thinking. What beans and what brewing? Yiling didn't hear clearly, only a few words. Is this the soy sauce you made before? Yiling saw the jar on the table, and her heart was beating. If soy sauce is made like this, can it still be eaten? This is a failure. Wei Ning didn't say that she didn't make soy sauce, but fermented black beans. Why didn't you add water? Yiling picked it up and looked at it, wondering. The main ingredient of soy sauce is water. If you don't add any water, where does the soy sauce come from? Water? I'm not. Yes, how could I forget it? Wei Ning was about to say that she was making fermented black beans, but suddenly a light bulb flashed in her head, and she thought of a very popular advertisement. A certain brand of soy sauce ran an advertisement that was exposed to the sun for 180 days, and it once became the preferred brand for buying soy sauce that year. What did you forget again? Yiling was even more confused. I think I know how to do it. After Wei Ning said this, she immediately found a bowl of soybeans to soak. She thought it would be successful this time. What are you talking about, kid? I don't understand a word you said. Thank you for giving me inspiration, Mom. After Wei Ning finished soaking the soybeans, she came over and gave Yi Ling a big hug. You mean water? What kind of inspiration is this? Yi Ling was confused. Isn't soy sauce made from water? No, this is very important. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have thought of that advertisement. Thinking of the wine she brewed, Wei Ning was happy, and went to move it out. You also have soy sauce? Yi Ling saw her move a jar twice as big as the table from the refrigerator, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. Don't they all smell like this? When Wei Ning wanted to do these things, they never cared about it. She really didn't know how much she had made. No. Wei Ning put the jar on the table, and tore open the outer packaging bag. She put it in the refrigerator for fear that they would find it, so she wrapped it in a bag. Sure enough, no one noticed it. Look, this is the wine I brewed. The packaging bag was torn open, revealing the transparent glass jar inside. There was half a dark red liquid in the jar, a layer of empty grape skins floating on the liquid, a layer of black grape seeds precipitated at the bottom of the jar, and a layer of floating objects in the liquid at the bottom. You said this is wine? How is it possible? Yi Ling didn't believe it. This is not just the juice of fermented grapes. If wine could be brewed so easily, there would have been real wine in the galaxy long ago. It's true. Wei Ning didn't expect Yi Ling to not believe it. This is a very successful wine. Since you don't believe it, let's try it. Wei Ning opened the lid and smelled a faint smell of wine and the fragrance of grapes. Huh? Yi Ling didn't believe it at first, but when the lid was opened, she smelled the smell of wine and couldn't help but lean over to smell it. It's really wine. It really smelled like wine. Yi Ling looked at Wei Ning in surprise. How could it be so easy to make wine? I didn't expect it to be successful. Wei Ning didn't expect it to be so smooth this time, better than she expected. Bring 2 bowls. Wei Ning poured a shallow layer into each bowl. Try it. Putting down the jar, Wei Ning picked up a bowl and handed it to Yi Ling. Yi Ling took it and took a small sip. It tasted a bit strange at first, but it was quite fragrant after drinking it. It had a light wine taste and more of a grape aroma. Wei Ning also drank a sip himself. It was not strong, with a mellow aroma of wine and a little sour. It should be because it has just been opened and has not been filtered yet. After filtering out the grape skins and seeds, it will taste better after a few days. Chapter 167. It tastes good, and tastes better than the expensive wine sold on the market. Yi Ling doesn't like to drink, but she likes this wine. Ning ning some more. Putting the bowl down, Yi Ling still wants to drink. It tastes really good. Drink less. Wei Ning said this, but poured half a bowl for Yi Ling. This wine tastes good. If your father and elder brother knew, they would definitely fight for it. Yi Ling didn't lie. After drinking the wine, she felt warm and comfortable. What are you fighting for? Wei Guoyang just came back and saw the 2 of them here, so he came to see. When he entered the door, he heard Yi Ling say that they knew they would fight for it. He was curious, what was worth fighting for? As soon as he came in, he smelled the aroma of wine, and Wei Guoyang's eyes lit up. Where did the wine come from? It smells so good. He sniffed the scent in the air and looked around, but he couldn't see that the wine he was looking for was on the table. He looked around and finally found the bowl following this smell. He saw a little bit of suspicious liquid left. He picked up the bowl and put it to his nose and smelled it. It was true. Ning Ning, let Dad taste it. Wei Guoyang's eyes were sparkling, staring straight at the jar next to Wei Ning. He didn't like the wine very much, just because it tasted like water, but the smell was different from other wines, so it must be delicious. See, you said you wanted to rob it. Yi Ling blinked and smiled. How can this be called robbing? I'm tasting it for you. Men know better whether the wine is good or not. I don't even like this little wine. Wei Guoyang looked like he was doing it for your good. If he hadn't kept his eyes on the glass jar, Wei Ning would have believed it. If you move your eyes to the side, I believe it. Yi Ling pointed out with a smile. Wei Guoyang. Too careless. Just a sip. Wei Guoyang stopped pretending, and held out an index finger with desire in his eyes. Poochie, I'm just kidding you. Wei Ning smiled and poured him half a bowl. More. Wei Guoyang saw that it was only a little, and called Wei Ning to pour more. Wei Ning looked at his greedy look and continued to pour. Enough, drink less. Yi Ling stretched out her hand to stop Wei Ning, and stopped her from continuing. Wei Ning shrugged and looked at Wei Guoyang, saying that she couldn't be blamed for not pouring more. Wei Guoyang was a little disappointed, but soon he happily picked up the bowl, didn't drink it, first smelled it carefully, and sighed. Good wine. He dared to say that this was the best wine he had ever drunk. After smelling enough, Wei Guoyang slowly took a sip. It tastes a little sour and astringent at first, but the fruity flavor is stronger when you taste it carefully. The wine taste is not strong either. After drinking it, the fragrance lingers on your lips and teeth, and the aftertaste is endless. After squinting his eyes and feeling it carefully, Wei Guoyang opened his eyes and looked at Wei Ning with extremely fiery eyes. This wine is not like the pungent taste he drank before. It tastes bitter when he drinks it, and it is very uncomfortable to drink. This wine has a unique aroma, a mellow and delicate taste, and the sour taste can be ignored. It does not irritate the throat at all. After drinking it, the whole body is warm. Can I give this wine to Dad? How could Wei Guoyang not be tempted by such a good wine? After drinking it, he asked Wei Ning for it. Whatever you want, Dad will buy it for you. For the sake of wine, Wei Guoyang is very generous. I don't even like this little wine. Yi Ling imitated his previous tone and said beside him, exactly like him. Wei Guoyang. He regretted saying that, okay? I just said something wrong, please forgive me. He flattered Yi Ling by rubbing her back and massaging her, making Yi Ling feel comfortable. Wei Ning. It was obviously about wine. Why was she forced to eat a mouthful of dog food? Ahem. Wei Ning pretended to have a sore throat and coughed, reminding that she only had eyes for each other's parents, and she was still there. Ning Ning, just give the wine to Dad? Wei Guoyang dealt with Yi Ling, and came to pester Wei Ning again. Dad wants to trade with you, what do you want? I don't want anything. Wei Ning thought about it seriously, and shook his head. Why not? Think about it again. When Wei Guoyang heard this, how could this be possible? It must be there. Really? Then tell Dad what you want, okay, and give Dad the wine first. Wei Guoyang looked at her eagerly. No. Wei Ning held back his laughter and shook his head. You don't love Dad anymore, and you are no longer Dad's sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Wei Guoyang hung his head in sorrow, like an old father whose heart was broken by his daughter. Come on, it's over. Yi Ling couldn't stand it anymore. She even lied to her daughter in order to order wine. Dad, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. The wine is not ready yet. Wei Ning stopped teasing him. The wine is indeed not ready yet. The longer it is, the better the taste of the wine will be. It's only been more than 20 days now, and the taste has just come out. It's not mellow enough. Didn't lie to me? Wei Guoyang didn't believe it. It's like this, and you still say it's not ready. What will it taste like when it's ready? Why would I lie to you? Wei Ning laughed. Then give me another bowl. Wei Guoyang thought about it, and made a request. Drink more bowls, he will satisfy his cravings and believe her. No, you can't drink anymore. Yi Ling disagreed. The wine was a bit strong. She was a bit drunk and dizzy. Dad, just listen to Mom. Wei Ning advised. Drinking too much wine is harmful to the body. His wife and daughter disagreed. What else could Wei Guoyang say? He could only give up. How did you make the wine? Since he couldn't drink, let's chat. I fermented grapes and sugar, and put them in the refrigerator for more than 20 days. That's it. That's it? It was so simple that Wei Guoyang didn't believe it. Yes. Wei Ning took a clean spoon, pressed the grape skins down, and stirred them. I haven't heard of it. Yi Ling was also surprised. She had looked at the contents of the jar before, and saw nothing but grapes. She believed Wei Ning's words, but she had never heard of such a thing. When I saw the grapes, I suddenly had this idea and wanted to try it. I didn't expect it to be so successful. Wei Ning was indeed surprised. She thought she could only produce one bowl of wine at most, but now it was more than half a bottle. Wei Ning took out the other jars and opened the packaging bags. All of them were more than half a bottle, and they were all successful. So many? Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling thought there was only this one jar, but she took out more than a dozen jars, and they were all shocked. Wei Guoyang stretched out his hand and wanted to quietly take a jar away. There were so many, and one less jar should not be noticed. Dad, I saw it. Wei Guoyang was happy that he was about to succeed, but Wei Ning suddenly looked over and caught him red-handed. He, just give Dad one bottle? Wei Guoyang pretended to be pitiful. Who is as pitiful as him, with so much wine, but he can't drink it just by looking at it. Just one bottle. Wei Ning agreed. She was afraid that if he didn't give it to her, she wouldn't be able to keep the rest. But you can't think of these. Wei Ning also had conditions. If he didn't agree, she wouldn't agree either. Okay. Chapter 168. Wei Guoyang got a can of wine as he wished, and smiled very satisfied. His eyes were still looking at other things, and I don't know what he was thinking. Wei Ning didn't pay attention, and found a filter to filter out the grape skins, and pushed the filtered wine in front of Wei Guoyang, saying, "Okay, drink less." "Yeah." Wei Guoyang responded absent-mindedly, not taking it to heart. He was thinking whether he should secretly brew some, so little, can drink for a few days. Wei Ning stirred the wine, and put it into the space button. She thought it would be better to keep it by her side. Looking at her father, it doesn't seem like he won't drink secretly. Wei Guoyang saw that she put it into the space button, and felt lost. He was thinking that he would come to find it after he finished drinking. Now it's gone. A few days later, Wei Ning steamed the soybeans again for fermentation. This time, she dried the fermented soybeans before disinfecting them. Finally, she put them into sealed cans, poured pure water into them for fermentation, and then placed them in a place with light to dry. After finishing her work, she returned to the backyard, cut off the recently grown lavender branches, and took them to the back mountain to plant. "Are you here to feed me?" As Wei Ning approached, Xiang discovered her, and shouted excitedly. It had a very happy time during this period. It could absorb a lot of energy every day, and felt that it had grown up a little. The previous flower branches were cut off to make potions, and the seeds were kept. Wei Ning also planted them. In addition, many branches grew in the yard, so she also planted them here. Now it has planted half of the valley. Xiang basically stays here during the day. She sees that the area has expanded a lot. She feeds it every day, and the energy it delivers has also changed from twice in the morning and evening to once in the morning, noon and evening. "I just fed you this morning. Are you hungry again?" "It's only been a short time. I want to eat." After eating energy, it will feel comfortable and want more. Wei Ning thought that it had contributed a lot to the lavender, so he didn't refuse and gave it a lot of superpowers. Perhaps because he often gave it superpowers, Wei Ning found that he seemed to have upgraded again. After exhausting the superpowers, the recovery time was shortened a lot. Do you think you can't grow taller just by eating? At first, it would grow branches, but now it doesn't grow no matter how much superpowers it absorbs. "I've grown up." Xiang shook the branches and leaves, wanting her to see how she grew up. "Really?" Wei Ning looked at it for a long time, stretched out his hand and compared it, and found that it really grew taller, just a few centimeters. "Just a little bit. I've tried very hard." "Then you have to work hard." Wei Ning encouraged it. After chatting with it for a while, Wei Ning left. In the chicken coop, Wei Dong wore a gas mask and held a shovel, hesitating and unwilling to move. "Hurry up, what are you afraid of?" Seedling stood a few meters away, seeing that he was unwilling to move, and urged him to hurry up. She recently discovered that the feces of the mutant cuckoo chicken can promote plant growth. This hill was originally full of weeds. After the mutant cuckoo chicken moved here, a lot of weeds were eaten, and there was also a lot of feces. She found that the weeds around the feces grew faster after being eaten than the weeds around without feces. She dug it for testing, and found that the soil with feces contained a lot of organic fertilizer. She wanted to collect the feces, ferment them together, and use them as fertilizer. So she asked Wei Dong to dig out the feces under the chicken coop for her. When Wei Ning designed the chicken coop, she also considered the treatment of feces. She deliberately raised the bottom floor of the chicken coop to facilitate the treatment of the feces. But before she found time to clean it, Seedling discovered the function of feces and cleaned it before her. Wei Dong never thought that his mother said she had something for him to do, and it was for him to deal with the feces. Even through the gas mask, Wei Dong still felt that there was a stench in the air he breathed in. He really felt disgusted. Seeing these, a certain picture that he wanted to forget always appeared in his mind. It would be better for him to hunt star beasts than to let him do this. He couldn't eat after finishing it. This is the scene that Wei Ning saw when she came from the back mountain. She picked up an egg the day before yesterday, and came here today to see if there were any eggs, but she didn't expect to see them all there. "If you don't move, I come by myself." Seedling couldn't stand it anymore, and didn't dare to move forward for a long time. It was too embarrassing. If she had known it would be like this, she might as well do it herself. Right away. Wei Dong didn't dare let her come, or he would be beaten if he went back. He endured the nausea and shoveled the thick layer of feces into the prepared bucket. He didn't want to stay for a second longer, so he shoveled all the feces into the bucket at his fastest speed. The mutant cuckoo chicken eats a lot, grows fast, and also has a lot of feces. After shoveling, it can be filled into several buckets. After lifting all the buckets 1 meter in front of Seedling, Wei Dong ran away like the wind. He really couldn't stand it. It seemed that his whole body was filled with this disgusting smell, and he had to go back to take a shower. Is it that serious? I've never seen him afraid on the battlefield. Seedling looked at his running back, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Maybe there is a psychological shadow. Wei Ning thought of something that happened before, lowered his eyes and smiled. There are many more disgusting things than this. Yi Ling didn't believe that people who had been on the battlefield would be afraid of this. Wei Ning didn't say that Wei Dong had close contact with similar feces before, but wondered why the robot didn't do it, so she asked, "Why don't you let the robot come? If you let the robot come, you won't be afraid of being fumigated." Yi Ling was stunned. She didn't think of this at all. After discovering the role of feces, she only thought about collecting and fermenting it quickly, so she let Wei Dong come. She didn't think that robots could do this. She looked at the bucket full of feces, and then looked at the direction where Wei Dong left, feeling a little guilty. It's okay, he is a grown man, and he is still afraid of this and that. He should practice. Yi Ling couldn't say that it was caused by her negligence and throw the pot to Wei Dong. How about I send a robot over? Wei Dong ran away, so Wei Ning couldn't run away too. But the smell was a bit strong, and she didn't want to do it herself, so she let the robot do it. Okay. The smell was even stronger when they were in close contact. Yi Ling originally wanted to do it herself, but now forget it. Wei Ning went back and brought the robot over. Take the feces to the place designated by Yi Ling, pour it out and spread it out to dry. After drying, mix it with the soil, which will help improve the fertility of the soil and provide nutrients for plant growth. Yi Ling told her discovery. When Wei Ning was a child, she saw her grandparents using livestock manure as fertilizer. Before seeing a lot of chicken manure, she was thinking about how to convince everyone to use chicken manure to fertilize crops. After all, the Interstellar is different from the previous life, and it is still difficult to get them to accept it. But since Yi Ling proposed it, she just went with the flow, and she didn't have to convince everyone. Chapter 169. Wei Ning had suggested that she research nutrients suitable for plants before, but she had no idea for so long. The accidental discovery gave her an idea, so Yi Ling wanted to try and see if she could find a breakthrough from this. However, she had not thought of using chicken manure as fertilizer for crops such as vegetables, but wanted to use it on mutant trees. After it worked, she would further study plant nutrients. As a pure interstellar human, Yi Ling would never have thought that Wei Ning would directly use these manure as base fertilizer in the planting field soon. Not to mention her, everyone was shocked by her operation, and their worldviews were shattered. It took a long time to accept the fact that manure can be used as organic fertilizer. Wei Ning didn't know Yi Ling's idea now, and had no idea that the two of them wanted to fork. After the robot was ready, the two walked back. I haven't gone to find my eggs yet. Wei Ning remembered that she hadn't found eggs yet when she was halfway there, and turned around and wanted to run to the chicken coop. Don't go. Yi Ling held her back. Wei Ning turned around, and saw the white egg in her other hand. I have already picked it up. Yi Ling took out all the eggs she had collected and gave them to her. Wei Ning picked up eggs that day, and they all knew it when she came back. When she came over, she turned around and actually found a few eggs. I wonder if these eggs can hatch chicks. Wei Ning picked up an egg and looked at it against the light. Now there are a total of 23 chickens, 16 hens and 7 roosters, which is a bit too few. She wants to raise more. But she doesn't know how to hatch chicks. I wonder if there is anyone who can. As long as the eggs are hatched, I help you check them when we get back. If you want to hatch, you need to buy an incubator. Yi Ling saw that she wanted to hatch chicks, shook her head and smiled. There's also an incubator? Wei Ning was surprised. Interstellar people don't eat eggs, so how could there be an incubator? Of course, but it needs to be custom made. The Polong bird beasts raised by the Bright family are hatched from eggs, and only the Bright family needs an incubator. But if you have money, you can find a manufacturer to make it specifically. Then let's make one, Wei Ning said hurriedly. She didn't plan to raise many, just enough for their family to eat. Okay, I ask your father to find someone to make it. After returning home, Yi Ling took the testing machine and tested all the eggs. Of the 8 eggs, only one was not hatched. Wei Ning put the hatched eggs together and put the other one in the cupboard, and used it to cook when there were more. Yi Ling told Wei Guoyan about Wei Ning's request for an incubator, and Wei Guoyan agreed without asking any questions. She also asked when the rice could be planted, as the rice fields were already ready. The rice seeds had already sprouted, and Yi Ling planted them one by one in rows of molds with holes. All the rice filled 2 rooms. There was soil inside, so it would be much easier to plant the rice seedlings, and there was no need to worry about hurting other rice seedlings. Wei Ning went to see that the rice seedlings were only as high as her fingers, so she used her supernatural powers to grow them to twice their height. Wei Guoyang went to inform Landy that the rice could be planted, and Landy came over with the machine. The machine has a rice planting function, and you only need to place the seedlings in the designated position. After the machine is started, it will automatically plant the seedlings in the field, in neat rows. In about half a day, all the seedlings were planted. This machine is great. Wei Guoyang was just happy to have such an integrated machine. Landy's words froze the smile on his face. Boss Wei, I will teach you how to use this machine later, and you will have to come by yourself in the future. We will leave in a few days. Leaving? Why? It was like a bolt from the blue, and Wei Guoyang asked after a long time. Go back to the border. I received news yesterday that the Star Beast tide may come earlier, and we should go back. Landy had planned to come and tell him today. There is one more thing that requires the Wei family's consent. Then, Wei Guoyang couldn't say anything to let them stay. Everyone knew which was more important, the Star Beast tide or the safety of the garrison on Green Star. Don't worry, I will make arrangements. I will strengthen the protection of Green Star again. Don't worry about safety. Landy knew what he was worried about. Green Star was of vital importance to their legion, and they would not allow any accidents to happen. Green Star's protective shield is the latest product developed by their army. It has the strongest defense and attack functions. He also added a lot of weapons. Unless it is forcibly destroyed by a lethal interstellar missile, ordinary light energy cannons cannot break Green Star's protective shield. Thank you. Wei Guoyang didn't know what to say except thanking him. It's been a year, and he almost forgot that Randy and the others were still soldiers stationed at the border. The border still needs them. This is what I should do. Will you come back? After looking at the distance for a long time, Wei Guoyang asked. Wait until the Star Beast tide is over. Landy didn't give an accurate answer. Every time there is a Star Beast tide, they will lose countless comrades, and he can't guarantee that he can come back after the Star Beast tide. Green Star is always open to you. Thank you. If there is a chance, I would like to retire on Green Star, Landy said jokingly. As long as you are willing, we welcome you. Wei Guoyang didn't think deeply, thinking that he meant that he would come back. Then thank you, Boss Wei. Landy thought he understood what he meant, and was happy. Wei Guoyang was surprised. What to think? During this period, many people have noticed the existence of Green Star. I am not worried about security, but I am afraid that the government will interfere, so I found someone. He has a special identity. With him, the government will be a little wary. I just don't know what Boss Wei thinks. Garlic and coriander have sold so much on the Star Network, and they have cooperated with the Blue Sea Star. Many people on the Capital Star have noticed it. Many government officials have a close relationship with the family. He was afraid that some officials would do something bad to Green Star for their own interests. If they found an excuse to search Green Star, the Wei family would not dare to refuse. But with that person, it was different. Who? Randy had a deep discussion with him when he was selling garlic and coriander on Star Online. In the future, all crops grown on Green Star will be gradually sold on Star Online, and this will inevitably be noticed and targeted by the planting families. But as long as they are on Green Star, there is no need to worry, just afraid that problems will arise when they are not there. Wei Guoyang was also worried about this. If someone could speak for them, it would be good. It's Dean Modto, the former dean of the Federal Research Institute. Randy announced the answer calmly. Dean Modto? Wei Guoyang asked excitedly when he heard the name. Yes. Yes, of course I am willing. Wei Guoyang didn't even wait for Randy to ask again, and he agreed excitedly. Chapter 170. Landy was very efficient. He talked to Wei Guoyang and contacted Dean Modto after getting his consent. At the same time, he also began to prepare to strengthen the security of Green Star. When Wei Ning knew they were leaving, she was filtering the wine residue. When she heard the news, she was stunned. Her hand paused for a moment, and some red liquid overflowed. It overflowed. Wei Dong reminded that he came to tell Wei Ning about this, and also told her that Modto was coming. Who is Modto? Wei Ning came back to her senses, and continued to move steadily. Hearing this, she looked up and asked in confusion. Looking at his excited expression, he looked like a fan about to meet his idol. Oh! I forgot you didn't know him. Wei Dong suddenly remembered that Dean Modto had not appeared in public for a long time. Wei Ning didn't go to college, so it was understandable that she didn't know. Wei Dong pulled a chair over and sat opposite Wei Ning, and began to tell her about Dean Modto's great achievements. So he is a very powerful person, even more powerful than the commander of your army. Wei Ning concluded after listening. You can say that, but he and Commander Hua are not from the same period, so they can't be compared. Modto had almost no rivals in his time, and he was almost omnipotent in all aspects. If it weren't for his mental power riot later, which caused his mental power level to drop, he would be the #1 in the Federation. Everyone felt sorry for him at that time. As a result, he turned around and joined the Federal Research Institute, and developed various advanced weapons within a year, achieving a victorious breakthrough for the Star Beast battlefield. He is the only person in the Federation who has won countless medals of honor in 100 years. He is so capable, it's a waste of talent for him to come to us. In Wei Ning's opinion, meritorious people who have made great contributions to the country are objects of strict protection. Green Star is remote and backward. What can he do here? He can't stay in the capital Star and live a comfortable life here, so he comes to Green Star to be a farmer, right? He said he was afraid that the family would come, and we would have trouble dealing with him, so he specially found a backer. Wei Dong repeated what he had heard from Wei Guoyang. This backer is big enough. Wei Ning smiled. Landy considered them comprehensively. If something really happened, no one in their family could speak in front of the government. If Yiling and Wei Dong hadn't been in trouble, they wouldn't have been so passive. The Colonel and the others are also for us. Wei Dong was grateful that Landy could consider them so much. When will Brother Chen and the others leave? The grape skins and seeds were filtered out, and there was a lot of undissolved pulp in the wine. After a few days of precipitation, the color of the wine would be better. Thinking that they were leaving, Wei Ning wanted to give them something. Thanks to their help these days, she had nothing to give them at the moment, except this rare wine. Wait until Dean Modto comes. Wei Dong talked with Chen Haojia. From what he said, this year's Star Beast tide is coming fiercely, and they all need to go back as soon as possible. Wei Ning calculated how long it would take to get from the capital Star, and she had an idea in her mind. A few days later, Wei Ning came back from the chicken coop to pick up eggs, and saw Randy, Jess, Wei Guoyang, and Yiling leading a gray-haired, energetic old man walking in the fields near the courtyard. The old man's face was ruddy, and he kept nodding and smiling at the young shoots growing out of the ground. Wei Ning couldn't hear what they were saying, but seeing that Wei Guoyang was respectful to the old man, and that Landy and the others were also very respectful to him, he guessed that this person was the Dean Modto that Wei Dong mentioned. Good, good, good. You are all very good children. Modto's loud voice came over. Hearing his praise, the smiles on Wei Guoyang and Yiling's faces deepened. After watching for a while, Wei Guoyang led Dean Modto back. Ningning, come quickly, meet Dean Modto. Wei Guoyang looked at her and waved her over. Hello, Dean Modto. Wei Ning walked over, stood aside, and called people obediently. Good, this is your child, right? So cute. Modto looked at Wei Guoyang and praised with a smile. It's my little daughter, Wei Ning. Wei Guoyang nodded in return. Xiao Wei, you guys gave me a huge surprise. I'm old, but this is the first time I've seen so many planting fields. Modto smiled and looked as kind as the grandfather next door. Wei Ning really couldn't match the person in her mind, who was decisive and serious like the dean of teaching with the old man in front of her. Why, do you think I'm different from what you imagined? Modto just glanced at Wei Ning and guessed what she was thinking. Wei Ning lowered her head embarrassedly, her cheeks slightly red, and nodded gently. Do you think I should be a scary, serious, and old-fashioned old man? Modto added with a smile. Dean Modto, you're joking. In our hearts, you will always be so tall, mighty, majestic, and domineering. Wei Guoyang said sincerely. We are old, how can we still be so domineering? Modto laughed at himself. No matter when, you are the most domineering in my heart. Jay said sincerely. Ha ha. Modto laughed loudly. Thank you for coming. I will trouble you here in the future. Landy thanked him sincerely again. Humph, I have conditions. If you can't do it, I don't care. Modto snorted. If the kid from the Hua family hadn't said that this is a place where he would not regret coming, he would not want to come. But what, thinking of what he saw before, he felt a little satisfied. But he didn't show it, and still wanted Landy to show his sincerity. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Landy said seriously. What he was thinking about was the information he received about Modto. Apart from a long page about his achievements in various aspects, the most talked about how much he loved to eat. Since he loves to eat, there is nothing to worry about. He believes that with Wei Ning's cooking skills, he will definitely conquer Modto's stomach. If one meal is not enough, just come for a few more meals. This house is nice. Modto was very satisfied with Randy's attitude and looked at the courtyard in a good mood. I have seen too many cold high-rise buildings. This courtyard looks very fireworks. I will live here. Let Ming bring my luggage here. Modto turned around and told Jess. Yes, I will go now. Jess nodded and turned away. This kid didn't cause you any trouble? After Jess left, Modto asked Wei Guoyang. Wei Guoyang didn't understand and didn't dare to talk. If he causes you any trouble, just tell me, and I will teach him a lesson for you, Modto said to himself. Except for Randy, everyone in the Wei family was confused and had no idea what Modto meant. Why did it sound so strange? Dean Modto is teacher Jess's teacher, Randy explained to them. Chapter 171. After hearing what Randy said, the Wei family suddenly realized. This makes sense. So it was the master. No wonder Jace was so obedient just now, and Modto was very rude when he ordered him around. No, Dr. Jace helped us a lot. Wei Guoyang didn't know that Jace wanted to study Wei Ning, and he was very grateful to him. Wei Ning pursed her lips and didn't say it. Modto was not very familiar with Jace. After all, he was a student of a student, and he had so many students, how could he remember so many things? The reason why he said that was just a casual remark. If Wei Ning didn't mention it, Randy would not say it. It would not be good for anyone to say it. Wei Guoyang led Modto into the courtyard in front. Modto was very interested in the structure of the courtyard and walked around to take a look. Seeing that he liked it, Wei Guoyang sent a message to Haifeng, asking him to come and accompany Modto to look around, and by the way, talk about the origin of the courtyard. Wei Ning didn't follow him, but turned to the kitchen. Landy followed for a while, and when Haifeng came over, he stepped back and returned to the kitchen. I trouble you in the future. Landy came in and said to Wei Ning. The reason why Modto was willing to come here was partly because of Hui Yunchuan's favor, partly because he knew the situation of Luxing, and more importantly, he came for food. So in the future, Wei Ning will be responsible for Modto's diet, not to mention 3 meals a day, at least 2 meals a day. It's about more chopsticks, we have to eat ourselves. Wei Ning didn't care. They also have to cook once a day. Besides, the ultimate beneficiary of Modto's coming here is their family. Cooking a meal can bring peace to Luxing, so she is willing. With Dean Modto here, we can rest assured. That's good. Randy talked about Dean Modto again, mainly his hobbies. For example, he likes sweets, doesn't eat spicy food, and likes meat. After listening, Wei Ning remade a new menu. This was Dean Modto's first time here, and he came for food, so Wei Ning hoped that this first meal would suit his taste. Since he loves sweets, Wei Ning made a rice cake for Modto with rice. Grind the rice into slurry, add sugar and fermentation agent, stir and ferment, then pour the fermented rice slurry into a container and steam it in a steamer, and the sweet and soft rice cake is ready. Wei Ning first mixes the rice slurry for fermentation, and then steams it later. When the dishes are almost done, come over to steam the rice cake. When the rice cake is steamed, the dishes to be made today are also ready. A table of rich food, with meat, vegetables and soup, the aroma fills the whole kitchen. Haha, I'm in for a treat today. I can smell the fragrance from a long distance. Modto, who had come back from a walk, came in and laughed. However, Wei Dong, Landy, and Yiling did not say anything. They all gathered behind Wei Ning, waiting for the rice cake to come out of the oven. They had all eaten the dishes made by Wei Ning before, and the initial freshness was gone. Unlike this rice cake, it was the first time they heard of it and saw it. During the steaming process, they smelled a unique fragrance of rice, and there was another sweet taste, which was very tempting. They were more interested in this rice cake. When Modto came in, they turned around and greeted him, and then gathered around again. Why are you all gathered together? Modto walked over curiously. Wei Ning opened the steaming lid, and a rich sweet smell rose with the air flow. The steam dispersed, revealing the white jade-like rice cake in the steamer. What a nice smell! Wei Dong stared at the beautiful rice cake. Yiling and Landy were also attracted. Wei Ning was very satisfied, put on heat-insulating gloves, and took the rice cake to the table. Wei Dong handed over the knife at the right time, and his eyes never left. I want to eat it so much. Wei Ning took the knife, cut it into triangular pieces, took out a piece with the knife, put it on the plate handed over by Landy, put down the knife, and handed the rice cake to Modto. Dean Modto, please try it, this is the rice cake I made for you. Rice cake? Is it made of rice? Modto took the plate and looked at it carefully, but didn't see any trace of rice. Yes, it's made by grinding rice into pulp. Wei Ning smiled. Dean Modto scooped a piece with a spoon and took a bite. It was soft, sweet, and delicate. You couldn't tell it was made of rice. He almost bit his tongue. He had never seen such a rice cake before. He couldn't help but scoop another spoonful. The more he ate, the more delicious it was. A small piece of rice cake was gone after a few spoonfuls. Delicious, This is the best snack I've ever eaten. Modto praised generously. This piece of rice cake made him look forward to the days ahead. The boy from the Hua family was right. This is indeed a place you won't regret coming to. Are there any more? Modto felt unsatisfied after eating a piece. His foodie nature was revealed, and he asked again. Yes. Wei Ning turned around and wanted to give him another piece. At a glance, there was only an empty container left. She covered her chest and felt that she couldn't breathe. This is too much to eat. It's all gone in the blink of an eye. How about we eat first, and then eat the steamed cake later? Wei Ning turned stiffly, and smiled in a self-righteous way. In Modto's opinion, this smile was uglier than crying. He also realized that it was not meant to be. If you eat too much steamed cake, you won't be able to eat other delicacies. This is your first time here, so you must try Wei Ning's cooking. Lon hurried over to help. He was very disgusted with his behavior of snatching food. How could he behave so rudely in front of Dean Modto? At the same time, he was impressed by the soft, glutinous and sweet taste. He wanted to eat such a delicious steamed cake. This is made by little Wei Ning for me. You dare to snatch it from an old man like me, Modto snorted coldly. The three people who participated in the food snatching lowered their heads, like children who had done something wrong, waiting for adults to punish them. Don't be angry. Try the dish I made for you first. I make you some steamed rice cakes later. This time, I only give it to you, not to them. Let them have their fill. Modto was very pleased with Wei Ning's words. He pretended to be angry and glared at Randy, snorting. Don't even think about eating it later. Seedling breathed a sigh of relief. She was really fascinated by the steamed rice cakes just now. How could she do such a thing? It was really embarrassing. Wei Dong also quietly relaxed his body. He was really obsessed just now. He actually snatched his idol's steamed cake. Ah! It's so embarrassing. Let's all sit down and eat. Modto spoke only after he had enough of pretending. Wei Ning winked at them, and quietly made an okay gesture. As the saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure. Dean Modto was just joking with them, and didn't mean to blame them. If it were him, he would also want to snatch it. He was just angry that he couldn't snatch it from them. Landy was very considerate, and immediately served Modto a bowl of rice, handed it to him with both hands, and sincerely admitted his mistake. Seedling and Wei Dong followed closely behind. Chapter 172. Modto was very satisfied with the food made by Wei Ning, and ate it very contentedly. After the meal, he also ate the steamed rice cake made by Wei Ning for him. He seemed to be taking revenge for not snatching the rice cake from Randy and the others before, and deliberately waved the fragrant steamed rice cake in front of him, until he saw them salivating, and then he slowly took a bite. In order to cooperate with him, Randy and Seedling pretended to be very hard. They had never eaten steamed rice cake before, and their rationality ran away from home, so they did such a rude thing. Now that rationality has returned, they also know that Modto deliberately angered them, and they are very cooperative. Besides, the steamed rice cake is still attractive to them, but it is not as big as when they first saw it. Only Wei Guoyang was lucky enough to get a piece, because he did not participate at the beginning, which touched him so much that he held the steamed rice cake, and was reluctant to eat it. Wei Ning's meal, and a portion of steamed rice cake completely conquered Modto's taste buds. In his time, even the taste of nutrient solution was particularly unpalatable, not to mention other foods. When he served as the commander of the 1st Legion, it was the most difficult time in his life. Every day he drank nutrient solution, which was bitter and fishy at that time, which was simply torture. Later, he entered the research institute, and his living standards improved a lot. After the taste of nutrient solution improved, it was still bearable to drink. The capital planet is not like the border. Although the material is still scarce, you can occasionally make a natural meal to improve your life. If you want to say that he lived the most comfortably, it was when wild mutant beast meat became edible. From then on, his life was faster than riding a spaceship. Mutant beast meat can be eaten at will, every day, and the taste is better than before. Later, there are more delicious fish meat, and life is so delicious. He was enjoying such a comfortable retirement. Hui Yunchuan suddenly found him, and asked him to go to a small star to take charge. At that time, he refused outright. He had had enough of the border star, and he would be stupid to give up the good life on the capital star. Hui Yunchuan seemed to have known that he would refuse, and threw out a piece of news that made him unable to hold back his heart. He appeared on Green Star now, because he was attracted by what Hui Yunchuan proposed. Modto stroked his full stomach, slumped on the soft sofa, and burped with satisfaction. Outside the door, Randy looked at Modto, who was satisfied with the meal, and sat on the sofa without caring about his image, and kept rubbing his abdomen. Finally, he was completely relieved. Modto was willing to show his lazy side in front of the Wei family, whom he had just met, which showed that he regarded them as trustworthy people. This way, he wouldn't worry that Modto wouldn't care about Green Star anymore after they left. As long as Modto stayed on Green Star for a few more days, he would understand how important Green Star was to the Federation and to humanity. After understanding, he would naturally protect it. Colonel Lon, come in and sit down. Wei Guiyang saw him, and came out to invite him in. No, I have something else to do, so I won't go in. I have to pack up and leave early tomorrow morning. Landy shook his head. He had said goodbye to Modto before, so he didn't go in to disturb him. We wait for you to return triumphantly. Wei Guiyang didn't force it, and gave his sincere blessing. I treat you to a meal when you return. Okay. Landy smiled and agreed. Looking up and meeting Modto's eyes, he bowed sincerely and turned to leave. Take care. Wei Guiyang looked at his back as he walked away, raised his hand and waved. Brother, are you going to see them off tomorrow? Wei Ning moved to Wei Dong's side, watched Landy leave with him, and asked softly. Go. Wei Dong answered without turning his head. Early morning, spaceport. Haozi, remember to come back after the Star Beast tide. Wei Dong punched Chen Haojie on the shoulder, and all his words finally turned into one sentence. Don't worry, I'm going to come here to retire in the future, remember to leave me a room. Chen Haojie returned the same punch and smiled. Everyone looked at them with a smile, and said in unison. Please treat us to a meal when we come back. Okay. Colonel Lon, when you return triumphantly, I will treat you to a drink. Don't leave until you are drunk. Wei Ning took out a small bottle of wine that she had prepared and gave it to him. Wine. Landy shook the bottle, unbelievable. Yes. Wei Ning smiled slightly. Okay, when we return, we won't leave until we are drunk. Landy took the wine and agreed seriously. Sister, you can't be partial to one over the other, where are ours? Chen Haojie was moved by the beautiful color. When he heard it was wine, not only he, but others were also moved. Maybe they might not be moved by the wine given by others, but during their time on Green Star, they knew clearly that all the wine Wei Ning brought out was good stuff. She said it was wine, so it must not be the alcohol-made wine sold on the Star Network, but a real brew. This is a priceless treasure. They were tempted but didn't dare to ask for it shamelessly. Chen Haojie finally said what was in their hearts. They all looked at Wei Ning, their eyes clearly showing their desire. Don't worry, you won't be left without some. Everyone will have some. Wei Ning glanced at Wei Dong. Wei Dong stepped forward and took out a whole box of wine. Good guy, thank you. Chen Haojie punched him on the shoulder and bent down to take a bottle. Wu En followed closely behind and punched him as well, taking a bottle. The people behind followed suit, punching Wei Dong once and taking a bottle away. The beaten Wei Dong. What did he do wrong? Why did you hit him? Colonel Lon, this is a little gift from us to your commander, thanking him for his help. Wei Ning took out another box and gave it to Landy. After receiving the box, which was not heavy for him, Randy felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Thank you. Randy thanked him sincerely again. Let's go! Yes. Everyone stood in a row and walked into the starship one by one. Everyone turned around at the hatch and shook their hands vigorously, saying goodbye silently. Wei Dong and Wei Ning responded with the same gesture. After everyone boarded the starship, only Randy and Jess were left. Goodbye, Randy said, turned around and strode away. Wei Ning, I'm sorry for what happened before. I hope you can forgive me this time. Jess had been staring at the bottle since Wei Ning started giving him wine, but he kept waiting and waiting. Everyone received it, even Hui Yunchuan, who was far away on the border star, but he was the only one who missed it. Jess, who had always vowed that he would not regret it, finally realized his regret. Wei Ning expressed his dissatisfaction with him with practical actions. Jace, let's go. Landy saw that Jace hadn't moved, so he came back and dragged him away. Landy, let go. I haven't gotten forgiveness yet. Chapter 173. Ning, why did Dr. Jace say that? What did he do to you? Wei Dong watched Randy drag Jace onto the starship, resisted the urge to rush over to ask for clarification, and turned around to ask Wei Ning in a stern voice. He seemed to be ready to fight Jace to death if Wei Ning answered him something bad. Nothing, just a small matter, I don't mind it anymore. Wei Ning replied lightly. She was really angry at the time. Anyone would feel uncomfortable knowing that someone had thought of her, or thought of her badly. But after so long, she also figured it out. Jace was indeed wrong at the time, but he didn't take action in the end, and she hadn't had any thoughts in the past few days, so she didn't care. For so long, she had intentionally or unintentionally excluded him in other places, which was also a lesson, and she just deliberately didn't send him wine. It was to tell him that if he dared to make a move on her, he would be prepared to bear the consequences. This time, I just assume that she's forgiven him. If she finds out that he still has any thoughts about me next time, I won't be so polite. Would Dr. Jess say that about a small matter? Wei Dong didn't believe it. He wasn't stupid. Dr. Jess just wanted to ask Wei Ning for forgiveness sincerely. If it wasn't a big deal, he wouldn't have done that. Brother, don't think too much. I really don't care. Wei Ning saw that his face had darkened, so he made amends. If he really dared to do anything to me, I would definitely tell you, and I wouldn't let him go. To show that he kept his word, Wei Ning suddenly had a sharp wooden thorn emerge from his palm, which was inexplicably cold. Wei Dong was shocked to see the wooden thorn appearing in her palm so suddenly. He looked closely, and found that Wei Ning's palm was empty again. It turned out that he had seen it wrong. Wei Dong was thinking this in his heart, but he saw that sharp wooden thorns were growing slowly, and visibly in Wei Ning's empty palm. Wei Dong? ? Damn! It was actually true? He was not seeing it wrong. This? Wei Dong couldn't say a word for a long time. What's going on? How could wooden thorns suddenly grow in the palm? See? I can teach him a lesson myself. Wei Ning made the wooden thorns disappear again. This is the ability she figured out after her ability was upgraded recently. Using the ability to condense into the weapon, she wants to achieve the effect of surprise. But this skill can only be used when the enemy is distracted. Otherwise, it will not achieve the unexpected effect. And she can only condense wooden thorns as long as Knuckles, and the existence time is also short. Just now, she used it twice at once, and her superpowers were almost exhausted. This skill consumes too much superpowers, and she can't use it freely, which consumes more superpowers. That is to say, Wei Dong was completely attracted by the wooden thorn she condensed, so he didn't notice that her face was pale and her body was weak. Isn't this too amazing? Wei Dong was really shocked. He had seen people with mechanical hands installed in their bodies. On the surface, they looked no different from normal skin, but they could suddenly turn into strange weapons. He had never seen anyone who could shrink freely like Wei Ning. This is something I developed specifically for self-protection. Wei Ning pretended to be profound and told him quietly, I will only tell you one person, don't tell anyone, otherwise it will not be a secret weapon. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Wei Dong is not a talkative person. Since Wei Ning asked him to do so, he would keep it a secret. Okay, let's go back. Wei Ning took the opportunity to hug Wei Dong's arm, hugged him intimately, and quietly put most of her body weight on his hand. Okay. Wei Dong was confused by her sudden intimate behavior, and he was dizzy and didn't notice anything. A few days later, Randy and his team returned to the Border Star. Chen Haojia, Wen and others were dismissed, and they were allowed to return to the team on their own. Randy went straight to the office, and Jace followed him step by step. He was like this all the way. Wherever he went, he followed. Except for the beginning when he was not used to it, Randy could ignore his existence now. In Hui Yunchuan's office. Sir, we are back. Randy first reported his work, and finally greeted Chris beside him. Long time no see, Chris. Long time no see, Randy. Have you become whiter? Chris looked at Randy, who had become much whiter. Randy. Can't you say something else? He didn't understand why he became whiter when he walked outside a lot. Maybe the climate and soil of Green Star nourish people. Randy could only think so. Randy brought you a gift from the Wei family. Ask him to take it out quickly, so we can see it. After Jace came in and greeted him, he waited until Randy finished his report and talked to Chris before he could not wait to urge Hui Yunchuan. Gift? Hui Yunchuan was surprised. There is such a gift. Randy saw through it, but didn't say anything. He knew exactly what Jace was planning. What good stuff. Chris looked at Jace, and then at Randy, and he also became interested. Randy smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he took out the box of wine and put it on Hui Yunchuan's desk. Seeing this, Jace took the opportunity to take a bottle away, but was grabbed by a slender hand. Cousin! Jace was furious. He just wanted a bottle of wine. Why was it so difficult? Hui Yunchuan took his hand away expressionlessly, opened the box slowly, and was stunned when he saw what was inside. What? Chris was curious, walked over, stretched his head to look over, and exclaimed. Fuck. He wanted to reach out to take it, but his hand was also grabbed. No, I want a bottle. There must be a share for me here. Chris didn't give up. No matter what was inside, such a beautiful color must be food, he must get it. Hu Yunchuan slapped his hand away and glanced at them. Chris and Jess felt a chill and dared not move. Hu Yunchuan then picked up the note in the box, opened it and read it. After reading it quickly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and his chin raised. Each of you take a bottle and go. Yes. Happiness came too suddenly. Jess was afraid that he would regret it, so he took a bottle and ran away. Chris was not willing to be left behind, so he picked a bottle and put it away. Hu Yunchuan watched Jess leave, frowned slightly, and glanced at Randy. Randy understood immediately, and after a long consideration, he told him that Jess had wanted to study Wei Ning's blood. The atmosphere suddenly solidified, and just when Randy thought Hu Yunchuan was going to make trouble, he finally spoke. He is forbidden to go to the cafeteria to eat in the future. Yes. Randy agreed. Hu Yunchuan turned his back to them and waved his hand, motioning them to go out. Randy and Chris looked at each other and left the office in silence. Chapter 174. Green Star. After sending Randy and the others away, Wei Ning and the others really didn't adapt for a few days. Without Chen Haojia's frequent chattering, it suddenly became quiet, which was really uncomfortable. Only when you are busy, you won't feel too quiet. After the incubator made by Wei Guoliang was delivered, Wei Ning put the more than 80 eggs collected into the incubator for incubation. Recently many hens have laid eggs. In addition to more than 80 eggs, there are more than 20 ordinary eggs. The harvest is not bad. Little Wei Ning, let's eat eggs today. Modto came in, looked at the eggs, and started to order dishes. Wei Ning looked at Modto as if he was looking at a huge amulet, and basically met his requirements. These days, he also made different delicacies for him in different ways, and he served Modto very well. He was happy every day when he met him, just like a smiling Moro Buddha. Okay. These are eggs that can't hatch chicks, so Wei Ning has nothing to be reluctant about. She went to cut some leeks, and picked a few tomatoes, and planned to make a leek omelet, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and tomato egg soup. In addition, prepare 2 simple meat dishes, and that's it for dinner today. The leek omelet was fried by Wei Ning until both sides were golden, soft and crispy, and smelled very fragrant. Every time Wei Ning cooked, Modto liked to watch from the side, and occasionally he would eat a few bites in the name of tasting. As soon as the leek omelet came out of the pan, Modto couldn't wait to taste it. No other reason, it's really fragrant. This mutant cuckoo egg is better than the egg of the dragon bird beast. It has such a strong leek smell, but it's surprisingly fragrant when cooked in this way. As long as you like it. Wei Ning smiled. She was naturally happy that her cooking could be recognized by others. If you have flour, dumplings with chive and egg filling would be more delicious. Dumplings? The kind that are eaten to welcome the new year as recorded in the history of the star? Modto described the appearance of dumplings. Yes, you also know dumplings? Wei Ning looked at Modto in surprise. She didn't expect that he would know dumplings. The Research Institute has collected some information about the ancient Earth era, but they are all incomplete. There were only a few words about dumplings. Too many precious books have been lost in the long river of history. They are the most precious wealth of our human beings. Modto looked gloomy. He picked up a piece of chive and egg pancake, put it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the pleasure brought by the food. If there had been no cultural gap, it would not be so difficult to have a good meal. After tasting the delicious leek pancake, the leek that was originally disliked immediately transformed into one of the most popular dishes in the Wei family. The value of eggs also rose rapidly. Wei Dong used to dislike the small size of eggs and the stench of chicken feces, but he no longer disliked them after eating them. Because a meal of leek pancakes used up all the unfertilized eggs, if you want to eat more, you must have eggs. Every day, I actively go to the chicken coop to pick up eggs, feed the chickens, clean the chicken coop, and serve them comfortably, without any complaints. The days seem to have returned to the time when I came here, and everyone is busy doing their own things. Lil Wei Ning, what are you doing? It stinks. Modto likes to take his robot Amin to visit the planting area every day. If he sees something that interests him, he will stay there all day and come back only after dinner. Wei Ning also learned that Modto actually studies plants. She always thought he was just an expert in weapons research. Today Wei Ning took out the soy sauce that had been fermenting for several days to see if it was successful. When she saw the reddish-brown liquid through the glass bottle, she thought it was successful. As a result, when she opened the lid, a foul smell came to her face, which made her stomach churn. She had to hold it in to avoid vomiting. I made soy sauce with soybeans before, but I didn't expect it to fail again. Wei Ning was frustrated. She didn't know which environment was wrong. She failed again. Soy sauce? Don't you have it in your kitchen? Modto couldn't figure it out. It was already there, so why did she go to the trouble of making it, and making it stink? I want to make it myself. If I succeed, the fermented soy sauce will have a unique aroma and taste delicious. If I add some when cooking, it can increase and improve the taste of the dishes. How can pure handmade soy sauce be compared with the soy sauce mixed with water on the market? How delicious is it? Modto just wants to know how delicious it is, and whether it is worth his in-depth research. I can't describe it, but it is definitely better than the current one. Then how did you make it like this? This is not delicious at all. Modto only took a closer look and then stepped away. It was too smelly. I don't know how to do it, so I just followed the general fermentation method. Obviously, this method doesn't work. She also wants to make soy sauce. Who doesn't like pure natural seasoning without additives? Seeing that Modto was quite interested, Wei Ning repeated the steps of making soy sauce. I feel that it is almost like this, but it just didn't work. The fermentation process requires mold, but you sterilized it directly. If it succeeds, there will be problems. After listening, Modto pointed out the problem. If you don't sterilize it, the soybeans will be sticky and look like they are not edible. Wei Ning also wanted to not sterilize it, but the soybeans after the first fermentation were sticky, and she thought they would be cleaner after sterilization. This is the fermentation process. Modto has seen academicians from the biological research group do experiments at the research institute, and has never heard them say that sterilization is required before fermentation. Is that so? If you are not sure, do a few more experiments. How can you do a single experiment like yours? How long will it take to get results? Modto looked around and didn't see any other similar jars, so he knew there was only this one. He began to talk to her about the experiments he saw the biological research group do at the institute. The minimum number of samples was 10. You can't do it this way. Don't say you need 10 samples, at least 3. You can't compare with 1. It's a waste of time. Wei Ning hadn't noticed it before, but now that he said it, she thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. He failed to make soy sauce twice, and it took a month. If it fails 8 or 10 times, how long will it take to make soy sauce? Then I do it again. Can you help me see if there is anything that needs to be improved? Okay, I think about it. I feel like I've seen similar experiments somewhere. Maybe I can help you. Modto also felt that the process of making soy sauce sounded familiar. Chapter 175. Wei Ning did what he said, and immediately took out the soybeans to soak. Modto also came to watch. It would be great if he could remember something after watching. But there was nothing interesting about soaking soybeans. He didn't remember anything at all. Dry soybeans should be soaked and expanded without wrinkles. Wash them with clean water several times, dry them, and then put them in the steamer for steaming. Steam them for about 1 to 2 hours. They will break when you twist them lightly. That's it. Wei Ning has done the previous steps twice, and is very skilled. After the soybeans cooled, Wei Ning wanted to pour the prepared Aspergillus oryzae into the pot and stir it, but was stopped by Modto. Find some fine powder and mix it with Aspergillus oryzae, so that each soybean can be contaminated with the bacteria, so that the fermentation will be better. Is rice flour okay? Or potato starch? Sweet potato starch. These are the only options Wei Ning could think of. In addition to rice flour, potato starch and sweet potato starch are available at home. Bring them all here, and divide them into 3 portions for fermentation. Modto asked her to prepare 1 portion each. Wei Ning brought him sweet potato starch, and prepared rice flour himself. Modto divided the steamed soybeans into 3 equal portions. First mix the potato starch and Aspergillus oryzae evenly, and then mix them in a ratio of 7 parts soybeans and 3 parts flour. After each soybean was coated with a layer of flour, he wrapped it with gauze and put it aside. The sweet potato starch was also mixed evenly with the soybeans and wrapped. At this time, Wei Ning also brought rice flour, and Modto told her what he had just done, and asked her to do it. Wei Ning wrapped the soybeans, and put them in a cool place to ferment with the other 2 portions. Wait! Modto had been watching her do it, and when he saw her put the soybeans in a cool place, he stopped her. If the fermentation temperature is too low, it will also affect the final result. Put it in a place with moderate temperature. Modto looked around and pointed to a place. Isn't it better to store it in a cool place? Wei Ning put it in the place he pointed as he said, and asked puzzledly. In the past, she heard the most that she put it in a cool place. Why did it change now? Modto answered her, fermentation is a long process. If the temperature is too high, the soybeans will rot. If the temperature is too low, they will mold before they are fermented. I see. It will take about 1 or 2 days to ferment. When the surface of the soybeans is covered with white mycelium, and there is no odor, it means that it is fermented. Modto also knew so much because he watched many other people's experiments. Otherwise, how could he understand these? Wei Ning listened to his clear and logical talk, thinking that he knew a lot, and looked at him with admiration. I see you are not that old. Why don't you go to school? It's always good to learn more knowledge. Modto said this because he really wanted to do good for her. If it was someone else, he would not bother to pay attention. I don't want to go to school. Wei Ning lowered her eyelids and said softly. She was very reluctant to go to school. She didn't know the specific reason, but she was sure that this was not hers, but Yuan Wei Ning's. It might be a bad memory. Yuan Wei Ning buried that memory in the deepest part of her memory. As long as she thought about it, her head would hurt. After a few times, she no longer cared. Just when she mentioned school, she would be afraid involuntarily and her body would tremble uncontrollably. When she came here, it was just the summer vacation. Later, they came to Green Star and were busy with land reclamation and planting, so they didn't even think about going to school. In fact, Wei Guoyang and Yiling thought about sending her to Kaiyang Star to study at first, but after discovering the effect of Wei Ning's supernatural power, they never mentioned it again. With her special supernatural power, they dared not let her leave. What if someone found out and had bad intentions? At least staying in Green Star was safe. And they also found that Wei Ning preferred to stay in the planting field or cook some delicious food in the kitchen rather than go to school. So, they gave up the idea of sending her to school. If you don't want to go to school, you can take the Star Network course. The one-to-one teaching mode is no different from what you learn in school. Modto said again. However, the Star Network course is boring. Many students prefer to go to school, and only a few people are willing to study in the Star Network course. But the Star Network course is indeed quite suitable for Wei Ning. No need to leave home, no need to get along with other classmates. Let me think about it. In fact, Wei Ning didn't want to go to school. She had already decided to stay in Green Star for retirement, and she didn't need to work, so she didn't want to learn those things. Modto was disappointed. You are so young, why do you want to live like an old man? The universe is so big, there are many places worth visiting. This should have nothing to do with my education. Wei Ning was puzzled. What does travel have to do with education? She is not going to be a tour guide. Modto was choked. Each planet has different management regulations. You don't know. And you don't know what's going on when you do something wrong and get caught. I can make a plan in advance. She used to do this when she went out to play. In a word, she just didn't want to go to school. Forget it, I don't bother to care about you anymore. Modto couldn't do anything with her. He had never seen anyone who didn't like studying so much. But he made up his mind that he would teach her in the future. Wei Ning was just happy that Modto didn't persuade her anymore, and she didn't know what he had decided. So in the days that followed, Modto would find opportunities to tell her some profound knowledge from time to time, which made her feel overwhelmed. She couldn't help but want to hide when she saw him. Modto didn't know at all that in his eyes, all the knowledge was easy to understand, but in Wei Ning's eyes, she had no idea what he was talking about. And now, Wei Ning only wanted to make soy sauce quickly, and then after the rice was harvested, she would start to study how to make wine. Since she said that she would not leave until she was drunk with Randy and the others, the wine had to be brewed. Although wine was also okay, she felt that strong liquor was more suitable for them. Even if it's not for them to drink, the wine can be sold after it is brewed. It must be very sellable. 2 days passed in a flash, and Wei Ning couldn't wait to know whether it would be successful this time. She ran to the kitchen almost immediately after getting up. Wei Dong happened to go out, and seeing that she went to the kitchen, he thought she was going to make breakfast, so he hurriedly followed her. Wei Ning went to the kitchen, opened the wrapped gauze, and saw the soybeans with white mycelium growing on the surface. She smelled it closely, and there was a koji fragrance. Her eyes lit up. It was fermented. She opened the other two, and saw that they were almost the same, and there was no peculiar smell. It can be seen that all 3 kinds of powder can be used. Wei Dong followed, and saw Wei Ning smiling foolishly at a pile of white mold. She was not going to make breakfast at all. He took a look and decided to make it himself. Although the taste was a little worse, he could still make a simple breakfast. Chapter 176. Wei Dong had a good idea, but sometimes the difference between imagination and reality is not ordinary. The taste of the sweet potato noodles he cooked was not ordinary bad, but simply terrible. A bowl of sweet potato noodles was cooked into a lump, which was fine, at least it was edible. The key point was that he mixed up the sugar and salt. After adding sugar, he realized that he had put it in the wrong place. After changing the salt, he added another large spoonful. The taste was really hard to describe, sweet and salty. Modto came over and saw him making breakfast. He wanted him to make a portion for himself. After seeing him cooking the bowl, he looked disgusted. If you can't make it, don't waste it. I feel sorry for this sweet potato noodles. Wei Dong scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. He didn't expect it to be like this. I clearly followed the steps made by Ning Ning, and I didn't make any mistakes. Modto hasn't eaten the noodles made by Wei Ning yet, but he is sure that Wei Ning's noodles are definitely not like this. How could he cook such delicious food, and cook noodles like this? Although I haven't eaten it yet, I absolutely don't believe that Xiao Wei Ning can cook like you. He can't cook, but he won't be wrong. Brother, I don't cook noodles like you, adding sugar and salt randomly. Wei Ning doesn't want to take the blame. As soon as she saw Wei Dong's clumping potato noodles, she knew where the problem was. Not enough water, and too much noodles. He cooked it directly without soaking it well. Potato noodles absorb water easily, and not enough water was added when cooking, so it will naturally clump into a ball. I was wrong, and the other steps are cooked according to your way. Wei Dong didn't want to admit that this was his problem. How could he not make such a simple noodle dish? It must not be his problem. Little Wei Ning, you make one? Modto pointed at Wei Ning and said. It just so happened that he also wanted to taste what this potato noodle tasted like. Okay. Wei Ning didn't refuse. She was a little hungry, so she would eat soup noodles today. It's best to soak the dried sweet potato noodles overnight before cooking them. But now time is tight. Wei Ning boiled a pot of water, and after the water boiled, she threw in several servings of sweet potato noodles and boiled them for 5 minutes. After turning off the fire, you don't have to worry about it. Go and prepare the toppings for the soup noodles first. Whether the soup noodles are delicious or not depends on the toppings and soup. There is no freshly cooked broth, of course, but she made it before and put it in the refrigerator, so she can use it directly. Wei Ning imitated the Saozi noodles. After stir-frying the fat and lean pork belly to release oil, he added minced garlic and dried chili peppers and stir-fried them together. After the aroma came out, he added some chili powder to increase the spicy flavor. After each piece of pork belly was covered with a layer of bright red chili powder, he added water and boiled for half an hour. Fragrant. Modto's saliva came out when he smelled the smell. This is called delicious food. The smell alone is enough to arouse the gluttony in the stomach. After the Saozi was ready, Wei Ning served it out and put it aside and started to cook the broth. The broth only needs to be boiled and can be used directly. On the other side, Modto and Wei Dong looked at the red, oily and spicy pork belly that was put aside and swallowed their saliva. I want to eat. Wei Dong swallowed his saliva and looked at Modto. The two looked at each other for a second and then quickly looked away. In just 1 second, they reached a certain consensus. The next second, one of them quickly picked up the chopsticks, and the other picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, not afraid of being burned. The fragrance and spiciness instantly swept the whole mouth, and Modto and Wei Ning squinted their eyes, chewed slowly, and savored it carefully. It smells so good, it smells so good. Modto and Wei Dong stared at them in unison. Can they only eat this? Don't eat it, there won't be any later. They stared at her like wolves, and she was worried that there would be nothing to eat later. Did you hear me? Modto took the initiative to glare at Wei Dong. Waiting. They obviously started it together. Why do you say that to him? Wronged. Wei Ning didn't care about them after she finished speaking, and started to cook sweet potato noodles. Although they still wanted to eat, they all held back, and made a decision in their hearts. Put more later. Scoop the cooked sweet potato noodles into a bowl, add a spoonful of sauerkraut, and then pour a spoonful of broth, and a simple bowl of soup noodles is ready. Look, this is the soup noodles that people eat. Modto held the bowl, and said with naked contempt. Wei Dong, who just ate a bowl of soup noodles that were not for human consumption. Wei Ning called Wei Guoyang and Seedling to come over to eat noodles, and notified Haifeng to come over. When she came back, Modto and Wei Dong were already eating the second bowl. A bowl of sweet potato noodles was added with a large spoonful of sauerkraut and a little bit of broth, stirred casually and quickly shoveled into the mouth. Dean Modto, please go slowly, there is still a lot, don't worry. It was the first time that Wei Guoyang saw Modto eating so fast, and he hurried over to tell him not to worry. Modto slurped the sweet potato noodles and said something vaguely. What did you say? Wei Guoyang didn't hear clearly, so he asked again. It's okay, go eat quickly. Modto swallowed it, and told Wei Guoyang not to worry about him. In just a short while, Wei Dong had finished his bowl and went to get another one. Modto saw this and ignored Wei Guoyang, and he buried his head and sped up. Dad. Wei Ning served him a bowl. Wei Guoyang looked at the tempting sauce piled on the vermicelli, and then looked at Modto, who was eating with relish. Finally, he fell into the arms of the food, holding the vermicelli, and joined the army of slurping. Modto ate 3 bowls in a row, and only slowed down after the 4th bowl. He wanted to eat more, but he had almost finished. After eating this bowl, his stomach couldn't hold any more. He could only watch Wei Dong eat bowl after bowl, and he stopped after eating 7 bowls in a row. Wei Guoyang was eating 5 bowls, and Haifeng also ate 5 bowls before stopping. Only Wei Ning and Yiling ate less, and only ate 2 bowls and stopped. Fortunately, every time she ate a delicious food that she made for the first time, Wei Ning would prepare a lot of portions, otherwise it would not be enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Burp. Wei Dong burped and rubbed his stomach, feeling a little regretful. If only he hadn't eaten the bowl of noodles he cooked. Then he could have eaten another bowl. The remaining bowl of noodles, and a large spoonful of sauerkraut in the pot finally went into Wei Guoyang's stomach. Modto and Wei Dong both watched him eat, as if they were eating it themselves. After Wei Ning was full, he went to fiddle with his soy sauce. The soybeans were fermented, and the next step was to soak them. Take a clean, oil-free glass bottle, pour in half a can of pure water and an appropriate amount of salt, then pour the fermented soybeans into it, soak all the soybeans thoroughly, and finally cover with a sealed lid. Wei Ning divided the 3 kinds of powder into 3 cans, sealed them, and took them outside to a place with light to dry. Is it done now? Wei Guoyang didn't understand. Where is the soy sauce? We still have to wait for the last fermentation. Whether it will succeed or not, we have to wait. No one can guarantee it until the last moment. Chapter 177. Don't be discouraged if you don't succeed. Experiments don't get the desired results in one go. Modto comforted him. Using pure soybeans to make soy sauce is the first in the interstellar world. If soy sauce is successfully made, it will be a major event that benefits the entire interstellar world. Yeah. Wei Ning also knew that this matter could not be rushed. If it didn't succeed this time, she would continue. She believed that soy sauce would always be made. Here. Before Wei Dong finished speaking, a harsh dripping sound resounded throughout the planet. This is the sound of requesting login. A stranger is coming, Wei Guoyang said vigilantly. If it was someone he knew, he would greet him in advance, and would not trigger the login request device. Who could it be? Wei Dong also became vigilant. No strangers have come since the Green Star's protective shield was installed. Go and have a look. Modto spoke first. If you want to know who it is, you will know when you go and see it. Not knowing whether the person coming is an enemy or a friend, Wei Guoyang did not agree to the login request. Instead, he followed Wei Dong out, boarded the spaceship together, and flew towards the spaceport. Inside the spaceport monitoring center, a group of people came together with Haifeng. They all looked at the small starship parked outside the Green Star on the screen. They looked at each other. None of them recognized this starship. The other party sent a request for dialogue. Haifeng pointed to the signal in the corner of the screen and said, "Take it and see who it is." Modto made the decision. Wei Guoyang pressed the connect button. The screen turned, and there were 2 strange men in the starship driving, one tall and one short, wearing uniforms of different colors. 188 Huangxing Planet Master, we are from the Kaiangxing branch of the Federal Regulatory Bureau. We have received many anonymous reports recently. Please cooperate with our investigation. As soon as the call was connected, the short man in the blue uniform spoke directly. Mr. Wei Guoyang, I am from the Federal Planetary Administration. We have received the electronic file of your satellite application and have come to investigate. After the short man finished speaking, the tall man in the green uniform explained his purpose. After listening to the 2 of them, everyone was confused. What did the Regulatory Bureau come to investigate? Wei Guoyang was even more confused. When did he send the file to the Planetary Administration? How could he not know it himself? What is the reason for the report? What are you investigating? Modto asked the staff of the Regulatory Bureau directly. As for why he didn't ask the staff of the Planetary Administration, it was very simple. His tone was gentle, and he deliberately used the honorific "you," which showed that he was not here to cause trouble. And the staff of the administration, although he spoke in a business-like tone, his tone was not friendly and his expression was impatient. Selling substandard vegetable crops. Investigating whether illegal drugs were used. Bullshit. Modto heard that he was here to cause trouble and cursed directly. If you have eye problems, go get them treated. How could you have known that the vegetables we sell are substandard? If you refuse the investigation by the regulatory agency, I think you want to go to federal prison. The short man was not angry, but sneered. Don't worry, the investigation will be broadcast live to the entire Star Network, and it will be absolutely public and notarized. The tall man added on the side. He knew his mission here. To be honest, he didn't want to speak for this person, but this was also telling the other party that if he didn't cooperate, he would really go to prison. Modto certainly knew what the consequences would be if he didn't cooperate. He didn't say anything and glanced at Wei Guoyang. Wei Guoyang, who had just received a message from Landy, pressed the button to agree to the landing request. TSK. The short man sneered, with contempt and disdain in his eyes. Thank you. The tall man thanked politely, and then hung up the call. In the starship's cockpit, the short man cursed. TSK, coward. The tall man didn't say anything, just sat aside and pressed the safety device. The next second, the starship rushed into the atmosphere of the green star. Damn it! The short man was thrown out suddenly. The tall man glanced at him lightly, with a slight smile on his lips. The next second, he suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Duoluo, are you okay? Ouch! The short man covered his forehead that was hit, and cried out in pain. The starship slowly stopped, and the tall man pretended to go over and help him up. The short man put down his hand, and a small red and swollen bump appeared on his forehead. The tall man tilted his head to one side, and laughed silently. Serves you right. The short man pushed him away angrily, and angrily opened the door, and went out. The tall man looked at him with disdain. You think you are great just because you are from the Regulatory Bureau. You are just from a branch. What is there to be proud of? He straightened the wrinkles on his clothes, and walked out slowly. The lobby of the spaceport. Wei Guoyang and his group were waiting there, staring at the entrance of the passage. What are you looking at? They are just from the Regulatory Bureau. What are you afraid of? Modto glared at Wei Guoyang. He was angry at his lack of ambition. A small staff member of the Regulatory Bureau was also worth his nervousness. No future. I am worried that they are here with bad intentions. Wei Guoyang read Randy's message, and knew why the Regulatory Bureau would come. It was nothing more than the garlic and coriander sold on StarNet before, and Wei Ning sold 1,000 pots of tiger lilies later. Some people finally couldn't sit still. As for the people from the planetary administration, Randy asked someone to notify them, mainly to contain the people from the Regulatory Bureau. As he was talking, 6 people came one after another at the end of the passage. I forgot to limit their number. Wei Guoyang remembered when he saw the people. It's okay, be careful later. Modto didn't care much. From the way these people walked in a frivolous way, it was known that they were not powerful people, so there was no need to worry. Watch out for the 3 in front. Wei Guoyang told the brother and sister. Don't worry. Father. Okay, Dad. Both said they would pay attention to them. Since he didn't mention the 3 people behind, the brother and sister didn't care about them. Are you the owner of the 188 Desolate Star? The short man came with his colleagues and asked Modto. Modto. He has no eyesight, and doesn't even know who the owner is, nor who sent him. Hello, Mr. Wei Guoyang. I'm Lacey. This is my colleague. The tall man who was seen on the screen before walked up to Wei Guoyang, introduced himself, and then mentioned the 2 people next to him, but did not say their names. Hello, Mr. Lacey. Wei Guoyang stretched out his hand. Thank you for cooperating with us. Lacey stretched out her hand and shook it. It should be. You are the master of the 188th star? The short man was annoyed that Modto did not reply to him. As a result, he saw Lacey talking directly to the middle-aged man next to him, and he was immediately annoyed. If you are not the master of the planet, why are you talking too much? You are blind and you blame me? Modto rolled his eyes. You? Dean Modto, it turns out to be you. I didn't expect to see you here. I am so happy. Lacey looked at Modto excitedly, wanting to reach out his hand, but didn't dare. Modto saw his excited look and was polite, so he took the initiative to reach out his hand. Nice to meet you, I'm your fan you. Lacey was so excited that she stuttered. What? He's Dean Modto? The short man looked at Modto in disbelief, unable to believe that the rude old man in front of him was the famous Modto. Chapter 178. Why? I can't be? Modto snorted. You're kidding, who dares to pretend to be you? The short man's face changed instantly, and he smiled flatteringly. Who said that there were only a few ordinary people here? If he knew that the famous Dean Modto was here, he would definitely not rush to come. Dean Modto, we are also doing our duty, I hope you can understand. The staff on the left of the short man spoke at the right time. He looked like he didn't want to embarrass us. Mr. Wei Guoyang, you don't want to go to prison either. He turned to Wei Guoyang with another face, and the threat was fully revealed. What's wrong with the vegetables here? The results on the testing instruments are all qualified. Modto said angrily. Dean Modto, we are just following the routine. The vegetables sold by Mr. Wei Guoyang on Star Online have not been registered with our regulatory bureau. We received the report and also went through the procedure. The staff said with reason. The Federal Regulatory Bureau has the right to supervise all products sold on StarNet. But not all products are registered with the Regulatory Bureau, and the quality of such stores is not guaranteed. But some people just like to buy things in such stores. As long as no one reports it, the Regulatory Bureau will not care. If there are quality problems with products registered with the Regulatory Bureau, buyers can report to the Regulatory Bureau. If the situation is true, the store will be punished by the Regulatory Bureau. The lightest fine is a fine of 10 times the price of the product in StarCoins, and the worst is permanent closure of the store, detention for 1 month, and a criminal record. Don't even think about opening a store on the StarNet Mall. Those who do not cooperate with the investigation of the Regulatory Bureau will be sent directly to the federal prison and detained for 1 year. Wei Guoyang did not go to the Regulatory Bureau to register before, but took the instrument to test it himself. But he dared to guarantee 100% that there was absolutely no problem with his own vegetable crops. It is unknown what purpose the Regulatory Bureau came to investigate at this time. Mr. Wei Guoyang, please cooperate with us. Wei Guoyang did not want to argue with them so much, and led the 6 people out directly. The staff member who spoke walked behind and glanced at the short man, who couldn't help but shrink. Lacey, who was standing by, happened to see the scene and had some doubts about the identity of the staff member. The 6 people followed Wei Guoyang and the others onto the spaceship. On the way, the 3 people from the Regulatory Bureau wanted to look out several times, but they were blocked by the brother and sister who were staring at them all the way. Seeing this, Wei Guoyang was more certain that the people from the Regulatory Bureau had bad intentions. The spaceship soon stopped in the open space in front of the courtyard. Wei Guoyang and his colleagues came down first, followed by Laishi and his colleagues, and finally the 3 people from the Regulatory Bureau. When the 3 of them came down, a floating live camera followed them in the air. They were all surprised when they saw the courtyard. Mr. Wei, your house is very unique. I wonder which master's work it is. Laishi praised sincerely. It was the first time he saw such a house. The buildings on many residential planets in the Federation are varied, but none of them are as unique as the houses here. It exudes a sense of simplicity. Haifeng, Mr. Laishi, you are too kind. Hee hee. But he is still a young boy. The short man sneered when he saw Haifeng. A shabby house, I don't know what's worth bragging about. Lacey, I really want to punch this guy. No one thinks he's dumb if he doesn't speak. As they were talking, they didn't notice that the staff behind them was controlling the live camera to fly to the planting area. Wei Ning had been paying attention to him, and he noticed it as soon as he moved, and hurriedly said, "Why are you controlling the camera to go over there?" "Sorry, I accidentally set the free flight mode." The man said sorry, but there was no apology on his face. Everyone is not stupid, such obvious behavior is intentional. Look, netizens are very curious about the desolate planet. Why not let it go, and let everyone see what the desolate planet looks like? The man turned on the light brain and clicked a few times, and a transparent light screen appeared in front of everyone, which was the content of the live broadcast. Various barrage messages kept sliding by. Is this the deserted planet? It's so desolate. So many green vegetables. What are those vines climbing all over the shelves? I think I saw garlic and coriander. Can the camera fly lower? I want to see these plants up close. So many green plants? This is also called a deserted planet. Oh! Is this the planting base of the fruit and vegetable shop? I think I saw the pot of grass I grabbed last time. The boss has so many green plants, but he only sells those 3. I strongly request the boss to sell all of them. Add 1. Add the optical brain number. Is there any big guy who can tell me what kind of green plants are below? They can't all be mutant plants, right? Isn't that mutant cuckoo chicken that just flashed by on the hillside? The live broadcast camera flew farther and farther, and was about to fly out of their sight. Amin, stop it! As soon as Modto finished speaking, an energy bomb hit the live camera. The camera shattered directly. The audience in the Star Network live broadcast room only heard a sound, and then the screen suddenly went black, and they cursed angrily. Damn! What a rubbish live camera, it can even freeze like this. Woo! I haven't seen enough. Why is it gone? Huh? It seems to be the live broadcast of the Regulatory Bureau. The Regulatory Bureau has come forward. There won't be any problems there. The live camera of the Regulatory Bureau is not rubbish. Green star. I mean, how can you do this? Modto was shocked. That's the guest stuff. How can you damage the guest stuff? You have to pay for it. The staff member was originally smiling, but now his face looked like he was constipated, very ugly. But the live camera was blown up by Modto's robot, and he didn't dare to vent his anger on Modto. Besides, he was the one who deliberately moved the live camera over there, so he was not in the right. He had to accept the loss. However, this period of time was enough for him to see a lot of things. Dean Modto is joking. The live broadcast camera exploded by itself. What does your robot have to do with it? How can I ask you to pay for it? He was just a small staff member. How could he dare to ask Dean Modto to pay for it? He didn't know if he would live to spend it after taking his money. If his supporters knew about it, they would beat him to death. Mr. Duoluo, your subordinate is too good at making trouble for you. He broadcast live without the consent of the master. People who don't know would think he is the anchor instead of the supervisory bureau. Lacey pretended not to know that the man was the colleague of the short man and deliberately said that he was the subordinate of the short man. Lacey, how can you talk like that? The short man said angrily. He glanced at the staff member and saw his dark face, and his heart was trembling. This damn Lacey deliberately made trouble for him. He didn't believe it. He didn't know anything. Mr. Duoluo, please follow the procedures. Otherwise, I have reason to suspect that you are snooping into my privacy under the guise of investigation. I will complain to the regulatory agency. Chapter 179. Sorry. Mr. Wei-Guoyang, this is the first time we have seen so many vegetable crops. We can't help but want to see them. Don't blame me, don't blame me. The staff apologized sincerely. Mr. Duoluo, do you still want to investigate? If not, please leave. The camera was broken, and Wei-Guoyang didn't want to deal with them anymore. He ignored the staff's words and took Lace's words seriously. He talked to Mr. Duoluo. Still adjust. We will use the optical computer to live broadcast. The staff interrupted Mr. Duoluo directly. Then please. After that, Wei-Guoyang led them to the latest place where garlic and coriander were planted. This is the area for the expansion of planting in the back, just to the left of the hut, where garlic, coriander and chives were planted. The three people who originally wanted to take the opportunity to see other crops in the planting area were secretly disappointed. They could only follow the process, take out the detection equipment, and scan the garlic. This kind of instrument can scan a whole row, and the results will come out quickly. The quality is excellent. Even crops produced by planting families are not as good as this. No suspicious substances were detected in the soil. The staff member hid the shock in his eyes, and his mind was full of thoughts. Didn't you say you would use the optical computer for live broadcast? Why don't you use it? What if our crops are said to be unqualified in the future? Wei Ning pointed at the staff member and asked innocently. Mr. Duoluo, you didn't do it on purpose? How could it be? I was so surprised just now that I forgot it. The staff member admitted his mistake. After speaking, he quickly turned on the optical computer, clicked a few times, and turned on the live broadcast function. Wei Ning took advantage of her young age and leaned over to take a look, pretending to be surprised. So live broadcasting is like this? The staff member was almost annoyed to death by her, but had to hold back. All the test results were excellent. Such results not only surprised the people in the Regulatory Bureau, but also the audience watching the live broadcast. Oh my god! The quality is too good, I can't believe what I see. Such good quality, but only 50-star coins per serving, conscientious boss. I just want to know when these garlic and coriander will be on the shelves. I have my eyes on other varieties. I wonder if the boss can satisfy my little wish. Such high quality and low-priced vegetables, I really want to eat them in the future. Ha ha. Don't think about it, the boss only sold 3 kinds of them, and was reported by others. No one believes that there is no trick behind this. The government doesn't care. It's hard for us ordinary people to have a good meal. Interstellar food is expensive, and ordinary people eat nutrient solution, which is also the reason why wild mutant beast meat and fish monster meat are so popular. Who doesn't want to eat delicious food every day? The vegetable crops of the planting family are only supplied to the nobles and wealthy businessmen, and only a few flow into the market, but the price is also ridiculously expensive, and ordinary people are reluctant to buy one. Now there is a fruit and vegetable shop with good quality and low price, so they want to grab it desperately. Look, The results are not only qualified, but also excellent. Your regulatory bureau should rectify it well, and the whistleblower who spreads rumors casually should also be punished," Modto said coldly. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they heard this. Damn, someone actually reported the boss too much. No wonder the regulatory agency came to the door. Which bastard did this? What if the boss doesn't update the products because of this? I have prepared the star coins, just waiting for the next update to grab them. Cursed the bastard who reported it, drinking the nutrient solution and getting bugs. Ugh. Stop being so disgusting upstairs, you dare not drink the nutrient solution. Curse the bastard who reported it, and never get everything from the boss's house. Right. Add 1. At 99.99 congratulations, Mr. Wei, these are all qualified. Lacey spoke first. Mr. Duoluo, this test result is the best proof, don't you think? Yes. Mr. Duoluo gritted his teeth and agreed. With this bright test result, they couldn't say no. In this case, we are not selling unqualified vegetable crops. Please give us a record certificate, Mr. Duo. Wei Guoyang took the opportunity to ask. Originally, he didn't want to go to the regulatory bureau to register, but now that they are here, he should register so that he won't have an excuse to come next time. Yes, according to the procedure, Mr. Duoluo, you should give Mr. Wei a certificate. Lacey nodded and agreed. Mr. Duoluo could only issue a certificate according to the procedure. Thank you, please. After getting the certificate, Wei Guoyang directly ordered him to leave. You? Mr. Duoluo was angry and wanted to scold Wei Guoyang, but was covered by the staff. Mr. Wei Guoyang, this is not good. We came here with Mr. Lacey, so we have to leave together, right? He also wanted to take the opportunity to find out how big their planting area was and how many varieties they planted. How could they be driven away like this? Shall Wei, you go with this Lacey, I will have a good chat with them. Modto said to Wei Guoyang. He turned to the 3 people from the regulatory bureau and said, Do you mind talking to this old man? There was a warning in his tone, and the 3 dared not to respond. Besides, the robot next to him was holding a gun, and the muzzle was pointing at them. Who dared to say no? Wei Guoyang looked at Modto gratefully, and left with Lacey and his colleagues. Modto led the 3 people to the hut, and the robot Amin followed with a gun. After they entered the hut, he stood guard at the door. As soon as Modto entered, he sat on the sofa and turned on the light computer to play. He didn't care what they thought, just don't think about going out. The 3 also knew that Modto was deliberately trying to get them away. After entering, they found a place to sit down and didn't speak. On the other side, after getting Wei Guoyang's consent, Laishi released the suspended surveillance camera and controlled the camera to patrol. Seeing the crops in the fields, he was very excited. This is the first time I have seen so many vegetable crops on a barren planet. Mr. Wei, you are so amazing. If the Federation had more people like you, building a barren planet would no longer be a problem. He was reminded by his superiors when he came here, but he was still shocked when he saw such a scene with his own eyes. Mr. Laishi, you are too kind. We have only planted less than 1/10 of the land after spending so much time. There is still a long way to go. It is not easy to build a barren planet. It is not that Wei Guoyang is modest, but that is the fact. Even if they continue to expand the planting area, it is only the tip of the iceberg so far. It is not so easy to meet the conditions for upgrading to a satellite. I believe that this day is not far away. Laishi really thinks so. He came here just for the sake of formality, and the result was already known. Chapter 180. Duoluo and his colleagues stayed in the hut for more than an hour before they came back from Lacey. They were so angry that they could only hold it in. If the person who stopped them from leaving was Wei Guoyang or anyone else, it would be fine. They could say that this was a restriction on the personal freedom of public servants. But the person who stopped them was Dean Modto, and they didn't dare to do anything to him. They could only endure it. Mr. Wei, I'm sorry, after our investigation, your application was not approved. After Lacey walked to the door of the hut, he deliberately spoke loudly to Wei Guoyang so that the people inside could hear. I'm sorry to bother you to come. I was too anxious. I'm sorry. To express my apology, this is a little gift I prepared for you. Please accept it. Wei Guoyang handed him a storage box. You are so polite. This is our duty. We are looking forward to the day when the barren planet is upgraded to a satellite. Lacey took the storage box given by Wei Guoyang in front of Duoluo and others. Duoluo and the others came out to see what was going on as soon as they heard the noise. This time, they were not stopped. They saw with their own eyes that Wei Guoyang's attitude towards Lacey was very different from their attitude towards them, and they were so angry that their clenched fists were creaking. "Lacey, isn't it bad for you to accept bribes so blatantly?" Duoluo said loudly. He looked like if he accepted it, and they didn't, they would report him for accepting bribes. Wei Guoyang glanced at Duoluo and the others, secretly annoyed that he had forgotten it just now. "Mr. Wei, we appreciate your kindness. Next time when your store has new products, we will grab them by ourselves. Otherwise, someone will report me for accepting bribes." Lacey returned the storage box to Wei Guoyang and deliberately said loudly to Duoluo. She hated Duoluo so much in her heart. He was everywhere. "Ha ha. I'm afraid you can't get it. There is no place for other people's things in the capital star," Duoluo said coldly. "Mr. Duoluo doesn't trust Mr. Wei's vegetables. Don't fight with others." Lacey couldn't tell that Duoluo was hiding something in his words. He was deliberately making Wei Guoyang hate him. How could he fall for his trick and directly fight back? "You, Mr. Wei, it's getting late. We leave first. We come back when we meet the upgrade conditions." Lacey didn't bother to listen to Duoluo's nonsense, and said goodbye to Wei Guoyang and left. "Okay, I take you away." Wei Guoyang didn't say anything to keep him. If it was just Lacey and a few others, he would be willing to keep them for dinner. "Please come in, Mr. Duoluo." Lacey looked at Duoluo and the others. Even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to leave. The process had been completed. If they still insisted on not leaving, the owner had the right to drive them away directly. They probably didn't want to be driven away. They also wanted to take the opportunity to see how much planting area there was on the deserted planet on the way back. But Wei Guoyang seemed to know what they were up to. He deliberately changed the direction on the way back, and didn't give them any chance at all. In the end, the three of them left with a face full of anger. Only Lacey and the others were in such a good mood that they wanted to hum a song. Before entering the passage, Wei Guoyang whispered something in his ear. He decided to play for a few days before going back. After sending people away, Wei Guoyang's worries did not dissipate, but deepened. Today, he had dealt with the people from the Regulatory Bureau, but Green Star was completely exposed to the public. He was not afraid of those people coming, but he was afraid that they would plot secretly and make people unable to guard against them. "Dean Modto, do you think the people from the Regulatory Bureau came here because of the report, or for something else? Some people can't sit still. The people from the Regulatory Bureau are just here to explore the way. The ones who come later are the real ones." Modto snorted coldly. It can be seen that Duoluo from the Regulatory Bureau is not a smart person, and the one next to him is suspicious. Although Colonel Lon reminded me, I didn't expect it to be so fast. "We are not ready yet." Wei Guoyang sighed. "I had discussed with Landy before that after the next batch of vegetables matured, we would start selling them in the store little by little. Now this happened, and the plan was disrupted. In the future, if you want to sell vegetables, you must register with the Regulatory Bureau, otherwise they will have another excuse to come. Dad, everyone on StarNet is asking us to put new varieties on the shelves." Wei Ning came out from the backyard and showed them the projection of what he saw on the optical computer. A very eye-catching and popular title appeared on the screen. Thousands of people wrote in blood to ask the owner of the fruit and vegetable shop to put new varieties on the shelves. Click in, and it's full of messages from netizens from various planets. Request the boss to put a few more new varieties on the shelves. Please boss, put a few more vegetables on the shelves because we have never eaten natural vegetables. Boss, look at my sincere big eyes, which are filled with my deep love for vegetables. Support the boss to put all varieties on the shelves. The star coins are ready. The young master is not short of money. There are countless messages like this, and more people click in to read them, directly pushing this topic to the top of the StarNet homepage. At the same time, in a mansion on a certain big star, a middle-aged man also saw it. After he saw it, he was so angry that he smashed his laptop. "Useless, you can't even do this, and you still want to make conditions with me, useless." He was asked to investigate the situation secretly, but he let the whole Interstellar know about it. How can he act in the future? "Master, do you want us to send someone again?" Someone in the dark corner asked the middle-aged man. "Going now will undoubtedly tell the other party who we are. Wait a little longer, wait for the right opportunity, and then send someone. You keep an eye on it." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the person in the dark came over. The middle-aged man whispered a few words in his ear, and asked the man to leave. "Humph, I want to see what you can do." The middle-aged man sneered. The meeting room of the Federal Research Institute was full of people in white coats. If Modto was here, he would definitely know most of the people inside. They are all the people with the most say in the institute at present. They gathered here to discuss one thing. In front of the conference table stood a huge light screen, on which were slightly blurred screenshots. The photos should have been taken in midair. Even if they were magnified to the maximum, it was still unclear what species the green plants in the photos were. The middle-aged man at the front of the conference table pointed at the photos and said, "As you can see, these are all artificially planted on the 188 barren planet. According to our investigation, the owner of the 188 barren planet is Wei Guoyang, the husband of the former pharmacist Seedling. As far as we know, Wei Guoyang went bankrupt and took his family to settle on the 188 barren planet. He once bought a batch of planting robots, and Seedling also bought 500 plant seedlings. But in just over a year, they have achieved what you see now. I wonder what you think." Chapter 181. Dean Allen, these data alone are not enough to prove that they have grown vegetables on the barren planet. Some people do not think that the green plants they see are vegetables. If vegetables can be grown so easily, the Federation would have achieved vegetable freedom long ago. I think we should contact Mr. Wei Guoyang and ask him to agree to let us visit. We will know whether it is vegetables or not after seeing it. It would be best if we could have a research opportunity. I'm afraid he is another person with the same style as the noble family. It's not good to conclude that he is such a person without trying it. If you ask me, it would be best to let the planetary administration take back his planetary sovereignty and give him another planet. A group of people started arguing, and some people actually thought that the idea of changing the planet for the other party was very good. But most people thought that they should contact the other party first and then make a decision. Both sides held their own opinions and argued until they were red in the face. Enough. The current dean of the Research Institute, Allen, stood up and slammed the table, glancing at the person who said he wanted to change the planet, with a sharp look. Federal law stipulates that unless the owner of a deserted planet voluntarily gives up, no one has the right to change the management of the planet. How dare you say such a thing? Dean Allen, if the deserted planet 188 is suitable for growing vegetables, you know how important it is to the Federation. Besides, it's not for nothing. We can change it to a larger planet and compensate him with star coins. You are so embarrassed to directly seize the fruits of others' labor. I will be ashamed for you if I tell others about it," Allen said sarcastically. "Dean Allen, I applied to go to the deserted planet 188. I will try my best to seek the consent of the satellite owner so that we can do research." "Dean Allen, I'm applying to go too." "Dean, I'm going too." "Dean." "Okay, only one person can go. If everyone goes, it's easy to be misunderstood." Allen directly rejected those who wanted to go one by one. "Dean, let me go. I've been researching for so many years. If I can take a look, I'd be satisfied." A man with glasses stood up and said, "Dean, I'm more suitable." Another man also stood up and said, "Academician Carroll, you go." Allen looked at the man with glasses and said, "Okay, Dean, I pack up and leave right away." Carroll excitedly bowed to thank him, and then left the meeting room immediately after speaking. "Dean, why don't you let me go?" Another man was not convinced. He thought he was more suitable. Academician Carroll has been studying vegetable cultivation for many years. He is the most suitable person to go, Allen said lightly. That man was from the biological research group, so he had to sit down awkwardly. "Dean, Academician Carroll is obsessed with research and is not suitable for negotiation. Why don't we send another person to persuade the satellite owner?" "Yes, Dean, what if Carroll can't persuade the other party? How can we do research?" "Yes, this is related to the construction of the barren planet. If we can find the reason, we can also start to build the barren planet." Allen was unmoved. He asked Carroll to go because he wanted to test the other party's attitude. If the other party is like a planting family, it will be useless even if more people are sent. It's better to send only one person. Allen did not agree, and most people agreed with his decision, so the others had to give up. Carroll almost ran all the way back to his laboratory. He hurriedly installed a lot of research things, which scared his assistants. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to go out for a while. Before I come back, you just need to watch the previous experiments and record the data." Carroll packed up the things he thought would come in handy and told his assistant. "You're not going with me?" The assistant thought he had heard wrong and asked again. "Only I can go alone." "You watch the experiment carefully." Carroll packed up the things and felt that it was almost done. He told the assistant what to do while he was away and left in a hurry. The assistant looked at a loss. Green star. Wei Guoyang didn't expect things to turn out like this. For a while, he didn't know how to do it well. If the new varieties were really put on the shelves as netizens requested, they would have to be registered with the Regulatory Bureau. He really didn't believe the Regulatory Bureau, even if they dared to recruit people like Duo Luo. Dad, we can sell garlic sprouts. Wei Ning saw that he was in trouble and made a suggestion. Selling garlic sprouts is not a waste. They have always sold garlic heads. When the garlic sprouts get old, they will be thrown away. After they had more vegetables, they no longer asked for garlic leaves and used them for composting. Garlic sprouts are also a new variety. Stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat tastes better than stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat. Little Wei Ning's suggestion is not impossible. Mo Duo touched his chin and said he had eaten stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat, and it tasted really good. Then sell some. I contact the Pang family and find out about the Regulatory Bureau. If it's reliable, register a few vegetables. If other planets were not too far away and he didn't know much about them, he would register them on other planets. After making the decision, Wei Guoyang went out to arrange for robots to pull garlic sprouts. At the same time, he also contacted Pang Ruiwen on Kaiyang Star to see if he could help. This way, he would owe him another favor. However, Pang Ruiwen had always wanted to buy vegetables from their family, so he could sell some to him. When Pang Ruiwen heard that Wei Guoyang was looking for him to register the vegetables, he agreed to help. Even if he couldn't help, he had to find someone to help him get it done. This was an important key to whether he could eat delicious vegetables in the future, so it had to be done. He also watched the live broadcast, but he didn't expect that it was actually Wei Guoyang's planet. If he hadn't called, he would still be guessing who was so powerful. Thanks to that batch of vegetables, and the potato flour that came later, Pang Ruiwen could also speak in front of the main family. After he hung up the call, he went directly to the main house to meet the head of the main family and explained his purpose. If he knew someone in the Regulatory Bureau who had enough power, he wouldn't have to ask the main family for help. Pang Ruiwen sighed secretly, as if he saw the vegetables moving away from him. Patriarch Pang had also eaten the vegetables from the Wei family. He had only eaten them once, but he still hadn't forgotten the taste. Even though he bought garlic and coriander later, they still didn't taste as good as vegetables. He and Pang Ruiwen had the same idea. If he could help, he would be able to eat vegetables in the future, and he would be very willing to do so. Although the nutrient solution was good and convenient, it was ultimately not as satisfying as natural food. Patriarch Pang had a lot of thoughts. If he could help this time, the other party would owe him a favor. I wonder if he could use his favor to exchange for the opportunity to buy vegetables. Chapter 182. Master? Pang Ruiwen talked on the side for a long time without hearing any response. He looked up and saw that the master's thoughts were wandering. Well, I was thinking about who should I ask for help. Master Pang came back to his senses from his fantasy and pretended to be calm. As long as he didn't say it, who knew what he was thinking just now? The people from the Supervision Bureau dared to do such a thing. There must be someone who instructed them. Pang Ruiwen was very sure. If no one instructed them, the people who went to investigate dared to let the live camera fly freely without the owner's consent. I asked someone first. Master Pang decided to test the waters and see who would be more suitable to ask. Then I wait for your news. Pang Ruiwen tactfully left the study. Half an hour later, Master Pang opened the door and motioned Pang Ruiwen to go in. This matter was ordered by the Deputy Director of the Supervision Bureau, and it can only be resolved by asking the Director. It's not easy to report the identity of the person who made the Deputy Director come forward. Is it the Li family? The first person that popped into Pang Ruiwen's mind was the Li family. Some time ago, he also happened to see the head of the Li family and the Deputy Director having a good chat. Apart from Li Yao, he really couldn't think of anyone who would target the Wei family. The Li family has wanted to go back for a long time. If this matter was really instigated by him, how did everyone know about it? This is also what the head of the Pang family can't figure out. It should have come quietly. What the head of the Pang family didn't know was that this was really the case. After the people sent by Li Yao to chase the Wei family were caught by Randy, Randy followed the clues to find the Li family, but the Li family pushed a scapegoat out to take the blame and cleared themselves of all the blame. Landy wanted to punish the Li family, but the evidence pointed to the scapegoat, so he could only punish the scapegoat in the end. But he had been asking people to keep an eye on the Li family's movements. Li Yao could only carry out all his actions secretly and quietly inquire about the news. He didn't dare to take action until Landy and the others left. First, he made friends with the Deputy Director of the Regulatory Bureau, and then reported that there was something wrong with the vegetables and crops sold by the Wei family. He deliberately asked someone to let the Deputy Director know about it, and he fanned the flames on the side. The Deputy Director heard that he was so serious, so he asked someone to go to Green Star to investigate. He also wanted to use this incident to put pressure on the director. Li Yao bribed the 3 people who went to investigate, just to take the opportunity to find out the situation of Green Star. If this matter could be done, he could also take the credit, and let the host agree to let him go back. But Li Yao didn't expect that someone from the planetary administration would appear halfway, disrupting all his plans, and directly posting it on the Star Network, so that everyone in the Star system knew about it. Not only did he lose his credit, but he was scolded by the master. Now he is busy thinking about how to make amends. If he fails to satisfy the master, he will never be able to return to the animal husbandry star in this life. He did a good thing. Pang Ruiwen chuckled. If Li Yao hadn't made things worse, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to buy other varieties of vegetables so soon. I go find the old man. He has a good relationship with the director. It shouldn't be difficult to ask him for help. The head of the Pang family made a quick decision. He immediately took Pang Ruiwen to his father's residence and explained everything clearly, focusing on the fact that the Wei family would sell new varieties of vegetables. The old man was also obsessed with the vegetables of the Wei family. When he heard that he had the opportunity to taste them again, he immediately called the director of the Regulatory Bureau. Pang Ruiwen was overjoyed when he heard the director of the Regulatory Bureau across from him personally agree. If it wasn't for the inconvenient occasion, he would have wanted to call Wei Guoyang immediately to tell him the good news. You can rest assured. As long as he brings the vegetables, and says he's looking for Director Vincent, he naturally get it done for him. The old man hung up the call, and said to the 2. Old master, thank you so much for this. Pang Ruiwen was very grateful. We are all family, don't be so polite. The old man waved his hand in a friendly tone. Yes, yes. Pang Ruiwen responded, but he didn't dare to take it seriously in his heart. He knew that if it weren't for the vegetables he had offered before, he would have no chance to show up in front of the main family. He can be where he is today, partly thanks to the Wei family, and partly because of his own business income. But even so, he didn't dare to be on an equal footing with the main family. You should notify someone about this matter first, so that he can come to file earlier. We are all waiting. The old man said a few more words to him, and then sent him away, leaving the head of the Pang family behind. Pang Ruiwen was also anxious to tell Wei with the good news, and left after hearing this. Not a bad child, but it's a pity that he is not from the direct lineage. The old man sighed after Pang Ruiwen walked away. If he was from the direct lineage, with his intelligence, the Pang family would be even better. Father, I disappoint you. The head of the Pang family lowered his head in shame. You don't have to be ashamed. You are the head of the family I chose, so you are naturally the best. I just think that if you were brothers, our Pang family could go further. Although the Pang family is the largest family in Kaiyang Star, it is not as good as ordinary families on the big star. The head of the Pang family looked gloomy. He understood what his father meant. All along, his father had been thinking about having a place on a big star one day, instead of staying on this remote little star. However, this is not so easy to do. This can only be done slowly. Green Star. After receiving Pang Ruiwen's communication, Wei Guoyang learned that he had found someone to help him. He just needed to wait for him to take the vegetables to be tested and registered. The big stone in his heart was finally put down. Although he said that this matter was simple, Wei Guoyang knew that this matter was not as simple as he said, but it was not easy to say now. He decided to thank him in person next time he went to Kaiyang Star. After hanging up the communication, Wei Guoyang told everyone about this matter. He also decided which vegetables to take to the registration. They now have nearly 20 kinds of crops, and they don't plan to sell all varieties on the Star Network. Just choose a few to register. Yiling, lettuce counts as one type. We sold lettuce to the Pang family before. Chives, they grow fast. Bamboo shoots are also okay. Then add Chinese cabbage, so it's 4 types. Wei Guoyang finally decided on the varieties to be registered. With garlic and coriander, there are 6 of these, which is not too few. Modto also thought it was about right. Too many would easily arouse jealousy. The arrival of the Regulatory Bureau would mean that some people have been eyeing them. Do these have to be put on the shelves together with the garlic sprouts? Wei Ning asked the key question. If they are together, then they have to be registered quickly. No, I will put the garlic sprouts on the shelves tonight, and these will be put on the shelves in a few days. Wei Guoyang did not plan to put all of them on the shelves together. The garlic sprouts are already ready, and they can be shipped after he puts them on the shelves. For these 4 types, he plans to put them on the shelves after registration, so that no one will report them again. Chapter 183. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wei Guoyang logged into the Shangxing website and entered the store backstage. He uploaded the photos and videos of the garlic sprouts he took today, along with the record certificate issued by the Regulatory Bureau, and set the sales share. After checking that everything was correct, he clicked to confirm. This time, he watched himself click confirmation before exiting, fearing that the situation like last time would happen again. There are not so many garlic sprouts to sell this time. Since cooperating with Heilongxing, most of the garlic grown has been sold to Heilongxing, except for the garlic kept for seeds and for their own consumption, and a small part has been sold to the 4th Legion. Even so, Heilongxing still feels that it is not enough and hopes to have more. If these garlic sprouts are sold now, there will be less garlic for Heilongxing. But now, we can only use garlic sprouts to make up for it. Even if the delivery range and purchase share are set, 5,000 half-pound garlic sprouts are still sold out in less than 2 minutes. Anyone who watched the live video of the Regulatory Bureau's investigation was waiting for the fruit and vegetable shop to put new products on the shelves. Some directly set a ringtone reminder, and some simply clicked in every few minutes to see if there were any new products. That's what Lacey did. He had this intuition since he left Green Star. Others might think it was ridiculous, but he did rely on this intuition to avoid danger several times. Lacey still believed in his intuition. As soon as he returned to the hotel in Kaiyang Star, he found the fruit and vegetable shop on the Star Network Mall. It's not enough to directly collect it and set a reminder for it to be put on the shelves, but he clicked in every 5 minutes to check it out. Today, he also clicked in to take a look as usual, and was prepared to see nothing, but he ran into it. As soon as he saw a new product on the shelf, Laishi didn't care what it was, he just placed an order. He had done his homework before, and knew that in the fruit and vegetable shop, each person could only buy one product. He immediately placed an order and paid, and exited as quickly as possible, logging into his sister's account. He placed another order with his sister's account. As soon as he paid, he went back to see that it was sold out. It was a close call, I almost couldn't buy it. Laishi breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't been so fast, he would have only been able to grab one. Lei Baby, brother, did you buy it? Just as he was thinking about it, his sister sent a message asking him if he had grabbed it. Obviously, she also knew about the new products on the fruit and vegetable shop today. Laishi's brother, of course, your brother's speed has been practiced. Lei Baby, then you must bring it back, don't eat it first. Brother Laishi, am I that kind of person? Lei Baby, hee. My parents and I are waiting for you to come back. Really? Looking at the words on the light computer screen, Laishi shook his head and laughed. Now he finally had time to see what the garlic sprouts he bought were. Wei Guoyang not only uploaded photos and videos of garlic sprouts, but also uploaded the method of stir-frying garlic sprouts with meat. Stir-fry with meat? This is easy. After watching the cooking, Laishi thought that his mother should be able to make it. There are many people like Laishi who got the garlic sprouts. Almost after placing the order successfully, they took screenshots and posted them on Xinguang to show off. Ha ha! Finally got lucky once, and got a portion of garlic sprouts. It's such a beautiful garlic sprout. What should I do if I don't want to eat it? This netizen directly posted the video uploaded by Wei Guoyang. Owner, I'm willing to pay a high price as long as you are willing. I paid double the price, but today is another day when I didn't get it. I'm depressed. I didn't even see the shadow. If there were no pictures to prove it, I wouldn't know there was a new product. The boss is so awesome. It seems that the blood letter of millions of people is still useful. Compared to garlic sprouts, I want to taste other vegetables more. There is a rumor that the boss is about to prepare new vegetables. Damn, is it true? As long as the news is accurate, I can stay in the store all day. I will also wait once. I don't believe that I can't find vegetables. You are so stupid. If it is true, I will tell it. That makes sense. If I knew, I must buy it secretly. It is best if no one knows, only I know. Stupid, so what if I know, I can only buy one? I hope the boss will not limit the purchase share next time. Strongly request the boss to sell by plant, so that more people can buy it, and I will have a chance to buy it. Wei Guoyang rarely pays attention to the news on the Star Network. At the beginning, Wei Dong and Wei Ning would go to take a look. After watching it a few times, they found that the netizens nowadays are either showing off what they bought or urging for goods online, so they stopped watching it. On the other hand, Carol, who set out from the capital Star, was also watching the fruit and vegetable shop. He mainly looked at the photos and videos of garlic sprouts. He has studied vegetables for so many years, but he can only make the seeds germinate and grow 2 leaves, and in the end, not a single plant can grow. In the video, this garlic sprout has 4 or 5 leaves and a thick main root, which shows how strong the vitality of this garlic sprout is. What a pity! Why did they pull them out? Carol felt more and more distressed as he watched. Such plants will surely grow beautiful garlic cloves when they grow up. It is a waste to pull them out like this. However much he felt it was a waste, he could not change the fate of these garlic sprouts being pulled out. And these garlic sprouts have now been sent to the logistics center, waiting to be packaged by the machine on the fully automatic assembly line, and finally packed and sent away. How long will it take to be packaged? Wei Guoyang came to check the situation and asked Wei Dong, who was watching here. About half an hour. Wei Dong was mainly watching the machine to prevent problems with the machine. One line is still a bit slow, it seems that we have to add another one. Wei Guoyang was afraid that when the vegetables were sold later, the assembly line would not be able to keep up. Then we have to add it earlier, otherwise we have to pack it ourselves again, and no one will come to help this time. Wei Dong also agreed. If we only sell 1 or 2 products, 1 line is enough, and now 4 more have been added, it is not enough. Even machines need to rest. And manual packaging can never be compared with machines. Then let's wait until the assembly line is installed before selling vegetables. Wei Guoyang didn't want to pack manually anymore. Anyway, it would take a few days for vegetables to be harvested, and it would only be a few days late to buy and install the equipment. We have waited so long, and we don't care about these few days. He thought so, but it made Pang Ruiwen and others suffer. Since Wei Guoyang promised to arrange time to file as soon as possible, they started waiting. As a result, they waited day after day, and didn't see anyone coming, let alone vegetables on the shelves. Only they themselves experienced the torment of waiting. But they were too embarrassed to urge Wei Guoyang to hurry up. And Wei Guoyang didn't know that his inadvertent decision made them wait for a long time. Chapter 184. A few days later, Wei Guoyang received the news that the assembly line equipment he purchased had arrived at Kaiyang Star, so he planned to take the vegetables he selected to be sold on the Star Network to the Regulatory Bureau for registration. He had just prepared the things he was going to bring to Pang Ruiwen when the voice requesting landing sounded. Who is coming again? Hearing the sound, everyone came out and looked at the direction of the spaceport, looking at each other in bewilderment. It's only been a few days. Why are there people coming again? Is it someone from the Regulatory Bureau again? No way. Go and see and you know. Finally, everyone decided to go and see who is coming again. Wei Guoyang put all the things into the space button and boarded the spaceship with everyone. In the monitoring center, Wei Guoyang pressed the communication button familiarly to answer the call. Carol took several interstellar flights from the capital star to Kaiyang Star. He was in a hurry to come here, and didn't stay long in Kaiyang Star. Knowing that there were no flights to this place, he directly chartered a spaceship and came here by himself. He thought it was a simple matter to enter the 188th barren planet. As we all know, there are no protective measures on barren planets, and landing on a barren planet is like returning home. But he received a warning before the spaceship even approached. He then discovered that the protective shield of this barren planet was actually the latest device. Unless this kind of protective shield is blasted open with an interstellar missile, it is impossible for him to break through the protection with his temporarily rented small spaceship. He still remembered why he came here, and he couldn't let the owner of the planet think he was an intruder. The spaceship equipment was not as advanced as the starship, but simple calls were still possible. Carol connected to the other party's signal and requested a call. After calling 3 times in a row, he was finally connected. Hello. I am from the Capital Star Research Institute. Before Carol could even give her name, she was rudely rejected by the other party. Sorry, Green Star is a private planet, and is not open to the public at the moment. Please leave. Without waiting for the other party to say anything, Modto directly rejected and scolded the other party. Really? You have no ability, and always think about other people's things, even if they are from the Research Institute. Carol listened to the familiar scolding and shouted happily. Teacher, is that you? Who is your teacher? Don't recognize it randomly. Modto didn't even listen to the other party's words, and started to scold directly. Wei Guoyang, who was robbed of the chance to speak, said, People nowadays are really bad. They can recognize any teacher at random. They are willing to do anything to achieve their goals. I wonder if his teacher will be mad at him after knowing this. Modto's words were clearly heard by Carol. After hearing this, Carol said, Dean Modto, let's first listen to what the other party is doing. After Modto finished scolding, Wei Guoyang spoke. After all, he is from the Research Institute, so he should always give him face. After hearing Wei Guoyang's words, Carol was so moved that she cried. It was finally a chance for him to speak. Okay, let's see who is so bold that he dares to covet your planet. Modto agreed mercifully. Tell me, who are you? Teacher. Don't try to make connections. There is no teacher here. Modto interrupted Carol again. Carol. Can't you let me finish my words? Hello, I'm Carol from the Research Institute. I'm here to talk to you, the Satellite Master. Can we meet and discuss in detail? Carol? Seedling looked at Modto. It seems that Jess's teacher is called this name, right? Dean Modto? Wei Guoliang also looked over. This is a real student. He didn't recognize the teacher by mistake. Instead, it was the teacher who didn't recognize the student. Why are you looking at me? You decide for yourself. If you don't want to see me, then don't see me. It's the same for my students. Modto didn't feel embarrassed at all. It wasn't his fault that he didn't recognize the student's voice. Who made that kid talk a lot of nonsense and didn't sign up earlier? Modto would never admit that it was his fault. It was all that kid's fault. That's right. That's it. Modto successfully cleared himself. No, teacher, I really have something important to talk to Satellite Master about. Please let Satellite Master meet me. Carol shouted anxiously when he heard what Modto said. What do you mean by meeting? Let's talk now. Modto said directly. Teacher, I think it's more sincere to talk face to face. Carol didn't want to talk like this. After he finished talking, would he still have a chance to go in? I don't mind. Modto knew what he wanted to do as soon as he heard it. He was just after vegetables. Teacher, please don't do this. Carol wanted to kneel down to Modto. Could he be a little bit biased toward students? Academician Carol, are you here to represent the Institute or yourself? Seedling suddenly asked. Of course. Just as the word Institute came to his lips, Carol suddenly paused and then changed his words. Of course, it's personal. I came to see my teacher specifically. After he finished speaking, he waited for the other party's answer attentively, and sure enough. If you are looking for Dean Modto, we will welcome you. If you are here to lobby for the Institute, I'm sorry. I'm looking for my teacher. Carol answered immediately. I'm sorry, Dean Allen, Carol said silently in his heart. Then please come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication was hung up. Carol restarted the spacecraft and moved forward. This time, there was no warning sound. Until the spacecraft docked at the spaceport, Carol finally let go of his heart. He got off the spacecraft and walked along the passage. A few minutes later, he came out of the passage and saw a group of people outside the passage. One of them was his teacher Modto. Carol walked over quickly, looking excited. Teacher, what are you doing here? Modto asked unhappily. I came to see you. Carol did not forget the reason for his entry. Go away, stop perfunctory. Modto snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know why you're here. Who asked you to come? Teacher, I came here on my own. Although Dean Allen also wanted to send me here. He looked at the other people, and finally his eyes were on Wei Guoliang, and he stretched out his hand to him. Hello, Satellite Master. Hello, Academician Carol. Wei Guoliang stretched out his hand and shook it, smiling and greeting. Satellite Master, to be honest, I did come here for a purpose. We all saw the live broadcast that day. Carol went straight to the point. He didn't want to waste time or deceive the other party. I have a question. I wonder if Satellite Master can answer it. If you want to ask if the video is a vegetable, then I can answer you yes. Even though he was prepared, Carol still gasped when he heard Wei Guoliang's words. It's true. I'm not dreaming, Carol shouted excitedly. It turns out that there are really people who can grow vegetables without drugs. Carol was convinced that those vegetables were not grown with chemicals. He had seen vegetables grown with chemicals, and they were not that green. Chapter 185. Satellite Master, can I go take a look? Carol dared to say directly that he had a purpose for coming here, but he didn't dare to act privately without consent. Besides, Modto was watching him here, so he didn't dare to do that. Fearing that Wei Guoliang would not agree, he raised his hand and swore, Don't worry, no matter what I see, I won't tell anyone, and I won't walk around without your consent. I just want to take a closer look. At the end, there was a hint of begging in his tone, as if this was really important to him. Xiao Wei, don't worry, I will let Amin watch him. If he dares to mess around, let Amin throw him out. Modto was annoyed with Carol, but he still spoke for him, although it didn't sound like a good word. But Carol was still very grateful. He knew that the teacher was annoyed with him because of what happened that year. Angry that he insisted on changing his major and insisted on studying agricultural planting, but he had not made any achievements in so many years. But he knew that the teacher still remembered him, otherwise he would not help him. Dean Modto, academician Carol is your student, I believe he will not say that he can't do it. Since Wei Guoyang agreed to let Carol in with Yiling, he didn't think of hiding it anymore. Although half of it was because he was Modto's student, he also wanted to know what the institute wanted to do. Modto also guessed what Wei Guoyang meant, turned his head and looked at Carol. His expression was serious, and his tone was a little heavier. Tell me honestly, what does Alan want to do? Carol knew that if he didn't explain clearly, the teacher would not let him go, so he immediately told Dean Alan's plan and the thoughts of some people one by one. Shameless. The institute really accepts anyone now, and this shameless person is worthy. If someone dared to make such a request back then, I would have kicked him out. After listening to Carol's words, Modto was furious. They made such a request because they thought that the 188 barren planet was suitable for growing vegetables, and wanted to invest more manpower, material resources, and financial resources to develop it as soon as possible. This was the reason Carol could think of. You are the only one who believes them. And this planet has a name, called Green Star, not a barren planet. Modto corrected. Green Star? It's a good name. What else do they want to do? In Carol's opinion, the ideas of those academicians were a bit extreme, but they were also for the purpose of better developing the planet. I see that you have been doing research in the laboratory for these years, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that those people have bad intentions. Modto was too lazy to explain to him that the institute today is no longer the same as before. Some people have too many thoughts and gradually forget why they originally entered the institute. Only a stupid student like him naively thought that everyone in the institute was just like him, just wanting to do good research and working for the Federation. So does the institute still want to settle in Green Star for research? Satellite Master, you should know that vegetables and other natural plants can only be grown by various planting families so far, and there are few varieties and low yields. The most important thing is that they are not willing to share at all, so it is difficult for us to do research. The institute is just bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. It dares not do anything to the planting families. Seeing that we have no backing, it plans to attack our planet. Wei Ning said unhappily after hearing this. Ning Ning. Yiling glared at her and motioned her to stop talking. Carol was stunned for a moment, and after thinking carefully, it seemed to be true. He was speechless. Ha ha ha. Little Wei Ning is right. The institute thinks we are easy to bully, so they dare to say that they will hand over the management of the planet. Modto applauded, thinking that what Wei Ning said was very reasonable. He completely forgot that he was the former director of the institute and despised the institute's actions. Teacher, you are also a member of the institute, Carol reminded. I retired a long time ago. What does the institute have to do with me? Modto immediately distanced himself from the matter. Isn't that what the institute planned? Modto asked back. This? Carol really didn't dare to guarantee it. At the beginning, he was full of those vegetables in his mind, and he didn't think about anything else. He just thought that if he could research the method of growing vegetables, more people in the Federation would be able to eat them in the future. Who would have thought that there were so many twists and turns behind it? To put it bluntly, it's because you are useless. You can neither research the planting method nor convince the noble families to agree to your entry for research. Now you are holding on to Green Star. Modto was merciless when scolding people. Carol was ashamed. What his teacher said was absolutely right. It was indeed useless. After so many years, they still couldn't find a planting method. I tell you, let other people in the research institute forget about it. If they dare to come, they will be bombarded. Modto finally said. Teacher, we also want to find a planting method as soon as possible. Carol still wanted to persuade. That's not the reason for you to covet Green Star. There are so many barren planets in the Federation. If you want to research, develop one yourself. Don't always think about sitting back and enjoying the results. Modto said bluntly. I would like to, but where can I get so many seeds for research? Carol said aggrievedly. The seeds he used for research now were purchased from the planting family. They only gave him so much every year, and they were not enough for a few experiments before they were gone. As a result, he used the seeds found in the forest to research several mutant plants with no attack power. He had no idea how to grow vegetables, and he was also distressed. If the Research Institute needs it, we can donate a batch of seeds, as long as the Research Institute agrees not to attack Green Star. Isn't there no seeds? Then she can give it, right? Wei Ning would rather lose some seeds than want people from the Research Institute to come. She had a secret. Once the people from the Research Institute came, they would definitely stay in the planting field. As long as she used her superpowers, They would find out sooner or later. They would not pretend to know nothing like Randy. She wanted to study her without seeing Jace. Give us seeds? Carol couldn't believe what he heard. They said they would give us seeds so casually. They must be joking. You know, every time they asked the planting family for seeds, they would give them various excuses, and always give them a little bit in the end. He saw that Wei Ning was still a child and believed that it was just a joke, and he couldn't make the decision, but he still looked at Wei Guoyang and Yiling expectantly. If possible, we are willing. Wei Guoyang and Yiling didn't want the people from the research institute to move into Green Star. If they could exchange seeds, they would agree. Carol hesitated. He wanted seeds, but he also wanted to try to convince Wei Guoyang to let him stay. You can think about it carefully. You don't have to answer now. Wei Guoyang saw that he was hesitating and didn't ask him to decide now. Thank you. Carol really couldn't decide right away. Ha. Modto just felt that Carol was thinking too much. Wei Guoyang would not agree to let the research institute move in. It's good enough to let him come in and take a look. He still wants to stay. Are you dreaming? Chapter 186. On the way from the spaceport to the courtyard, Carol was always thinking whether to get the seeds or to convince Wei Guoyang to let him stay. When he got off the spaceship and saw the various green vegetables growing on the planting ground, Carol made a decision instantly. Even if he had to risk his face, he would stay here. This was simply the paradise of his dreams. He jumped down, ran over quickly, and got close to the leaves, looking at them in fascination. There were so many vegetables, and every leaf was bright green. They were the best vegetables he had ever seen. He walked out step by step. Every time he saw a different variety of vegetables, he wanted to touch the leaves, but he still remembered what he had promised before, so he held back. Satellite Master, I don't want the seeds anymore. Can you let me stay and take care of these vegetables? After seeing 4 or 5 different varieties of vegetables in a row, Carol ran back and begged Wei Guoyang to let him stay. Don't dream, go back after you've seen it. Modto refused mercilessly. Letting him stay here would give the people from the Institute a reason to come to Green Star. How could this be possible? He had finally found such a good place for retirement, and he couldn't let those people destroy it. How could Carol give up like this? There are so many varieties of vegetables here, and he would be happy even if he just looked at them. He didn't want to give up, and looked at Wei Guoyang, hoping that he would agree to it. Wei Guoyang shook his head. Academician Carol, I can't promise you. If you stay here, the Institute will definitely send someone else here. We can send seeds to the Institute for free, and even some vegetables, but we don't want to be disturbed. I hope you can understand. Being rejected, Carol's face suddenly became depressed. Don't you want to grow vegetables like this yourself? Yiling couldn't bear to see him like this and said, I want to, I dream about it, but I fail every time. Of course Carol wanted to. But not once was successful. He wanted to stay and take care of these vegetables, and also wanted to fulfill his wish. After so many years, facing failure again and again, he almost lost confidence. You can try with our seeds, maybe it will succeed. Yiling continued. As long as the Research Institute can also grow the same vegetables, the Green Star will not be so conspicuous. When there are more things, it is no longer strange. First, the people from the Regulatory Bureau came, and now the people from the Research Institute came. She was afraid that the next person to come was from the federal government. It's not that easy. How do you know if you haven't tried it? Where did your persistence go? Who said you wouldn't give up? You retreat when you encounter a little difficulty, and think of taking shortcuts. I don't have a student like you. Modto scolded. Carol's face turned red, and he said ashamedly, I thought wrongly. You are right. I can't just give up. Ms. Yi, you are right. How can I know that I can't do it if I haven't tried it? I should continue to persist. I'm sorry, I was dazzled by these vegetables before. Carol turned around and apologized to Yiling and the others. He was sorry for his previous thoughts. Don't say that. In fact, we also have selfish motives. Yiling stepped aside and did not accept his apology. I hope you can grow more vegetables so that more people in the Federation can eat them, so that everyone will not keep staring at us. If I can grow it, more people will eat it. Carol didn't think Yiling was using him. As long as he could grow it, being used didn't matter. We hope so too, but as you can see, there are still many places to be built here. It's far from enough to rely on us alone. If more people can join in the planting, I believe it won't be long before everyone has the opportunity to eat vegetables. Yiling wanted to give him the planting diary she had recorded these days, and through him, she would promote the planting industry and gradually erode the situation controlled by the planting family. It would be great if the planting family could think like you. Carol sighed. It's a pity that they only think about their own interests, which has led to the current planting technology being almost lost. We have also worked hard to get to where we are now. Maybe we were deceived by them before. It's not because of the planting technology, but because of the seeds. What do you mean? Carol's eyes lit up. It was the first time he heard someone say such a thing. After my research, I found that seeds are the key. If the seeds are not good, the germination rate will be affected. The seeds they gave were mostly mixed, so each experiment failed. Seedling also made a bold guess after continuous experiments. At first, she found that the germination rate of seeds was related to Wei Ning's ability. But later, she did a lot of experiments and found that the seeds could germinate completely without Wei Ning's ability. Perhaps the vitality of the first generation of seeds was not enough, so Wei Ning's ability was needed to nourish the vitality. But after several plantings, the seeds collected have been able to adapt to such an environment, and they are all carefully selected, and each seed is full. After soaking such seeds in nutrient solution, the germination rate reached more than 90%. Seedling was indescribably shocked when she saw such a high germination rate. She dared to have such an idea only after she sorted out her planting records again. Carol, but every time we get seeds, they are tested and there is vitality in them. There is a difference. The instrument cannot detect how much vitality the seeds contain. We only know that the seeds have vitality, but this vitality sometimes cannot support its germination. Seedling also tested the seeds. The same variety of seeds, the results of the full grains and the somewhat shriveled seeds are the same, but the ones that can grow into complete plants are often full. These are some of the data I recorded, you can take a look. Seedling did not keep them for herself, and directly took out the records she had sorted out and handed them to Carol. In order to facilitate recording and comparison, Seedling had recorded everything by hand before. Now there is a thick book. Do you really want to show it to me? Carol didn't reach out to take it, but looked at Seedling in disbelief. Such planting records can be said to be treasures, but she actually showed them to him. Wasn't she afraid that he would write them down and keep them for himself? I wrote them down because I hope that one day, it will let everyone know that planting is not as difficult as we think. Seedling smiled and didn't care at all. As if it was just an ordinary piece of information. Chapter 187. Ms. Yi, I thank you for your righteousness on behalf of the people of the Federation. Carol reached out his hand to take it, and thanked him solemnly. This information is so important that he felt it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hand. Academician Carol, I believe you are not such a person. The person Seedling originally intended to find was him. She thought that if the 4th Legion was unwilling, she would go to Carol. After cooperating with the 4th Legion, she gave up this plan. If there is anyone in the Institute who is worthy of her trust now, it is only Carol. Xiao Yi, if he dares to hide it privately, I will chase him to the end of the universe and kill him, Modto said on the side. This is also a guarantee to Seedling. Dean Modto, don't worry, even if Academician Carol hides it privately, I can write another one. Seedling is not afraid that Carol will take the information for himself after getting it. If she can take out one copy, she can take out the second copy. These are all recorded bit by her, and have been engraved in her mind. She didn't want to publish it in her own name, because she was afraid that her influence was not enough, and she was afraid of attracting everyone's attention. Green Star is already conspicuous enough now, and she doesn't want more people to notice it. When the planting technology is published after research, it will definitely attract everyone's attention, and Green Star will slowly withdraw from the public sight. With this information and seeds, it is not too much to refuse the people from the Research Institute to come to Green Star. This will not only not offend the Research Institute, but also make them accept her favor, which is more beneficial to Green Star. Teacher, Ms. Yi, don't worry, I will definitely study it well, and strive to make all the people in the Federation eat delicious vegetables. Carol grabbed the information and made a serious promise. He knew that it was useless to say more now, and he would prove it with actual actions. You'd better do it, otherwise I beat you to death. I've given you so much information, and you still can't do it, just end it yourself to save resources. Modto sarcastically said without any reservation. Teacher, if I still can't do it, I don't need you to say it, I'm too ashamed to face it. Although Modto's words were heartbreaking, they were also true. With so much information, he still failed, so he was not qualified to enjoy the resources brought by this identity. Seedling did not participate in the conversation between them as teacher and student. Although Modto disliked Carol so much, it was all talk, and he didn't really do anything to Carol. Instead, he helped him everywhere. Ms. Yi, if there is something I don't understand, can I ask you? Carol didn't feel ashamed to say such words. If you don't mind, you can leave a few days later. After she gave him the information, she didn't plan to hide it. As long as she knew it, she was willing to tell him. Of course, except for the information about Wei Ning's supernatural powers. Yes, I'd love to. Carol didn't expect that she could stay after such a sudden turn of events. She hugged Modto happily. Teacher, did you hear that? I can stay, ha ha ha. Let go, really. It was embarrassing. Modto pushed Carol away and turned away in disgust. He didn't want to see him look so stupid. Mom, you just gave him the information like this. Aren't you afraid that you will regret it one day? Back in the backyard, Wei Ning couldn't help asking. She really didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Yiling actually gave Carol all her planning records, which were obtained after she had done countless experiments with great effort. If it were published, it would cause a sensation in the entire Federation. Since I have given it to you, I will not regret it. Yiling held her hand and sat down. We are already very conspicuous now. If I publish it again, we can forget about living a peaceful life. In the future, with the Research Institute attracting attention, we can also live a quiet life. People from the Regulatory Bureau came just because of the sale of garlic and coriander, and now even people from the Research Institute have come. She is really afraid that the government will send people here one day. She is somewhat worried that Randy and the others are not here. Dean Modto has retired after all, and his voice is not as strong as that of the Legion. He has many students, but who can guarantee that his students are on the same front as him? As long as Carol grows vegetables and publishes the planting technology, those people will naturally stop staring at them. Then we can sell seeds in the future? With planting technology, we need seeds, and then they can sell seeds to make money. Thinking this way, Wei Ning felt that it was still a good idea. Let's take a look first. Yiling did not refuse. Then will we continue to sell the vegetables we decided to sell before? Wei Ning thought that if it weren't for Carol's arrival, her father would have already filed a record. Wait until your father comes back and discuss it again. It's better not to sell it. Yiling thought it would be best to delay it. The last time she sold garlic sprouts, it caused a sensation on the Star Network because of the price. If she continued to sell vegetables, she didn't dare to think about what would happen. It's better to be low-key. Wei Ning pondered for a while, then let's transport them all to the border star, just in time for Brother Chen and his men to have a snack, and then kill all the star beasts after they are full. Okay, we can eat them after they stop fighting. Yiling nodded in agreement. Didn't you say you wanted to make wine before? How are you doing now? Yiling remembered that Wei Ning mentioned making wine some time ago, and asked casually. It failed, the rice didn't ferment well. Speaking of this, Wei Ning sighed. She remembered that glutinous rice was needed for making wine, but now there was only ordinary rice, and it failed the first time. She didn't think of a way now, so she didn't waste rice anymore. Wasn't the winemaking quite successful? Yiling thought it was the same brewing method as wine. Dean Modto said it had to be distilled. Wei Ning has been studying the winemaking process with Modto recently. She only knew that the rice had to be fermented to make wine, and Modto said that he had read half of the winemaking method, which was to be distilled. At present, there is no equipment for brewing wine, and we don't know how to ferment rice well, so we don't bother. There is not much rice left, so we should wait until this batch of rice is mature. If this happened in the previous life, I would just search on Baidu, and the brewing process would be clearly explained, and there would even be videos. Now there is nothing. Distillation? Isn't that distilled water? Yiling was surprised. The key is to ferment the rice. If it is fermented well, it will have a wine taste like wine, just like wine. After distillation, the wine will come out. The steps are roughly like this, but if the rice is not fermented well, it is probably water. Is it because you didn't put enough Aspergillus oryzae? Or the temperature is too low, so it is not fermented well? These are the reasons that Yiling can think of. Dean Modto has also seen it, and it is not these problems. Wei Ning shook his head. Ever since Modto drank wine last time, he has been fascinated by the wine brewed from grains mentioned by Wei Ning, and he is more active than her. Chapter 188. Little Wei Ning. Come here quickly. Yiling was about to comfort her and tell her not to worry, but before she could finish her words, Modto called her over anxiously. The two thought something had happened, so they got up and walked out. Modto lived in the only guest room in the backyard. Originally, he wanted to live in the guest room in the front yard, but Wei Guoyang and Yiling did not agree. He was forced to live in the guest room in the backyard. Modto gave up his insistence after seeing the scenery in the yard. When the two walked out of the living room, they saw Modto holding a big bowl at the door of the guest room. It was unknown what was in the bowl, and his eyes were focused and fiery. Modto, what's wrong? Seeing that he was fine, Seedling was relieved. It was good that he was fine. Look! Modto moved the bowl in front of Wei Ning. As he moved, Seedling and Wei Ning could see the rice in the bowl clearly. Rice! As the air flowed, a faint smell of wine drifted towards Wei Ning, and she shouted in surprise. Ha ha ha! I just smelled a little bit, and found that it was successful. Modto grinned. Isn't this the one I made last time? When did you make another one without telling me? Wei Ning thought it was the one she failed to make last time. Modto took it away, and said he would study it again. Wei Ning thought he succeeded. On closer inspection, she found that it was not. This rice was made again. I don't know when Modto made another one without telling her. It was 2 days ago. Modto's smile froze, and he felt a little guilty for some reason. You said before that you would study it together, Wei Ning said angrily. Isn't it because you kept thinking about drinking and couldn't help it? Modto argued. He didn't mean to leave her alone, he just thought too much. He couldn't sleep at night, so he went to cook and made a new one, thinking that if it worked, he would give her a surprise. Don't forget me next time. Wei Ning didn't really blame him. It was just that they agreed to be together, but the little friend turned around and forgot about it, and he felt a little sad. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Modto agreed seriously. This time he couldn't be blamed. He couldn't be unable to sleep at night and drag her to sleep, right? This smell is quite strong. Seedling came closer and smelled it. It smelled quite strong. Look, there is already wine. Modto tilted the bowl like offering a treasure, and a small layer of white liquid slowly flowed out. Is this wine? Isn't it said to be distilled? Seedling was surprised, and then remembered what Wei Ning said before, and was confused again. I've tried it. This rice wine tastes pretty good, but the taste is a little lighter, and not strong enough. Modto took out 2 small cups, poured a small sip into each, and gave them to Seedling and Wei Ning. Try it. If you like it, you can make some rice wine like this. It's very suitable for you girls to drink. It's quite delicious. After drinking it, Seedling felt that it was different from wine. This rice wine tasted sweeter, and didn't have a little sourness like wine. If Mom likes it, we make more. Wei Ning didn't care about wine. 1 or 2 sips was fine, but too much would make her drunk easily. How did you do it? We were just talking about it. Seedling was very curious. It was unexpected. Modto told him what happened at that time. After the rice fermentation failed, he looked at the failed product for most of the night. He felt more and more upset and couldn't sleep, so he got up secretly and went to the kitchen. He had watched Wei Ning do the process of making fermented rice, and he also calculated the amount of Aspergillus oryzae to use. It should be correct, so why did it fail? He thought that the Aspergillus oryzae was not enough, so it failed, so he wanted to make a new one. He poured out the bad one and cooked the rice again. When he finished the rice and waited for it to cool down, he always smelled a faint smell. He went around the kitchen and found the source in the bucket. It turned out that he poured the rice into the bucket that usually held chicken food, and somehow there was water, so the rice fermented again, so he could smell the smell. When he saw the water in the bucket, he suddenly understood the reason for the failure. Maybe the rice was too dry, so it didn't ferment well. When he made it later, he poured Aspergillus oryzae into cold boiled water and mixed it. Then he poured the mixed water into the rice and stirred it evenly, and covered it with plastic wrap. Unexpectedly, only 2 days later, when he went to see it again, he smelled the aroma of wine, and when he took it out, he saw wine liquid at the bottom. It seems that the rice needs to be soaked. After listening to Modto's words, Wei Ning thought thoughtfully. Then try it next time. Modto also thought it was feasible. Seedling suggested, wait until the rice is harvested, and this little bit is not enough for everyone to drink. Indeed, I drank a sip and it was gone. Modto smacked his lips. There was not much wine in total. He drank a sip, and it was almost gone. Now there is only a little bit. Modto, can you make me a dessert? Wei Ning stared at the fermented rice, and thought of desserts made with fermented rice. Sweet wine boiled eggs, sweet wine glutinous rice balls, both are delicious. Here you go. Modto immediately handed it to Wei Ning, when he heard that sweet wine could be made into dessert. Wei Ning took the bowl, and went to the kitchen. In fact, sweet wine is delicious if you just add water and boil it, and add some sugar. Wei Ning prefers to boil glutinous rice balls and sweet wine together, which is delicious and warms the stomach. But now there is no glutinous rice, so she chose eggs. It is also good to boil eggs with sweet wine. If there are red dates and wolfberries, you can also put some in. But now there are only eggs. Wei Ning directly boiled half a pot of water in a pot, and after the water boiled, poured the sweet wine into it and boiled it again. Wei Ning added some sugar for fear that it was not sweet enough. Beat an egg in a bowl, stir evenly, pour in boiling sweet wine to make the egg into fluffy shape, and a bowl of steaming sweet wine egg is ready. Wei Ning served the first bowl to Modto, then to Seedling, and finally to herself. Of course, she did not forget others. Wei Dong and Wei Guoyang went to Kaiyang Star and missed the feast, but Haifeng and Carol were still there, so she sent a message to Haifeng and asked him to come over. As for Carol, she looked at Modto, wanting him to call him back. After Carol knew that he could stay, he didn't even enter the door, and plunged into the planting field with the information given by Seedling. In his words, time is tight, and he must seize the time to recognize all the varieties recorded in the information. Who knows where he is in the planting field? Don't worry about him, he won't starve to death. Modto didn't want to. He didn't even have enough to drink with just this little bit of sweet wine and eggs. It was so hard that his two biggest competitors were not here, so he had to take the opportunity to drink more. As for Carol, there is nutrient solution. Drink less, this is more nourishing. It would be bad if you have a nosebleed. Wei Ning saw that he had drunk 3 bowls in a row and wanted to continue, so he hurriedly reminded him. What's a little bleeding? Modto didn't care. He used to bleed in a bowl, so what was there to be afraid of with a little nosebleed? He drank it first. Chapter 189. Wei Ning saw that he didn't care, so he ignored it. He thought that his mental strength level had only dropped, but his physical strength was still there, so he should be fine. Later, Haifeng came over and drank a bowl and found it delicious. Like Modto, he drank 5 bowls in a row, and the rest was eaten up by them. At night, both of them started to bleed from their noses. They sat together, tilting their heads up, and their noses were stuffed with a piece of cloth. Wei Ning suppressed a smile and said, "See, I told you not to drink so much, but you didn't listen. Now you know you regret it. You deserve it. I let you eat so much, but you didn't leave any for me." After Wei Dong came back, he knew what he missed and regretted going to Kaiyang Star today. Now seeing Modto and Haifeng bleeding from their noses, because they drank too much, he was very happy. He didn't dare to do anything to Modto, but he dared to say it to Haifeng. They have been together for so long, and this guy ate alone and didn't leave any for him, so he deserved to bleed from his nose. Ning, is it really okay? Wei Guoyang looked worried. They took too much tonic and got angry. Wei Ning shook her head. She hadn't heard of anyone getting into trouble after drinking too much sweet wine and eggs. Teacher, are you okay? Carol ran in dirty and looked at Modto worriedly. You're not going to die, why are you screaming? Modto looked at him with disdain. You're so old, and you still make yourself dirty. He has been here for a while, and he has never seen a Wei family member like him, making himself look like a refugee from a garbage planet. I was so engrossed in watching that I didn't notice my feet and accidentally fell. Carol straightened his clothes embarrassedly. He saw a large rice field and was so shocked that he didn't pay attention for a moment, so he fell. Teacher, there are so many rice grains here, Carol said excitedly. Do you know rice grains? Modto was surprised. It was the first time he saw rice grains grow like this. How could he know that it was rice grains? When he first came, the rice seedlings were only half a meter high, and he mistook them for grass. Later he knew they were rice seedlings. Once when I went to the Seer family, I sneaked into their planting field. Carol nodded, not saying that he was almost beaten to death by the guards of the planting field. Because of this, the Seer family never gave them seeds again. It's good that they didn't beat you to death. Modto had dealt with the Seer family once. The people in their family are stingy and vengeful, and they are very arrogant. They always look down on people. Carol dared to sneak into their planting field, and it was a face-saving thing for the Institute that he was not beaten to death. I didn't even get close, I just saw the appearance, and they drove me out. Carol felt that he was unjustly beaten. If he could take a closer look and touch it, it would be worth it. Ms. Yi, did the Seer family also give you your rice seeds? Carol realized that he had asked the wrong question after he asked it. If the Carol family knew that the Wei family could grow rice, why would they give them seeds? And the rice plants he saw in the Seer family were not as good as those here. It should be. Wei Ning remembered that Randy said that there was only one family in the Federation that grew rice. Since they had traded with the Seer family, it was normal for them to get seeds. We were also given by others. Seedling added. Why is it different from what I saw in the Sire family? Carol was puzzled. Maybe the planting method is different. Seedling glanced at Wei Ning inconspicuously and said lightly. Anyway, except for the people of the Sire family, no one knows how to plant rice. Even they found the method after experimenting. No wonder. Carol nodded, thinking that this was the only reason. Are you going to sell rice on StarNet in the future? Carol suddenly asked. Not for now. Wei Guiliang answered directly. This batch of rice will be sent to the 4th Legion after harvesting, so there is no extra to sell on StarNet. It's best not to sell it. If the Sire family knew that you planted so much rice, they would definitely not let you go. Carol didn't want the Wei family to be targeted by them. Even if we don't sell it, there are still many people watching us. If it weren't for the protective shield, they would have sent people in long ago. Wei Guiliang sneered. When they came back today, there was a little tail behind them. It followed them when they came out of the Supervision Bureau. Wei Dong noticed it from the beginning, but he didn't care because they kept following him from a distance. Seedling asked, is it the Li family again? Could it be that they were the ones who caused the people from the Supervision Bureau to come here? Wei Dong didn't forget the 2 people who followed them back that time. The one Colonel Lon found out later was that the Li family was behind it. It's not impossible. Didn't the Pang family mention that there is a planting family behind the Li family? Is it Li Yao? Carol suddenly asked. How do you know? Wei Guiliang was very surprised. He only knew about Li Yao after reading the information given by Randy. How could Academician Carol know? Li Yao's wife is from the side branch of the Mu family. Her son beat the eldest grandson of the Luo family, the rival of the Mu family, half to death. The Luo family wanted the Mu family to hand over the person, so the Mu family sent the Li family away. I happened to be on the My Star at that time, and this matter was a sensation. Otherwise, he would not know about Li Yao. He would not think of Li Yao when they talked about the Li family. If it was really him, then it must have been him who did it. The Mu family has been suppressed by the Luo family in recent years, and has always wanted to surpass the Luo family. If they can get what you have, it is not a problem to surpass the Luo family. The more Carol talked, the more he felt that he was inseparable from the Mu family. He remembered that the person who had snatched the green star from him before was very close to the Mu family. Now that I think about it carefully, the people who said they wanted to exchange a planet for the Wei family are more or less related to the Mu family. The Mu family is not stupid. They will definitely not come to rob openly. Modto is not worried. The nobles love to save face. Even if they want something very much, they will not say it openly, and always have to hint in a roundabout way. The people from the Regulatory Bureau should come to investigate the information. If Green Star has only a little value, the Mu family will not make a move. But the Mu family should not have expected that things would turn out like this. The whole Federation knows about it, and they dare not rob openly. At most, after finding out the accurate information, they will send people to hint that the Wei family should be attached to them. As long as the Wei family agrees, Green Star will become a vassal of the Mu family, and the output inside is not up to them. They really have a good calculation. It's a pity that they are destined to get nothing. They will lose more because of this. As long as the Research Institute announces the planting method, the planting nobles will no longer be able to monopolize it. Sooner or later, the Mu family will regret provoking the Wei family. Chapter 190. Modto's analysis was correct. The Mu family really didn't dare. No matter how arrogant they didn't dare to openly occupy the private planet with ownership. At most, they wanted to seize the opportunity to contact the Wei family, but because of Li Yao's mistake and the intervention of the planetary administration, everyone in the Federation knew about it. His plan failed, and he wanted to insert his own people through the Research Institute to investigate the situation. But Alan only let Carol go alone, so he didn't have the opportunity to insert anyone. Without knowing the specific situation of Green Star, the Mu family would not act easily. But the head of the Mu family never expected that Seedling would give Carol the important planting records, and give him seeds for free research. After Carol knew that the Mu family had set his sights on Green Star, he decided to study the information given by Seedling as soon as possible, and also started the experiment. That night, he took the seeds given by Seedling, followed the method recorded by Seedling, diluted the nutrient solution with water, and soaked it overnight, and planted it directly the next day. He originally planned to follow the previous method, first cultivate the seedlings in the laboratory, and then transplant them. But Seedling said that it would be better to plant them directly in the field, and adapt them to the environment from the beginning. If it were someone else, he might not listen, but when he saw the greenery of Green Star, he believed it. After Carol had an experimental field on Green Star, he began to immerse himself in the planting field. Green Star ushered in another bumper harvest, and the Wei family was very busy. After Landy and others left, Wei Guiliang used his connections to purchase 30 robots, 10 small transport vehicles, and storage boxes of various models. Even if all the robots were sent out to harvest vegetables, fruits and melons, they would not be able to handle it. Every day, all the transport vehicles shuttle back and forth in the planting area, and each vehicle is filled with various vegetables and fruits, transported to the transport cabin, unloaded by robots, and then returned empty to continue transporting. After a few days of busy work, all the ripe vegetables and fruits were picked and sent to the starship for transportation. After the vegetables and fruits were harvested, a new round of planting began. Most of the seeds planted by Carol have sprouted. When he saw the little white buds, he was ecstatic and rushed to the planting area to share this good news with everyone. Teacher, Ms. Yi, Satellite Master, all the seeds I planted have sprouted. All sprouted? Ha ha ha. If they sprout, they will sprout. Can you let me go? Modto wanted to kick him. What was the meaning of hugging him every time? What happened to two grown men hugging each other? Teacher, do you know? This is the highest germination rate in the experiment I have ever done. I am so happy. Carol did not notice Modto's disgusted expression, and was so excited that he almost jumped up. How much? Modto shook him off and asked casually. 70%. Carol said excitedly. You know, his previous experiments never had a germination rate of more than 50%, and the highest was only 45%. Now it is so high that he wants to scream. How much? Modto thought he heard it wrong and asked again. 70%. Only 70? Why are you so excited? Modto was so angry that he gave him a slap. Teacher, why did you hit me? Carol was very confused. He didn't understand why the teacher was unhappy and hit him after hearing 70. I'm going to hit you. The germination rate of Shuya's seeds is over 90%, and Xiao Weining's is even 100%. You are only 70%, and you dare to shout. I'm embarrassed to listen. Modto said angrily. He had been here for a few days, and happened to meet Wei Guoliang and his team sowing. He watched the vegetables from the seeds to the germination and growth. The lowest germination rate was 93%. Now the vegetables have just grown 4 leaves. He later found that the germination rate of each vegetable was different, and he asked about it. Yi Ling told him that the seeds with lower germination rates were selected by her, Wei Guoliang, and Wei Dong, and the seeds with higher germination rates were selected by Wei Ning. Although they were all planted by planting robots, they selected the seeds, which was equivalent to planting them in disguise. Ms. Yi, how did you do it? Carol's face was completely devoid of smiles, and he humbly asked Yi Ling for advice. He was just complacent about his success, but he didn't expect that this was called hiding one's talents. After planting so many times, I have experience in choosing seeds. Yi Ling smiled. That's true. After so many plantings, Yi Ling can quickly choose which seeds will have a higher germination rate, and the ratio of the nutrient solution to water she diluted is just right. And Wei Ning used her supernatural power to nourish the seeds when she selected them, so the germination rate is so high. Yi Ling didn't record these in detail, so Carol mixed the nutrient solution dilution water by himself. Maybe he didn't mix it well. But it was his first time to plant, and the germination rate was so high that it was unexpected. Yi Ling was very happy, which showed that the germination rate of the latest batch of seeds has increased again. According to this trend, no matter who uses green star seeds, they will be able to grow vegetables in the future. However, the depth of the soil will also affect the germination of seeds when they are planted artificially. Yi Ling continued. She did so many experiments to find the most suitable depth, and Carol may not have noticed this. So that's the case. I go and have a look. Carol listened to Yi Ling's words and ran back to look at the seeds that did not germinate. For the convenience of the experiment, he marked each seed, so it was easy to find the seeds that did not germinate. He dug up the soil on top with his hands, and sure enough, he found a seed with a bud point at a depth of 1 finger. Carol was surprised that the seeds were not rotten. He took out the seeds and planted them in a shallow layer of soil, and continued to dig out the remaining ungerminated ones. When he dug out all the ungerminated ones, he found more than a dozen intact ones, and he planted them again. He recalculated again, and this time the germination rate reached 75%. Ms. Yi, you are right. The depth of the soil will also have an impact. I just found that many seeds have germinated, but have not emerged. Carol told Yi Ling what he saw, but he could not be happy this time. Because even if the seeds that germinated later were included, his germination rate was not as good as Yi Ling's, not to mention Wei Ning's, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Don't be happy too early. Germination does not necessarily mean that all plants will grow. You have a lot to learn. The information only provides you with a direction. You still have to do it yourself. Modto poured cold water on the side. Teacher, you are teaching me right. Carol listened carefully. He was indeed shocked by such a high germination rate just now, forgetting that germination does not mean that the plant can grow completely. He still has a lot to learn, and he should set new goals for himself. Chapter 191. What are you talking about? Wei Ning came over with the robot, and asked casually when he saw them gathered together. No. Ning, what are you doing with the chicken manure? Yi Ling was about to reply to her, but turned around and saw the contents of the bucket carried by the robot, and asked hurriedly. I saw that it was fermented, so I brought it here to use. Wei Ning made way, and let the robot spread the chicken manure in the bucket on the already planted land. The chicken manure had fermented a lot, and it was just right to use, so she asked the robot to bring it here. The others who watched this scene stared with their eyes wide open, and they couldn't believe that Wei Ning really let the robot spread it. A disgusting thought flashed through their minds, and they all vomited to the side. God! They are going to eat vegetables grown from chicken manure. Isn't that eating chicken manure in disguise? When they thought of this possibility, they vomited again. Why are you reacting so strongly? These are all very good organic fertilizers, which are the favorites of plants. Wei Ning didn't expect that just spreading some fermented chicken manure would cause them to react so strongly, and they didn't even dare to say that they used septic tank water to water the vegetables before. These are all for ingestion. How can you use this as fertilizer? Yi Ling couldn't believe that Wei Ning actually said such a thing. Yi Ling couldn't even say the word, and only used this thing instead. She knew that this was organic fertilizer, and she discovered it, and told Wei Ning about it, but she didn't ferment it to be used as fertilizer for vegetables. She felt that Wei Ning was crazy about fertilizer, and actually thought of using this as fertilizer for vegetables. Little Wei Ning, you should let these vegetables go. Modto couldn't help but persuade him. He decided not to eat any vegetables covered with this poop. Organic fertilizer? Carol heard this word for the first time and felt fresh. He asked what kind of fertilizer it was. It's no wonder he hadn't heard of it. StarCraft didn't even know how to plant, so how could he know organic fertilizer, let alone study fertilizer? Yes. This can be called organic fertilizer. Wei Ning pointed to the fermented chicken manure in the bucket and explained the benefits of organic fertilizer. When they heard that organic fertilizer can not only provide comprehensive nutrition for crops, but also has a long fertilizer effect, it can also increase and renew soil organic matter, promote microbial reproduction, improve soil physical and chemical properties and biological activity, and is the main nutrient for green food production, they were stunned. They really didn't believe that this organic fertilizer has such a good effect. Don't disbelieve me, my mom discovered this, and she told me. Otherwise, how would I know, right? Mom. Wei Ning also knew that it was a bit difficult to make them believe. After all, in their cognition, these were all animal excrement, not as powerful as she said. So she simply pushed Yi Ling out. It happened that she was the first to discover organic fertilizer. If they didn't believe her, they would always believe Yi Ling's words. Modto and Carol looked at Yi Ling and asked her for confirmation. What could Yi Ling say? She could only nod. She said that this organic fertilizer could improve the soil, but she didn't say that it had so many benefits. She didn't even say that it could be used as fertilizer for vegetables. Yes, she had planned to use it for experiments before, but she was going to use it on trees. It should be okay to use it as fertilizer for vegetables now, right? They are all plants, so the effects should be similar, right? Yi Ling thought about it, and quickly convinced herself that fermented things were not that big of a deal. Thinking this way, when Yi Ling looked at it again, she did not find it difficult to accept the use of fermented feces as fertilizer. On the contrary, Carol accepted it faster. He had already leaned over to take a look, and even stretched out his hand to pinch a little, twisted it, and put it to the tip of his nose to smell it. It looked a bit like soil, and there was no special smell, so it was hard to see that it had such a magical effect. But it could be compared experimentally, and the data could give him a complete answer. He and Yi Ling quickly made a decision. Each of them chose a plot of land, divided it into areas, planted the same crops, and marked the amount of organic fertilizer in different areas, which was convenient for comparison. Wei Ning saw that they had already started the experiment, and continued to let the robot fertilize. She didn't know if others had noticed it, but she clearly felt that the nutrients in the soil were lost in one planting. Even if she watered the crops with nutrient solution and diluted water, it didn't have much effect. If she hadn't injected some superpowers from time to time, these crops wouldn't have grown so well. Superpowers are not omnipotent. The key is to solve the problem fundamentally. Otherwise, if they continue to grow, the land will sooner or later be completely absorbed by the plants. After all the fermented chicken manure was used up, only 1/3 of the land was spread. The remaining half was just expanded, and there was no need to worry. The other half also needed to be fertilized as soon as possible. Wei Ning wondered if he should expand the breeding scale, otherwise the fertilizer would not be available. Thinking of this, she remembered the batch of eggs that had been put into the incubator before, and she didn't know what happened to them. There was nothing for her to do at the planting site, so she simply went back to take a look. The incubator was placed on the side of the hut. When Wei Ning went there, Haifeng was not there either. The city construction had already started, and he was there most of the time, and only came back occasionally. The machine was placed in the room where Wei Dong lived before. As soon as Wei Ning went in, she saw through the transparent window that some chicks had already hatched, and the black little ones were constantly moving. She counted the eggs that had not yet cracked their shells, and there were still more than 20. Wei Ning turned on the machine, picked out all the chicks that had hatched, cleaned the eggshells, left the eggs that had not yet cracked their shells, and adjusted the temperature again before taking the chicks back. After returning to the courtyard with a group of chicks, Wei Ning put the chicks away first, and went to the kitchen to mix warm boiled water for them to drink. Wei Ning remembered that her grandparents used to raise chicks in the same way, feeding them water first, then feed, and later they would have to get vaccinated. Wei Ning was worried about vaccines, wondering if there were any suitable vaccines for chickens. Without feed, Wei Ning used fine rice to feed the chickens. Wow! A lot of them hatched? Yiling came back to get something, and saw Wei Ning feeding the chickens. She came over to take a look, and couldn't help laughing. Who would have thought that they would even raise mutant beasts now? Why are you frowning? Aren't you happy that you can hatch so many? Yiling saw her frowning face, and thought she was complaining about the small amount. I'm not unhappy, I just don't know where to get the vaccines. Before, she didn't worry about raising a dozen chickens, but now there are so many, she is afraid of diseases. Remember that chickens are prone to infection when they get sick, so she doesn't want to raise them to the point where they don't grow up and get viruses. Hey, I thought it was something, isn't it just a vaccine? Just go and customize it. We have whatever you want. Yiling thought it was something worth worrying about. In the Federation, ordinary people who haven't awakened can get various types of vaccines for free. These vaccines were all used in experiments with various mutant beasts before they were officially put into use. Therefore, if you want to vaccinate mutant cuckoo chickens, just go to the vaccine center to customize it. There is no need to worry at all. But the vaccines used for animals are different after all, right? Although vaccines are also tested on animals, they are ultimately used on humans. They can't all be used, right? I mean that the vaccine center can research corresponding vaccines based on the types of diseases that need to be prevented, whether it is for humans or animals. Yiling explained. But what she didn't say was that no one would go to the vaccine center to customize vaccines for animals. Even the families that raise mutant beasts wouldn't go there, because they have their own special research teams. But since it was needed, it didn't matter if she ordered a batch. At most, she would be looked at with strange eyes. Yiling didn't care about these things at all. Seeing that Wei Ning took this matter so seriously, she contacted a friend who worked at the vaccine center that day and said that she wanted to order a batch of vaccines to prevent various diseases of mutant cuckoo chickens. Although her friend was full of curiosity, he didn't ask her why she wanted so many. A few days later, he notified Yiling that the vaccine she wanted was ready. Yiling gave her the address and asked her to send it to her. At the same time, she also sent her some Green Star specialties as a thank you. After getting the vaccine, Wei Ning immediately injected all the chicks. After the injection of the vaccine, no adverse reactions were seen in the chicks. Wei Ning was finally relieved and started a new round of incubation. This batch of eggs was more than the previous batch, with a total of 180 eggs. According to the hatching rate of the previous batch, there will be more than 120 chicks hatching. Wei Ning was busy taking care of the chicks, and Yiling and Carol's experiment also had preliminary results. Looking at the data comparison between fertilizing and not fertilizing, both of them fell silent. Chapter 192. Not only is the data comparison very different, but there are also differences just by looking at the surface of the vegetables. The difference between applying more fertilizer and less fertilizer is not very big, but the difference can be seen when comparing the unfertilized and fertilized ones. The vegetables on the unfertilized side grow slower than those on the fertilized side, and the fertilized side grows much better, with darker and thicker leaves, and thicker stems, which look bigger. If they were not compared at such a close distance, they might not have noticed any difference. The data shows that the content of various elements in fertilized vegetables is much higher than that of unfertilized vegetables. Such obvious data differences made Carol and Yiling believe that animal manure can improve soil after fermentation, increase the organic matter content of soil, increase soil permeability, and provide plants with various nutrients. It plays a big role in improving quality and yield. This is the comparison result during the seedling period, so they can imagine how different the vegetables will be when they mature. It seems we need to get more organic fertilizer like this. Carol looked at the data and said, but fermenting once is too time-consuming. Yiling frowned. The fermentation time was nearly a month, which was too long. Although it took a long time, the effect was very good. We can try to shorten the fermentation time. Carol thought it could be shortened. You can study it. Yiling nodded. She had not studied it before, and had not planned to use it on the planting land. If Wei Ning hadn't brought it out, she would have almost forgotten it. She never thought that one day, she would study how to ferment the feces of mutant beasts. Both of them are action-oriented and do what they say. There was no dry chicken manure left, but there was a lot of fresh one, so they took some back to study. Yiling's previous method was to mix it with soil after drying, sprinkle a layer of water, and cover it with a sealing cloth to ferment, but it took too long. This time they directly mixed fresh manure with fermentation agent for fermentation. Carol had seen Wei Guoyang and others bury unwanted vegetable leaves and stems in the soil for composting, so she went to find a lot of rotten branches and leaves to mix and ferment together. After using the fermentation agent, the time was indeed shortened by half. Seeing that this was useful, the two began to make a lot of fertilizer, using all the existing manure, and adding a lot of rotten branches and leaves and some soil. Although the fermented fertilizer was not as good as using chicken manure and soil directly, it also had a significant effect on vegetables. This discovery made Yiling and Carol happy. The two of them thought that it would be more convenient to produce with machines, so they consulted with Modto and asked him if he could make a machine specifically for producing such organic fertilizer. Are you serious? Modto refused in his heart at this moment. He really couldn't imagine that one day someone would ask him to design a machine, or a machine for producing organic fertilizer. And one of them was his student. Didn't he know that his teacher was engaged in weapons research, not machine design? Was his brain flooded with fertilizer before he came? Yes. Still, you don't know it yourself, but you come to ask me if you can do it. Is there feces in your brain? Modto was almost mad at him. I have taught him for several years, and all the knowledge I learned is returned. Are weapons research and machine manufacturing the same thing? Teacher, I was wrong. What I meant was, do you think such a machine is feasible? Carol was scolded for no reason. After thinking for a while, he realized that he was wrong. He didn't ask the teacher if he could design it, but asked him how this machine was. You are really... Modto pointed at him, not knowing what to say to him. Dean Modto, I'm sorry. We didn't explain it clearly, and made you misunderstand. Yiling apologized. It's this kid, who didn't explain it clearly. It's none of your business. Modto's attitude changed drastically when facing Yiling, and Carol couldn't help but feel jealous. The teacher really treats me differently. Obviously, I am a student. Then what do you think? Yiling asked again. They came to ask Modto because they thought he was knowledgeable and might be able to help them. It doesn't necessarily have to be an integrated machine. According to your current method, a crushing mixer will do. Modto thought they thought it was too complicated. It's just used in their own planting fields, so there's no need to be so sophisticated. Such a machine is not expensive, but its function is similar. There is not so much feces for you to use now, so order a normal one first, and you can improve it later. The machine they want sounds very complicated, and they are not going to be cheated by others. Yiling and Carol have never thought about this issue. They just think it will be more convenient to use the machine, and they don't think too much. Now after listening to Modto's words, I calculated it in my mind and felt that it seemed to be true. According to the process they did, the machine Modto said can also be used. He is right in one point. This simple machine is not expensive. You are right. Let's find someone to make such a machine first. If we feel it is not good, we can change it later. Yiling thought about it, and agreed with Modto's statement. Carol did not raise any opinions and agreed. Although Modto did not know how to design machines, he knew someone who could design machines, so he asked someone to help make one. Such a machine is very easy for people who often deal with machines. A week later, the machine arrived. As soon as the machine arrived, Yiling and Carol began to be eager to try it. A large square machine has two upper and lower inlets and outlets, and the upper one is the inlet. Put all the fermented things in here. After the machine is running, it will crush and stir the things inside. When it comes out from the lower outlet, It has become powdered organic fertilizer. The previous fermentation process still needs to be handled separately, but it is not difficult with a forklift and a robot. But it must be said that the organic fertilizer process by the machine is different from the rough processing by them. It is no different from the finely crushed soil. After being spread on the ground for a while, it will blend with the soil. With organic fertilizer, Wei Ning does not need to transfer supernatural powers to the crops in the planting field without any impact. With this machine, Carol and Seedling directly crush the fermented feces and other mixtures with the machine and spread them on the planting field. Watching the vegetables spread with fertilizer grow better and better, Carol has been obsessed with various vegetables and completely forgot that there are still a group of people in the institute waiting for him to go back. It was not until Dean Allen called that Carol realized that he had been in the green for almost a month. No wonder Dean Allen couldn't wait and called him directly to ask about his progress. Chapter 193. Allen never expected that Carol would be gone for a month. Except for one call saying that he had successfully entered Green Star, there was no news. He called several times, and Carol said vaguely that he was still trying to convince the Wei family and asked him to give him more time. In this case, he just waited, but he waited for so long that even the other people in the institute couldn't sit still and proposed to go there in person. He called Carol again, and this time, he had to know whether the matter was successful or not. Dean Allen? Carol was recording the growth of vegetables in his experimental field. When he saw that it was Allen's call, he didn't react. What did Dean Allen want him to do? Carol, you have been gone for a month. How is the matter? If you can't convince the Wei family, come back quickly, and I will let others go. As soon as the call was connected, Allen talked a lot. When Carol heard what he meant, he immediately disagreed. He had been in charge for so long, how could he change someone else? Dean, I can go back soon, give me some time. The vegetables in his experimental field can be picked and eaten in a while, and he must wait until they can be picked before he goes back. Seedling said that he could bring back the vegetables he grew himself. When the time comes, he will bring these vegetables back and shock them. Tell me the truth, what stage are you at now? Allen also wanted to know what Carol had done in the past month. If there was no progress, he couldn't guarantee Carol under the doubts of others. Dean, look. At this time, Carol no longer hid the truth from Allen and pointed the camera at the vegetables he planted in the field. This is, Allen exclaimed as he looked at the different varieties of vegetables on the other side of the camera. Are these all vegetables? Yes, Dean, I planted them all myself. This is cabbage, this is lettuce. Carol proudly introduced the varieties of vegetables he planted to Allen. Carol, are you really planting these yourself? Allen couldn't believe it. In all his years of experiments, Carol had never been able to grow vegetables like this. Often, they didn't sprout, or they sprouted and grew 1 or 2 leaves before they died inexplicably. But when he saw these, they didn't look like they would die at all, but were full of vitality. How could he believe it? Of course, I planted them all myself. Carol didn't mind Allen's distrust of him. If it was a month ago, he wouldn't believe that he actually planted vegetables. Then Mr. Wei, are you willing to let our research institute go? Allen was happy, but he wanted to know about this. Dean, they refused. Speaking of this, Carol felt a little sad. He really liked Green Star so much and wanted to live here forever. Unfortunately, his teacher was the one who objected the most. What about you? Allen still had some luck in his heart. It would be good if Carol could stay. I will leave after this batch of vegetables matures, but Ms. Yi and the satellite owner are willing to share their planting experience with us, and are willing to provide vegetables and rice seeds for us to study. Carol praised the Wei family, and made sure to let Allen know the great contribution the Wei family made to the Federation. Dean, they have contributed so much for free, and our institute should commend them. Carol finally said what she wanted to do for Seedling and the others. The institute cannot take the credit for their work. Okay. Allen agreed without even thinking about it. He knew better than anyone what it meant to be able to grow vegetables and rice. In recent years, the planting families have made a lot of money by relying on vegetables, fruits and rice. Their institute has always wanted to study planting methods to expand planting so that all interstellar people can eat. But the people of the family have always emphasized that they use special medicines to grow them, and there is no special planting method. The institute has never succeeded in using the seeds they gave it for research. After so many times, they are unwilling to do so. Even if they want to buy it, they will refuse or give only a little. Even if the top leaders of the Federation are dissatisfied with the behavior of the family, there is nothing they can do. They can't force them to hand over their planting technology, right? What's the difference between this behavior and Star Pirates? They disdain to do this. The opinions of the top leaders of the Federation are also inconsistent. Some are dissatisfied with the behavior of the family, while others are willing to stand on the same line with the family. The Institute stands on the side of the people of the Federation, and naturally hopes that the people's lives will get better and better. Now that the Wei family is willing to contribute planting technology, as long as the Institute cultivates it, it will definitely expand the scale of planting, so that all interstellar people can eat vegetables and rice, and humans will no longer rely on nutrient solution to survive. Just thinking about this, Alan was extremely excited. By then, the Wei family will definitely receive the highest medal of honor in the Federation. Over the years, the Institute has been criticized by the public for being useless, and even vegetables cannot be cultivated. If there were no natural plants in the Federation, the public would have nothing to say. But the planting family can grow them, but the Institute cannot. They will definitely criticize the Institute. Isn't the Institute known as the place where the top talents of the Federation gather? Since the top talents are all in the Institute, you can't even grow a vegetable. Aren't you afraid of being criticized? As the current dean, Alan naturally felt bad. As long as they can cultivate vegetables and rice, the public will naturally stop criticizing the Institute. He is eager for this day to come soon. Green Star. Carol didn't know what Alan was thinking. He roughly told Alan about the technology he had mastered so far, and then hung up the communication. He didn't tell Yiling and the others about his request for Alan to take credit for the Wei family. He wanted to give them a surprise after the results. Since Yiling and the others decided to give him the planting technology and publish it, it was not a big deal. After her family gradually began to eat 3 meals a day, Yiling also hoped that the people of the Federation could live such a life. Even if they could not eat 3 meals a day, at least it would not be like now, where it was difficult to eat a normal meal. In fact, Yiling hoped that Carol could take the lead in planting the 2 crops of potatoes and sweet potatoes that were promoted. Potatoes and sweet potatoes can be used as vegetables and staple foods, and they have high yields and are easy to plant. Basically, they do not require special care and can harvest a lot. However, Carol is currently immersed in vegetable planting, and Yiling has not mentioned it to him. She plans to wait until the potatoes and sweet potatoes are harvested, and let him know the yield before telling him. Chapter 194. A week later, potatoes and sweet potatoes can also be harvested. Modto had long heard from Weidong how delicious sweet potatoes are, especially roasted sweet potatoes. The sweet smell can be smelled from a long distance. When he came, there were no sweet potatoes. He had eaten potato vermicelli a few times, but he had never eaten sweet potatoes. Instead, he missed the taste of sweet potatoes. This time, when he heard Wei Ning say that both sweet potatoes and potatoes could be harvested, his mind and eyes were full of roasted sweet potatoes, steamed sweet potatoes, sweet potato soup, etc. He was excited to take the tools and go to dig sweet potatoes. Wei Ning couldn't help laughing at this and let him go. Anyway, he would lose interest after digging for half a day at most. Carol also went with him. He had long wanted to know the difference between cultivated potatoes and sweet potatoes and wild ones. Many leaves of the sweet potato vines have dried up. To dig sweet potatoes, you have to cut off the vines first and then dig. Modto instructed Carol to cut off all the sweet potato vines that he was going to dig. He took the tool and aimed at a sweet potato and dug it out. Modto was looking forward to digging out a big and good sweet potato, but he saw a pink and white fracture that was broken into 2 pieces, with a little white pulp at the fracture. Modto. Teacher, why did you dig it in half? It's such a waste. Carol only cut half of the vine and threw it away. When he ran over and saw the broken sweet potato, he felt distressed. These were all grown with great effort. How could they be wasted? He directly dug out the 2 pieces of sweet potato with his hands and put them together. The sweet potato was as big as his fist and as long as his palm. He could faintly smell the fragrance of sweet potato at the fracture. This head was more than twice as big as the sweet potatoes he had seen in the wild. Carol felt even more distressed. What a good sweet potato wasted. What's the waste? It's not impossible. Modto grabbed a piece, took out a dagger, peeled the skin in a few strokes, and ate it raw for him to see. Teacher, how can you eat it raw? Carol tried to stop him, but was dodged by Modto. Sweet potatoes can be eaten raw, he said angrily. How could he not know that they can't be eaten? It was because Wei Dong said that sweet potatoes tasted different when eaten raw that he ate them. Ah? Carol was stunned. Sweet potatoes can be eaten raw? Is it really okay to eat them without high-temperature steaming? Carol's mind was full of question marks. Academician Carol, it's okay to eat sweet potatoes raw occasionally, Wei Ning explained. Behind her were Wei Guoyang and the robots. Half of the robots were put into the sweet potato field by Wei Guoyang to cut vines, and the other half started to dig sweet potatoes. Yi Ling and Wei Dong separated the dug sweet potatoes into good and bad ones, and piled them into 2 piles. The soil was turned over, and bunches of sweet potatoes were also turned out, lying on the ground one by one. There were at least 5 or 6 half-pound sweet potatoes on a sweet potato vine. Carol was stunned. How can there be so many sweet potatoes, and they are so big? He had only seen those that were slightly bigger than a baby's fist, and had never seen one that was so big. The yield was too high, wasn't it? Seeing this, Yi Ling told him her thoughts. Academician Carol, I was just about to tell you that potatoes and sweet potatoes are easier to grow than vegetables, and they are easy to fill your stomach. For the current situation of the Federation, it is more appropriate to grow potatoes and sweet potatoes. Although vegetables are not bad, without staple food, eating vegetables directly will still make you hungry, and you still have to drink nutrient solution in the end. Instead of doing this, it is better to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes first, which can be used as vegetables and as food. They can also be made into potato flour and sweet potato flour, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Is it really easier to take care of than vegetables? Carol mainly focuses on vegetable planting, and has not seriously studied the planting methods of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Yes, for sweet potatoes, it is mainly. Yi Ling told him several things to pay attention to when planting sweet potatoes. Lifting the vines? It was the first time that Carol heard such a new idea, and was curious. Lifting the vines is to increase the yield of sweet potatoes, and the sweet potatoes can also grow bigger. Yi Ling explained and demonstrated how to lift the vines. It is to lift the sweet potato vines spreading on the ground to prevent the white roots on the vines from absorbing nutrients, so that the yield of sweet potatoes will not only increase, but also the size will be larger. When they planted for the first time, they thinned out some vines, but the yield of sweet potatoes was not high, and the size was not large. Later, they changed to turning the vines, and the harvest was a little better than the previous time. After comparing different methods several times, they decided on the method of lifting the vine. After lifting the vine, the sweet potato yield was the highest, and the size was the largest, so they continued to use it. This will not hurt the vines, nor will it affect photosynthesis, which is the best for sweet potatoes. So lifting the vine is the best way to increase yield. Carol thought thoughtfully. It is indeed the case when there is enough water and fertilizer. It would be great if high yield could be achieved by lifting the vine alone. Carol looked at the sweet potatoes turned out by the robot. In just a short while, there were a lot of them, which shows how high the yield was. He couldn't help but carefully consider Yi Ling's suggestion in his heart. Vegetables are good, but they are not as filling as potatoes and sweet potatoes. For the people, being full is more important. Only when you are full can you have the energy to think about other things. He began to prefer to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes first. After eating a meal of various foods made by Wei Ning using potatoes and sweet potatoes as raw materials, he made a decision. The French fries before made Wei Dong and his friends fight. This time Wei Ning made another delicious and popular potato chips. Crispy and delicious potato chips of various flavors are equally popular in any era. The method of making potato chips is also simple. After peeling the potatoes, cut them into thin slices directly with a machine, soak them in cold water to remove the starch, and then mix them with the favorite flavor seasonings. After marinating for a few minutes, steam the potatoes in a pot, and finally put them in the oven at high temperature for a few minutes, and the potato chips are successful. As soon as the first batch of spicy potato chips came out of the oven, Wei Dong and Modto, who were waiting on the side, quickly took a slice. The spicy and crispy potato chips captured their taste buds instantly. They moved to Wei Ning's side and grabbed a handful with one hand. "Teacher, don't worry, no one will snatch them from you." Carol was very calm a second ago. After tasting the delicious potato chips, she joined the army of people grabbing food without saying a word, and had forgotten the previous words. Wei Ning made 2 batches of potato chips, but they were not enough for the 3 of them. After eating, they all looked at Wei Ning, with their eyes showing that they wanted to eat more. "There are others, can't you just focus on one?" Wei Ning sighed. If she had known, she would have made potato chips last. Unable to withstand the burning gazes of the 3 of them, Wei Ning made another batch, and then ignored them, and went to make other things. Potato chips, potato cakes, braised potatoes, baked sweet potatoes, candied sweet potato chips, sweet potato syrup. Sweet, salty, light, Wei Ning made them all. If you ask what they like the most, potato chips are the first. Except Yi Ling, who likes potato cakes, Wei Dong and the others like potato chips. Hai Feng even suggested to make a snack like this and sell it on StarNet. Chapter 195. Selling potato chips? As soon as Hai Feng finished speaking, everyone looked at him, and they all thought his idea was very good. I think it will definitely be very popular. Hai Feng swallowed the potato chips in his mouth and said, "This taste is easier to get addicted to than French fries, and it can be stored for a long time after being sealed, and the taste remains the same. Who doesn't like such a snack? Not bad, the Federation is in great need of such snacks." Modto nodded repeatedly. There are not many natural foods in the Federation now, let alone snacks. He dared to guarantee that as long as the potato chips appeared, they would definitely be snapped up. Why not do this, make a specialty brand? Hai Feng suggested. Make a special brand. As long as the product is crowned with this brand, you can know that it is a specialty of Green Star. This is possible. Weidong agreed very much. They have eaten French fries, potato starch, potato chips, ketchup, etc., which can be made into finished products and sold on the Star Network. Just like the specialty canned fish of aquamarine, which is deeply loved by the people of the Federation. That requires a complete production line. Wei Guoyang thinks this is a good idea. If it is made into a product like canned fish, the shelf life is at least 3 months, and there will be no regional restrictions when it is sold, and people from the entire Federation can buy it. Boss, why not just build a processing plant, and then refine the specific production line, which will be much more convenient? Seeing that Wei Guoyang said so, Hai Feng proposed his own plan. With such a processing plant, it will be very convenient to make any specialty products in the future. Father, I think it is feasible. Isn't the tomato sauce we made before very popular? Then we can make it into small bottles and sell it. Weidong agreed. Ningning, what do you think? Wei Guoyang looked at Weining. She made the ketchup, so he still had to ask her opinion. Very good. Weining also agreed. There were a lot of tomatoes planted, and they could pick a lot every time. Before there were no fruits, people had a greater demand for tomatoes. Now that there are watermelons, cantaloupes, grapes and oranges, people don't like tomatoes so much. Instead, they like ketchup made from tomatoes. I heard from the last deliverman that most of the tomatoes were made into ketchup when they were delivered there. In this way, they can also make ketchup and sell it on StarNet. How about making a batch for trial sale first, and if the response is good, then mass production? Seedling was more cautious. Hai Feng can choose the site first. No matter what, we still have to build a processing plant. Wei Guoyang decided to let Hai Feng choose the site. The other side also agreed with Seedling's statement, and asked Weining to make a batch of ketchup and try to sell it. I think it would be better with French fries. Weidong suggested. French fries can be made into semi-finished products and vacuum-packed, and sold with ketchup, which will definitely be more popular. Great. Great. Modto applauded. He was not very interested in ketchup, but he was more interested in French fries. This way he could eat French fries. In this way, everyone agreed. Hai Feng began to select a site for the processing plant, and Wei Ning led Weidong and others to start making ketchup and French fries. They planned to make 1,000 copies first. Wei Ning had made ketchup and French fries several times, so he was still handy, but it would take time to make large quantities. She first made half a pot of ketchup and a pot of French fries for Modto and Carol to try. Carol praised them highly. Selling them like this will definitely increase people's enthusiasm for planting. In order to eat such food, many people will definitely be willing to plant potatoes. Modto nodded constantly. If it were him, he would definitely be willing to try such delicious food. It took 2 days for several people to make 1,200-gram bottles of ketchup and about 500 grams of semi-finished potato chips. On the other side, Wei Guoyang also logged into the Star Network Mall and put ketchup and potato chips on the shelves. This time, he did not set the delivery range. As long as the express delivery could deliver them, they could buy them. Of course, it all depended on luck and hand speed to grab them. After all, there were only 1,000 copies. He had just put them on the shelves, and they were sold out in the next second. Wei Guoyang didn't even know if the people who grabbed them had seen clearly what was on the shelves. Capital Star. Ah! I actually got it, so lucky. Lai Beibei screamed while holding her laptop, shocking her mother, who had just returned from get off work. Beibei, what are you shouting for? You scared me. Mom. Look, I actually got the last new product on the shelves of fruit and vegetable shop. Lai Beibei showed her mother the order completion page on her laptop, like she was offering a treasure. What? Ketchup? French fries? Why aren't they vegetables? Lai's mother frowned and asked after seeing the items in the order. The garlic sprouts and meat that Lychee brought back that time were the best meat they had ever eaten. An insider on the Star Network said that the fruit and vegetable shop was about to put fresh vegetables on the shelves, and she thought her daughter got vegetables, but it turned out not to be, and she felt a little disappointed. Lacey said that the planet called Green Star had grown a lot of vegetables, and she had been waiting for the day when she could buy them. Aw! Let me see. Lay Bebe didn't even notice what she bought. In fact, she couldn't wait to click in when she heard the special reminder sound she set. Although she knew she couldn't buy it, she still clicked in and placed an order as soon as she entered the store. She thought it would be the same as the first time, and she would see a prompt that the order failed, but she actually saw that the order was successful. At that time, she was so happy that she didn't even look at what she bought, and now she looked carefully. Ketchup? French fries? What is this? Lay Bebe looked at the introduction below and read it out word by word. The main ingredients are red fruit, sugar, and lemon juice. It can be used as a seasoning for meat, fish, and other foods. It is a good seasoning that adds color, acidity, freshness, and fragrance. French fries need to be fried before they can be eaten. They taste great when eaten with ketchup. Red fruit? Is it the kind of red fruit we know? Lai's mother was surprised. It should be, right? Then why is it called ketchup? It should be called red fruit jam. Lai Bebe corrected. What are French fries? Lai's mother looked at the strips called French fries and asked. It's called potatoes. Lai Bebe saw the name of the ingredients of French fries at the end. I haven't heard of it. Lai's mother thought for a long time and had never heard of anything called potatoes. Who cares, as long as it is edible and delicious. Lai Bebe didn't care so much. For her, it was fine as long as she didn't get sick. That's right. Lai's mother thought for a while and nodded. The things in this store are affordable, the portions are large, and the most important thing is that they taste delicious, which is many times better than the store ranked first. There are no vegetables for sale on Star Online, and there are also planting families selling vegetables on Star Online, but one portion costs 5,000 Star coins. For example, their family will only buy one portion to eat on special days a year. But after eating the garlic sprouts from the fruit and vegetable shop, Lai's mother never bought vegetables from other stores again. It's not worth it. It's a pity that their family is in the capital Star, and is not within the delivery range, otherwise the whole family will definitely rush to buy. Wait! Are you sure you're right? Aren't we not within the delivery range? Lai's mother suddenly realized something was wrong and asked hurriedly. Yes! It really worked, and it has been collected by the courier. Lai Bebe directly opened the light brain page to let Lai's mother see it clearly. What's going on? Is there no regional restriction? Lai's mother was even more surprised after seeing it clearly. Ha ha. It's better if there is no regional restriction. We can all buy it in the future. Lai Bebe was very happy. She said that it would be better if there was no regional restriction, so she wouldn't be jealous of others who could buy it. Every time she saw those people on StarNet posting pictures of what they bought, Lai Bebe felt very jealous and just hated that she didn't live within the delivery range. I hope so. Lai's mother was not so happy. After she looked at the packaging of ketchup and French fries, she probably knew why there was no regional restriction. This thing has a long shelf life, so there is no need to worry about quality problems during transportation. Chapter 196. There are many people like Lai Bebe who got the food outside the delivery range. They also have the same idea and are looking forward to being so lucky next time. While Lai Bebe was looking forward to receiving the food, the people of Kaiyong Star next to Green Star had already received ketchup and French fries. He Chung is one of them. Because his sister likes to eat it, he bought it back for his sister as a birthday gift. Brother, what is this? The little girl opened her big eyes and looked at him curiously after opening the box and taking out a bottle of red stuff and a bag of strips. This is a birthday gift for a Xiao Xiao. I wish our Xiao Xiao a happy birthday. He Chung touched the girl's head and smiled dotingly. Thank you, brother. I like it very much, but can I wait until Mom and Dad come back to eat it? Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly at her brother and asked very obediently. He Cheng's nose was sour, and he smiled and nodded. Before, my father was injured and all the family savings were spent. Their family had a really hard time at that time. After my father recovered from his injury, life gradually got better. After that period of time, not only he, but also his 6-year-old sister grew up a lot. She changed her former willfulness and became so well-behaved and sensible that it made people feel distressed. This thing is so beautiful, can it really be eaten? She pointed to the red can and asked. It was just a trial sale. The ketchup was packed in a transparent sealed can, just simply packaged, without a label. But people who have bought products from the fruit and vegetable shop are willing to believe that the boss will not deceive them, so they don't care about the simple packaging. It's okay. Although it was the first time Hee-chung got it, he had heard from his classmates how good the things in this store were. He only paid attention to it because he wanted to buy it back as a birthday gift for his sister. After grabbing it, he read the description carefully, and knew that the red one was called ketchup and the other one was called French fries, both of which were edible. I make barbecue for everyone later, and you can eat it with this sauce. Since knowing that wild mutant beast meat can be eaten, the mutant beasts hunted by his father, and the team members will be divided and brought back to eat. The family often cooks mutant beast meat to eat, and they don't have to drink nutrient solution for every meal, so their life is much better. Okay. Xiao Xiao squinted her eyes, and smiled happily. In the evening, when his parents came back, Hee-chung fried the French fries according to the method and ate them with ketchup. 500 grams of French fries didn't look like much, and his father and mother were reluctant to eat more, so they just took a few to taste. Hee-chung also took one to eat, but after the French fries were in his mouth, he felt familiar for some reason. He also discovered not long ago that his taste was very sensitive. He knew the quality of food as soon as he tasted it. As long as he had eaten it, he could easily tell what raw materials the food was made of. He felt it as soon as the French fries entered his mouth. He had eaten this kind of thing before, but the cooking method was different, and the taste was different. He couldn't tell which one it was. He chewed slowly for a few times, and finally figured out what it was made of. It was made of those big lumps of earth. When his father was injured, he went to the forest without telling his family, and finally came out with those big lumps of earth, ready to eat as food when there was no nutrient solution. He will never forget that because of those lumps of earth, he bought the healing potion for his father. Later, he told his father about this. Out of curiosity, his father dug some back when he went hunting wild boars with the team after his injury healed. He tried to make it once, and the taste was similar to this, but it was a little bitter, so he didn't taste it at first. Dad, this is made of lumps of earth. Hee-chung told his family about this discovery. Are you sure? His father couldn't taste it. I'm sure. Hee-chung said for sure. I thought it was not easy for that customer to spend a high price to buy lumps of earth. It turns out that they are really edible. He still couldn't forget the surprise on the girl's face when she saw the lumps of earth. Seeing the red sauce on the corners of his sister's mouth, Hee-chung suddenly had an idea. Dad, why don't we try to make French fries like this with lumps of earth? He believed that it would be very popular with everyone, and lumps of earth could be dug in the forest. He believed that he could make the same. Because wild mutant meat can be eaten, the danger index in the middle of the forest has decreased, and anyone with a B-level psychic can enter. We don't have this kind of ketchup. His father pointed at the ketchup. Although the idea is good, the conditions do not allow it, so it can't be done even if you want to. I saw that it is made from red fruit. If I have the ingredients, I would like to give it a try. Hee-chung did not back down, and still wanted to try it. Tomorrow, I will see if I can find a clod of earth. If I can, I will bring it back for you to try. His father did not stop him from doing what he wanted to do, but supported him. Thank you, Dad. Hee-chung was very happy. Xiao-chung, if you can do it, do it. If you can't, don't force yourself. We are still here. His mother looked at him lovingly and said. She knew that the child wanted to contribute to the family, so he thought of selling these fries. It was difficult for him during that time. Mom, I know. Hee-chung nodded. The next day, his father brought back a big bag of dirt. Hee-chung started to study as soon as he got home from school. Hearing the noise coming from the kitchen, the three people outside did not dare to go in and disturb him, and kept waiting anxiously. An hour later, Hee-chung came out with a happy face. His father, mother, and Xiao looked down from his face to the basin in his hand. Dad, Mom, Xiao, come and try the fries I made. He called his family over. Brother, you are so awesome. Xiao rushed over and hugged his thighs, exclaiming, Little flatterer. Hee-chung touched her forehead with his free hand and raised his lips. Brother is the best. Xiao didn't know what flatterer meant, but she knew that her brother could make delicious food and was the best among her friends. Open your mouth. Hee-chung made her laugh, and couldn't help but pick up a French fry and feed it to her. It's delicious. Xiao opened her little mouth and bit it, chewed it a few times and swallowed it, then raised her little face and smiled contentedly. The smile on her face was real, and seeing this, his father and mother also picked up a fry to taste it. Really? It's as delicious as before. His mother said in surprise. It was not to comfort her son, but a sincere word from the heart. His father also nodded, it's the same. He looked at Yi-chung with a little more surprise in his eyes, and he didn't expect that he really made the same thing. If there are red fruits, I will definitely try to make that ketchup. The affirmation of his family made Yi-chung's self-confidence soar, and he made a fist and decided. Even if there is no ketchup, this can be sold, and the taste is not much worse. His father said. It tastes different when dipped in sauce, but food is scarce, and eating French fries alone is not bad. Then I take some to school tomorrow and try. Yi-chung thought about it, and made a decision. There are many rich people in the school, so there shouldn't be any problem with not being able to sell them. Chapter 197. There is only one high school in Kyong-star. No matter what your background is, as long as you go to school in Kyong-star, you will go to the same school. Considering that students from different backgrounds are prone to conflicts, the school has divided the classes. Students with good grades are in classes 1 to 10, and students with good family backgrounds are after class 10. Yi-chung has average grades, and is in class 8 of senior 2. Class 8 is next to the stairs, and class 11 is on the other side of the stairs. The two classes are close to each other. There are students in class 8 who are close to the rich kids in class 11, and they are often laughed at by others for being the followers of rich young masters. Although Yi-chung has never laughed at those students, he has no friendship with them. After all, they often follow the rich kids, and have no time to play with their classmates. Yi-chung's idea is to sell French fries to those rich young masters through these students. And Jim, who sits in front of him, is one of them. Yi-chung knows exactly when Jim will come to the classroom, and he deliberately chooses to go to the classroom after he comes. Yi-chung, why are you so late today? You're almost late? His desk mate looked at the time on his laptop. There were only 2 minutes left before class. Although Yi-chung usually didn't come early, he wouldn't come so late either. His desk mate was inevitably curious. I made something this morning and forgot the time. Yi-chung's voice was loud enough for Jim in front to hear. What is it? The desk mate was even more curious and asked if he could take it out and have a look. Look! Yi-chung opened the lid of the thermostatic box that he had put French fries in and showed his desk mate the French fries inside. Fuck! French fries! The desk mate exclaimed when he saw the thing. It was nothing else. The thing inside was exactly the French fries that he hadn't grabbed before. The fruit and vegetable shop was recommended to Yi-chung by his desk mate, so he could tell at a glance that the food inside was French fries. His desk mate looked at Yi-chung with envy and jealousy, and said sourly, How lucky are you? I didn't get one, but it's said to be delicious. The things in the fruit and vegetable shop are cheap. Except for the plants that were said to be a kind of flower, which were more expensive, the prices are very low. Compared with other vegetable stores that cost thousands or tens of thousands, its prices are indeed very cheap. Such prices are still affordable for them, and they can't get them every time. For example, he has only got a portion of garlic sprouts so far, and the latest items on the shelves were sold out before he even saw the shadow. Unexpectedly, Yi-chung was one of them. How could he not be jealous? It's delicious. Yi-chung nodded. Their family members all like to eat it. As they were talking, the class bell had already rang. The teacher came to class soon, but the desk mate didn't listen to what the teacher said during the whole class. The only thing in his mind was the box of fries he saw. Jim also didn't pay attention to the class. He didn't like studying in the first place. After knowing that Yi-chung brought fries, he didn't pay attention to the teacher's lecture. After the class was over, Jim turned around and asked Yi-chung directly if he wanted to sell the fries. Jim, don't go too far. Yi-chung got them with great difficulty. How can I sell them to you? Before Yi-chung said anything, his desk mate was anxious. How could he not be anxious? Yi-chung just said that he would give him some. If he sold it, he wouldn't be able to eat it. Zhang Yan, what does it have to do with you? The owner didn't say anything. Jim sneered and continued to look at Yi-chung. You can have it if you want it. It depends on your sincerity. Yi-chung raised his eyebrows. He thought it would take some effort, but Jim was so direct. It saved trouble. 120 star coins per copy. Jim knew that the price on Star Online was 100 star coins per copy, so he gave 20 more star coins. It's just so little you dare to ask for it. Zhang Yan looked down on Jim, who followed those rich young masters like a servant every day, and mocked him. 150. Jim gritted his teeth and added another 30. He paid all the money, but he still added it when he thought about what he wanted. Deal. Yi-chung took out the thermostatic box and gave it to him very quickly, and did not forget to remind him to return the box. He bought it with his own money, and it can be used for a long time. Jim took the box and nodded, Don't worry, I won't ask for it for nothing. After that, He ran out with the box. TSK, he must have gone to class 11. Zhang Yan looked at his back as he left, then turned to look at Yi Cheng, and said with a heartache, "How could you sell it? It's so hard to get, but you're willing to give it up. 150 star coins, I can buy a few nutrient solutions." Yi Cheng shook the light brain on his wrist. Jim just transferred it to him. "If it were me, I would definitely not be willing to sell it. Zhang Yan's family is better off than Yi Cheng, so he would rather have French fries. There's nothing to be reluctant about. He can make French fries, but star coins are not something you can earn just by wanting to." After knowing that his father risked his life every day to go to the forest to do missions to support their family, he decided that he would work hard to make money in the future so that his father would not have to go on missions as soon as possible. Let's start with selling French fries. The stuff is his, so Zhang Yan can't say anything, especially knowing that his family had something wrong before and urgently needs star coins. "Yeah, net profit of 50. Thank you just now. If it weren't for you, he might not give more." Yi Cheng looked at Zhang Yan gratefully. "Hey, what are you thanking me for? I just said it casually, but I didn't expect him to really give it to me." Zhang Yan waved his hand, not caring much. "Here you go." Yi Cheng took out another thermostatic box and handed it to him. "What?" When he saw the thermostatic box in his hand clearly, Zhang Yan opened his mouth wide. "No, how many did you grab?" "Just sold one, and now another one came." "What kind of luck is this? Why didn't he give him a little bit?" "Guess. It must be more than one." Zhang Yan took it and opened it. The golden French fries exuding bursts of fragrance were neatly packed in the thermostatic box, just like they were just out of the oven, with an enticing aroma. Some red sauce was put in the corner of the box. Zhang Yan picked up a French fry, dipped it in ketchup, and ate it in one bite. The sour and sweet sauce, the crispy and hot skin, the soft and tender inside, the crispy outside, and the tender inside, with a unique fragrance, and paired with ketchup, it is really delicious. It's so delicious. Zhang Yan ate one after another, and the more he ate, the more he couldn't stop, and he accidentally finished them all. "Ah? Finished?" Zhang Yan was stunned, then looked at Yi Cheng embarrassedly and apologized. "Sorry, Yi Cheng, I finished it all, I give you star coins." He was about to give him the fry, but was stopped by Yi Cheng. "No, this is my treat, you don't need to give me star coins." "How can this be? I finished it all." Zhang Yan disagreed. If he only tasted a few, it would be fine, but now all of them have gone into his stomach. How can he have the nerve to ask for them for free? "Really, I made it myself." Yi Cheng saw that he couldn't beat him, so he told him secretly. "Are you lying to me?" Zhang Yan's brain crashed for a moment. Why didn't he understand what he said? "I'm not lying to you." Yi Cheng looked at him and said seriously. "Fuck. You are awesome, boss, please take me with you." Zhang Yan hugged his neck and raised his thumb. "I just want to eat a full meal." As long as he agrees, he will listen to him in the future. "When I earn star coins, I will treat you to a full meal." Yi Cheng pulled his hand away and promised. "It's a deal, I will help you." Chapter 198. Zhang Yan said he would help, and he really did. After class, he ran away and didn't come back until class started. Then he told Yi Cheng very proudly that he had ordered 10 servings of fries for him. Yi Cheng was very grateful and promised to bring him another one tomorrow. As soon as the school bell rang, before Yi Cheng left the classroom, a group of people came to find him. "Ah! Why are they here? So handsome." Some girls looked at the people who came over like crazy, with stars in their eyes. "It's just SOSO." Some people glanced at the people who came over, but didn't think they were handsome, but the colorful hair was quite eye-catching. "Brother Bo, it's this guy." Mo Yin, with his flamboyant blue hair, pointed at Yi Cheng and said to Pang Bo next to him. Pang Bo squinted his eyes and looked for a long time before speaking. "Do you have fries for sale?" Yi Cheng looked at them and nodded. "No matter how much you have, I take it all." Pang Bo was rich and generous, and he bought it all. Yi Cheng was very happy, but he still refused reluctantly. "Mr. Pang, I have promised others to sell it to them, and I can't break my promise. If he wants to develop in the long run, he must not break his promise, but he can sell the rest to him." "You kid, don't be ungrateful." Mo Yin was unhappy when he heard it. "Except for the ones I ordered, I take them all." Pang Bo was not an unreasonable person. They were all classmates, so he didn't care. He was unlucky this time, and didn't get it. Not only did his parents and friends not get it, he didn't care so much at first, but his mortal enemy Li got it, and deliberately showed off how delicious it was, which aroused his greed. He was in a particularly bad mood today. It wasn't until Imogen told him that he heard that someone was selling French fries that he felt better. He spent some time to understand the situation before coming to him. Are you sure? Hee-chung was afraid that he would regret it. There were still a lot of lumps of earth at home. If all of them were made into French fries, the quantity would be quite a lot. What? Are you afraid that Brother Bo would cheat you? Zhou Ming sneered, as if he had told a big joke. I take as many as you have. I give you a deposit first. Pang Bo raised his wrist, and was about to transfer star coins to him. About 50 copies. Hee-chung calculated how many lumps of earth he could make with the remaining lumps of earth at home. Excluding the ones Zhang Yan helped sell, and the ones he'd brought to him, there were still a lot. If this person was willing, he would make all of them. 50 copies? Who are you trying to fool? Mo Yen was the first to not believe it. He knew how hard it was to get French fries. It was strange that this kid could get so many. I didn't say I bought it. Hee-chung didn't plan to hide it. He would know it sooner or later anyway, so he might as well say it directly. If you didn't buy it, how could you make it? Mo Yen thought this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Before this, there was no such food as French fries. They didn't even know what the raw material of French fries was, potatoes, and someone actually said that he could make it. This is not a joke. Okay, as long as I get the same thing, don't try to fool me, you know the consequences. Pang Bo didn't care whether he bought it or not, as long as he got the thing, it was fine. Of course. After getting what he wanted, Pang Bo led his people away in a mighty manner. A group of students who were watching the fun looked at each other in bewilderment. They listened for a long time, and heard the conversation of several people, and they were even more confused. So where did Hee-chung get the French fries? Brother Bo, do you really believe what that kid said? Mo Yen followed Pang Bo and asked. As long as he has so many French fries for me, it doesn't matter if he believes it. When he returned home at night, Pang Bo did not tell his family what happened in school today, waiting to give them a surprise. Pang Ruiwen and his wife were so angry because they didn't get the French fries that they didn't even look at him. The next day, Pang Bo was thinking about the French fries, and went out early in the morning. Has this kid changed his temper today? He usually doesn't go out until the last minute. Pang Ruiwen was puzzled when he saw how active he was. You think too much, maybe there is something wrong. Mother Pang rolled her eyes at him. She didn't know what kind of person her son was, and he must be doing something again. Brother Bo, it's already this late, and that guy hasn't come yet. Is he going to stand us up? Mo Yen kept looking at the laptop. There were still more than 10 minutes before class started, and Hee-chung hadn't shown up yet. He dares. Zhou Ming twisted his hands, as if he would beat Hee-chung if he dared to do anything. What are you so anxious about? Pang Bo was obviously more anxious than them, but he pretended to be very calm. Mo Yen glanced at his crossed hands, his thumbs kept clasping each other, and didn't expose him. Here he comes. Zhou Ming suddenly shouted. Pang Bo looked up, and saw Hee-chung walking in from outside in a slightly embarrassed manner. If you look closely, his walking posture is a bit shaky. What's going on? The most anxious person was Zhang Yan. He helped sell a lot of French fries yesterday, and he had been waiting for Hee-chung to come today. As a result, he arrived just before class, and it seemed that something had happened, so he ran over in a hurry. Hee-chung, what happened to you? Zhang Yan looked him up and down. His clothes were torn and his hands were wounded, and he asked anxiously. It's okay, just a little thing. Hee-chung didn't plan to say more, and gave him a stack of thermostatic boxes, asking him to deliver the fries to people first. Zhang Yan looked at the box in his hand, looked at him worriedly, and finally ran away with the box. After Zhang Yan left, Hee-chung went to class 11. Mr. Pang. He was beaten. Pang Bo affirmed. This is what you want. Hee-chung put 50 servings of fries in front of him, and didn't answer his question. Today, as soon as he went out and hadn't reached the bus stop, he was stopped by 2 people, with the purpose of stealing his space button. He fought with them, and was slightly injured. The patrol guards came behind him, so they ran away. He didn't know the other party's intention, and he didn't plan to tell Pang Bo about it. They were not friends. Brother Bo, this kid is too ignorant. Mo Yen said angrily after Hee-chung got the remaining star coins and left. Are we familiar with each other? Pang Bo glanced at him. He just said it casually before, and didn't intend to listen to other people's stories. If he didn't have fries to sell, and he needed them, he wouldn't have had any intersection with him. Don't talk about him, Brother Bo, take a look at these fries. Mo Yen didn't say anything when he saw this, and urged him to open it. I don't know if this kid is lying to us. Zhou Ming also said. Pang Bo didn't answer them, opened the lid, and paused when he saw the fries inside that were the same as those in the store. It's really the same. Mo Yin had saved the pictures on the Star Network store just to compare with now. He didn't need to take out the pictures to know that these fries were the same as the ones they didn't get. I haven't eaten them yet. Who knows if the taste is the same? Zhou Ming reminded. Brother Bo, try it. Mo Yin urged him. If Pumbwa didn't start, they didn't dare to start first. When Pumbwa took one and started eating, Mo Yin and the others reached out. Delicious. Ah! So this is what French fries taste like. So delicious. This is so fragrant. Pumbwa was not stingy either, and asked all the good friends in the class to come and try it. People who don't get along with him. Damn! I'm so angry! Chapter 199. After Pumbwa shared this, more people went to make reservations with Yicheng. For a while, he received more and more orders. The lumps of earth at home were out of stock. He didn't dare to agree and just said he would make them when he had the materials. At the same time, he told his father about this. He thought the lumps of earth his father brought back before would last for a while, but he didn't expect that they were used up in just one day. Now he could only wait for his father to bring them back before he can make them. Knowing that they were out of stock, everyone felt disappointed and regretted why they didn't come to make reservations when they first knew about it. As a result, all of them were bought by Pumbwa. After tasting the deliciousness of French fries, their desire for French fries became stronger. After school, Pumbwa took the remaining French fries home. He was in a very good mood and shared them with his mother. Mom, come quickly, I brought you something good. What? Pang's mother poked her head out of the kitchen and asked. She was stewing meat. Come quickly. Pumbwa saw that she didn't come out and called again. Really, what good things can you have? Apart from the vegetables that time, I have never seen you bring back good things. Pang's mother turned down the heat and came out muttering. This is good stuff, you will definitely like it. Pang Bo was mysterious and just didn't tell her what it was. Let me see. Pang's mother came out and waited for him to show her. Ding ding ding. Look! Pang Bo took out the thermostat box from the space button and opened the lid. French fries. Pang's mother saw what it was at a glance and said in surprise. Where did you get it? No one in their family got it this time, and they were disappointed for several days. I bought it. Where's the ketchup? Pang's mother asked. No more. Pang Bo spread his hands. He ate all the ones with ketchup. The rest were all without ketchup. Anyway, they were delicious, so he didn't care whether there was ketchup or not. If there was no ketchup, Pang's mother didn't ask. He picked up a stick and started eating. Before he finished one, he picked up another one. He kept chewing and finished half a box in a short time. After he had satisfied his craving, Pang's mother spoke. It's delicious. Where did you buy it? I bought it from a classmate at school. There are still some left. As he said that, Pang Bo brought a stack of more than 20 thermostatic boxes to the table. Pang's mother looked at the boxes on the table and was confused. So many? What are you eating? It smells so good. At this time, Pang Ruin came back. His wife was stewing meat today, so he came back early. Seeing the two people around the table, there were still many boxes on it, and smelling a fragrance, he hurried over. When he asked, he had already got a box in his hand. French fries? Before he opened the lid, he saw the French fries in the box in front of Pang's mother. Where did they come from? Pang Ruin asked as he opened the lid. He hadn't received any new information from the store, and even if he had grabbed them, they wouldn't arrive so quickly. I bought them. I asked you where you bought them. Pang Ruin glared at him. How could he not know that they were bought? He didn't even know the key points when he replied. My schoolmates. Pang Bo's answer was clear. Did your classmate make them himself? Pang Ruin continued to ask. I don't know, maybe. Pang Bo said indifferently. You little brat, can't you ask a few more questions? Do you know what this means? Pang Ruin was furious. How could he have given birth to such a disappointing little brat? How can he trust him to manage the company in the future? It's okay to buy it anyway, who cares how it comes from? Pang Bo leaned on the sofa, not caring at all. You are going to piss me off to death, right? Pang Ruin picked up a pillow and threw it at him. Old Pang. Pang's mother grabbed the pillow he was about to throw and winked at her son. Dad, if you want to know, I ask tomorrow. Pang Bo received Pang's mother's eyes and said hurriedly. Tell me why you didn't inherit a bit of my intelligence, and you don't even know how to ask a few questions about such an important matter. Pang Ruin frowned. Mom, is my dad saying you are stupid? Pang Bo complained to Pang's mother. You unfilial son, You are itching for trouble. Pang Ruiwen picked up a pillow and threw it at his head. Can he speak? Mom, look at my dad. Pang Bo shouted in grievance. Your dad is right, he deserves to be beaten. Mother Pang didn't help him at the time, but now she also thought of it. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes when she looked at her son. He is not very smart. Mom. Pang Bo saw it. He never thought that one day even his mother would dislike him. Your dad is right. This matter is so important that you didn't think about it. What else can you be but stupid? Mother Pang asked back. How important is it? Pang Bo still didn't understand what was going on. Alas. Mother Pang sighed. This is hopeless. Your classmate made French fries. Don't you have any ideas? Isn't it good to make it? You can eat it whenever you want in the future. Pang Bo said, as a matter of course. Have you ever thought about how they made it? What ingredients are used? How much profit can it bring? Pang Ruiwen asked 3 questions in a row, which made Pang Bo confused. He didn't think so much, and all he could think about at that time was eating. You only know how to play every day, you should grow your brain. How can you manage the company in the future? Dad, I don't want to manage the company, I want to be a mercenary in the future. Pang Bo retorted loudly. Isn't managing a company better than being an ordinary mercenary? Who said I want to be an ordinary mercenary? I want to be a team leader. Do you think it's easy to be a team leader? You don't need to manage a group of people. Just fight and kill. Naive. Pang Ruiwen laughed mercilessly. An excellent team leader must consider all aspects. As for today's incident, you can't even see this. How can you lead a team to be strong? Don't think that being a mercenary is simple. How can this be compared? Pang Bo was dissatisfied. Why not? When you take a mission, you don't need to consider the dangers? How much benefit can it bring to your team? In his eyes, they are all the same. That's someone else's. What does it have to do with us? Pang Bo continued to refute. It's true that it's someone else's, but we can find him to cooperate. As long as we can cooperate, it has something to do with us. Pang Ruiwen really wanted to beat him up for not being able to think of such a simple truth. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? So I can eat as much as I want. Pang Bo slapped his thigh and shouted. Eat, 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 just eat. Pang Ruiwen was very disappointed with his son. Why did he give birth to such an unprogressive son? How can you buy French fries if you don't eat? How do you know that others can make them if you don't buy them? How can you think of cooperating with others? Pang Bo didn't think there was anything wrong with liking to eat. Okay, you are right. Pang Ruiwen really couldn't refute his words. That's right. Pang Bo was very proud. Old Pang, should we tell them about this? Pang's mother was a little worried. I don't know where Xiaobo learned this. It would be bad if they found out that he learned it from the Wei family after they cooperated with him. It's better to tell them. The Wei family gave them so many things last time. Now they know that the recipe of French fries has been leaked, and they don't tell them. They feel guilty. I asked. If this recipe didn't come from there, but was learned by himself, he could talk to him. Pang Ruiwen took a box of French fries, and went to the study. After thinking for a while, he called Wei Guoyang. Chapter 200. Ning Ning. After Wei Guoyang finished chatting with Pang Ruiwen, he thought about what he said, and after some consideration, he came to find Wei Ning. Dad? Wei Ning looked up at him, her hands moving constantly in surprise. Didn't she say she was busy these days? Why did she come to find her? Just now, the Pang family told me something, saying that their child bought the same fries as the ones we sell. Wei Guoyang directly told her what Pang Ruiwen had called to say. Someone makes fries to sell? Wei Ning was surprised. Who is so good? Yes. Wei Guoyang roughly explained the situation. To be honest, if he hadn't seen that the fries looked different from those sold, he would have almost thought that they were selling them. He wanted to cooperate with that person, so he asked if he learned it from us. This is indeed a highly profitable business. Wei Ning nodded. This business can be said to be a business with no capital. Potatoes can be found in the wild, and as long as you know how to cook, it just takes a little oil. In a star system where food is scarce, who can resist the temptation of such a delicious snack? Aren't you worried? Wei Guoyang saw that her expression did not change at all, and asked, What are you worried about? Wei Ning felt strange, and looked at him, and then realized what Wei Guoyang meant. Dad, even if others know how to make French fries, it will not affect us. We have many varieties of food to sell, so it doesn't matter if they know. Wei Ning was not worried. There were so many similar snack bars in the previous life, and it didn't affect everyone's money. But she was quite curious, who was so powerful that he found the raw materials for French fries so quickly. She was sure that even if she marked that the fries were made of potatoes, No one would know what potatoes were, not to mention that they were made so quickly. This person is really gifted. Dad is overthinking. Wei Guoyang was too concerned, and his daughter was right. They didn't make money by selling fries. In fact, it's a good thing that someone can do it. People won't always stare at us. She had seen the message board of the store, which was full of various fancy words urging for goods. There are so many people in the Federation, no matter how much they grow, they can't supply them. Now that someone can do it, it's good to share some of the burden. I think the Pang family really wants to do this business. If that person doesn't want to cooperate with them, why don't we tell the Pang family the method? Wei Guoyang asked tentatively. He didn't dare to reveal the method without his daughter's consent. You decide, don't ask me. She wouldn't take such a small matter to heart. This method without technical content could be easily found in a previous life, nothing strange. Are you going to make soy sauce again? After they finished talking, Wei Guoyang noticed what Wei Ning was doing. She was steaming soybeans again. No, I want to make some fermented black beans. Wei Ning spread the steamed soybeans out to cool, and shook her head. The last time she made soy sauce, she could already smell the aroma of soy sauce, and the color was getting darker. It was certain that the soy sauce was successful. It only needed to continue fermenting for a month or two before it could be used. Now she was not only making soy sauce, but also some fermented black beans. Anyway, there were still a lot of soybeans, so it was always good to make more to accumulate experience. In the future, we will expand the soy sauce production line, so we need to do more research. By then, we will have experience and will not have big problems. Isn't academician Carol going back? I want to send him some soy sauce when the time comes. Wei Ning explained casually. In fact, Carol saw her stirring the soy sauce, smelled the aroma of the soy sauce, and shamelessly asked for a can. She just wanted to make more. The longer the soy sauce ferments, the stronger the aroma of the soy sauce will be, and she won't have to worry about not having soy sauce in the future. He went back so soon? Wei Guoyang thought he would stay for a while longer. The vegetables in his experimental plot can also be picked. Wei Ning didn't tell him that it was actually Modto who urged him to go back quickly. Mainly, Modto felt that Carol ate too much and always snatched food from him, so he was despised and urged him to go back quickly. The vegetables planted in the experimental plot can also be picked, and Modto urged him more frequently. Carol originally wanted to stay for a few more days, but Modto kept nagging him every day, so he didn't dare to say it out loud. Very aggrieved. Wei Ning couldn't help laughing when he thought of Carol's expression. Wei Guoyang didn't doubt it, but thought that Carol wanted to go back quickly so that he could cultivate it earlier and promote it earlier. In this case, we should also prepare the seeds. Academician Carol said that we don't need too many vegetable seeds. He wants more potatoes and sweet potatoes. Wei Ning repeated what Carol said before. This was also the decision Carol made after seeing that the germination rate of the potatoes planted recently was extremely high. That's fine. Wei Guoyang didn't object. Anyway, there are a lot of seeds left, so any of them can be taken. On the day Carol left Green Star to go back, everyone came to see him off. After Wei Guoyang and the others said goodbye, Wei Ning took out the things he had prepared. Academician Carol, these are some snacks and treats I made. If you are hungry on the way, take them out and eat them. Wei Ning handed him the storage bag. Snacks? Thank you so much, Xia Ning. Carol took it with joy. He liked this gift. He didn't expect that he would be treated like this. It was really unexpected. Xia Wei Ning, you are biased. Modto felt sour when he saw the storage bag. The moment Wei Ning took out the storage bag, several pairs of eyes stared at him. Carol pretended not to see the look in his teacher's eyes. He was going back, so the teacher shouldn't worry about this little food. I made a lot, and I still have some at home. Wei Ning was helpless. If she didn't leave some, she would have to make some when she got back. She knew that everyone present was a foodie. If she wanted to bypass them when she had food, it would be absolutely impossible. Then you should go back quickly. Modto began to chase people away. He could also go back to eat delicious food. Academician Carol, we are waiting for your good news. Seedling waved her hand. I will definitely not let you down. Carol promised seriously. With the experience he gained from his own experiments, plus the experience he had exchanged with Seedling, and with so many seeds, he would not allow himself to fail again. If you need our help, just let us know. We will definitely help you if we can. Wei Guoyang also said. Thank you very much. Carol thanked him solemnly. Okay, everyone is waiting for you. Modto waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Alan was worried about him taking such important seeds back on the starship, so he sent someone to pick him up. He was waiting on the starship now. Take care of yourself, everyone. Carol glanced at them, hiding the reluctance in his eyes. There is a long way to go, and they will see each other again in the future. Chapter 201. After Carol returned to the capital planet, the first thing he did was to ask his assistant to pack up all the mutant tree seedlings he had cultivated before leaving, and send them to the Wei family. During the time he was on Green Star, he heard Seedling accidentally say more than once that it was too difficult to buy seedlings. At that time, he wanted to say that he would send them a batch, but he didn't say it because he thought that the seedlings he cultivated were not ready yet. Now is the right time. You want to give them all away? The assistant was so surprised that his voice became louder. These seedlings were taken care of like treasures before, so why did they just give them away after going out? He didn't see any reluctance on the academician's face. Yes, you ask someone to come and pack them carefully and send them here. Carol sent the address and contact information to his light brain. Oh! The assistant had countless questions in his mind, but he suppressed them. Since the academician had spoken, it would be bad if he said too much and made the academician angry. He glanced at the information on his computer. It was a remote star, and the contact information was unfamiliar. The assistant had been with Carol for several years. He helped Carol with some of his trivial matters. He was also familiar with some of his interpersonal relationships. This was the first time he had met them today. I wonder what the academician was doing this time. The assistant was thinking randomly while contacting people to pack the seedlings. Going to such a far place, they had to be packed. These seedlings took a lot of money and effort to grow so big. He would feel bad if he lost one. When the assistant came back after handling the matter, Carol had already finished talking to Alan. Alan was so excited when he saw the vegetables Carol brought back that his voice trembled. Did you really grow this yourself? Even though he had seen it during the communication, he was prepared. But when he saw the real thing in front of him, Alan still couldn't suppress his excitement. Of course, Carol said proudly. Although what he grew was a little worse than what Seedling and the others grew, it was indeed grown by him. Except for the robot that prepared the land, the rest was done by him. Whether it was sowing, watering, or fertilizing, he did it himself. Good, great, we can finally grow vegetables. Alan was ecstatic and laughed out loud. Dean, without the planting technology and seeds contributed by the Wei family, I can't grow it at all. Carol reminded. I know what you want to say, but since they are willing to give you such an important technology, they hope to spread it through our institute so that more people can benefit from it. After listening to his retelling, Alan understood the Wei family's plan. They didn't want to attract attention, so they gave such a big credit to the institute. Alan admired them for doing so. If it were him, he might not be able to do it. We will not monopolize their credit. We will naturally announce it when the time comes. Alan was afraid that Carol would get stuck in a dead end, so he continued. I have already mentioned to the higher-ups about your request for credit for them. We can implement it as soon as the vegetable crops are cultivated. Carol saw that Alan did not seem to be lying, and Seedling and the others did not want to attract everyone's attention, so he did not continue. Alan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. It was good that Carol could listen to him. Next, the two had another conversation. A preliminary planting plan was made. The institute has a special breeding base, but it has not been used for so many years. Carol has used it the most to cultivate mutant tree seedlings. The cultivation of this batch of vegetable crops is related to the future honor of the institute, so it cannot be sloppy. Alan handed the matter over to Carol, asking him to concentrate on cultivating these, and he didn't need to worry about other things. Even the people who went to the breeding base to take care of it were arranged by Alan after careful consideration. After entering, they would eat and live there. No one could come out before the results were out to prevent the news from leaking. Other people in the institute had some vague discoveries, and some people were about to unite to find Alan to ask clearly. But Alan didn't expect that he would directly throw out a heavy news. He asked someone to bring over the potatoes and sweet potatoes that Carol had planted in the experimental pots as soon as he came back. After a few days, the potatoes and sweet potatoes had grown to small leaves, and the tender green color was extremely dazzling against the brown soil. This is the crop that Carol is cultivating. You all have seen that this seedling is healthier than the ones cultivated in the past. I believe that we will receive good news soon. Why don't you wait patiently? Alan glanced around. These people were all people who had a little relationship with the planting family. It seemed that they were anxious. Yes, if Carol could really cultivate vegetables, they would no longer be able to control the entire market. The profits would be divided up. Who could sit still? When several people saw the seedlings, their faces changed slightly. Alan was right to describe the seedlings as healthy. Carol could cultivate some seedlings in the past, but the leaves were somewhat withered and yellow, which was not healthy at first glance. The withering and dying later also showed that the seedlings could not grow. But now these seedlings don't look like they will die. Are they really going to be cultivated by Carol? Several people felt uncomfortable. They have received some benefits from the planting family over the years, so they helped a little. But there was another voice in their hearts saying that since the Institute can already cultivate vegetables, why should they rely on the family? Can Dean Allen guarantee that Carol will succeed this time? Some people don't think Carol can really cultivate vegetables. Hudson, no one can guarantee this kind of thing until the last moment. If it's you, isn't it the same? Alan said lightly. What a joke, I tell you now. What if the person behind you gets anxious and wants to sabotage? He doesn't want this to happen. Hudson was choked and his face suddenly turned bad. He and Alan entered the Institute at the same time, and he thought he was no worse than Alan. He has been working hard for the position of dean, but in the end Alan became the dean, so he naturally disliked Alan. It was he who proposed to change the planet for the Way family before, but was opposed by Alan. Now Carol came back and didn't tell them, and went directly to the cultivation base. He was hiding it from them. We also want to know how Carol's trip went. Why should the dean hide it from us? Anyway, we all need to know. Hudson looked at Alan with a fake smile. Today he must have an explanation. Since we know that it will be clear sooner or later, why rush now? Anyway, we have waited for so many years, and it doesn't matter this time. Alan was not moved at all. Anyway, he would never give in. Before the result is out, no matter who comes, it will be the same, and they will never tell it. The two of them went back and forth, and those who didn't know thought they were chatting happily. Only those who came with Hudson felt aggrieved. Alan said so much nonsense, but it was useless. Oh no! One of them was still useful. Several people couldn't help but look at the young seedlings growing vigorously. They were all wondering if Carol had succeeded this time. If so, what should they do? In recent years, they followed Hudson, and were almost on the opposite side of Alan. What would they do if Alan's faction cultivated vegetables? In recent years, they were the ones who dealt with the noble families. Most of the seeds that the Institute could get were from them. If the Institute no longer needed the seeds from the noble families, would they still have their current status? Several people looked at each other and thought of the results that would happen. Obviously not. Chapter 202. Inside the Institute's exclusive cultivation base. Carol led a group of researchers to plant all the vegetable seeds brought back from Green Star, and planted nearly 10 acres of vegetables of different varieties. In addition, 5 acres of potatoes and sweet potatoes were planted. The dozen or so researchers who were selected were shocked by Carol's generosity at first. You know, they used to cultivate seeds in the laboratory. It was the first time they saw so many seeds planted so casually, which made them terrified. What if none of them sprouted? Wouldn't it be a waste of so many seeds? But Carol insisted on doing this, and they couldn't say anything. Before coming, Dean Allen told them that Carol had mastered some planting techniques, and asked them to listen to him, learn from him, and strive to learn to plant as soon as possible. It can be said that after the seeds were planted, in addition to listening to Carol's experience and attention in the planting process, they put all their minds on the field. After a few days of anticipation and nervousness, I finally burst into excitement when I saw a little bit of green on the bare ground. It's sprouted. It's really sprouted. The first researcher who discovered the sprouting of seeds exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention at once. Others also opened their eyes wide to look, trying to find what they wanted to see on the ground. I saw it. It's really sprouted. I saw it too. Oh my God, it's really sprouted. Shouts of surprise came from different places, and they all saw the seed sprouting in the ground in front of them. It was not just a sprouting seed. A closer look revealed that there were many small sprouts with seed shells. Everyone was very excited. Such a high germination rate was unprecedented. Could they have more expectations? Days passed, and they watched the sprouts grow from 2 small leaves to 4 or 6. Now, the originally bare land has become a large green vegetable field. Carol was also satisfied with this. When he first planted the seeds, he was actually quite nervous. He was afraid that the seeds would not germinate after changing the place. He was afraid to see the disappointed eyes of everyone and afraid that he would fail again. Fortunately, what he worried about did not happen. The seeds germinated smoothly, and the germination rate increased to 80%. He did not dare to be careless. He took everyone to take care of them carefully, and carefully recorded the growth process of the vegetables. As expected, this batch of vegetables finally grew safely. I didn't expect to see such a grand spectacle. Looking at the green scene in front of him, a researcher's eyes turned red, and his voice was full of excitement. Yes! I thought I would never see it in my lifetime, but now I can see it, and I have no regrets. I can't believe that these vegetables are part of my efforts. Even though they watched them grow up with their own eyes, and even participated in it, they still felt like they were dreaming. Some people even pinched themselves secretly to let themselves know that this was real, not a dream. Everyone, the media will be here soon. Let's go back first. Carol came over and said to everyone. Today is the day they decided to announce the success of vegetable planting to the whole Federation, and they can't just sit here and watch. Carol, isn't it too early for us to announce it now? We haven't even got the seeds yet. A researcher worried. When the vegetables grew, they experimented with all varieties, trying to cultivate them through tissues and cells to achieve large-scale replication. But no matter who or which variety, the final experiment ended in failure. With today's level of technology, tissue cell cultivation is actually not possible. Such a result is unexpected to everyone. They had experimented with vegetables bought from the family before, but it also failed. At that time, they thought it was because the vegetables had lost their vitality, but now they have to believe that they can't cultivate tissue cells. Then they must use seeds to cultivate. But now they have just grown it, and it has not yet bloomed and borne fruit. If they announce it like this, what if people ask them for seeds? Where can they find them for them? We just tell the people of the Federation this good news, and we talk about the rest later. Carol had his own plan for announcing the news at this time, instead of waiting until he got the seeds of this batch of vegetables. He received a communication from his teacher saying that there were many starships going back and forth near Green Star recently, which was not the case before. He thought that many people wanted to explore the news of Green Star, but they didn't expect that Green Star had installed a protective shield, so they were wandering around. His teacher meant for him to announce it first. As long as everyone knew that the Institute could grow vegetables, they would not keep staring at Green Star. What they wanted to know was whether the owner of Green Star knew the planting technology, what kind of vegetables he planted, and how much of a threat it posed to them. But once the people of the entire Federation could grow vegetables, there would be no point in staring at Green Star. As for the seeds, his teacher said not to worry. In this case, what else did he have to worry about? Publishing it would only benefit the Institute. Besides, the dean can't hold those people back any longer. Alan had been holding back the other people in the Institute from coming. The people headed by Hudson had run out of patience and asked Alan to give an answer. Alan didn't want to deal with them anymore and directly agreed to Carol's proposal. Since you want to know so much, let the people of the entire Federation know about it. See if you still dare to be arrogant. After he said that, no one else could stop him. Soon the contacted media reporters came over. Carol and his group were waiting at the gate of the cultivation base. There were several media outlets in total, all of which were ranked high in the capital. They may have been reminded when they came, and only 2 people came from each company. Almost all media chose to report this event in a live broadcast. The live broadcast began as soon as they got off the aircraft. Carol and his team didn't know that the live broadcast had begun. They first introduced the basic situation of the cultivation base to the media reporters. As early as after receiving the invitation from the Research Institute, they knew what the content was about to be reported, and the invited media began to warm up in various ways, so that the people of the Federation were waiting for this day to come. Only Carol and his team were immersed in research every day and didn't pay attention to these things. They didn't know that as the live broadcast camera flew to the sky, the live broadcast rooms of various media were already crowded. All of them were here for today's live broadcast content. Chapter 203. The reporter followed Carol and listened to him introduce the Institute's cultivation base. Most people in the capital star know about the Institute's cultivation base, but they only know about it and don't know much about it. Today is also the first time that everyone has followed the live broadcast camera with curiosity to see the true appearance of the cultivation base. The audience in the live broadcast room saw that the building in front of the screen was no different from what they usually see, and they inevitably felt bored. I thought the Institute's cultivation base was so mysterious, but that's it? I don't see anything special. I came in to see it because I heard there was a surprise, but I didn't see any surprises, but I was amazed. This is too ordinary. I don't believe this is the Institute's cultivation base at all. It sounds mysterious, but it looks just like that, nothing to see. I just want to know what the meaning of showing it to us is. Ha ha. Maybe it's just to let us see this ordinary building. Because the live broadcast content is unattractive in the live broadcast room, many viewers who came in out of curiosity left after seeing such a live broadcast. The live broadcast rooms of several major media outlets have experienced almost the same situation. One of the two reporters who followed him sneaked into the live broadcast room to take a look at the data, and almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. These few thousand people were watching, which was the lowest number of people watching their company's live broadcast. He couldn't help but wonder if there was really what they said here. Several major media also saw the miserable situation in the live broadcast room, and the same idea came to their minds. However, this idea just emerged and was quickly suppressed, and he didn't think about it anymore. The reason was simple. Carol had already taken them into the place where vegetables were cultivated. What came into view was a green scene. Under the sunshine, various unknown varieties of vegetables became more and more lush. Looking at the scene in front of them, the media reporters had forgotten to speak. The audience who did not leave the live broadcast room was stunned when they saw such a scene. The screen was empty for a few seconds without any messages. After a short period of distraction, various messages almost filled the screen. Fuck. Fuck. What did I see? So many vegetables. Oh my god. It's really a surprise. Fortunately, I stayed, otherwise I wouldn't see such a grand occasion. The Research Institute finally did something. Who can tell me what varieties these vegetables are? I am the only one who wants to know whether the Research Institute has found a way to grow them. Can I look forward to eating delicious vegetables in the future? Boss, tell us quickly, what is going on? Yes, tell us quickly. The media reporters saw the barrage messages in the live broadcast room and asked for them. Academician Carol, are these all cultivated by you together? Does it mean that you have found a way to grow vegetables? Not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room, the reporters on the scene are also eager to know. For many years in the Federation, apart from the planting family, no one else has grown vegetables. Oh no, there is someone else. The boss behind the fruit and vegetable shop. The reporter also watched the previous live broadcast of the Regulatory Bureau. Many people speculated that the large green area in the camera was a vegetable they had never seen before. It is indeed cultivated by us after more than a month of hard work. As for the planting method, it can be considered to be found. Carol cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone held by the reporter. He had no idea how big a stir his words had caused. Admit it. Admit it. A method of planting has really been found. Hearing what the boss said, I couldn't help but shed excited tears. After waiting for so many years, I finally got some exciting good news. Does this mean that we can also achieve vegetable freedom in the future? Suddenly I feel so happy. First there was delicious mutant meat, delicious fish monster meat, and now there are delicious vegetables. Can I look forward to fruits? I want to ask the boss if these vegetables are for sale. I have already prepared the star coins to buy them. Fuck. The above is so smart. Why didn't I think of it? I want to try what vegetables taste like. I want to know too. Add one if you want to know. Add one. Add one. Seeing this, the reporter asked again with due diligence. Academician Carol, now that we have found a method of cultivation, will it be fully promoted in the future? Will the vegetables we see now be sold to the public? Carol, promotion is inevitable. I believe that the people of the Federation hope to eat delicious meals one day and recreate the era of food thousands of years ago. As for these vegetables, they cannot be sold yet, but it is only temporary. We will make plans for related sales soon. Hearing that they are not sold to the public, the reporter felt regretful, and was still thinking about having a chance to buy some fresh vegetables. But thinking that there will be a chance in the future, that regret disappeared. Academician Carol, if they are sold to the public, what do you think about the price? Another media reporter took the opportunity to ask. This is also what the audience in the live broadcast room wants to know most. If the price sold to the outside is the same as the price of those stores in the current Star Network Mall, then it is still out of reach for them. Unless it is as affordable as the price of the fruit and vegetable shop, then they are happy even if they need to grab it. Dean Allen raised this question as early as after Carol came back, so he answered it very straightforwardly. The price is naturally within the acceptable range for everyone. I believe everyone knows the price of the fruit and vegetable shop. Ours will not be higher than theirs. As soon as this was said, not only the reporters present, but also the audience in the live broadcast room cheered. Great, as long as the boss says this, I am willing to wait as long as I can buy it. It is sold at a fair price. I can only say that the Research Institute is generous. The boss mentioned the small shop. Do you know the boss? Boss, can you tell us when the boss will put new varieties on the shelves? Boss, can you urge the boss to put new products on the shelves frequently? The people who were watching the live broadcast far away on Green Star did not expect to see such an alternative urging incident in the end. Wei Ning looked at Wei Guoliang with a raised mouth. Dad, everyone is shouting at you to urge the goods? Wei Guoliang was very calm. Anyway, it's not the first time to urge. It's just a different method, no rush. It's not like he didn't see the tens of thousands of urging messages on the store message board. Except for the initial surprise, he is now immune to it. Do you think that urging the goods in such a fancy way can make him soften his heart and put new varieties on the shelves? Don't think so beautifully. It seems that academician Carol's crops this time are better than last time. Yi Ling watched the reporter control the floating camera to get close to the vegetables. Judging from the appearance of the vegetables, they are much better than those he planted in Green Star, and the germination rate is also improved. She has also seen the seeds, and she has estimated how many can be planted. Now it seems that there are more than she estimated. Humph, you have planting experience, but if you can't do it well, then the teaching during that period will be wasted. Modto snorted coldly at the screen. Yi Ling and Wei Guoliang smiled at each other, and didn't say anything. Don't think they don't know that Dean Modto seems to dislike academician Carol very much on the surface, but in fact, he may be very happy in his heart. The heads of various planting families also watched the live broadcast. They were in a complicated mood at this time. No matter how they thought, they didn't expect that the Institute would be so caught off guard and broadcast it publicly. The planting technology they were proud of was so lightly announced by the people of the Institute. Especially when they saw Carol's last words on the screen, the alarm bells in the hearts of the family heads rang loudly. We will jointly open a new course on planting technology with Capital Star Comprehensive University to promote the planting plan in the future. Chapter 204. Carol's last words made the audience in several live broadcast rooms crazy, especially the students studying at Capital Star Comprehensive University. Ha ha. As a student of Comprehensive University, I must go and grab the quota for the new course. Ha ha. You said it as if you can grab it. Ha ha. The above person is definitely not from Comprehensive University. I am jealous. I am very glad that I applied for Comprehensive University. Ha ha. I applied for Comprehensive University because I couldn't get into the United Nations University. Those who make sarcastic remarks can be jealous. Comprehensive University is strong. Ha ha. The boss didn't say when the class will start. At least tell me a time. It's so anxious. From tomorrow on, keep an eye on the developments of various departments in the school. Ah. Why did you only choose Comprehensive University? Isn't our United Nations University good? That's right. Haha, who made the boss graduate from our Comprehensive University? At this time, in the office of the president of the Federal University, President Gu Feng was surrounded by several old professors of the Department of Botany. President Gu, how is our Lianda inferior to Zhongda? Why can't we also offer such courses at Lianda? Yes. Are you good friends with Dean Allen of the Institute? Why can't you get him to agree to open courses at Lianda? President, you should know how important planting technology is to the Federation. It's not enough to only offer courses at Zhongda. We should also have them at Lianda. That's right. Zhongda has always been competing with us for students in recent years. If they offer planting courses, our Lianda will be outdone. Several professors from the Department of Plants talked to each other. Gu Feng's head was about to explode when he heard them. Do they think he doesn't want people from the Institute to come and jointly offer planting-related courses with their school? As early as when he saw Carol say those words in the live broadcast room, he called Alan. Their Lianda has been the boss of all the universities for so many years. How could they directly bypass them and cooperate with Zhongda? He must have an explanation. As a result, Alan actually said that he didn't know about this. He was so angry that no one would believe him. Alan actually had the nerve to say it. But he couldn't say this to the old professors in front of him, so he could only appease them. Everyone, I have communicated with the Research Institute and will try my best. Give me some time. How long will it take? Time waits for no one. The professors can't wait that long. I will do it as soon as possible. How could Gu Feng guarantee that if things didn't work out, what would happen if these old professors jumped to Zhongda? The biggest key to Lianda's ability to maintain its position as the boss over the years is the faculty. If the old professors went to Zhongda, he would cry to death. Gu Feng persuaded several old professors to go back after much persuasion. As soon as they left, Gu Feng slumped down on the back of the chair and sighed heavily. Finally, they were sent away. He took the cup, drank half a cup of water, sat up straight, and called Alan again. He had to nag Alan to agree. For the future of the United Nations, he had to be shameless. But his call was scratched, and he called again and hung up. He continued to call, but the other party didn't answer once. What's more, he couldn't get through in the end. Damn it, he hung up on me. Garrison cursed. He thought again and again, got up and walked out. If he didn't answer his call, he would go find him. In the institute, Alan was surrounded by a group of academicians, all of whom were here because of what Carol said during the live broadcast. Dean Alan, why didn't you tell us about such an important matter, and just decided it like that? Yes, if we hadn't seen the live broadcast, we wouldn't have known. How could such an important planting technology be announced so casually? They were extremely excited when they saw the vegetables through the live broadcast, but they didn't get excited for long when they heard such words, and they felt bad at the time. There are so many outstanding talents in the institute, but they are not being used, and they are going to open planting courses in universities. Where do they put them? Facing the questions of these academicians, Alan was angry at Carol for making the decision without consulting him, and he directly confronted these people. Have you forgotten who brought back the planting method? The reason why Carol said this is that he promised the Way family to make it public. Don't you feel ashamed to say such things? The planting technology was not developed by us, so why do you claim it as your own so confidently? Alan's words embarrassed several people, especially the ones who spoke, who bowed their heads in shame and kept silent. You should go back. Alan turned around, and didn't say another word to them. Seeing this, several people looked at each other, and finally had to leave. Since Alan said this, there was no room for maneuver. Alan didn't care what they thought later. After everyone left, he called Carol directly and scolded him. Carol, how can you make a decision without discussing it with me? If you do this, how will other colleges view our research institute? If other colleges ask us to teach in their schools, how can we refuse? Dean, this is just right. Carol listened to his scolding carefully and finally laughed. He said that on purpose in front of the live camera. Although he has been busy recording during this period, he has been thinking about how to get everyone involved faster. The only way to get Green Star out of surveillance is to get everyone involved in planting. The live broadcast is just to let everyone know that they have found the first step of the planting method. He said that to arouse the sense of crisis in other colleges and universities, so as to achieve his goal. Although the Federal University still firmly occupies the first position, the Comprehensive University has been catching up with it. Although the number of students has not yet caught up with the United University, it is not worse than the United University in other aspects. He deliberately skipped the United University and elected the Comprehensive University, not only because he graduated from the Comprehensive University, but also to let the United University come up and invite them to teach. Once the United University and the Comprehensive University have planting courses, how can other colleges sit still? They will definitely take action. As long as they grasp it well, it will not be a problem for all major colleges and universities to offer planting courses. Although it is not possible for everyone to participate in planting at the moment, as long as this step is taken, the rest will not be difficult. As long as everyone learns to plant, they will naturally not focus on one place. Scarcity makes things valuable. When vegetables are all over the Federation, people will not feel that eating vegetables is out of reach like they do now. Alan realized what Carol was thinking and frowned. But have you ever thought about how many seeds are needed for planting courses in major colleges and universities? You can't let students just listen to your lectures without any practical operation, right? Even if the Way family is willing to provide seeds, how much can they give? Carol did not tell Alan how big the planting area of Green Star was. In his opinion, it was already good to be able to plant hundreds of acres in just over a year. How could they give out all the seeds and not want to plant them? Dean, since I dared to do this, I must have made arrangements. Carol was very calm. If he hadn't kept a backup plan, how could he dare to say that? You have to tell me what you have planned. You don't know that I have scraped countless communications in just a short time. You don't need to think about it, you know what it's all for. Alan knew that since Carol said there was an arrangement, it must be true, but he had to tell him, otherwise how would he deal with those who came to see him? When he hung up Gufeng's call, he was already prepared for Gufeng to come to see him. That person had been close friends with him for many years and knew his character best. He was used to being shameless. If he didn't agree, he would have no good life. Carol would naturally not hide it from Alan. This matter still required his cooperation. He could not hide it from anyone but the dean. He immediately told Alan his plan in detail. In this case, it will be easy for me to deal with it. After listening to it, Alan also made a decision in his heart. Chapter 205. Not long after Alan and Carol finished communicating, he received the news that Gufeng was looking for him. Thinking of what Carol said, he deliberately asked someone to tell Gufeng that he was busy and had no time to see him. He knew Ge Feng's temper. He would definitely not believe him if he said he was busy. He would definitely come to see him in a while. Sure enough, in just over 10 minutes, Ge Feng came up, followed by people who tried to dissuade him. Dean, I really can't stop Principal Gu. The man bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Although he didn't know what the dean wanted to do, it was his fault for not stopping him. It's okay, you're busy. Alan waved his hand to let the person go, and he was not angry. It was originally intentional. Alan, you are avoiding me. Ge Feng spoke directly. Is it the first day he met this guy? It's hard to tell that he did it on purpose. It's clear that he doesn't want to see him. Old Ge, what are you talking about? Why should I avoid you? Alan drank a sip of water and lied with his eyes open. I've been busy. Carol made such a decision without discussing it with me. Other people in the hospital just came to question me. The optical computer communication has been continuous. How can I have time to see you? Alan, you can cheat others, but you should find a more reliable reason to cheat me. Those people like Hudson can't beat you. Don't you feel embarrassed when you say this? Ge Feng doesn't believe his words. I'm here. Just give me a definite answer. Will you come to the United Nations University to teach? Our United Nations University is not worse than the Comprehensive University. Why can't you teach jointly with them and us? Old Ge, it's not that I don't want to. This matter is not something I can decide. I want to cooperate with your school, but I don't know how to plant. You should go to Carol for this matter. I have given him full authority. Alan sighed, indicating that he couldn't intervene in this matter. Ge Feng just wanted to curse him in his heart. This old fox must be plotting against him again. At this moment, Ge Feng just wanted to turn around and leave. But when he thought of the faces of those old professors and the smug smile of the president of Zongda, he gave up again. He couldn't just leave like that. The United Nations University can't lose to Zongda. He can't afford to lose face. Thinking of this, Ge Feng made a decision in his heart, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression was firm. Alan, just tell me what conditions you want before you agree. For the United Nations University, as long as Alan's conditions were not too harsh, he agreed. Old Ge, it's not that I don't agree, it's really. Alan wanted to embarrass him, but was interrupted by Ge Feng. Alan, don't pretend. I've said it. If you pretend again, it's over. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Ge Feng cursed with a dark face. This old fox is used to pretending. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Tell me what conditions you have. Ge Feng didn't want to listen to him talking nonsense anymore. He said so much just to put forward conditions. It's better to be straightforward. Every time he met Alan, the old fox, he always had to lose. In order not to lose too badly, it's better to be direct. Alan smiled slightly. Old Ge, since you said so, I won't give you face if I don't agree. Let me persuade Carol to be cautious about such a big thing as joint teaching. I haven't thought about it yet. I talk to you when I think about it. Old Ge, you won't break your promise, right? Ge Feng just wanted to chuckle twice, knowing that this old fox would say so. But thinking that the goal has been achieved, he accepted it. I am that kind of person? But you, don't ask too much. Look at what you said, would I do that? Alan was so angry that he laughed. He was a stingy person, and he always said that he was cunning, but he was obviously not much better. But thinking of Carol's words, he was too lazy to argue with him. In that case, I will go back. There are many things to do. The goal has been achieved. Ge Feng was too lazy to chat with Alan. He was afraid that if he continued to chat, he would be accidentally tricked and lose a lot. Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't met for a long time. It would be good to have a good chat. Alan tried to keep him. No, I have to go back to arrange for people to prepare a place. Students will need a place to do experiments in class in the future. I have to go and see where is suitable. Ge Feng refused bluntly. In that case, then you are busy. We will talk next time. Alan looked regretful and stopped trying to keep him. Ge Feng was relieved and stood up to say goodbye. Watching Ge Feng leave, Alan chuckled. This old Ge. The news that Ge Feng left the institute with a happy face immediately reached the ears of the presidents of other colleges and universities, who said people to pay attention to the institute. As soon as they heard it, they knew that Ge Feng had got what he wanted, and their already bad mood became even more depressed. Zongda and Liandao were already leading, and now there is an additional planting course, so wouldn't the source of students for these colleges and universities be even worse, and there would be no place for their colleges and universities. No, they can't fall behind in this matter, and they have to find Alan. Since they promised Ge Feng, it means that they also have a chance. How can they know if it works if they don't try it? What if it works? The principals of several colleges and universities thought so, and stood up to find Alan. Although Alan was happy that they really came, he couldn't show it. He pretended to be embarrassed. After the principals of several colleges and universities persuaded him, he finally reluctantly agreed to try his best to persuade Carol to agree to jointly teach with the colleges and universities in the capital star. Then, knowing that the principals of various colleges and universities came, the heads of the planting families, who were specifically watching the institute, received the same news. The principals of various colleges and universities looked very happy when they left, which showed that something good was happening. The heads of various families couldn't help but think of what Carol said, and an idea came to their minds. The institute was going to jointly offer planting courses with various colleges and universities. With the idea, they couldn't sit still. If all the people in the Federation knew the planting technology and grew crops, what would they have to do? Although most of the vegetables they grow now are supplied to nobles and wealthy businessmen, and only a small part of them flow to the market. But once vegetables are no longer scarce, nobles and wealthy businessmen don't have to cooperate with them. Since the wild mutant beast meat and fish monsters can be eaten, the Bright family and the Nutrient Solution Company have been greatly affected, especially the Nutrient Solution Company, whose sales have plummeted and are not as good as before. It is not easy for them to grow crops, and if others take over the market, they will not be much better off. The heads of various families obviously have the same idea. They don't want this to happen to them, so they can't help but discuss countermeasures with their friendly families. In this way, the major planting families finally discuss together. They have only one goal, which is to prevent the Research Institute and major colleges from jointly teaching, and to prevent the planting technology from being made public. Chapter 206. Let's not talk about how the heads of the major planting families discussed and stopped it. After receiving Alan's affirmative answer, the presidents of the major colleges and universities began to take action as soon as they left the institute. First, there were various meetings and discussions, then classroom layout, experimental site selection, teachers who jointly taught with the institute, course opening quotas and course selection thresholds. The first few items were easy to solve, but the last two items were a bit troublesome. The planting course is considered an experimental stage, and only some students can be selected to teach, and then it will be slowly promoted depending on the situation. Then the first batch of students must be carefully selected, and this batch of students will be responsible for teaching more students after graduation. The meeting was held again, and finally the specific process was decided. A week after Carol said that, the public finally saw the notice issued by the major colleges and universities. The relevant information about the Joint Institute to open a planting course, and the conditions required to choose this course. The harsh conditions made the students who thought they had a chance to choose this course want to cry without tears, and they could only watch the qualified people being selected. For a time, those who were selected to take the planting course in various colleges and universities became the object of students' pursuit. If someone's friend was selected, it would be a capital to show off. When talking about it, it would be more exciting than being selected. The school has basically solved various problems, and is waiting for the Research Institute to send people to teach. In the cultivation base, Carol led a group of researchers to carefully cut the sweet potato vines. Yes, he planned to cut off some sweet potato vines and give them to students to plant. Of course, not all colleges and universities grow sweet potatoes. After all, there are 400 or 500 students from several colleges and universities who need to take the planting course. If everyone grows sweet potatoes, he will have to cut off all the vines. Carol discussed with a group of researchers. Some students grow sweet potatoes, some grow potatoes, garlic, leeks, and several vegetables. Except for the sweet potato vines that they grow, the others are sent from Green Star. Wei Guoyang sent them to him after knowing that the institute has jointly opened planting courses with various colleges and universities. There are not many of each kind, and each student will get about 10 seeds. Academician Carol, can't you even out the seeds and not cut these vines? The helping researcher looked at the cut vines and felt very reluctant. These are all grown by their careful care. It takes a long time for a leaf to fall off. Now they have to cut the vines, and their hearts are bleeding. Each student only has so many seeds, and if they are evenly distributed, there will be even fewer. How can we record the data? These vines will still grow after being cut off. Carol cut off a vine and put it away, comforting him. Now just cutting off 1 or 2 vines from each plant is already a good result. He had planned to cut off all the vines before, and was ready for this batch of sweet potatoes not to be harvested. But he didn't expect that the Wei family would actually send seeds, so that these vines could be preserved. I just can't bear it. Although he knew that it would grow out, the researcher still couldn't bear it. If you want to give more, you have to pay first. Look at this piece, think about the past, and then think about the future, and you will feel much better. In fact, Carol felt no better than them. After all, these were all grown by them. Who wouldn't feel bad to cut off so many of them? But for the sake of teaching, these were necessary, and they had to be cut off even if they were reluctant. The researcher thought about it, and felt that it made sense, and he felt better. Everyone cut quickly, packed up and prepared to go to class. Today is the first class of the planting course, and the selected students are already waiting in the classroom. While the teacher has not come yet, the students in the classroom began to discuss. I don't know who will teach us later, I'm a little nervous. I heard that other schools have prepared experimental plots like ours. Do you think we can get seeds later? Thinking about growing vegetables by ourselves, I feel very excited. I don't know what will be taught in class. No matter what is taught, just study hard. I don't know if we can grow it. During the students' discussion, Carol appeared at the door of the classroom with a co-teaching teacher selected by the Comprehensive University. Seeing them, the classroom suddenly fell silent. The teacher from Zongda came in and introduced himself briefly. I am Kors. In the next 3 months, I will teach you the planting course with another professor. 3 months? What can you learn in such a short time? Yes. I thought it would take at least a year. What about after 3 months? The students sitting below were discussing, and did not understand why the course was only 3 months long. At this time, Carol came over and faced everyone. When the students saw him, they all quieted down and wanted to hear what Carol had to say. I think everyone knows me. Let me formally introduce myself today. I am Carol, one of your teachers. Carol saw the expressions on the faces of the students below, and knew what they wanted to know most. He didn't keep them in suspense, and spoke directly. Everyone is curious why it is only 3 months, right? Do you think you can't learn anything in such a short time? Teacher, why? Someone asked boldly. Why? Because I can only teach you a limited amount, because I am also constantly learning. Everyone knows that before this, we didn't know how to plant at all, and most people had never even seen seeds. You may not believe it, but the vegetable you saw in the live broadcast room was the second time I successfully planted it. I had never planted it before. Then how did the teacher plant it? Perhaps Carol's words made the students feel that he was gentle and bold, and some people asked, what about the first time? What did the teacher plant? How did the teacher learn it? How did the teacher learn it? You will know it later. I am also teaching you what I have learned. Everyone here is an excellent student selected by the school. I believe it will not be difficult to learn. As we all know, for various reasons, only the planting families in the Federation have mastered the planting technology. Because they are unwilling to open it to the outside world, we don't know much about planting technology, or even edible crops. Let's recognize various edible crops today. Carol said, projecting the pictures he took onto the light screen behind him. The light screen almost occupies a wall, and the projected pictures can be seen clearly even if you sit at the end of the classroom. Can any of you recognize the crops above? Teacher, the first one is garlic. The second one is coriander. The third one is lettuce. Those who can go to college in the capital are not from poor families. They have bought vegetables online to some extent. Even if they have not bought them, they have seen the pictures above and recognized many varieties. However, there were some that were not recognized, and these were not even sold on StarNet by the planting family. For example, celery, leeks, loofah, lemon, soybeans, etc. Carol first introduced the varieties that he did not recognize, and then roughly talked about the dishes that could be made from these crops. The students below could not help swallowing their saliva. Why did they feel that the teacher was not teaching a planting course, but a food course? Chapter 207. The 1.5-hour class was quickly passed by as Carol introduced the names of various vegetables, how to select high-quality seeds, how to take care of them, how long their growth cycle is, and what delicious dishes they can make. The selected students are all the top students in the entire university, and they have a certain understanding of plants. They quickly received and understood the content of Carol's class, and later they were more interested in the dishes that Carol mentioned. Although there are restaurants in the capital Star, there are not many dishes in it. Most of the students present have eaten there, but most of them have never heard of the dishes Carol mentioned. For example, lettuce. In the restaurant they eat lettuce salad or boiled lettuce. There is no such thing as stir-fried lettuce. Not to mention that it can be cooked into soup with eggs and tofu. They don't even know what tofu is. Especially when Carol said that tofu is made from soybeans, they were even more confused. How can such a small soybean be made into tofu? It is really incredible. Unfortunately, Carol only said that soybeans can be made into tofu and various soy products, but did not say how to make them, which aroused the students' curiosity. In the first class, Carroll said everything was very simple, and he also set aside time for students to ask questions. "Teacher, we are just learning related knowledge. Don't we have practical classes?" Halfway through the class, Carroll said that if there were any questions, they could be raised. A student raised his hand and asked the question that all students wanted to know the most. Carroll knew that this question was bound to be asked, and the answer had already been determined. He looked at the male student who asked the question and answered him seriously. "Of course not. Practical classes are indispensable. I have said before that I can only teach you a limited amount, and the rest depends on you to slowly understand and practice." As soon as he finished speaking, the students became excited and whispered with their deskmates, or the desks in front and behind, whether the teacher meant to give them seeds. Amid their whispers, Carroll took out the prepared seeds and sweet potato vines, and the small podium was instantly flooded with sweet potato vines. "Ah! This seems to be the sweet potato vines the teacher just talked about. Really? Wow! I made a fortune. I had the opportunity to get plants on the first day. This is not enough for one person. It won't be one for several people, right? How to plant it?" It seems that the teacher just took out a storage bag? Carroll was very considerate and gave the students time to digest it, and spoke only when it was almost done. "These are the various varieties of vegetables I prepared for the students for the practical class." Everyone recognized that this vine is the sweet potato vine mentioned before, and the fruit it bears is sweet potato. Sweet potatoes have many uses, and the vermicelli made from them is delicious. As for how to do it, I will tell you after you grow them. The rest are the seeds of the varieties of vegetables just mentioned. Because the quantity is limited, each student can choose 10 seeds, which can be different varieties or just one variety. If you choose sweet potato vines, you can only choose 2. After speaking, Carroll took out the buried storage bag, took out one of the seeds inside, and held it in his hand to show the students. "Teacher, isn't it too hasty to let us choose now?" Although they were excited to get the plants on the first day, they started to hesitate after choosing. They knew how precious seeds were. They had only learned a little knowledge. Could they really grow them? If they didn't grow them, wouldn't it be a waste of precious seeds? Yes. I feel like I haven't learned it well yet. I'm a little afraid that I didn't grow it well. Students expressed their thoughts one after another. Seeds are precious, but what's more precious is to plant them, let them grow, and finally harvest more seeds. Don't you even have this confidence? Carroll glanced at the students below, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. The selected students all thought they were excellent students. How could they tolerate being ridiculed like this? The hesitation in their hearts was instantly thrown behind their minds. After saying that, it would be useless for them to still tolerate it. Isn't it just choosing seeds? They just chose. And what the teacher said was not wrong. Seeds are precious, but wouldn't it be more precious if they could grow them and harvest more seeds? Thinking in this way, the students began to go up to choose. Someone started, and then others followed. The first student to go up was the boy who asked the question. He looked at the sweet potato vines, and then at the storage bag of seeds in Carroll's hand, and fell into a dilemma. He wanted the sweet potato vines, because they had already grown leaves. As long as they took root and sprouted, they would be considered alive. He was also interested in the vermicelli mentioned by the teacher. But he also wanted seeds. If he could grow one well, he would get a lot of seeds. He was a little greedy. What should he do if he wanted both? Teacher, can I choose 2? Oh Yang, either choose sweet potato vines or choose several different seeds. Coors, who had not spoken since he entered the classroom, said. Coors said that he and Carroll jointly taught these students, but Carroll still explained most of the things. Coors was more like a class teacher, specializing in managing these students, and even he was considered a student listening to the class. For now, you can only choose one. After you grow them, you can choose several. Carroll smiled and shook his head. Resources are limited, so this is the only way for now. Although Ouyang was disappointed, he made a decision quickly. He chose sweet potato vines. With Ouyang taking the lead, the students behind him quickly chose what they wanted. After they all chose, there was only one sweet potato vine, and 10 seeds left on the podium. Most of the students who chose seeds chose different varieties, and only a few chose the same. Teacher Coors, this is for you, Carroll said to the person next to him. Ah? For me? Coors had watched the students go up to choose one by one, and wondered if he had won too. When he saw that there was only one left, he felt a little disappointed. In his mind, that one belonged to Carroll, but he didn't expect that it was for him. For a moment, he couldn't believe what he heard. Of course it's for you. You will lead these students in the future, and you will definitely have to stand by them. Carol will not be here at school every day. He also needs to continue his research. Yes, you are right. Cools nodded happily, and then happily collected the last sweet potato vines and seeds. Carol looked at Cools. Since we have chosen everything, let's go to the experimental site together. Teacher Cools, please lead the way. Okay, this way. Cools pointed in a direction dizzily. Carol led a group of students to follow him, and explained to the students who chose sweet potato vines on the way that they should plant the sweet potato vines first. And the students who chose seeds should first use nutrient solution to dilute water, and soak the seeds for a few hours before planting them. Although the students who chose seeds were puzzled, they did not speak at this time, and listened quietly to Carol's explanation of how to plant sweet potato vines. The experimental site prepared by Zongda originally planted some mutant plants studied by professors of the Department of Plants. In order to make room for the planting class, the mutant plants were directly pulled out, and 2 or 3 acres of land were vacated, and even the soil was replaced. When Carol and his team got there, they didn't need to turn the soil. They could plant directly after a short rest. Carol asked all students to choose a landmark, taught them to make a small plot of land, and demonstrated how to plant sweet potato vines. It looked simple, and the actual operation was also simple. Students understood it at a glance, but when they planted it themselves, many students still didn't plant it well. Carol checked and corrected them one by one, and finally asked them to water the nutrient solution with diluted water. When they returned to the classroom, the students suddenly realized that they had planted the sweet potato vines like this. Although they didn't know the survival rate, they were all thinking the same thing in their hearts. Is this the planting method? Why does it look so casual? Chapter 208. The planting course has been attracting the attention of students from all major universities since it was confirmed. Even if they were not selected, they still paid attention to it. As soon as the first class was over, other students surrounded the planting course classroom. Students whose friends were selected came to ask about their friends' course situation. As for why they gathered outside the classroom when there was a light computer. How can hearing news and gossip be compared with hearing news? Wouldn't it be more exciting to listen on the spot? Oh Yang, this way. A boy shouted loudly to Oh Yang, who had just come out, and waved to him vigorously, fearing that he had not seen him. The students who were watching the excitement in the crowd saw someone walking this way, and spontaneously made way. The students near the boy pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what this Oh Yang would say. Why are you here? Oh Yang frowned. Didn't we agree to go find him after class? Oh, I just want to see you earlier. The boy spoke nicely without caring about the looks of others. Han Lishuan, stop talking nonsense. Oh Yang clearly saw that the students around him looked at him differently after hearing that, and hurriedly stopped him from talking nonsense. If I see you earlier, I can know what you learned today earlier. What's the problem with that? Han Lishuan scratched his hair, not understanding why Oh Yang was so angry. You? Forget it, don't say half of it next time, it's easy to be misunderstood. Oh Yang wanted to say something, but still shut up. If he said so much, he might forget it as soon as he turned his head, so it would be useless to say it. What misunderstanding can there be? Han Lishuan looked around, and the students who wanted to hear gossip immediately looked away, pretending to know nothing. By the way, how was your class today? Did the teacher really give you seeds? Han Lishuan didn't notice anything, and hurriedly chased Oh Yang to ask. All the students in the school knew where the school's experimental field was. Even if there were not many students on the road when Carol took them there, such a big thing, as long as one student saw it, it would be no different from the whole school. The school forum has gone crazy, and everyone knows that they went to the experimental field today. This is also the reason why so many students gathered around. They really want to know the first-hand news as soon as possible. Yeah. Oh Yang walked forward and responded lightly. Just one word, but it made the students who were watching the excitement more curious. It would be the same as not answering. Fortunately, Han Lishuan was not satisfied with his answer and continued to ask. Why don't you tell me more? I don't understand. The students around nodded in their hearts. They didn't understand either. Even if they did, they wanted to hear more details. It just explained some vegetable varieties. There weren't many seeds, only about 10 per person. Oh Yang briefly explained the process, but didn't mention what he had chosen. The people around him looked at each other in surprise. Why does it sound so simple? But getting seeds on the first day of class is enviable. You know, as long as students hand in half of the crops they grow in their experiments to the school, the rest is theirs. Even if they hand in half, they've made a profit. No one present didn't know how expensive vegetables are. Moreover, they were afraid that they could not grow a second crop after growing one crop. They were envious and jealous of these students, who could grow a lot in the future. They hated themselves for being useless, and failing to meet the selection criteria. The students in the planting class naturally saw those envious eyes, but they felt weak when they thought of the planting method that the teacher taught them casually today. But the idea in their hearts must not be told to others, so let them envy. The next day, Carol taught the students how to sow seeds again. It takes a few days for the seeds to germinate. After Carol briefly explained to Coors, he returned to the cultivation base and came back after the seeds germinated. The planting class does not have classes every day. Students still have to go back to their original classes at other times. They only need to take time to take care of the crops. If you have any problems, you can find Coors, and Coors will report to Carol after summarizing. The students in the planting class took 2 classes in a days, and they had a small experimental plot of their own. What they worried about most every day was that their potato vines died, and the seeds did not germinate. Apart from these 2 things, there seemed to be no changes. As time went by, the sweet potato vines survived, and the few remaining leaves were no longer wilted, and finally came to life. Yang and other students who chose the sweet potato vines were so happy that they wanted to cry. God knows how anxious they were when they saw the leaves turn yellow little by little and finally wither. They almost blew up Coors' computer. Even after getting the answer that this was a normal phenomenon, they were still worried when they saw the leaves continue to turn yellow. Only now did they feel more at ease. Then other students also found that the seeds they planted began to sprout, but the germination rate of each person was different. Some of them all germinated, some had 1 seed that did not germinate, and some had 2. After they communicated, they found that at least 7 seeds germinated, which made those students very happy. You know, they had only seen seeds a few times before, so how could they not be happy to see it like this now? Carol received the news, and he was still a little disappointed that at least 7 seeds germinated. He thought that at least most of the students' seeds could germinate 8 seeds, but now most of them had 7 seeds, and only a few had 9 or 10 seeds. He knew he was greedy, but seeing that Wei Ning had planted 100% germination rate, how could he be willing to have only this little? But it was only Carol who was disappointed, and people from various colleges and universities were extremely excited about the success of the first planting. The fact that the seeds could germinate had given them hope. As for the fact that there were so many seeds that had not germinated, they had already ignored them, and this situation was beyond their expectations. After all, it was the first time to plant, and if it could sprout, grow, bloom and bear fruit, it was a success. Even if only 1 plant bore fruit, it was worth being happy for them. Because of this incident, the school paid more attention to the planting class, and even set up a tasting level for the experimental site. Students who were not in the planting class were not allowed to approach. Even if the professor wanted to go, he had to go through a strict inspection to keep a close watch on the experimental site. At first, the students in the planting class felt that the school was too nervous, and there was no need to be so strict. Every time they went, they had to be checked layer by layer. Except for the optical computer and necessary things, they could not bring even the space button. Any dangerous items were not allowed to be brought in. Once discovered, the consequences would be very serious. But watching the vegetables grow day by day, the students were happy in their hearts, and suddenly they felt that it was better to be strict. If someone came in and stole a plant or destroyed it, it would be a heavy loss. After all, not everyone in the world sees the good in others. If someone with bad intentions sneaked in and stole or destroyed these vegetables, they would have no place to cry. It's still better this way. Chapter 209. Carol told Modto about this incident when they were communicating. Modto thought the school's approach was quite good. This would better protect the experimental site to prevent anyone from having bad intentions. How is your experiment going? Modto asked casually. Carol has been busy recently, and I haven't talked to him for a while, so I don't know what's going on there. The vegetables have reached the flowering period. I checked the potatoes and sweet potatoes. They haven't fruited yet, but they are growing well. Carol was in a good mood and told Modto about his discovery 2 days ago. Then you have to work harder. Xiao Wei Ning has made many kinds of sauces recently, and said he would send some to you. You can't let everyone down. Modto was in a good mood recently. He ate food he had never eaten before every day, and was not so strict with Carol. He told him that the batch of saplings he had sent before had been planted and survived, and they had started to grow new leaves recently. Carol was shocked when he heard this. He had just cultivated that batch of saplings. According to his estimation, the survival rate was only about 90% at most. He didn't know whether Green Star was suitable for growing that kind of saplings, or the Wei family was really good at growing them. They all survived. However, when he thought about the vegetables that no one else could grow, they not only grew them well, but now they could grow them too. Carol felt relieved after thinking about it. He was just thinking about whether he should cultivate another batch and send them over when he heard a loud noise. He thought something had happened and asked Modto what happened. There was no response from the other side for a long time, only a sound was heard, which made Carol anxious and shouted several times. "I go and take a look, that's it." Modto finally hung up the call after saying one sentence, ignoring Carol's anxious voice. When Modto went out to the gate, all the people in the Wei family were there, except Haifeng, who was busy building the city recently. They all looked at the direction where the sound came from in the distance. The dark clouds in the distance were slowly gathering, and occasionally a white light flashed in the clouds, and a loud noise sounded after a while. "Is this thunder and lightning?" Modto looked for a long time before asking. "It's going to rain," Wei Ning concluded. "Rain? What should we do? Why is it raining out of nowhere?" Wei Guiliang was very anxious. They didn't install rainproof equipment in the planting area. They had to avoid acid rain, otherwise the crops in the planting area would suffer. The rice was about to be harvested. If it rained acid, the loss would be huge. What should we do? We are not prepared. Seedling was also very anxious. Because it hadn't rained, they hadn't prepared any rainproof equipment. Where could they find it now? It shouldn't be acid rain. Wei Ning looked at the sky for a long time and said, "The environment of Green Star has improved, especially since many trees have been planted there recently, and there is no industrial pollution such as heavy industry here. This should be normal rain. But what if?" Wei Guiliang was worried. "Even if it rains acid now, it's too late. It's already raining over there." Wei Ning pointed to the direction where the dark clouds gathered at the beginning. It was dark there, accompanied by continuous thunder, and a hazy rain curtain gradually appeared in the distance. The air was filled with moisture, and the group watched the rain curtain getting closer and closer, drop by drop. After a while, the rain fell on the courtyard. Wei Guiliang and others stared at the wet ground with good eyes, and they were relieved when they saw no obvious signs of corrosion. But they did not dare to be careless. Seedling directly filled the water and took it for testing. The result was normal rain, and she was completely relieved. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and soon the vision was blurred. The rain fell on the ground and soaked the earth. The rain that was not absorbed in time gradually gathered into one piece and flowed slowly along the lower place. This rain is good, and we won't be afraid of water shortage at that time. Knowing that there is no problem with the rain, Seedling was happy in her heart. After this rain, Green Star will not be afraid of water shortage everywhere. Yes, even if we only fill half of the lake, we won't be afraid of water problems in the later period. Wei Guiliang echoed. Every time when there is a lot of water, it will not be enough, so there is no need to worry about it now. The rain lasted for a full hour and a half before it stopped. As soon as the rain stopped, Wei Ning and the others ran out. Looking at the wet land washed by the rain, the crops in the planting field absorbed enough water and looked more energetic. The trees and weeds on the hillside not far away were also full of vitality. The biggest change was the brighter sky. The sky, which had always been gloomy, finally cleared up and saw the sun. For the first time, I feel that the sky here is so beautiful. Wei Ning looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling very happy. Yes. Seedling also looked at the sky and sighed. It will be more beautiful in the future. Wei Guiliang put on his non-slip shoes and prepared to go out with Wei Dong to see what was going on in the rice fields. He smiled when he heard this. "Where are you going?" Seedling asked hurriedly when she saw them dressed and ready to go out. "Let's go around and check the situation of the planting land," Wei Guiliang said, and prepared to go out with Wei Dong. "Wait, I go too." "How long do you two want to stay?" Seedling said, and went back to change shoes. "Then I go too." Wei Ning saw that they were all going, and he felt embarrassed to stay at home, so he went in to change shoes. Finally, even Modto followed them. Wei Guiliang couldn't persuade him, so he had to let him go. Several people went to check in several directions, and just took a general look to see if the drainage was smooth. If there was any accumulated water, they just drained it. The drainage ditches were made when the land was prepared before, but they were afraid that heavy rain would affect the growth of crops. Wei Ning walked around and found no place with accumulated water. The water flowed into the ditches separated by each plot of land. The heavy rain washed away the thin layer of dust on the leaves of the vegetables, and the veins on the leaves were clear and green. After visiting the vegetable fields, the grape groves, and the orange groves, we finally reached the back mountain. The trees for various condiments planted on the back mountain are now 4 or 5 meters tall, and each one is lush and leafy. The star anise tree is bloomed, and after a rain, many pink and red petals fell to the ground. Wei Ning didn't feel sorry for the many flowers, and followed the road to the valley where lavender was planted. After the efforts of her and Xiangxiang, the entire valley was finally planted. Since the entire valley was planted, Xiangxiang settled here, and Wei Ning wanted to move it away, but it didn't want to. As soon as she approached, she could smell the fragrance of lavender mixed in the moist air, which was refreshing, as if the fatigue from the journey was gone, and the whole person became relaxed. Xiangxiang? Wei Ning shouted in her heart. Usually, she didn't get close, and Xiangxiang's chirping sound appeared. Now she shouted, but there was no response. She couldn't help feeling strange, and walked towards the place where its body was planted. This sight shocked Wei Ning. The place where Xiangxiang was planted was empty, with only one pot left. And Xiangxiang had gone nowhere. He called her many times in his heart, but there was no response, which made Wei Ning very anxious. Chapter 210. Xiangxiang? Where have you been? Wei Ning squatted beside the empty flower pot, and shouted anxiously. The whole valley echoed with her shouting, but when the sound died down, there was still no response from Xiangxiang. Wei Ning looked around, trying to find Xiangxiang's body in the flowers. Although she usually disliked Xiangxiang for always chirping and fooling her, always finding excuses to ask her for superpowers. She said she disliked it, but she really cared about it. Even though she knew it was fooling her, she still gave it the superpowers in the end. How could she have no feelings for it, after raising it for so long? Now it's gone, her heart is empty, and inexplicably aching. Wei Ning looked through all the lavender in the valley, and Xiangxiang seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, without seeing any shadow at all. Xiangxiang? Where on earth have you been? Wei Ning squatted beside the flower pot where the animal was usually planted, looking lonely, with red eyes, and about to cry. Ahem. I'm here. The flowers next to him swayed slightly, and a very weak voice reached Wei Ning's ears. Xiangxiang? Wei Ning was shocked, and lowered his head to find the source of the sound. A small light purple head popped out from a lavender branch next to him. Wei Ning. Is she dazzled or not? Otherwise, how could she see a little person? Xiangxiang? Is it you? Wei Ning said in disbelief. It's me. I'm so tired. Come and catch me quickly. The familiar tone reached his ears, and Wei Ning was stunned for a moment, and then spoke with great surprise. You have transformed? I'm like this. Xiangxiang put her hands on her waist, puffed up. After saying that, she turned around proudly to show Wei Ning how beautiful she was. Am I beautiful? In Wei Ning's eyes, the little man, with a green body half the size of a palm and light purple hair turned around. It was small, with regular features, and looked small and exquisite, but it was not beautiful enough. But if she said that, it would definitely not be happy. After thinking about it, she smiled and said, Well, it's very cute. It's a small thing, what else is cute? Do you like me more? Xiangxiang jumped onto Wei Ning's outstretched finger, slid along the finger to her palm, and asked proudly. It's so beautiful and cute, how could I not like it? Of course I like it. Wei Ning stretched out his finger, and gently touched its hair, and unexpectedly found that it was very smooth. Why did you become like this? Could it be that you were experiencing the thunder tribulation before? Wei Ning asked what he was thinking. If she hadn't seen Xiangxiang become like this, she wouldn't have thought about the tribulation. Isn't this the thunder tribulation that plants and trees need to go through to transform in immortal novels? What are you thinking about? This is what I originally looked like. Xiangxiang was very unhappy. Isn't this normal? Your original form was just an ordinary plant. How could I have thought too much? Wei Ning pointed at the lavender next to her. It didn't look any different from these lavenders before, except that it could communicate with her mind. Can't you hear what I'm thinking now? Otherwise, she had been calling it before, and it didn't respond. It seems so? Xiangxiang also realized that he could not hear her thoughts. How come you have changed, but your abilities have become worse? Shouldn't you be getting stronger and stronger? Who said I've become weaker? I'm very strong. Xiangxiang pinched her waist, and refused to admit that she had become weaker. How can you be so strong? You still can't make these lavenders grow quickly. You still have to rely on me. Wei Ning nodded its head, and turned it over. Seeing it like this, he couldn't help laughing. Humph! I can make them grow faster now. Xiangxiang climbed up, and sat in Wei Ning's palm, with her hands folded around her chest, pouting her little mouth, and her chin raised high. Then cast a spell quickly to open my eyes. Wei Ning supported his chin with one hand, and looked at the little man in his palm with his eyes level, with a face full of eagerness to try. I don't have the strength now. Xiang was discouraged. It had accumulated so much energy to maintain itself as it is now. It was too tired to move, and had no strength to make them grow. Give me some energy first, and I show you. What could Wei Ning say? Seeing that it really looked listless, he had to transfer superpowers to it. The endless superpowers overflowed from the palm, and were absorbed by Xiang. This process lasted for about 10 minutes before Wei Ning stopped transferring superpowers. Wait, I show you now. Xiang said, spreading her hands, closing her eyes, and muttering something, which made Wei Ning look confused. Could she really know magic? Just thinking about this, Wei Ning felt a very soft and friendly breath emanating from Xiang. Surrounded by this breath, the whole body was warm and comfortable. Wei Ning almost wanted to close her eyes and sleep. Just then, Wei Ning heard a rustling sound, and she turned her head to look around. Suddenly, her eyes widened, full of shock. With them as the center, the flowers that had only bloomed sporadically bloomed in the blink of an eye, the light purple branches moved without wind, and the air was filled with the fragrance of lavender. While Wei Ning was stunned, all the lavender in the valley bloomed. Look! Am I amazing? Xiang looked proud. You are awesome. Wei Ning looked at the purple flowers all over the valley, and gave it a thumbs up. Because she was too shocked, Wei Ning did not notice that Xiang changed from standing to sitting after she finished speaking, looking exhausted. When Wei Ning found it, it was already lying softly in the palm of her hand with its eyes closed tightly. Xiang? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Wei Ning stretched her hand into the air, and finally gently placed her hand on Xiang's body, feeling it carefully, until she felt a slight rise and fall at her fingertips. She was slightly relieved. Fortunately, she was probably just tired. You? Why are you so stubborn? It won't be the same if you show it to me after your body recovers. Wei Ning carefully put it into her pocket, looked up at the blooming sea of flowers, and felt a headache. It just rained, and all the lavender bloomed. How should she explain it to her family? And there is Xiang. Before, Xiang was just a lavender plant, and everyone knew that it was the mother plant. It contributed a lot to the current situation. But now the lavender has become a little man. How can she say it so that everyone will not think this is not so incredible? If it weren't for her own experience, she would have been scared by Xiang. I still need to think carefully about what to say. Wei Ning went back with Xiang in her arms, feeling mixed emotions. Chapter 211. All along the way, Wei Ning was thinking about how to say it so that everyone could better accept Xiang's existence. However, she thought of countless ways, but in the end, none of them worked. Xiang handled it herself. As soon as Wei Ning returned to the gate of the courtyard, she received a call from Wei Guoyang. She did not answer it, and opened the door to go in. Wei Guoyang and his friends had been back for a while. They had been waiting for her for a long time, but did not see her. They were worried that she had an accident. When they called her, but were rejected, Wei Guoyang was not so worried. Don't worry, Ning should be on her way back. Wei Guoyang looked at Yiling and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Ning appeared in their sight. Ning! Is there any problem with you? Why did you come back so late? Yiling came over, held her hands, looked Wei Ning up and down, and found no injuries, so she felt relieved. According to the area they were assigned, they should have returned from a round of inspection at about the same time, but they hadn't seen Ning come back for a long time, which showed that something was wrong. Yeah. Wei Ning nodded, a little hesitant to speak. She hadn't figured out how to start. But the crops were seriously damaged? Wei Guoyang asked anxiously when he saw her like this. The harvest was about to start, and he would feel distressed even if there was a little loss. No. Wei Ning shook his head hurriedly. This rain was a good thing for Green Star. What was it? Wei Guoyang was relieved if the crops were not damaged. But he still had to ask what the situation was. It's just, the flowers in the back mountain are blooming. Wei Ning closed her eyes, and said directly. Anyway, it has to be said, and it can't be concealed. What? Everyone looked over at her when they heard her say this, all with a look of shock on their faces. They all knew what was going on in the back mountain, and they would go there every few days. They knew everything clearly, so it would be strange if they were not shocked. Why did it bloom? Yiling reacted and asked hurriedly. In their estimation, the flowering period of this batch of Angelica would take at least half a month, so how could it bloom after the next rain? This is really abnormal. Oh! It's so noisy I was woken up. Who's there? Wei Dong looked at Wei Ning vigilantly. He just heard another voice, which came from Ning Ning. I heard it too. Seedling also looked at Wei Ning. She was sure that she had not heard it wrongly. Not only the two of them, but Wei Guoyang and Mo Duo also heard it, and they all looked at Wei Ning. Hearing Xiangxiang's voice, Wei Ning knew that she couldn't hide it anymore. She hadn't figured out how to tell everyone yet. Ha! I'm so tired. You don't even let me sleep well. The slightly dissatisfied baby voice reached everyone's ears, and everyone looked at the source of the sound. The right pocket of Wei Ning's shirt. There was a bulge in the pocket, and something was slowly squirming, as if it was about to crawl out. Seeing this, Wei Ning didn't plan to hide it. She didn't expect Xiangxiang to wake up at this time and make a sound. I just went to the valley and found it. She took Xiangxiang out of her pocket and held it up for everyone to see clearly. A little baby with short purple hair and green clothes sat in her palm, covering her mouth with her little hands and yawning. It seemed to have noticed someone, and it looked over with its green eyes, its hands frozen at the mouth, and its eyes turned around smartly, which was very cute. Whose doll is this? Seedling stared at the doll. The little guy was so cute, she wanted to touch and hug it. Where did you find it? Modto squinted his eyes and looked at the little person. Why doesn't it look like a normal human? In the flowers, I saw it was so cute, so I wanted to keep it. Wei Ning didn't lie, it was indeed found in the flowers. As for how it got there, I won't say. I'm Xiangxiang, hello? Xiangxiang suddenly waved her little hand to everyone, and greeted them in a baby voice. Looking at such a soft and cute little thing, Seedling felt that her heart was about to be melted by it, looking at it with a loving face, and her gentle voice made Wei Ning feel sour. Xiangxiang? Hello. I'm Aunt Seedling, you're so cute. I like you so much. I like you too, this is for you. Xiangxiang knew that this was Wei Ning's mother, and she often saw other people, so she was not unfamiliar with them. She could feel Seedling's sincerity towards her, so she gave her a flower she had bloomed, but she didn't know that this move shocked everyone. Seedling looked at the light purple flower branch in front of her, and then looked at the appearance of the little man in front of her, and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Wei Ning didn't expect Xiangxiang to give her mother a flower branch, and she didn't know what to say at all. It was so sudden, and she didn't even say hello. She was shocked. Lingxiang flower. Modto was the first to react and exclaimed. What's going on? Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong were both shocked. Looking at the little thing holding the Lingxiang flower, and then looking at its unique appearance, a ridiculous idea flashed through his mind. Could it be a spirit? Just thinking about it, I suddenly felt incredible, and hurriedly shook my head to shake off this unreasonable thought. For me? After a long while, Seedling dared to speak. Yes. You are the first person who said that you like me. This is a gift for you. Xiangxiang held the flower branch that was taller than it, and walked forward a few steps. It didn't understand why this person didn't accept it. In its memory, it had to give gifts when it first met, but now it had nothing, only its own flower branch. Doesn't it mean that it doesn't like it? But don't they like their own unintelligent tribes very much? Every time I see them picking flower branches, they are very careful. They should like them very much. My newly opened flower branches are more beautiful than those flower branches. They should like them more, right? Don't you like it? Seedling didn't accept it for a long time. Xiangxiang was depressed, lowered her head, and spoke uneasily. I like it. How can I not like it? Seedling couldn't bear to see it sad, so she hurriedly explained. How can I accept such a precious flower branch? Whether it was the former pharmacist or the current self without spiritual power, there was no resistance to the Lingxiang flower. However, how could she accept the Lingxiang flower given by such a little person? Why can't I accept it? I gave it to you. Xiangxiang didn't understand. Humans are really strange. No merit, no reward. If it was something else, Seedling might have accepted it. How could she bear to refuse such a little cutie? Xiangxiang turned around and looked at Wei Ning for help, hoping that she could help her. Mom, just accept it. Look how sad it is. What if it thinks that you don't accept it because it doesn't like it? Although Wei Ning was surprised by Xiangxiang's behavior, she didn't think the flower branch was that valuable. In her eyes, it was no different from other lavenders. Okay then. Seedling didn't want Xiangxiang to think so, and she couldn't bear to see her sad look. She accepted the Lingxiang flower, which was very valuable to her, and thanked her sincerely. Thank you, Xiangxiang. Seeing Seedling accept it, Xiangxiang also smiled sweetly, and Seedling looked at it infatuatedly, and liked it more and more. Xiangxiang followed the same method and gave one to Wei Guoyang, Wei Dong and Modto, and they were flattered to accept it. but only they themselves could understand the complicated emotions in their hearts. Chapter 212. After Wei Ning brought Xiang back to the room, Wei Guoyang and the others looked at each other, and all stood up and walked out. Their destination was very consistent, which was the back mountain. In the room, Wei Ning put Xiang on the table, sat on the stool, and looked at Xiang, ready to ask her what was going on. Tell me honestly, why did you transform? This kind of plot that only appeared in immortal novels actually happened in the technologically advanced interstellar era. She even suspected that this was a time and space where immortals could be cultivated. I told you that this is what I look like. Why don't you believe it? Xiang pouted, very unhappy. Why didn't she believe what she said? Don't lie to me. You were obviously a plant before, and you are obviously different from you now. If I hadn't seen your previous appearance, I would still believe what you said. Wei Ning felt that this was perfunctory to her. You know, it was dug back from Kaiyang's star by herself. It would be strange if she believed this. I didn't have enough energy before, so I turned into my original form. Xiang answered, pulling at the corner of her clothes. It didn't hide it from her on purpose. It was because of her that it was able to wake up and become better, and it didn't want to lie to her. Because of the problem of memory loss, it had long forgotten its original appearance. It only knew that after absorbing the energy she gave, it would feel very comfortable, and it also liked that kind of energy. Slowly, it had some memory fragments and knew that after absorbing energy, it could feed back some of the energy to other people of the same race, so that they could grow quickly. As the number of people of the same race increased, it also received energy from the feedback of its people to restore its memory, and even turn into a human form. Although there are still many missing memories, it knows some things in the recovered memories. It was originally a spiritual grass with inherited memories, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the light of the moon to cultivate and take shape. But soon after it transformed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually became scarce. It accidentally hit the crack of time and space while looking for a place to stay. It accidentally fell into the crack, and was seriously injured and almost died. Its memory was also lost due to serious injuries, and it fell into a deep sleep. When it woke up for the first time, it found that there was almost no spiritual energy in the place where it was, and it was seriously injured. It couldn't even repair itself, and could only rely on sleeping to slowly recover. Until one day, it felt a very comfortable energy in a daze, but it disappeared after a while. Until later, it absorbed this energy several times intermittently, and it slowly woke up from its deep sleep, but found that it was no longer in the place where it fell at the beginning, and was taken away by a human. It felt the familiar and comfortable energy from humans. This energy could slowly heal its injuries. It was awake longer and longer, but its injuries were still not healed, and it still maintained its original form. It was not until it absorbed more and more energy, and received more and more energy from its own kind that it was able to restore its human form. However, if it wanted to maintain its human form, it had to have enough energy, otherwise it would have to change back to its original form. Then how long can you last after absorbing a superpower? Although Xiang's experience was very mysterious, Wei Ning was still concerned about this. As it said, there was no spiritual energy in this world, and her superpower was like spiritual energy to it, which was useful to it. As the owner of the superpower, she must know how long the superpower could last. If a large amount of superpowers is needed every day to maintain its current form, she is not sure if she can do it. Even though her superpower level is much higher now, it still takes time to recover. 3 days. This Xiang can still be sure of. Not bad. Wei Ning felt very fortunate. In this way, she is not afraid of excessive consumption of superpowers and damage to the body, and Xiang can also maintain her human form. Although this human form is only small, Wei Ning thought in her heart. Will you continue to grow like this? If you grow up, will you need more superpowers? Looking at Xiang lying on the table and rolling, Wei Ning continued to ask. Thinking that it took so long to transform, I don't know how long it will take for it to grow a little bit more. Yes. Xiang turned over and sat up, looking up at Wei Ning, telling her what she knew. At this time, it still missed the time when they were in tune with each other. As long as she thought about it, she would know, unlike now when she needs to talk slowly. But how long will it take? There is no spiritual energy here that I need. It is difficult for me to grow up with only the energy you give, and the feedback energy from my people. What Xiang did not say was that it had no memory before, and did not know how to transform energy for its own use. The energy it absorbed was only used to nourish its body, and it was not transformed well, so it is only this small now, otherwise it could grow a little bit. Maybe I won't be able to wait until that day. Wei Ning stretched out his hand and poked Xiangxiang's round little face, sighing. According to Xiangxiang's statement, it is clearly some kind of natural spiritual grass in the novels of cultivating immortals. It can be transformed, and it must have gone through a long time, and its life is still growing. Even if interstellar humans can live to 300 years old, for a plant spirit like Xiangxiang, this time is just a blink of an eye. If it was the era I lived in before, humans could live for a long time. Xiangxiang felt regretful for this. She still liked Wei Ning very much. If they could stay together for a longer time, life would not be so boring. In her memory, she used to be alone. She didn't dare to go to places where humans gathered, for fear that humans would find her and take her to make elixirs. On the days when she woke up, the time she spent with Wei Ning was a happiness she had never experienced before. You said that was in the past. In my time before, it was very long-lived for humans to live to more than 100 years old. Wei Ning didn't think too much about it. The time and space now were also good. In other words, she was considered long-lived. As for the era Xiangxiang talked about, she could just listen to it. Anyway, she couldn't go back, so it was useless to think about it. Too long a life is not necessarily a good thing. Why? In the past, humans wanted to live forever. Xiangxiang pinched her fingers, not quite understanding. Watching the people you care about leave one by one, and finally being left alone, and having to repeat this life again and again, don't you feel lonely? Wei Ning didn't understand the world of those who cultivate immortals. For her, too long a life is not a good thing. You think very clearly, and live more clearly than the humans I have seen. You are a plant spirit. How many humans have you seen? Aren't you afraid that you will be discovered and plucked for medicinal use? Wei Ning chuckled. Xiangxiang closed her mouth and didn't say anything. Wei Ning was right. She was the first human it had seen, and the first human it hadn't used to make pills. If it hadn't lost its memory before, it might have hidden itself long ago and would never have been found. It knew in its inheritance that it had a powerful magical power that could assimilate its body with the surrounding plants to hide and not be discovered. Chapter 213. On the other side, Wei Guoyang and his companions rushed to the back mountain, and when they saw the sea of light purple flowers blooming in the valley, they were all in deep doubt. When they came to see it 2 days ago, only a small part of the branches were in bud, and most of them were still small buds, but now all the branches are in full bloom. This is too unbelievable. Is this really true? Wei Dong looked again and couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. It can't be wrong, they are all in bloom. Yiling has already smelled the faint fragrance. There is no way to be wrong. Is that purple little man really a monster? Wei Guoyang asked everyone's question. They think so, just because there was a movie that was popular in the Interstellar a few years ago, in which the protagonist had a monster friend who accompanied him from the decline to the peak of his life. Even Modto and Wei Guoyang knew about this movie and went to see it. Although they knew that it was just a character made up by the screenwriter, the monster was quite similar to the one in Wei Ning's hand before, so it's no wonder they thought so. So this was created by that monster? Wei Dong glanced at the valley full of light purple flowers. To be honest, Wei Dong's mood at the moment was extremely complicated. He was obviously a good young man who advocated science. He had asked his father not to believe those unfounded things before, but now he was slapped in the face. There are actually such things as monsters. His worldview is about to collapse. Mutated beasts will repay their gratitude, and it is not impossible for plants and trees to become spirits. Among the people present, Modto had the broadest experience and had seen many strange things. When he was young, he had seen mutant beasts repaying their gratitude to humans, which made him believe that it was not so difficult to accept that plants and trees could become spirits. Can mutant beasts repay a favor? I've never heard of it. Wei Dong was surprised. This is only a rare phenomenon. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Modto wouldn't believe that mutant beasts would repay a favor. Let's ask Ning Ning about this first. Yiling intuitively thought that this matter was related to Wei Ning. Okay. Wei Guoyang nodded. If the early blooming of this piece of Lingxiang flower was related to that little monster, then we must ask clearly, and we can't be careless when it comes to Lingxiang grass. If this was done by that little monster, then we will be rich. Wei Dong was very excited, and he was happy just thinking about it. You are dreaming, but have you ever thought about what the price is for doing this? Wei Guoyang glanced at him with a warning in his eyes. If this price is related to Ning Ning, he would rather not want it. Sorry, father. I shouldn't think so. Wei Dong also thought of it. Because Modto was there, he didn't say much and sincerely admitted his mistake. It's good that you know. Don't always think about getting something for nothing. Wei Guoyang didn't want to blame him. It was good that he knew his mistake. Dean Modto, you are knowledgeable. What do you think about this? Wei Guoyang turned to Modto and asked. Xiao Yi is right. We should ask Xiao Weining first. Modto has been in Green Star for more than half a year, and he also knows what the role of Wei Ning's innate skills is. Even if the Wei family treats him like a family member, he still has to grasp the right degree. This matter is obviously related to Xiao Weining, so he can't say much. Besides, he has seen this kind of thing for the first time, and he can't explain it. In this case, it's better not to say anything. Since you agree, let's ask first and then decide. Wei Guoyang took a last look at the flowers all over the valley, and walked back with a few people. Wei Ning also learned about the relevant situation from Xiangxiang. What made Wei Ning happiest was not that her ability could maintain Xiangxiang's form for 3 days, but that Xiangxiang said that after absorbing the ability, it could not only feed back to its own people, but also other plants and trees, but the effect was not as good as feeding back to its own people. And the energy fed back to it by other plants and trees would be much less. Even so, Wei Ning was very happy, which meant that the time for crops to mature was shortened again, and it was one step closer to the goal of building a good green star. And the news that Xiangxiang told her at the end made Wei Ning excited, so she picked up Xiangxiang and kissed her fiercely. What are you doing? Put me down. Xiangxiang was stunned when she was kissed for the first time, and when the second kiss reached the top of her head, she reacted and started to struggle instantly, not wanting Wei Ning to dirty her hair. My hair, let go. Even though Xiangxiang was very reluctant, Wei Ning still kissed her fiercely several times, and finally she accepted her fate with no desire to live. Who made it so small now, and fell into her hands? Baby! I love you so much. Wei Ning kissed her enough before speaking. Xiangxiang's news was really too shocking, and she couldn't help it. As long as it doesn't affect my own safety, you can have as many of my abilities as you want in the future. I will definitely make you fat and white, as long as you can give me a little help when I need you. Wei Ning even gestured with his hands deliberately, fearing that Xiangxiang would not be willing. It's not her fault that she said that, but Xiangxiang said that it can detect and distinguish the types and functions of all plants within 10 meters around it. It's simply a walking encyclopedia. With it, going to the wild is like carrying a golden finger, and there is no need to worry about not being able to find anything. Of course, Xiangxiang's last sentence, maybe there will be some deviations in different times, was completely ignored by her, and she only remembered the first half of it. Just don't treat me like you just now. Xiangxiang reached out and touched her hair. Although she didn't touch anything, she always felt a sticky touch and didn't like it. No problem, blame me for being too excited just now. Wei Ning saw its baby look and readily admitted his mistake. As long as it is willing to help, let alone this, as long as you can do it, you have to find a way to do it. But you are too conspicuous like this. It's easy to be discovered when you go out. Do you have any way to hide yourself and not let others notice it? You know that no matter what era, humans have no resistance to babies like you. After being happy, Wei Ning began to worry again. Although Xiangxiang is only this small and can be stuffed into a pocket, it is too inconvenient for them to communicate. If it is just her, it's okay. If there are other unfamiliar people present, there is no way to communicate at all. It is safest to communicate with the mind. Not yet. Xiangxiang was afraid when she thought of the bad things she had seen before. It didn't want to be taken away by others to make pills. Although no one knows how to make pills now, seeing how much they treasure the flowers of its kind, it knew that it was very important, and could not fall into the hands of bad people. And it also needed Ningning's energy. If it left her, and couldn't find another person with energy, wouldn't it have to maintain its original form forever? It didn't want to go through the years it had gone through before again. So it's done? Wei Ning's eyes lit up. Do you want to make a contract or something? After all, this is how immortal novels are written. I don't know, I try to think about it. Xiangxiang frowned, intuitively feeling that contracts were not good things. Then think about it slowly, don't rush. I don't plan to go out yet. Wei Ning's tone was gentle, and not in a hurry. Such a treasure, whether it can find treasures in the future depends on it, so it has to be treated better and better. Chapter 214. After returning, Wei Guoyang and his party found Wei Ning, and asked her what was going on. Wei Ning told them everything she knew and could say. That's probably what happened. After listening to Wei Ning's explanation, the scene became very quiet for a while, and several people were digesting the news they heard. So what you mean is that it was formed because of you? Will it return to its original form after leaving you? So the Lingxiang grass you brought back from Kaiyang Star before was the little elf? The Lingxiang flower in the back mountain also bloomed because of it. After a long while, Wei Dong asked a bunch of questions first. Yes, I talked to Xiangxiang, and it said so, and I didn't expect it to be like this. Wei Ning believed that they also guessed that this was related to her ability, but Modto didn't know, so she simply pushed it all to Xiangxiang. Anyway, this was indeed what it told her. This is too unbelievable, Seedling murmured. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe that there are such species as spirits in this world. Will it affect you? Wei Guoyang was worried that it would harm Wei Ning's body. He had seen people overuse their powers before, and the whole person was so weak. If the spirit continued to consume its powers, it would also have an impact on the body. If that was the case, he would rather not have that little spirit. No, it needs me, and won't hurt me. Wei Ning shook his head. Without his own powers, Xiangxiang couldn't even maintain the status quo for long. Unless he wanted to keep his original state, or find another person with powers, he couldn't do without his own powers. She believed that Xiangxiang would not do anything that would be detrimental to herself after being alone for so long, knowing that she would not hurt it. That's good. Even if it is very powerful, you are the most important in Dad's heart. Dad, don't worry, I won't joke about my own safety. Wei Ning felt warm in her heart and promised seriously. After getting Wei Ning's promise, Wei Guoyang and Seedling were relieved. They knew that she was not perfunctory, and her strength was obvious to all. She definitely had enough self-protection ability, so asking this question was also for peace of mind. After all, they knew nothing about the species of spirits. The happiest person at this time was Wei Dong, who immediately asked Wei Ning to release the little spirit and let him take a good look. The appearance of the little spirit before made him not look at it carefully, but now that he knew everything, he had to see it enough. This is a spirit, and it is estimated that there is only one in the entire galaxy, and it has such special abilities, so it can't be missed. Wei Guoyang and Modto also showed interested eyes, and even Seedling wanted to see it. Wei Ning had no choice but to take Xiangxiang, who was sleeping soundly in his pocket, out and hold him in his hands, so that they could see him clearly. Xiangxiang fell asleep right after she finished talking to her, saying that she was too tired and needed to rest, and she hadn't woken up until now. What everyone saw was the little guy sleeping soundly on his little arm, and several pairs of eyes were staring at him without him opening his eyes. Wei Ning held his forehead. This little guy had said before how terrible humans were, and now that so many people were watching him, he could still sleep so soundly. Wasn't he afraid of being caught and used to make pills? Of course, what Wei Ning didn't know was that Xiangxiang seemed to be sleeping soundly, but in fact, when Wei Guoyang and the others came back, they had already discovered that he didn't feel greed and desire from their eyes, so he was so relieved to let them look at him. It's really small. Wei Dong was the first to lean over and wanted to reach out to touch it, but when he saw his rough fingers, he didn't dare to do it, for fear that he would not be able to control the strength and get hurt. None of them dared to touch it, but just watched from the side. Their eyes gradually changed from curiosity at the beginning to doting, with a kind smile on their faces. Wei Ning thought that he had seen it wrong for a while, closed his eyes, and opened them again, and still saw their kind smiles, and felt that someone would compete with him for favor in the future. In fact, Wei Ning's intuition was not wrong at all. After talking, everyone quickly accepted Xiangxiang's existence and doted on it. Who can not like such a well-behaved and cute little monster? Due to long-term loneliness, Xiangxiang did not like to turn back to her original form, and asked Wei Ning to give her superpowers every 3 days to maintain the status quo. Wei Ning also fulfilled his words very straightforwardly. It followed Wei Guoyang and the others every day, with endless words to say and endless questions to ask. Everyone's heart would be melted by its sweet voice. Especially when they knew that it could not only shorten the growth time of Angelica, but also other plants. They loved it even more. The most direct way to show this was to buy for Xiangxiang. They bought a lot of small and exquisite toys, accessories, expensive, soft and comfortable beds, and clothes, which could fill up the 10 cubic meters of space. Xiangxiang was dressed up like an exquisite doll by Seedling every day, and Wei Ning was jealous of her gentleness towards her. This kind of life lasted for a whole week. If it weren't for the harvest season of various crops in the planting field, Wei Ning had no doubt that they could continue. This harvest is different from the past. In addition to vegetables and fruits, the most important thing is that the rice is mature. After several months of reverse incubation, nearly 300 chickens can be put on the market, and there are nearly 1,000 eggs. The planting area has expanded to several thousand acres, and it is simply too busy for Wei Guoyang and his few people. Even if the robots have increased from the original 20 to the current 50, working 24 hours a day without interruption, it will take several days to harvest. But now the situation on the border cannot spare a large number of people to help. Landy only sent an elite team to escort the transport ship, and the people will not arrive until 1 day later. Even if they are added, it is not enough, and the crops in the planting area cannot wait forever. For this reason, Wei Guoyang had to discuss with everyone to recruit a group of people from Kaiyang Star to help. This move has certain risks, which means that Green Star will be exposed to the public. This may cause some trouble. However, as Carol's research on the capital star gradually deepened and the students' experiments also yielded results, various colleges and universities further expanded the scale of the experimental sites. Now the output of the student laboratories of various colleges and universities has slowly begun to be sold to the outside world. Although the output has not yet met the needs of the people of the capital star, as the planting technology began to be opened in various colleges and universities on the capital star and achieved some results, the federal government also attached great importance to it. After discussing with the Research Institute, it is ready to launch courses to all federal colleges and universities. This also means that in the future, planting technology will no longer be unique to the family, and the planting family will gradually lose its unique advantages. Even if the Green Star is exposed at this time, the impact has been reduced to a minimum. But if no one is recruited to help, those crops will miss the best time to harvest. Even if there are risks, Wei Guoyang still decided to recruit people. It's just that how to recruit, and how many to recruit need to be further discussed. After everyone discussed, in order to reduce risks and troubles, it was decided to ask Pang Ruiwen for help. Then Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong went to Kaiyang Star to find Pang Ruiwen, while Wei Ning, Yiling, Modto, and Haifeng were responsible for the harvesting of various crops. Chapter 215. The decision to ask Pang Ruiwen for help was made after considering all aspects. Wei Guoyang had communicated with Pang Ruiwen several times, and even asked him for help with other things before. He still had some understanding of his character and ability. Moreover, the connections of the Pang family and Kaiyang Star were always much better than recruiting people by themselves, which was relatively much easier. Wei Guoyang knew what the Pang family wanted, which was nothing more than planting technology and crop output on Green Star. But as the research on the capital star gradually got on track, the Federal Political and Research Institute jointly promoted planting courses. Planting technology was no longer so important to the Pang family. The only thing left was the crop output on Green Star. From the several exchanges, Pang Ruiwen wanted to cooperate with him and obtain the sales qualification of various crops on Green Star. Even if the planting technology was open, it would take a lot of time to reach a certain scale. And if Pang Ruiwen wanted to take the lead in occupying the natural food market, the best way was to cooperate with Green Star. Once the cooperation was reached, everything would be ready. Wei Guoyang had thought about cooperating with Pang Ruiwen before, and he had mentioned it more than once, but was rejected. It was not that he did not want to cooperate, but at that time, they did not have any extra crops for him, and at that time, they could only barely meet the military needs of the 4th and 5th Legions. Now that the planting area has been expanded again, and rice is the staple food, the Legion has enough for what it needs, and there is even some surplus, so it is not impossible to cooperate with Pang Ruiwen. However, in this case, the plan to increase sales on the Star Network Mall will be delayed. Wei Guoyang had already made the decision to cooperate with Pang Ruiwen along the way. It was mainly for the future development of Green Star. After the plantation was expanded again and again, it was far from enough to rely on just a few people and the batch of robots. If he cooperated with the Pang family, it would be easier to find some manpower when he needed it, and I believe the Pang family would be happy. It was not that he had not thought about all mechanization, but it would be a high cost. Although the transaction amount with the 4th Legion was huge every time, the cost of building a wasteland was like running water, and there was little left. Now think about it, it was a ridiculous choice for me to come to Green Star to open up wasteland for a dream. I am very grateful that my daughter's superpowers have brought them to where they are today. After receiving Wei Guoyang's communication, Pang Ruiwen learned why he asked him for help, and he went to the head of the Pang family as soon as possible to explain his intention. Are you saying that the Wei family asked you to find a group of reliable people to go to him? The head of the Pang family was surprised. After helping the Wei family solve that problem, the gift the Wei family gave them in return really surprised him. It was a row of various vegetables, fruits, and dried goods, which were not even available to the big families in the capital star, not to mention how delicious they tasted. Now when he thinks back on it, the head of the Wei family can't forget it. It's not that he didn't mention to Pang Ruiwen whether there was an opportunity to cooperate with the Wei family, but he always got a rejection reply, and the head of the Pang family was indescribably disappointed. Now it's like a pie in the sky, which made him dizzy and happy. It's not that he can cooperate with the Wei family, but he has the opportunity to set foot on the place called Green Star, and see where such delicious food can be produced. He is happier than being able to cooperate. After all, he had no hope for cooperation, but this matter could be realized immediately. Pang Ruiwen glanced at him, and wanted to tell the head of the Pang family that even if they wanted someone to go, they would not want him, so don't be too happy too early. But he still shut up tactfully, so as not to spoil the fun. Obviously, the head of the Pang family also thought of this, and the smile disappeared before it reached his eyes. If he was just the young master of the Pang family, it would only take a word for him to go, but as the head of the family, how could he do whatever he wanted, not to mention that people might not be willing for him to go? The head of the Pang family felt very sorry, and looked at Pang Ruiwen. He was a little displeased with this side branch brother, who might go to Green Star, but he did not show it, and turned to talk to him about this matter. Did the Wei family say that they wanted people to go there for what? Who did they want to go? After receiving the return gift from the Wei family, combined with that short live video, he knew what the Wei family was doing in Green Star, which was also one of the biggest reasons why he wanted to cooperate with the Wei family. The Pang family is a big family in Kyong Star, but it is difficult to go further. However, if they have the opportunity to cooperate with the Wei family, they will have the opportunity to expand the family power. Unfortunately, they have not had the opportunity until now. They said that they must be reliable, tight-lipped, and have certain strength, preferably as psychic. Pang Ruiwen directly relayed Wei Guoyang's original words, and then said that the specific matters would be discussed in detail after they came. Psychic? Such a requirement shows that the matter is not simple. The head of the Pang family was thinking a lot, but his face did not show any, and he said slowly, "In this case, I will let the butler personally select a group of people, and you also select a group of reliable people. We will decide after discussing with the Wei family in detail." Yes. Pang Ruiwen also knew that this was the best arrangement. If it weren't for Wei Guoyang's strict requirements, he would not have been sure, and would not have told the master. Besides, it was impossible to hide this matter from the master's family. It would be better to tell the master directly to leave a good impression. After the two talked for a few more words, the head of the Pang family asked him to go back to arrange the staff. After Pang Ruiwen left, the head of the Pang family clicked a few times on the light brain. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. The visitor was a serious and upright middle-aged man. After coming in and paying a respectful salute to the head of the Pang family, he folded his hands in front of him and waited quietly for his fate. "Butler Pang, you go and pick a group of people yourself." The head of the Pang family emphasized that the candidates must be loyal, tight-lipped, and have decent strength. Although Butler Pang didn't know why the head of the family had to explain this, as long as the head of the family told him something in person, it must be very important, and he must keep an eye on it personally. Seeing that the head of the family did not say anything, Butler Pang immediately withdrew and went to select people in person. After Butler Pang left, head of the Pang family sat for a while, sighed, and finally stood up and walked in one direction. Head of the Pang family went to the residence of old head of the Pang family and told him about this matter, and after explaining his arrangements in detail, he said what he was thinking. "Father, I want Jiaji to go with me." If his son was not studying in the capital star, he would definitely let his son go with him. Old head of the Pang family had no expression on his wrinkled face. He had been keeping his eyes closed since he heard what head of the Pang family said. He slowly opened his eyes at this moment and saw his plan at a glance. You put Jiaju in the crowd. If she can be selected, it is also her luck. Old head of the Pang family did not refuse. He also wanted to know what Green Star had, but there was a protective shield there, so they could not go there whenever they wanted. Especially since the Wei family has the support of the military, they are not people that the Pang family can afford to offend. Making friends with the Wei family is in the best interests of the Pang family. Chapter 216. When Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong set foot on Kyong Star, Pang Ruiwen and the host family had selected a total of about 100 people. When they arrived at Pang's house and saw hundreds of people in the yard, Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong were shocked. In their opinion, Pang Ruiwen's selection of 30 people was already the limit. What they didn't know was that Pang Ruiwen really only selected 30 people, and the rest were sent by the host family, including Pang Jiaju. When Pang Ruiwen thought of his kid, who was jumping up and down and wanted to go, he had a headache. When he was selecting people, he made a lot of noise, so Pang Bo naturally knew about it. When he heard that he was going to Green Star, he said he wanted to go too, so he naturally didn't allow it. This kid was not tight-lipped, and was easily provoked. If he was provoked and said it quickly, then they would never have any intersection with the Wei family again. In the end, he had to coerce and lure him to give up the idea. But his eyelids were always twitching, and he always felt that the boy agreed too quickly, and he was not at ease. It would be better to choose the candidates early and leave as soon as possible. He simply said no more polite words to Wei Guoyang and invited him to the study to discuss in detail. Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong came here in person, mainly because they wanted to check it personally, and another reason was that some things were not easy to say in the communication, and the last point was to choose the people, and take them back as soon as possible, and the crops in the planting field could not be delayed for a long time. Pang Ruiwen mainly explained to Wei Guoyang that most of the people in the courtyard came from the main family, and he could not lie to them on this point, and he should make it clear. He had a lot of people under him, but he might not really trust many of them, not to mention that there was such a requirement, and being able to gather 30 people was already his limit. The key is that he doesn't know exactly how many people Wei Guoyang needs, so he just gathers all the suitable ones together, and lets him pick them slowly. Wei Guoyang only thought of this later, and he didn't say anything about it, which he can understand, but he is still satisfied that Pang Ruiwen can be the first to confess to him. Everyone hopes to be treated sincerely. In this regard, Wei Guoyang was also very straightforward, stating the purpose of his selection and further refining the conditions. He didn't intend to refine it originally, but decided when he saw so many people. Although he had guessed the purpose of Wei Guoyang's request for people, Pang Ruiwen still had a lot of ways in his heart when he heard that he was going to Green Star to harvest crops. Especially Wei Guoyang said that he needed about 50 people. He didn't know what the situation was on Green Star, and just the 50 people alone made him guess that the planting area there was definitely not a lot. You should know that there is a big difference between a psychic and an ordinary person. It is not only the difference in lifespan, but also because after a psychic awakens, all aspects of the body's functions are improved, and the most obvious manifestation is physical fitness. In simple terms, after awakening the psychic, physical fitness can be gradually improved through acquired training, while ordinary people can only reach C-level physical fitness at most, no matter how much training they do, while a psychic can be improved to S-level. All the 100 people present are psychics, and the lowest physical fitness is B-level. If the ability of a psychic is 5 times that of an ordinary person, then there are many things that can be done, and 50 people, just thinking about it, Pang Ruiwen's heart trembled a little. After Wei Guoyang talked to him in detail, he didn't delay, and went straight out of the study to start selecting people. He stood in front of everyone, without saying much polite words. Those who could stand here must know some inside information. Everyone knows where to go, so I won't say much. When you get there, you will naturally know what to do. Now there are a few main points to explain. If you can't do it, please stand aside. As soon as Wei Guoyang finished speaking, he pointed to the open space on the side and continued. First, those who go there cannot bring communication tools, such as optical computers. Secondly, they cannot wear space buttons. After boarding the starship, we will confiscate them, and return them to their original owners when they leave. Moreover, Wei Guoyang said what they had discussed before, which was also to reduce unnecessary trouble. Although it was a bit too much, it was also for the safety of Green Star. Even if these people were the most suitable ones selected by the Pang family, he couldn't be completely unprepared. And this was also said to Pang Ruiwen before, and he didn't object. Hearing Wei Guoyang's words, many of the 100 people felt that this requirement was a bit excessive, but most of them had no expression on their faces, as if these requirements were nothing, but they were more rigorous in their hearts. Wei Dong saw everyone's expressions, and had a plan in mind. Those who changed their expressions could not be accepted. Pang Ruiwen did not tell them in person, but asked Wei Guoyang to come forward. He also had a plan. Although these people were trustworthy, they were loyal to the Pang family instead of the Wei family. They only knew that they had to go to the nearby deserted planet to carry out the mission, but they did not know the specific content. Suddenly knowing such conditions, not everyone could accept it. He also wanted to know how many people were unwavering under such harsh conditions, but he obviously could not see it. Next, Wei Guoyang listed a series of requirements, which were so detailed that they made everyone wonder what kind of task it was that was so strict. But those who could come here were all selected. Although some people had opinions, no one really wanted to quit. What a joke. If they quit tomorrow. No, after today, the Pang family would not need them. On Kaiyang Star, the treatment given by the Pang family is rare. If they are kicked out by the Pang family, it is difficult to find such a good treatment, not to mention whether other families will want them. They will not make mistakes here. Wei Guoyang waited for a minute, and no one came out, so he asked Wei Dong to start choosing. From the moment Wei Guoyang started talking, Wei Dong carefully observed everyone's expression. He was not as observant and eloquent as Chen Haojie, but he also had his own unique way of selecting people. In short, the 50 people he selected in the end were able to remain calm after Wei Guoyang made such a request. Moreover, he had the information provided by Pang Ruiwen. Most of these people were excellent, and a small number of them were good at certain aspects, which just met certain requirements. The selected people stood on one side, and the unselected people stood on another side. There were many people with outstanding abilities among the unselected people. Obviously, they were surprised that they were not selected, but the usually inconspicuous people were selected. But even if there were doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to ask in front of Pang Ruiwen. They just wanted to know what the task was. Pang Ruiwen did not expect that Pang Jiao was among the people selected by Wei Dong. Pang Jiao's strength was the bottom among these people. Pang Ruiwen could not help but exclaim that she was lucky to be selected. And only 20 of the 30 people he selected were finally selected. Chapter 217. After selecting the candidates, Wei Guoyang proposed to return to Green Star. Pang Ruiwen suggested to use the Pang family starship to send them there, and Wei Guoyang did not refuse. It is better to use the Pang family's transport ship than to rent one by yourself. Since they have to go for a few days, and cannot bring a light computer, Pang Ruiwen also gave the people who were going to Green Star an hour to arrange their personal affairs, so as not to worry about their families, who could not contact them. An hour later, all 50 people gathered again at the Pang family, took the Pang family's aircraft to the spaceport, and then changed to a starship to go to Green Star. Starships are faster than spaceships, so Wei Guoyang simply parked the spaceship on the starship, and went back with the Pang family's starship. Most of the Pang family starships are transport ships, and there is only one medium-sized manned starship, which is huge in size, and has a special captain to operate and navigate. Pang Ruiwen only needs to communicate the destination with the captain. Pang Ruiwen was excited to be able to go as a leader. Ever since he met Wei Guoyang, he had dreamed of going to Green Star in person one day, to see what the planet that grows such delicious natural plants is like. Today, he finally had the chance to see it once, and he was in a good mood all the way. Especially after hearing the news that Wei Guoyang proposed to cooperate with him, his good mood reached its peak. He thought that this wish, which had no chance of being realized, was unexpectedly realized. If he hadn't taken care of his image, he would have wanted to laugh out loud. As early as when he knew that those vegetables were grown by Wei Guoyang and his family, he thought that if he could cooperate with the Wei family, with the quality of their vegetables, they could definitely monopolize the supply of related industries on nearby stars. If he works harder, he may have a chance to enter the capital star market. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. When he first proposed cooperation, he was rejected by Wei Guoyang. When he knew the power behind him, he dared not mention it again. He only dared to test it implicitly several times, but all ended in failure. Brother Wei. Pang Ruiwen couldn't control his excitement and joy. He wanted to say something several times, but he felt that nothing he said could express his feelings at the moment. In the end, he just said thank you. Brother Wei, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Pang Ruiwen held Wei Guoyang's hand with joy, and the smile on his mouth continued. Wei Guoyang knew that cooperating with the Wei family would be a new beginning for the Pang family. He didn't find it strange that Pang Ruiwen would do this. For hours later, the Pang family's starship arrived at Green Star. When Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong just arrived at Kaiyang Star, the elite team sent by Landy also just arrived at Green Star. The Star Beast tide has reached the final critical stage, and Landy is also very busy, let alone able to spare more manpower to go to Green Star. But this is the first time that Green Star has transported rice to their legion, and it is also the largest number of crops transported so far. He is worried about the standard personnel of the transport ship alone. In the end, he could only temporarily dispatch a team of 10 people, led by Heisey. Heisey was recently transferred back to the base for rotation, and he is familiar with the Wei family, so Landy is relieved. As soon as Heisey landed, he led the people to harvest. Wei Guoyang led the Pang family's team to get off the starship and came to the empty spaceport. Compared with the busy Kaiyang Star spaceport, the Green Star spaceport is quiet. Pang Ruiwen thought he would see a shabby spaceport, but when he saw the clean, tidy, and brightly lit hall, he couldn't help but secretly think that it was a big deal. Kaiyang Star is the closest planet to Green Star. When the alien beast tide came, most of the local residents were assigned to settle in Kaiyang Star. He still had some understanding of the situation on Green Star. After the army that suppressed the alien beast tide withdrew from Green Star, the only intact place on the entire planet was the spaceport. But more than 10 years later, even the best equipment would age, not to mention the abandoned planet like Green Star, where no one repaired and maintained the equipment. But now, he saw a brand new spaceport. If he was not mistaken, all the internal equipment was new. Some facilities were not even available on Kyong Star, but he had seen them on the capital star before. Pang Ruiwen's mood at this time was really subtle. The Wei family was richer than he thought. Wei Guoyang didn't know the ways in his heart at this time, and took them to the exit. Wei Dong left first and drove the aircraft to the parking lot to pick them up. The aircraft was purchased later, specifically for carrying people, and the spacecraft was parked in the spaceport. After deciding to recruit people, Wei Guoyang also arranged their accommodation, which was on the floor where Landy and his friends had lived before. At that time, a lot of rooms were reserved, and 2 people could almost live in one room. There were all kinds of equipment there, which could be used for training and entertainment, and there would be no boredom without a light computer. There were so many people that the aircraft could only carry more than 10 people at a time. Wei Dong sent all the people to the station building in 3 batches. Pang Ruiwen and Wei Guoyang were the last batch. After seeing the low-key and luxurious space lobby, he suddenly felt a strange feeling about these 2 ordinary buildings. This is exactly what he remembered. However, after Wei Guoyang took them in for a walk, they came to the room where Randy and the others had played before. After seeing the facilities inside, not only Pang Ruiwen, but even Pang Jiao was stunned. Not only are the facilities here complete, but they are all the latest. She doesn't even have the game cabin in the corner. According to her cousin, it is only available in the military. The games inside are developed by the military and are not open to the public. She has been craving it for a long time, but it's a pity that her cousin has never helped her get one. Seeing this in a place where her father said the conditions might be worse, she couldn't help but wonder how bad her father was talking about. You can use all the equipment inside. These are all left by the previous people, but there will be restrictions. You can only play a limited number of games, and you can't connect to the internet. If you feel bored, there is also a training ground over there. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Wei Guoyang pointed to the direction of another building and gave Pang Ruiwen the authority to enter and exit the rooms in the 2 buildings at will. He had no intention of taking Pang Ruiwen to live in the courtyard, and it just so happened that he could control these people here. Even if they came here to work, he didn't really trust them completely at the moment. People's hearts are the most unpredictable, and it's always right to have more concerns. Don't we have to work? Pang Jiao drooled at the game cabin, but she still remembered the purpose of coming here, and asked boldly because of her young age. The work will be arranged tomorrow, you settle down first. Wei Guoyang looked at the girl with a sweet smile, and had already guessed her identity in his heart, and his tone softened a bit. This area has not been developed yet, and there are limited places you can go. Get familiar with the residents today, and we will come again tomorrow. There is nutrient solution in the room. If any one of you can cook, there are also equipment in the kitchen on the 1st floor. I will ask Dongzi to send the food over later. You can also cook your own food? Unfortunately, I can't. Pang Jiao's eyes lit up, and then her expression was gloomy. She had never been to the kitchen at home, so how could she cook? See if anyone knows how to cook. If you want, you can cook at night, and we prepare the ingredients. Wei Guoyang was not stingy with the food. As long as these people could keep silent about the situation of Green Star, the food was nothing. Or you can discuss it first? Wei Guoyang saw that some of these people's expressions changed when they heard about the provision of ingredients, but Pang Ruiwen didn't speak, so no one spoke, and Wei Guoyang simply gave them some time. Brother Wei, thank you so much, then we trouble you after we've discussed it. Since it came to this, Pang Ruiwen didn't refuse and simply agreed. To be honest, he wanted to eat food. He didn't want to drink nutrient solution if he could eat Green Star's food. The problem was that he couldn't cook it either, so he asked who knew how to cook it first. Even if it was just one meal at night, it would be happiness. Chapter 218. Uncle 1, I want to eat. As soon as the father and son of the Wei family left, Pang Jiao looked at Pang Ruiwen eagerly. She didn't want to miss the delicious food. Ahem. Who of you is willing to cook at night? Pang Ruiwen felt guilty. He was the one who almost blew up the kitchen. It would be better to give such a difficult task to others. He is only suitable for sitting and waiting for food. Boss, I can. Miss, I can. Several people in the team raised their hands and shouted. They wanted to say it just now, but the boss didn't speak. As subordinates, how dare they speak? Now that the boss has spoken, if they remain silent, they will suffer. Even if it is not clear what their mission is now, they can hear a little from the words of the boss just now. It will definitely not be a bad thing. Seeing the boss's smug expression all the way, everyone felt as if they had taken a reassurance pill. Those who are qualified to follow, all of them have signed long-term contracts with the Pang family, and they have all reached their current position step by step with their own strength. They are very good at reading the boss's face, and their boss will never cheat them, so everyone is very relieved. They live on the edge of a knife and lick blood. Their lives may be lost at any time. Every time they return safely, they have to reward themselves well. However, most of these people have wives and children. Even if the Pang family treats them very well, it is not clear that many of them live a rich life. To say that they are rewarding themselves is just to add meat or vegetables to their family every few days to improve the food. This is still due to the premise that wild mutant beast meat can be eaten. If it were in the past, they would not even dare to think about it. Someone was willing to cook for him, for free, and no one shook their heads. Pang Ruiwen saw it, and simply replied to Wei Guoyang's message. Here, Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong received Pang Ruiwen's message as soon as they got off the aircraft. He didn't even need to read it to know what it was. He said that before, but it was just to give them a buffer. He had just told Wei Dong to send the food over later, and the message came. He opened it, and saw that it was true. Although Wei Guoyang said that they could ask for anything they needed, Pang Ruiwen didn't really take it seriously. All they saw through the aircraft window from the spaceport to their residence was a desolate area. It was obvious that supplies and other things were in short supply. Besides, they had also seen the place where they lived. Except for the lack of internet, they had no shortage of basic daily necessities. This condition was already quite good. The people of the Pang family had encountered all kinds of experiences when they were doing tasks in the forest and encountered accidents before. At that time, not to mention having a safe and stable environment to live in, they even had to save nutrient solution just to be able to go back alive. Now they not only have a stable residence, but also entertainment programs, and even food. This condition is several times better than the treatment they received in the Pang family. It is simply the life they dream of. If possible, they all want to do this mission for a longer time. They don't have to worry about their own safety at any time, and they are paid. This is the life they want. Back in the courtyard, Wei Dong prepared the things first. Fresh vegetables, potatoes, red fruits, sweet potato flour, bean curd, a whole box each, mutant eggs, a box each of meat, and a whole head of crazy pork. There are a lot of things. Just put them in the space button, it is very convenient. There was some rice at home, but Wei Dong didn't take it because of its special nature. With the opening of the planting class, the things he took were already known to the people of the Federation, and he had sent a lot of them to the Pang family, so it was not conspicuous to take them. But what Wei Dong didn't know was that the things he took were not conspicuous if they were taken out alone, but they were very conspicuous when they were put together. After the things were delivered there, Wei Dong and Pang Ruiwen handed them over and rushed back again. They didn't know that when they took the things and took them to the kitchen to prepare, they saw the whole box of ingredients and shivered for a long time and couldn't say a word. Pang Ruiwen took the things personally. It was a storage box commonly used in the Federation at present, which could hold 100 kilograms. Even if you hold it in your hand, you can't feel the weight. He didn't know that there would be so many kinds of things Wei Dong sent. He thought there were only vegetables and potatoes, sweet potatoes, and red fruits plus mutant beast meat. Seeing the vermicelli and bean curd sticks, which were only as big as a child's fist and looked a bit like eaten eggs, his expression changed again, and he finally called Wei Guoyang. Among all the people, he was the only one who could carry a light brain, which was also for the convenience of communication, but he could only communicate within the green star. He guessed that there was a device to block external signals here. This also deepened Pang Ruiwen's desire to cooperate with the Wei family in a friendly manner. These devices must come from the Legion behind him. The main family of the Pang family has relatives working in the 5th Legion. Over the years, they have only provided them with some medicinal materials. The help that the 5th Legion can give them is only to provide them with certain protection during the interstellar journey, but it is precisely this layer of protection that has enabled the Pang family to firmly sit on the position of the first family on Kaiyang's star. He did not ask for any practical help from the army behind the Wei family. As long as others knew that he was backed by the army, he could go more smoothly. Wei Guoyang also knew why Pang Ruiwen called for communication. He just felt that the things were too expensive. He explained the source of the things in a few words. What he lacked was not the ingredients, but the people who could keep secrets. The Pang family team had a not very delicious, but very satisfying dinner in a daze. Everyone was determined to work hard tomorrow and not let down this intention. Pang Ruiwen and Pang Jiao held a meeting for the team after dinner, mainly to keep the mission of this trip absolutely confidential. These people were not only confidants, but also signed long-term contracts with the Pang family. The consequences of breach of contract were not something they could bear. They also knew what kind of life they would live once they left the Pang family. Even if not for themselves, they had to consider their families. No one dared to violate it. However, the meeting had just ended, and the group was about to disband when a shrill alarm sounded throughout the planet. Alarm? Something's going on? What's going on? This isn't a deserted planet. Why is there an alarm? Everyone looked at Pang Ruiwen and Pang Jiao. Although they were surprised, they soon calmed down and waited for their instructions. Don't leave yet, I ask about the situation. Pang Ruiwen motioned for them to sit down, and he called to find out the situation. However, Wei Guoyang's call came first, and he quickly answered it. Brother Wei? Over there, Wei Guoyang looked at the person on the other side of Wei Dong's video call with a complicated expression, and told Pang Ruiwen a bad news. Just now someone accidentally triggered the planet alarm device, and the person has been found. Wei Guoyang considered it again, and still used found. That's good, how did the person? Pang Ruiwen thought he was telling them not to worry, but it sounded wrong, and he felt uneasy for no reason. What's going on? After careful consideration, he finally realized something, and his face suddenly changed, and he asked in a serious tone. Did the person follow us? If not, Wei Guoyang would not have such a tangled tone, and he would not specifically tell others that he had found it. Thinking of the unfilial son at home, Pang Ruiwen was immediately furious. It would be better if it wasn't him, otherwise he would not be able to deal with him. But at the same time, he hoped it was him. If it wasn't, outsiders would have sneaked into his starship, and the consequences would be hard to say. Fortunately, Wei Guoyang gave him a reassurance, and said that he would send the person over later. On the other side, Pang Bo, who was covered in dust and in a mess, curled up in a corner, looking at the person 10 steps away from him, and couldn't understand why he was caught just by touching the cool robot. Chapter 219. Uncle 1? Pang Ruiwen was so angry about his own unfilial son. He was not allowed to come, but he actually followed him secretly. Without Wei Guoyang telling him, he could figure out how the guy came. He must have hidden in the cargo hold of the starship to avoid inspection. Uncle 1? Pang Jiao didn't know what was said on the other end of the communication that made Pang Ruiwen so angry. She could only guess from a few words that the alarm just now was related to them, but the specific situation was still unclear. Pang Jiao was also worried that something unexpected would happen. When she came, her father and grandfather had told her that this trip was very important to their family, and asked her to listen to Uncle Wen more, and just think of herself as a mission. After shouting several times without any response, Pang Jiao couldn't help but shout, Uncle Wen? It's okay. Meeting Pang Jiao's worried eyes, and seeing that others were also looking at him, Pang Ruiwen waved his hand, and asked them to disperse first. Pang Jiao didn't leave. After the others left, she looked at him again, and the worry in her eyes turned into inquiry. It was my unfilial son, who followed us secretly, and was caught red-handed. The commotion just now was because of him. Pang Ruiwen suppressed his anger, and explained that Pang Jiao represented the master family, and he couldn't hide this from her. He couldn't hide it either. The boy would be here soon. Pang Bo? Pang Jiao frowned. She didn't know this cousin who was the same age as her. They all had their own circles, and the chances of meeting were limited. She was worried that Pang Bo's secret coming would affect the subsequent cooperation. What did the Wei family say? They didn't seem to blame him. Pang Ruiwen recalled what Wei Guoyang said, and didn't feel any dissatisfaction. It's good that you don't blame me. Pang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that there was still a chance for cooperation. When that kid comes, I will break his legs. Pang Ruiwen said this almost with gritted teeth. Pang Jiao glanced at him and said nothing, thinking, that also requires you to be willing to give up. Even if you are willing to give up, you have to catch up with him. She and Pang Bo are not familiar with each other, but she also knows that he has S-level physical fitness. People from families like them, as long as they are detected with A-level mental power, they must undergo strict training so that they can go further in the future. While the two were talking, Pang Ruiwen's optical brain sounded again. He saw that it was Wei Guoyang's message, saying that he would arrive soon. Pang Jiao hurriedly said to leave when she saw this. Her current identity is a member of the Pang family team, and this kind of thing should be avoided. It happened that she was very interested in the equipment in the entertainment room, so she took the opportunity to enjoy it quickly. As the party in the wrong, Pang Ruiwen also hurried out to wait. At this time, it was useless to say anything. The key was to try to get forgiveness. Just a moment after arriving at the door, a flying vehicle from the spaceport arrived in the blink of an eye. The moment the hatch opened, Pang Ruiwen's apology was stuck in his throat when he saw the person who came. It was a stranger. "Are you Mr. Pang? The person is sent to you. Don't let him walk around anymore." The person jumped down and stood in front of Pang Ruiwen. An invisible pressure came faintly. Pang Ruiwen took a step back unconsciously and looked up at the person who made him feel afraid. A young face with a faint smile, but the surrounding exudes a sharp aura, which makes people want to stay away. "I'm Lu Yu. I found him when I was patrolling before. Boss Wei said you know him and asked me to send him here." Lu Yu covered up the process of his discovery with a few words, giving Pang Ruiwen enough face. "Thank you, brother. I will teach him a lesson." Pang Ruiwen's old face turned red. Seeing the embarrassed look of the man, who came out a few steps later, he wanted to disown this unfilial son. No wonder Wei Guoyang didn't come over. He saved his face to teach his son. It would be a lie for Pang Ruiwen to say that he was not grateful. He really didn't know how to face Wei Guoyang for a while. People trusted him so much and let him bring people to Green Star, but such a thing happened to him. It was his own son. He was ashamed. "I leave first." Lu Yu was not interested in watching how he taught people a lesson. His mission of sending people to him was completed. He had to go back and patrol again before he felt relieved. "You unfilial son, what did I tell you? And what did you promise me? This is your promise. You think this is your home, and you want to do whatever you want." As soon as the aircraft carrying Lu Yu left his sight, Pang Ruiwen was furious and pointed at Pang Bo and scolded him. He took a few steps forward and stretched out his hand to twist his ear, but Pang Bo dodged it with his head turned sideways. "You dare to hide? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not your father." Pang Ruiwen became even more angry and looked around to find a weapon to teach him a lesson. "Dad, I was wrong." Seeing that his father was really angry, Pang Bo admitted his mistake very neatly, looking at him pitifully with a bit of flattery in his eyes. He had realized along the way that he had really gotten into trouble this time, and that was just a subconscious reaction. Who told his father to twist his ears? He was used to hiding and forgot that things were different now. If he couldn't forgive him, he would be in trouble. The surroundings were clean and tidy, so there were no weapons. Pang Ruiwen saw that he admitted his mistake, so he didn't look for it. He just twisted his ears with one hand and roared. "Wrong? It's too late to admit it now. The consequences of your willful behavior on the family can't be redeemed by just saying you're wrong." Listening to his father's words, Pang Bola shrugged his head, deeply aware of the seriousness of the matter, and listened to the lecture obediently, not daring to refute a word. "Stand here and reflect on your mistakes. Apologize to me tomorrow, and I send someone to pick you up." After teaching the unfilial son a lesson, Pang Ruiwen couldn't help but reflect on his previous behavior. Was it because he was too indulgent that made this kid not know the importance of doing things? He still needs to be tempered more. He will be trained more when he returns, so that he won't have time to make trouble. Pongbo had no idea that his impulsiveness would lead him to be trapped in various trainings day and night. He was still thinking about how to stay here. He hadn't seen the cool robot clearly, let alone the whole picture of this place. How could he go back like this? Thinking of his embarrassing appearance before, he wanted to make a hole in the ground so that he could bury himself. He boasted that he was extraordinary, but he couldn't even take a single move from the other person. It was really embarrassing. If only he could be as good as that person. Chapter 220. Pang Bo fell asleep, while standing in a daze amidst all kinds of fantasies. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. He saw a flying machine coming towards him from afar. He shook his head, which was not so clear, and then he realized where he was. The experience of last night emerged like a movie in reverse. He suddenly shuddered and stood up quickly. As soon as the flying machine stopped, Pang Ruiwen came out with his men. Pang Bo secretly glanced at his father, and saw that his face was not very good, as if he had not slept well. It was strange that Pang Ruiwen could sleep well. He tossed and turned all night because of this kid's matter. He only dozed off for a while, when it was almost dawn. If this matter was not resolved, how could he sleep peacefully? "Brother Wei, you are here. This kid really caused you trouble yesterday. I am really sorry for you. I feel really bad." When he saw Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong coming down, Pang Ruiwen greeted them with a smile, grabbed Pang Bo with one hand, and asked him to apologize in person. "Uncle Wei, I'm sorry, I just wanted to visit your house so much that I followed you secretly. I won't dare to do it next time." Please don't chase me away. I can help you with work. I can do a lot of work. I am not afraid of being tired. Pang Bo knew that whether he could stay or not depended on Wei Guoyang. His father clearly wanted to send him away, but how could he be willing? While admitting his mistakes, he also expressed his yearning for Green Star and gave him another chance to stay. What nonsense are you talking about? Go back today. Pang Ruiwen didn't expect him to say that. He gave him a slap and turned to smile awkwardly at Wei Guoyang. Brother Wei, don't worry about this kid. I sent someone to pick him up today and won't let him mess around again. You? Wei Guoyang raised his hand to interrupt him. He had heard Li Yu's story about Pang Bo's secret coming last night and had made plans, but harvesting was the most important thing at the moment, and he couldn't get away, so he let him go for now. Brother Pang, don't rush this, let's talk business first. Since this kid calls me uncle and is curious about this, it's okay to let him stay, but the next task is heavy, don't complain about being tired. The latter sentence was said to Pang Bo. Pang Bo didn't expect it to be so easy to stay, and immediately patted his chest to promise that he would never drag his feet. Wei Dong shook his head and didn't say anything. This was too much, and he would be slapped in the face later. Everyone's information is on Wei Guoyang's side, and everyone's strength and expertise are also clear. They have been basically assigned before coming. He came here mainly to explain some things to pay attention to, and take them to recognize the road. After a few simple words, they began to leave in batches and walk towards the planting area. The crops that need to be picked mainly include cucumbers, red fruits, peas, beans and eggplants. Unlike vegetables, these are not picked uniformly. There are not many crops, about 100 acres of each. The oranges and grapes planted earlier are all on the mountain. Heise and his people have gone to pick grapes. The Pang family team only needs to sort the remaining types. As for the rice, it was all harvested yesterday. The seeds and the amount for the family to eat have been stored in the warehouse. This is also thanks to Heise bringing 5 more machines this time. The vegetables are picked by robots. On the way from the residence to the planting area, everyone was shocked to see a green area through the window. This is the first time they have seen such a large planting area. Since the planting course started, many pictures of crops planted in the experimental field have been circulated on the Star Internet. They have all seen them, but compared with what they see now, they are really nothing. A group of people looked at Wei Dong with fiery eyes. If they had such a large piece of planting land, they would not have to worry about life in this life. No, several lives. Wei Dong took them to the place, handed them over to the leader among them, explained the matters needing attention, and asked them to take the storage box and left. The 50 people were divided into 5 teams, each with 10 people. Wei Dong drove the aircraft back and forth several times before arranging everyone. In the end, only the father and son of the Pang family and Wei Guoyang were left waiting at the door of the residence. Uncle Wei, what about me? Pang Bo saw that everyone was taken away, leaving only him and his father, and couldn't help asking. Just join us later. Wei Guoyang smiled and comforted. Brother, I really made you laugh. If this kid is half as good as Dongzi, I'd be thankful. After this incident, Pang Ruiwen changed his way of addressing Wei Guoyang again. He no longer called him by his last name. He was really grateful to him. Brother, don't say that. Xiaobo is not bad. Wei Guoyang has heard a lot of compliments. Every father says this, and he is no exception. Pang Bo listened to them praising each other in boredom, silently rolling his eyes, a scene that could not be escaped anywhere. Fortunately, Wei Dong came over soon, and the two of them ended the conversation in time and got on the aircraft. They were going to pick oranges, and the direction they were going was also different. They had to go through the plantation to the hillside on the edge. The height of the aircraft is much lower than that of the spacecraft. Standing in front of the window, you can see the robots working busily and orderly below. The green color is decreasing little by little, and the storage boxes behind the robots are increasing one by one. Even though Pang Ruiwen had estimated the planting area of the Wei family, he was still shocked, and Pang Bo's eyes were shining, clinging to the window, and unwilling to leave. He listened to Li Ai bragging about how big his uncle's plantation was at school all day long, which made people envious. At that time, he was very disdainful. How big can a plantation be? It's not worth bragging about. It's not his. What's so great about it? But now seeing such a large planting land, he suddenly became deeply jealous. Not jealous of Li Ai, but jealous of the person who owns this planting land. When the aircraft stopped in front of the orange orchard and went down, Wei Dong glanced at Pang Bo. Not understanding how it happened so fast, the boy's eyes looked at him differently, as if he was envious and jealous. Wei Dong didn't bother to care how he looked at him, and walked forward first. The huge mountain was planted with orange trees, one row after another, and there were many golden round oranges on the trees. At a glance, the whole mountain was golden. What is this? Seeing such a scene, the father and son of the Pang family were stunned. This close contact had a stronger visual impact than what they had seen on the aircraft before. They were like country people who had never seen the world, and were dazzled by the prosperity of the city. This is an orange, a kind of fruit. You can try it. It tastes good. As he said that, Wei Guoyang walked up a few steps, picked two and stuffed them into the hands of the two people, and picked one himself and broke it open to eat. The only oranges that can bear fruit are the first batch planted, and there are not many. Compared with other fruits, it is the one with the smallest area. So sweet, so delicious. Pang Bo smelled the fragrance of the orange in his hand, and couldn't help breaking it open and eating it. It was sweet and juicy, and a little crispy, which was better than the red fruits he had eaten before. He finished an orange in a few bites, and looked at the one in his father's hand with a look of desire. He couldn't help licking his lips, wanting to have another one. Just thinking about it, Wei Guoyang's words rang in his ears. You can eat whatever you want, but you have to pick them all first, and you can take some back when you go back. Really? Pang Bo looked at Wei Guoyang with sparkling eyes, and he was full of energy just for this. Of course. Wei Guoyang didn't need to lie to him. Oh, I go now. Pang Bo screamed and rushed in. Tools. Pang Ruiwen shouted angrily. Panbo rushed back, took the storage box, and was about to leave, but was stopped by Wei Guoyang, who gave him a pair of scissors and told him which ones to pick and which ones not to pick. The oranges ripen at different times, and some are not ripe yet. If they are picked at this time, the taste will be much worse. Panbo listened carefully and ran over excitedly again, ready to work hard. Chapter 221. Pang Bo was like a star pirate entering the village, looting the ripe oranges from every orange tree, and soon filled a storage box. Pang Ruiwen was much more gentle, pruning slowly, sometimes calculating the yield of oranges, and sometimes asking Wei Guoyang about the cultivation technology of the orange trees. If he had wanted to ask before, he would not have dared to ask, but now that the cultivation technology is no longer a secret, he dared to ask. Wei Guoyang did not hide anything, hiding the role of Wei Ning's supernatural power, and there was nothing else that could not be said. Only when interstellar people have the opportunity to grow various vegetables, fruits and other crops, the existence of Green Star will not be unique. If it were not for the fact that Green Star is a private planet, backed by the Legion, and with a planetary shield, he believes that it would have been annexed by other forces long ago. Although the research on the capital star went smoothly, the process was not as easy as it seemed. Carol had more than one accident, and the research institutes involved in the research also had problems, and the students' experimental sites also had problems. If there had not been prior preparation, the situation would not be what we see now. Wei Guoyang knew more information from Carol than others. It was lucky that the experimental sites in several major colleges were not destroyed. Just like the accident that happened to Carol and the research institutes, the experimental sites also had the same problem. If it had not been discovered in time, it would have been destroyed. He didn't know why those people didn't find Green Star in the end. When he heard those things, he was very worried. Fortunately, Green Star has always been normal. But what Wei Guoyang didn't know was that it was not that no one came, but that after knowing that Green Star had a high-level protective shield, those people temporarily gave up, and the development on the capital star forced them to give up this side and focus on dealing with the situation there. If they were planting on any other planet, even if there were people from the Legion, they could still find loopholes to cause trouble. Pang Ruiwen also had selfish motives. It was good to cooperate with the Wei family, but he also knew that the amount that could be allocated was limited. He could only get a part of the limited amount, and most of it would still be taken by the main family. When he saw the Wei family's planting land, he had a bold idea in his mind. He also wanted to plant it on Kaiyang Star himself, but he had no seeds and no experience. He asked to see what Wei Guoyang's attitude was. If he didn't mind the question he asked, then he would tell him what he thought in his heart. If he minded, then he could only choose to cooperate with him. He was an ambitious businessman. If he wanted to go further, he had to seize the opportunity. Now everyone has the opportunity to share a piece of the natural fruit and vegetable cake, and he is close to the Wei family. Such a good opportunity is in front of him. If he doesn't want to be tempted, it would be a lie. No one would be indifferent to being able to occupy the market earlier than others. Of course, this is premised on Wei Guoyang's willingness to sell seeds to him, and not minding him coming to learn experience and technology, otherwise everything would be in vain. After much hesitation, he still told Wei Guoyang about his plan. Success or failure is just a matter of words. Wei Guoyang had not thought about this beforehand, but now that Peng Ruiwen mentioned it, he thought it was not bad. It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. He can provide a supply, but it is limited after all. If he also grows it himself, the market he occupies will not be comparable to that of providing the supply himself. More people will join the planting, and more people will be able to eat natural fruits and vegetables earlier, and the pressure on my side will be relieved. To be honest, since he knew about the series of messages urging for delivery in the store message board, he felt very complicated. He was happy that so many people liked his own vegetables, but he was also worried that there were too many people buying them, and no matter how much he put on the shelves, they would not be enough for them to grab. It can only be said that this is a kind of sad and sweet pressure. So Peng Ruiwen proposed that he wanted to plant in Kaiyang Star, and Wei Guoyang agreed. Brother, it's a good idea. You also know that we are few in number, and we have to think carefully if we want to expand the scale of planting. Since you have this idea, I agree. How about this? I see that Xiaobo is also very interested in planting. Why not let him learn from you? You go back and prepare first, and when you learn it, I will provide you with seeds. If you don't understand, we can discuss it together. Brother? Are you really willing to teach me such an important technology? Are you not afraid that I will steal your business? However, when Wei Guoyang really said it, Peng Ruiwen felt that this was unreal. That's nothing. We've already given you a research institute, and you won't be bad if we give you another one. As for stealing business, the Federation is so big, I may not be able to take over the entire fruit and vegetable market of the Federation. There is a saying that a tall tree attracts the wind. It's enough for me to protect Green Star. Wei Guoyang didn't say that even if he stole the business, it wouldn't matter. Green Star doesn't rely solely on planting. Ning Ning's current breeding is also good. In the future, Green Star will slowly develop, and tourism will also be a good development. Their initial goal is to develop Green Star into a green ecological tourism star. Of course, it will take time to achieve it, so there is no need to explain it to him in detail. He believes that when Green Star develops, it will surely become a beautiful landscape. Brother, you are so open-minded, I am ashamed of myself. Peng Ruiwen felt that he was really not as good as him. If it were him, he might firmly grasp the planting technology and become a new planting family. But his words made him realize his narrow-mindedness, and he had to admit that he could never do it. Seeing him like this, Wei Guoyang also made a rare joke. Actually, I am lazy. Planting is also very hard, and being urged by netizens every day is also very distressing. Ha ha ha. If netizens knew that you think so, they would cry to death. Peng Ruiwen couldn't help laughing. It's not that the supply is really too much. I hope everyone can have delicious food 3 times a day. I didn't think so before, but since I'm used to eating home-cooked meals, it's really hard for me to drink nutrient solution. Wei Guoyang said sincerely. Brother, we really think alike. Thinking about the days before, I feel like it was a dream. Peng Ruiwen couldn't help shuddering when he thought about it. He didn't want to go back to the days of drinking nutrient solution. Dad, you're so slow. I've filled 4 boxes, and you're still here. Peng Bo's 4th chapter passing, but I couldn't help but complain. What is more important than picking oranges? Aren't such lovely oranges fragrant? There is no attraction at all. It took so long to pick so few. It's really too cheap. You unfilial son, what are you talking about? I'm talking to your Uncle Wei about serious matters. Peng Ruiwen was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. I heard everything. You were talking about food. You keep saying that I only know how to eat. You are the same. Peng Bo couldn't help rolling his eyes. TSK, you always talk about yourself. He will catch you this time. You? Peng Ruiwen couldn't help but rush over to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Peng Bo took the storage box and made a face at him, then ran away with a smile. You are an unfilial son. You are so pissed off. Thinking that there were people around, Peng Ruiwen didn't chase him. Wei Guoyang watched silently, and couldn't help but feel lucky that his son was less troublesome. If he was like this, he would probably be pissed off. Innocent Wei Dong. Chapter 222. At the end of the day, the people in the Peng family team returned to their residence. Everyone was in a state of excitement. Not only was the work of the day exciting them, but Wei Dong also gave everyone a bag of oranges when they came back. Not many, only 7 or 8, but these oranges were enough to make them excited for a long time. This mission was the easiest one they had done since joining the Peng family. They didn't have to worry about the dangers brought by the environment, and they saw such a large planting area, saw several kinds of fruit trees they had never seen, and finally got the fruit sent by the employer. Just smelling the faint fruity fragrance was enough to make them salivate. If it weren't for the confidentiality agreement, such a mission would be enough for them to brag about for a whole year. It was a good luck that many people envied. They couldn't tell others, but they couldn't help but tell people from different teams about what they saw today and what they did. Uncle Wen, did the Wei family say how much supply they would provide us? Pang Jiao was assigned to pick peas today, not with Pang Ruiwen. Listening to other people's discussions, she found it hard to calm down, and couldn't help but ask Pang Ruiwen questions. Only she knew how shocked she was when she saw the pea garden of 100 acres. She thought the equipment in the spaceport and the residents were enough to surprise her, but she didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. And this is only a small part of it. She hasn't set foot in the family business yet, but she knows the value of natural fruits and vegetables. She thought the Wei family had spent a lot of money to give out those gifts, but in the end, she found out that the little clown was actually herself. That feeling is really hard to describe. Knowing that the Wei family and her family are cooperating, Pang Jiao is still thinking about how much they can give to their family, as they have only been planting for less than 2 years. The elders think too highly of them, but today they are severely slapped in the face. It depends on the situation. You also know that the border is at a critical period now. They have also sent people specially. It's hard to say. If Wei Guoyang hadn't told him that he was willing to provide them with seeds, perhaps Pang Ruiwen would also care about these things after seeing the Wei family's planting land, but now that he has confirmed it, he is not in a hurry. Although Pang Jiao is the eldest daughter of the main family, he still can't tell her about such a big thing. How do you think they can plant such a large area of fruits and vegetables in such a short time? If compared with those planting families, it is definitely enough to rank in the top 5. Pang Jiao couldn't help but sigh. I think their Pang family is also the first family in Kaiyang Star, but compared with the Wei family, it is still a little worse. If the fruits and vegetables here are sold to the outside world, the Wei family will definitely surpass their Pang family in the fastest time. Since last year, when wild mutant beast meat and fish monster meat began to appear on the table, people's quality of life has changed significantly over the past year. There are countless stores selling all kinds of mutant beast meat on the Star Network alone, not to mention those seasoning stores. And physical stores have also begun to increase. For example, there are several restaurants of different levels in the center of Kaiyang Star. There are more than a dozen snack bars of various colors on other streets, bringing a lot of fireworks to the city. I heard from her eldest brother that the crops produced in the student experimental fields on the capital star can be sold at a high price of 1 million star coins. Even if the price is much lower than before, it is still considerable. However, the Wei family has such a piece of land that is enough to make people jealous. No matter how they did it, it is not our business. They are willing to hand over the planting technology to the Institute, which is admirable. Although the Institute did not announce it, Pang Ruiwen has already got the answer from Wei Guoyang. What? That was their contribution, Pang Jiao exclaimed. Do you think they really researched it? Not to mention the people of the planting family. If they were interested, they would not be able to dominate. Pang Ruiwen used to think that it was understandable for the planting family to do so, but Wei Guoyang's actions changed his view. Being too selfish is not necessarily a good thing. At this time, there was a problem at the Institute's cultivation base. With the development of the planting course, 3 batches of crops were harvested in the cultivation base, and the area was expanded 3 times. The successful planting raised the reputation of the Institute to a high level in the hearts of the people, and even the government attached importance to it, and wanted to promote the course throughout the Federation. This should have been a happy event, but just when everything was ready, a problem arose with a new batch of seeds. The seeds planted did not germinate a few days later than the previous times. After digging them up, they found that the seeds had died, which scared the researchers. This situation was exactly the same as the seeds provided by the previous breeding and planting family, which made them wonder if the seeds had been swapped. But these seeds were taken out under layers of protection, and the people who handled them were absolutely trustworthy, so there was absolutely no chance of substitution. Carol took the lead and did another experiment, but only 1 of the 10 seeds germinated. This result was something Carol had never expected. You know, the previous attempts were very successful, and the germination rate was more than half at the lowest. After 3 attempts, every crop was tested, but except for potatoes and sweet potatoes, all other crops that needed seed cultivation failed, or only 1 or 2 germinated. This batch of seeds was originally intended to be allocated to other star schools that were applied for this time. Now there is a problem with the seeds, and the cause cannot be found. Carol was very anxious, and finally had no choice but to ask Yiling for help. The seeds don't germinate? Can you show me? Yiling was also quite surprised when she received Carol's video. He was busy with planting classes recently, and had not contacted him for a while. Hearing what he said, Yiling frowned. How could this be possible? If she remembered correctly, it was only the 4th batch over there, so why couldn't it germinate? Looking at the situation Carol showed her, Yiling's expression became more serious. The seeds were all necrotic. Carol also showed her the data of their experiment, which was exactly the same as the previous records, but the seeds just died for no reason. It's hard for me to judge this. Why don't you send some seeds over so I can see what's going on? Yiling didn't understand what was going on either, so she could only say this. I've already sent it, but the seeds for other colleges are all here. I can't give them to them in this situation. Can you spare some? Carol really couldn't say it, but this was related to the promotion of planting courses, so he could only ask shamelessly. This is not a problem. Planting promotion is a major event that benefits the people, and we will definitely support it. Yiling agreed without thinking, as they didn't lack these seeds. Xiao Yi, thank you for your support. I will look for the reason here. Carol relaxed his brows, gratitude overflowing from his eyes. It's nothing. Just look at the situation of the students. Yiling finally reminded him. Okay, I'm too anxious and haven't asked them yet. I contact you later. Carol was also in a hurry to see the students' experimental sites, so he didn't talk to her anymore. After hanging up the phone, he immediately asked people to check the experimental sites of various colleges and universities, and he went to the National University of Science and Technology in person. Chapter 223. Yiling finally told Wei Ning about this matter, and she also felt very strange. In the past year or so, she has been in charge of most of the seed cultivation process, and there has been no situation like what happened to Carol. Wei Ning did not expect this to happen. Logically, the activity of the seeds had been activated by her in the first batch, and the subsequent plantings should not fail to germinate. This is a bit unreasonable. Considering that interstellar humans can awaken their spiritual power, Wei Ning thinks this may also be a normal phenomenon. After asking about the situation in detail, Wei Ning also had a rough guess after comparing the before and after. Maybe it's because I left the nourishment of my superpowers. Now she rarely participates in the seed cultivation process, but every day she still takes time to deliver superpowers to the crops in the planting field, which not only allows the crops to grow better, but also helps to improve her superpowers faster. And she guessed that the seeds taken away by Carol had completely lost their superpowers after flowering and bearing fruit several times, so they returned to their original appearance. Of course, this is just her own guess. As for what the result is, it needs further verification. If this is the case, the planting promotion plan will be difficult to implement. Yiling is very worried. Whether the planting promotion can continue will directly affect the safety of Green Star. Nowadays, because the planting promotion has attracted the attention of most people, Green Star can develop steadily. If the plan is shelved, it is hard to say that others will not have ideas about Green Star. Wait for the seeds to be sent to me, and see what's going on. Isn't there a school experimental site on the capital star? See if it's the same. If it's the same, we can only let them change a batch of seeds after 3 harvests. Wei Ning was not worried. As long as there was no problem on her side, the seeds would not be cut off, and the plan could continue. It was just a little troublesome. It would be better to find a cause. It was not a long-term solution to rely on oneself. That's the only way. Yiling was also afraid of returning to the previous situation because of concern. After hearing what Wei Ning said, the worries in her heart were gone. This is a kind of distortion. Xiang poked her head out of Wei Ning's pocket and leaned on the mouth of the pocket. What distortion? Wei Ning took it out and put it on the table. Oh! Can't you be gentle? You are so rude every time. My clothes are wrinkled. Xiang pouted and was very unhappy. Being spoiled by Yiling and others, Xiang now knows how to love beauty, especially beautiful clothes. Hurry up and tell me, it's okay if it's wrinkled, you're not just that kind of person. Wei Ning didn't feel rude at all. It was obviously the little guy who became spoiled. It wasn't like this before. It turns out that doting love can change people. Even monsters are not immune. Yes, Xiang, if you know it, just tell your aunt. This is very important to your aunt. If it were normal, Yiling would definitely ask Wei Ning to be gentler, but Xiang's words were the first time she heard them, so she didn't care to say anything to her. Meeting Yiling's eager eyes, Xiang stopped complaining and turned to talk about the distortion. It has been a long time since it came to this world, and every time it wakes up, the surrounding environment has changed. At the beginning, the animals and plants in this world were not what it sees now. Since humans began to enter the interstellar, the environment began to gradually deteriorate, and animals and plants began to mutate in order to adapt to the living environment. The seeds also mutated. If you want them to germinate, you have to interfere with them through external factors. For example, Wei Ning's ability to stimulate, or the special medicine they mentioned. This is not logical. Since the seeds have already germinated and matured, it means that they can adapt to the environment and survive. How can they mutate again? If they have never germinated, Wei Ning still believes that they are mutated seeds. But it doesn't make sense that they can still be distorted after being planted for several times. And the mutant plants in the wild do not have this phenomenon, otherwise the plants would have died long ago. I don't know about this. Xiang said irresponsibly, it just said what it knew. How can you not know? In general, you are also a plant. I am a spiritual plant. How can I compare with these low-level plants? Xiang heard Wei Ning say that she was a plant, and immediately got angry and emphasized her difference. Then, Wei Ning was about to say that they were all the same, but when he saw that her angry facial features were all curled up, he shut up. It is indeed different. At least other plants have to rely on soil to survive, while it can run, jump, sleep, and eat like humans. What you said is the same as not saying anything. Wei Ning muttered, this is almost the same as her guess. If I don't tell you, do you know it is a deformation? Xiang was not convinced, and wanted to argue with her. Okay. Stop arguing. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Yiling stopped them helplessly. She really didn't understand why they liked to quarrel so much, and their relationship was so good that sometimes Yiling suspected that she actually gave birth to 3 children. It's not what I thought. Wei Ning muttered in a low voice. Yiling looked at her with amusement, thinking that since Xiang came, her daughter's temperament has become much more lively, and she has more vigor than a girl of this age. Okay. What you said makes sense. There is no need to compete with each other. You will know when the seeds are sent. Yiling hugged her and patted her gently. Wei Ning lay in Yiling's arms, and coveted her warm embrace for a while. In her heart, she despised herself for competing with Xiang for favor. It was really embarrassing. After a while, Wei Ning nodded with a slightly red face, and did not continue to rely on her. Since the seeds are on the way, she will wait until they arrive before making a conclusion. There is no point in arguing now. Yiling thought that there would be progress on Carol's side, but the situation is that this batch of crops planted in the student experimental field is only the 3rd batch. To know whether the 4th batch can germinate, we have to wait until this batch is harvested to know. However, he asked someone to compile a copy of the student's records, and he also looked at it himself. Except for the different yields of each student, there was nothing else to see. Finally, he simply packed all the records and sent them to Yiling, hoping that she could see something. The students' records were not as organized as Yiling's previous records. Instead, they were like diaries, recording their planning process, and more like sharing this joy. It is not difficult to see from the notes that these students attach great importance to the crops they grow. If time does not allow, they would probably stay next to the experimental site. This can only show that their yields have decreased in the first 2 plantings. The rest are all various fantasies. What about getting rich overnight by planting, becoming a great planter in the Federation, leading the hometown out of poverty and becoming rich, and building an ecological home? Yiling can only say that their imagination is really rich. On the contrary, Wei Ning thought of something because of the 3 words planter. Chapter 224. If the Federation has pharmacists, then will there be planters? Perhaps the so-called special medicine of the planting family is just a gimmick to cover up the existence of planters? Besides, I have read novels before, and it is mentioned that interstellar planters specialize in planting various natural fruits and vegetables. The more Wei Ning thought about it, the more she felt that it was true. She read the records of the person who said he wanted to become a great planter again and again, and she really found a clue. The professor said that seed selection is very important. Just looking at the appearance may not be the best. You have to choose carefully. What is careful? I don't know if this counts. Ha ha ha. I am in a very good mood. Among all the people in the class who planted cabbages with me, mine sprouted the most. Wei Ning didn't know what method this person used to choose, but she thought of her superpowers, so she boldly guessed whether this person used mental power to choose. She later learned that mental power evolved from superpowers, so she boldly guessed whether mental power could also stimulate the activity of seeds or feel the vitality of seeds. Since there was such a guess, Wei Ning told Yiling and the others. Yiling's first reaction was, is she going to make her special ability public? Wei Guoyang and Wei Dong looked at each other, and couldn't help but think of her special ability. Modto was shocked by her guess, but after thinking about it carefully, maybe it was true. Otherwise, how to explain that the planting family can plant, but the research institute can't? Now that Wei Ning made such a guess, he couldn't help but think of her own ability. Are the so-called innate skills the skills of the planter? Ning, why do you think so? Yiling restrained herself from looking at Modto and asked in a calm tone. I read this person's record and thought that since there are pharmacists, why can't there be planters? Besides, we don't know how the planting family planted, maybe it was planters who planted. Wei Ning handed them the record of the person she was looking at. Yiling took a look and knew who it was. She looked for it in the information sent by Carol. Wei Guoyang and others looked carefully. This is just someone's imagination, you still take it seriously. Wei Dong finished reading it first, and felt it was unlikely. If there were planters, the Federation would have spread it long ago. It can't be that everyone who can plant in the planting family has awakened the wood ability like her, right? And how can she be sure that their special potion is fake? But everyone knows that they use special potions to plant. I have seen it before. After they used special potions, the seeds sprouted a few days later. After reading the record, Modto did not rush to express his opinion, but just told Wei Ning the phenomenon he had seen before. Wei Guoyang nodded in agreement. He also heard it from Carol. I remember Colonel Randy said that the ingredients of the special potion were unknown to outsiders, only they knew the details, and the effect was not as good as when they used it on themselves. Wei Ning thought about it carefully, and it seemed that Randy had said something similar. That's right. Modto nodded. He was also interested in the special potion when he was in the research institute, and he studied it, but except for one of the ingredients that could not be detected, the others were relatively common, but he couldn't say anything if someone said it was him. But what if the person who used the potion on others was a planter? If the activity of the seeds was stimulated quietly, wouldn't the seeds germinate? Wei Ning thought this was quite possible. Of course, it was also possible that they had done something to the potion, causing it to germinate, but not grow after using the potion. Could it be that they really used the potion to cover up the existence of the planter? Wei Guoyang had a reason to ask this. Didn't Wei Ning use the so-called innate skills to cover up the existence of her supernatural powers? Thinking this way, it seemed quite reasonable. There is no evidence for this. Wei Dong looked left and right, thinking that it was useless for them to say so much here, and it would still be the same without evidence. Ning, maybe you are right. Yiling had been very quiet since they started talking, and only spoke now. As soon as she spoke, everyone looked over, and it was obvious that they all wanted to know why she suddenly agreed. Just now I asked Carol what the student's method was, and he answered that he used his mental power to sense the breath of the seeds, and selected the seeds according to the breath. Perhaps others would think that doing this would prove that this was related to Wei Ning's guess. But Yiling remembered what Xiang said before, that after the seeds are deformed, they are easier to germinate if there are external factors interfering, so supernatural powers and mental power can also be considered as such, right? If supernatural powers are considered the innate skills of a planter, then Wei Ning can also be considered a planter. Similarly, people who can use mental power to activate seeds can also be considered planters, right? At least from Carol's words, the quality of vegetables grown by the student is better than that of other students. Isn't this the difference between Wei Ning's use of supernatural powers and her use of supernatural powers? It is hard not to wonder if there are planters in the planting family. If that's the case, wouldn't everyone be a planter? Learning to use mental power to perceive the surrounding environment is a course that every college student must learn. If you are a planter, then there will be many of them on the street. There must be other conditions and restrictions. If it was so easy, they would have been discovered long ago. Wei Guoyang doesn't think it's just using mental power to perceive. We still have to experiment. Yiling nodded. These are just their current guesses. It's impossible to draw a conclusion based on the experience of a single student. It's called an experiment, but it can't be told to anyone at the moment. Only a few people know about it, and only they can experiment. The data is still not enough. Yiling can only hope for Carol. On the other side, after Carol replied to Yiling, he looked at the records in front of him and finally asked his assistant to call the student over. He wanted to ask more carefully. Just now, he was eager to know the answer, so he only asked the head teacher to ask the student how to choose seeds. He still had to ask the details himself. Maybe this is really a way to solve the current dilemma, and maybe it can also solve the answer he has been unable to find for many years. As soon as this thought came up, Carol felt like he was crazy. He actually thought that this ethereal method could solve the current dilemma. But people called people over, so it was okay to listen, even if it meant giving up. As Carol was thinking this, the assistant knocked on the door and said that the student had arrived. Sitting up straight, Carol asked someone to come in. The assistant opened the door and asked the boy next to him to come in, while he waited outside. "Professor, are you looking for me?" A slightly nervous voice sounded, and Carol looked at the boy who came in and stood at the door uncomfortably, not daring to step forward. "Anchi?" Carol glanced at the name on the record and called out his name. "Yes, Professor." The boy Anchi responded hurriedly. He didn't know why the professor suddenly looked for him. Except for the usual teaching, the professor would not meet with their students privately. Thinking of what the head teacher asked him before, he felt very nervous. "Don't be nervous, come closer. I came here to ask you about your process of selecting seeds." Carol saw his nervousness and tried to slow down his tone. It was indeed this matter. Anchi felt his eyes go dark when he heard it. If he had known that the record would be handed in one day, he would never record it like that. "Professor, I know I shouldn't do that. I won't do it again next time." Anchi was afraid that he would lose the opportunity to continue planting, so he lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "Don't think too much. First, tell me how you thought of using mental power to sense seeds." Carol didn't expect him to admit his mistake right away, and his tone slowed down again and again. Anchi looked up boldly, but didn't see the professor's angry expression. He felt relieved and told the process of his seed selection. Chapter 225. Anchi cherishes the opportunity to study in the planting class. He remembered the professor's words on how to choose seeds. When he harvested the cabbage seeds he planted for the first time, he finally understood why the professor taught them to choose carefully. The cabbage seeds he harvested were completely different from the ones he got at the beginning. Some were large and plump, some were small and plump, some were dry and rough, and there was even a small one that was not very well formed. Thinking of what the professor said, he was a little embarrassed. If he looked at the appearance, he would definitely choose plump and round ones, but could the others really not be planted? The professor also said that he should choose carefully. He compared with other classmates in the class, and the situation was similar. Some were not as good as his, and they also discussed how to choose together. The classmates all thought that they should choose large, plump and round ones. But he felt that the professor's carefulness must have another deep meaning, but he just couldn't think of it for a while. This was the first time they really chose seeds. The head teacher and the professor would not interfere. They would only check whether they were qualified at the last planting. He didn't understand and didn't rush to make a conclusion. He kept thinking about this problem in his mind until the day when he was in the spiritual power perception class. He was inspired and thought of using spiritual power to perceive the seeds. He did so, but he was afraid that his spiritual power would affect the seeds, so he simply perceived them. He found that the large, plump and round seeds and the small, plump seeds had the same smell, while the dry, rough and badly shaped seeds had similar smells. He finally chose large and small plump seeds to plant. After the head teacher and professor found that other students only chose large and plump seeds, they asked them to choose small seeds again, but he didn't say anything. As it turned out, the germination rate of the seeds he selected was higher than that of other students, and he felt that the cabbage he planted was better than that of other students who planted cabbage. Even the professor praised him for planting well. This time, he also used the previous method to select seeds. He felt that he was careful, but he didn't expect the professor to ask about it. "Have you ever thought about what would happen if the mental power destroyed the activity of the seeds?" Carol didn't know whether to scold him. If the mental power was not used properly, it would bring devastating consequences. At that time, "I just thought about choosing carefully, not. I didn't think so much." Anchi lowered his head. He really didn't think so much. Now that the professor said it, he realized that his behavior was too dangerous. If there was any accident, his efforts these days would be in vain, and he might even lose the seeds. He was scared just thinking about it. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise he would not be able to forgive himself. Carol didn't expect that his words at that time would make him remember it, and he couldn't say the words of blame. He couldn't help but think whether the method Anchi said was really useful. But, is it really useful? "Professor?" Seeing that the professor was slow to speak, Anchi wanted to leave, but he didn't dare, so he had to remind him quietly. Looking at him, Carol seemed to have made a decision, took out a small box from the space button, and waved Anchi to come over. Anchi didn't understand, but still came over, looking at the plump seeds in the small box, looking at Carol in confusion, with a little expectation in his heart. Would the professor want to give this box of seeds to him? "You choose it in your own way. Carol pointed at the box. This is what he left behind. It is the same batch as the seeds that did not germinate. He wanted to see how Anchi would choose. Will you give it to me? Anchi pointed at himself. You think too much. Carol looked at him lightly before saying, I want to see how you do it. Anchi stepped forward with his fingers clasped, picked up a seed, calmed down, and then drew out strands of mental power to carefully touch the seed slowly, but the breath he could sense before was gone. He widened his eyes, and shook his head in confusion. Go on, choose them all. Carol suppressed the urge to ask, and let him continue. It was called a box, but in fact there were only more than 20 seeds. Anchi finished choosing in a short while, and finally shook his head unanimously. What did you feel when you sensed it before? Carol asked after he finished choosing. After my mental power touched the seed, it seemed to touch an invisible net, and then it absorbed my mental power. It was because my mental power was absorbed that Anchi didn't dare to use too much mental power. It was just that he didn't expect that he couldn't feel the net this time, and his mental power wasn't absorbed, but he didn't dare to strengthen his mental power to touch it, for fear of destroying the activity of the seed, as the professor said. After listening to him, Carol took a seed and tried to sense it with his mental power, but there was no reaction, and he didn't touch the net, he said. After trying several times, it was the same, and Carol couldn't help but get discouraged. Try to strengthen your mental power. Professor, this. Anchi hesitated. What if it breaks? Just do it, I bear the consequences. If you can feel the net, you said, stop. Oh, okay. The professor said so Anchi did it. This time he extracted more mental power than before, but there was still no reaction. Thinking of the professor's words, Anchi gritted his teeth and continued. Mental power continued to gather towards the seed. When Anchi was about to give up, he finally touched the net again, and then his mental power was sucked away by a suction force. Professor? Anchi looked at Carol in horror, and couldn't speak clearly. My mental power was sucked away. It won't die, right? Anchi was afraid. Such a strong mental power was sucked away. Is it really okay? Carol heard it, and used his mental power to sense it, but there was nothing. Try something else. Carol didn't believe it, so he asked him to continue, and he held the seed and felt it carefully. Anchi had no choice but to continue. After several seeds appeared in the net, the mental power was sucked away immediately. After several times, Anchi's forehead began to sweat. This is the signal given by the body when the mental power is overused. At this time, you need to rest and recover, otherwise the mental power will easily riot. Okay, let's stop here. You go back and rest. This is for you. You've worked hard. Carol called him to stop and handed him a recovery potion. Professor, this is too expensive. Anchi saw the recovery potion and didn't dare to take it. His mental power could be restored after a night's rest, so he didn't need the recovery potion. Take it. You still have classes in the afternoon. I hope you don't tell others about this today. Carol didn't allow him to refuse. Ah? Okay. Anchi realized that this was a hush money, nodded hurriedly, took the potion and left. Carol took the seeds that Anchi took out in his hand and tried to sense them with mental power, but there was still no response. He was silent for a long time, but still called Yiling on video. Chapter 226. Green Star. When Yiling received Carol's video call, she was soaking the seeds selected by Wei Dong and others with nutrient solution diluted water. Academician Carol, what are you doing? Facing Carol's confused and tangled expression, Yiling was quite surprised. What happened? Ms. Yi, do you think that human mental power can really stimulate seeds? Carol was very distressed. Logically, he shouldn't have such an idea. For thousands of years, human beings' research on mental power has mostly tended to be combat-oriented. The connection between mental power and mecha has enabled human combat power to gain the strength to fight against star beasts, while mecha masters use mental power to better integrate mecha materials. Later, the emergence of pharmacists has added another use for mental power. But pharmacists are more rigorous in using mental power than mecha warriors and mecha masters. When refining medicine, the medicinal properties of the medicine will be greatly reduced if there is a slight mistake. This is also the reason why pharmacists are more courteous than mecha masters. Ordinary mechas can be mass-produced, while customized mechas are made by mecha masters for mecha warriors. Even low-level potions are made by pharmacists themselves. These are the cognitions that have been deeply rooted in his bones for many years, but suddenly this cognition was broken, and he didn't know how to accept it for a while. It's hard to say, but the appearance of pharmacists at the beginning was similar to the present. If it hadn't been through countless repeated certifications, the pharmacist's current status would not have been established. At present, We don't know whether this is a new use of mental power, but all we can do is to try our best to verify it like our ancestors did. If it succeeds, the future of the Federation will develop better. Even if we fail, we have not lost anything, we just wasted time, right? Seedling can understand Carol's mood at this time. If it weren't for Wei Ning's supernatural power, she would also think it was ridiculous. Apart from the supernatural power, all she can do is to verify it through experiments. After listening to Seedling's words, the confusion that lingered in her heart like a mystery suddenly dissipated, and Carol smiled a little more. Ms. He, you are right. I was too stubborn before. Now that there is a new research direction, we should move forward bravely and explore fearlessly. Thank you for waking me up, otherwise I don't know how long it will take to figure it out. You just find it difficult to accept it for a while, and I didn't help much. Seedling shook her head. Even if she didn't say it, she believed that he would understand it soon. This moment may be a long time, and I will waste a lot of time. Carol didn't think so. For a researcher, a moment's difference can make a huge difference. You came to me at this time. You must have discovered something, right? Seedling didn't want to talk more about this topic, and asked something else. Yes, I have learned about it in detail. Anshi said that the mental power will be absorbed in the end, but I tried it, but there was no reaction at all. Maybe there is some limitation. Carol said his guess. He always felt that Seedling might be able to solve his doubts. He couldn't say why, it was just an intuition. Click. Seedling's heart suddenly jumped. This phenomenon was similar to Ning Ning's use of supernatural power to stimulate the seeds. Could it be? Seedling suddenly didn't dare to imagine it. If this was true, the Federation would really change. Then, did you plant the seed selected by the student? It took a while for Seedling to find her voice, but she wanted to tell Wei Ning the news as soon as possible, and couldn't wait to know what she would say. Not yet, really. I was thinking about something and forgot such an important thing. No, I have to do the experiment quickly. That's it for now. I contact you when there are results. Carol hung up the call in a hurry, and took the seed selected by Anshi to go back to the base. Seedling didn't care about observing at this time, and hurried to find Wei Ning to tell her about it. Wei Ning didn't go out today, but was preparing to make a new batch of soy sauce at home, and was steaming soybeans. The previous batch of soy sauce has been made, and it was very successful. The color and aroma of the soy sauce are very close to the soy sauce she has eaten. She plans to make more, and that little is not enough to eat. She also successfully made fermented black beans. She used chili peppers, garlic cloves, mincemeat, and fermented black beans to make a pot of sauce. It tasted really good, and was especially good with rice. The rice at home was getting less and less. When she heard Seedling calling her, she came out of the kitchen and bumped into Seedling. Mom, what's wrong? Just now, academician Carol told me. Seedling said it in a hurry, looking at her eagerly, wanting to get a positive reply. If the seed selected by that person can germinate, then it can't be wrong. Wei Ning nodded affirmatively. She was also glad that there were really planners in this world, so that even if the superpowers were discovered, there would be no worries about being studied. We have to wait for this, but we haven't encountered the situation, he said. Does this mean that we don't have the ability to promote the growth of seeds? Seedling was delighted but also disappointed. When they learned that they could use their mental power to sense the breath of seeds, except for her and Ning Ning, they all took the test. Her mental power was exhausted just like ordinary people, so it didn't matter whether she did it or not. Lao Wei's mental power level was D, Dongzi's was B, Dean Moto's was C, and Haifeng's was A. They all did it, but none of them had the situation that Carol said, which also showed that none of them had the qualifications of a planter. Mom, whether you are a planter or not, you can plant just the same, and you don't need to compare with others. Wei Ning knew what Seedling cared about. She was just afraid that she would be dragged down without mental power. But as long as she was there was no need to worry about it. Wei Ning sighed. After all, her mother still cared about her lack of mental power. Maybe she should go and find out if there were any medicinal herbs that could cure mental exhaustion. I know, but if one of us is a planner, you can also be more relaxed. Seedling forced a smile. Maybe she should really let it go completely. Mom, I don't feel tired, but relaxed. Wei Ning said what she really meant. Her mother took over the work of cultivating seedlings. The robots and her elder brother were responsible for planting seeds and watering and fertilizing. She only needed to use her hands to use her special powers to keep the crops growing vigorously. In addition to daily training, she was only responsible for the research of various seasoning sauces and recipes. Her father was responsible for the later batch production and sales. Occasionally, she discussed the construction of the city with Haifeng, and only told them about the architectural styles and garden design she had seen. The overall planning was still done by Haifeng himself. In their eyes, she was very hard, but in fact, she was not tired at all. On the contrary, she enjoyed it. She felt that such a life was very fulfilling and happy. Mom, I am very happy now, very happy, and I hope you can be so happy and so happy. Wei Ning gently hugged Yiling and said sincerely. Yiling's eyes were slightly red, and she hugged Wei Ning tightly. Chapter 227. Even though she had taken precautions in advance, she still felt disappointed when she saw the bare ground with no movement after a few days. The seeds planted on this piece of land were all selected by Wei Guoyang and his men with their spiritual perception. She planted them according to the previous cultivation process. According to the previous situation, they should have sprouted by now, but nothing happened. Yiling was unwilling to accept such a result. She took a shovel to dig up the soil. When she saw the rotten seeds, her expression changed slightly, and she dug out all the seeds. Mom, what's wrong? When Wei Ning was about to go out, she saw Yiling squatting in the yard with a bad face, and hurried over to ask. Ning Ning, these? Yiling pointed to the seeds she had collected on the ground, with a frustrated look on her face. She thought that the failure of the seeds to sprout was the worst result, but there were worse results. All the seeds were rotten, and the degree of rot was different. The four people had different levels of spiritual power, and the damage they caused to the seeds was also different, and the degree of rot was also different. Huh? So badly rotten? Wei Ning looked at it carefully, and was a little surprised. Isn't this a bit too much? Some of them can still be identified as seeds, while some can no longer be seen as what they are, and can barely be recognized as not soil. These are selected by your father and Haifeng, and these are selected by your eldest brother and Dean Modto. Yiling pointed to a pile of recognizable ones on the left, and then pointed to the ones mixed with soil on the right. She remembered who selected the seeds, and marked them when planting them, just to facilitate observation and record later, but now she was shocked. After looking at the degree of decay of the seeds, Wei Ning quickly reviewed the mental power levels of several people in his mind, and combined with his own superpowers, he guessed that mental power is not only divided by level, but there should be other things. The original levels of my eldest brother and Dean Modto were not lower than S level, and they were both mecha warriors. Their mental power was too overbearing for the seeds, and the destructive power was great, so they rotted quickly. Dad and Haifeng were relatively peaceful, so they could keep the seeds in their original state. Perhaps if you want to become a planter, your mental power must have a certain affinity for seeds and plants, so that you can use your mental power to nourish or stimulate the seeds. Affinity? Is the mental power that seeds can absorb considered affinity? Yiling whispered softly. This is the first time I heard that mental power also has affinity. If superpowers and mental power are of the same origin, then it makes sense. Wei Ning also knows a limited amount. The existence of superpowers was replaced by mental power thousands of years ago, and her understanding of mental power is limited to the level difference. But how to test affinity? We can't have everyone try to see if the seed can absorb his spiritual power, right? If that's the case, it would be too troublesome? Then how do the mecha warriors, mecha masters, and pharmacists test it? Wei Ning didn't go to college, and she only had a vague concept in her memory, which she had long forgotten. At the same time, she also decided in her heart that it was necessary to put the matter of studying on the star network that Dean Modto mentioned before on the agenda, at least to master the most basic knowledge, otherwise she would become an interstellar illiterate. The Federation currently does not have an instrument that can specifically detect which aspect of spiritual power is suitable for development. It depends on the choice of the psychic, but after a period of professional teaching, it can be determined whether the psychic is suitable for this profession. Yiling came here in the first place. Isn't this just guessing? What if it's wrong? It feels a bit ridiculous. So before choosing a school, there will be a period of time reserved for psychics to choose their majors. Ordinary people don't have that. Is that so? Wei Ning nodded to show that she understood. When she woke up, she behaved abnormally, so everyone thought that she had failed to awaken, so they didn't mention it. A series of things happened later, and finally she came here directly, and it was nothing. Well, but I believe there will be such an instrument in the future. Yiling didn't continue to talk about it. That was a time that their family didn't want to recall. Without an instrument, we can only use this most stupid method, as long as it works. She felt a little relieved. At least she was safe now. Although it was a bit unkind, it was related to her own safety, so Wei Ning was still very happy that there was no such precision instrument at present. I don't know how academician Carol is doing. Yiling sighed, she couldn't continue at the moment. in the cultivation base of the institute. Carol looked at the green buds that emerged with excitement and couldn't suppress his tears of joy, which stunned his assistant. Academician Carol, what's wrong with you? What happened? The assistant was almost dying of anxiety. Why did he cry for no reason? It really works. It really sprouted. Carol ignored the shouts of his assistant and suddenly ran and shouted. Fortunately, there were only 2 of them in the base at this time, and there was no commotion. Is it worth being so happy that they have sprouted? The assistant scratched his head in confusion. He didn't know that these sprouted seeds were the ones that were judged to be dead, and thought that Academician Carol had exchanged them with his students. Because of the accident with that batch of seeds, all the researchers in the base were almost worried bald, and this matter had been kept secret from outsiders. Only the dean knew about it. The dean had been delaying time these days, and he was under great pressure and had lost weight. At this moment, Academician Carol suddenly looked crazy, which made the assistant worry whether he was under too much pressure and his spirit was damaged. Carol ran around the base and stopped panting, calmed down his excitement, and couldn't help wanting to share this joy with others. He thought of Seedling first. If it weren't for her reminder, he wouldn't have gotten the answer so quickly. All the crops had been harvested yesterday, sorted, counted and loaded into the transport cabin. They were supposed to leave yesterday, but the processing plant happened to have a batch of tomato sauce and chili sauce produced today. After they knew about it, they insisted on staying to wait for the sauce to be ready before leaving. After working so hard for so many days, everyone worked hard. Wei Guoyang decided to reward everyone and hold a barbecue party at the station. Seedling was helping to string leeks, and others were busy stringing other vegetables, and mixing potato slices and chili pieces with marinated meat. The chat was a bit noisy, and Seedling didn't hear the light computer ringing. It was only when Pang Jiao next to her reminded her that she knew. Seeing that it was Carol's communication, Seedling gave the leeks in her hand to Pang Jiao, and walked to a quiet corner before answering. Ms. Yi, it's successful. The seeds have sprouted successfully. Carol waited for a long time before the other party answered, and immediately shared the results with her happily. Really? That's great. Seedling was also very excited after hearing this. This meant that Ning Ning's previous guess had come true. As long as there was more data, a conclusion could be drawn. Carol smiled and told her that he later found many students to experiment. In the end, there were 6 students who were like Anshi. He planted all the seeds, and now many of them have sprouted. Seedling heard the excitement in his voice, and was happy for him. She smiled as she heard the hustle and bustle in the distance. Life will get better and better. Chapter 228. Mom. Come quickly, the delicious food will be finished soon. As soon as the call was hung up, Wei Ning shouted from a distance, and Seedling responded loudly. Come right now. Barbecuing in the open air is more atmospheric, so the grill was placed on the open space at the door. A large grill that is 5 meters long and half a meter wide has been filled with various foods, including leeks, coriander, cabbage, various meat skewers, potatoes, sweet potatoes and eggplants. Heisey led the people to grill, and a group of people followed behind them, watching and drooling. Fragrant. So fragrant. It was the first time for Pambua to eat this kind of barbecue. He was bold and thick-skinned, and he could call everyone brother. The smile on his face never stopped, and the compliments were free. One after another, Brother Hey, you are so awesome, the roast smells so good, it looks so delicious. Can you give me a skewer? One after another, Brother Lu Yu, your cooking skills are really amazing, I have never smelled such fragrant meat, I really want to eat it, can you give me a bite? When he went behind someone, he would call him brother, and after a round of praise, he would add an expression of wanting to eat, which made them all laugh, and successfully asked for various barbecue skewers. Pang Jiao was so shameless that she couldn't bear it, but unfortunately, she couldn't lose face, and could only stare blankly at the tempting aroma in the air. It was really shameless. Why didn't she realize that he was so thick-skinned before? She wanted to eat too. Pang Ruiwen covered his face, not wanting to admit that this was his son, but secretly envious of the boy's mouth full of oil. After a round, Pang Bo was already half full, biting chicken wings and calling him Dad. Dad, why don't you move? Go grill it. It's really delicious. If I could eat such delicious barbecue every day, I wouldn't want to leave. Pang Bo thought happily. Just know how to eat. Don't even leave some for your father. Pang Ruiwen was in a bad mood when he saw him enjoying himself. Looking at Wei Ning over there, he gave the grilled skewers to Wei Guoyang and Seedling, and even Dean Modto had some, and he felt even more upset. If he had known earlier, he would have given birth to a daughter, how considerate, and giving birth to a son would have been very bad. Uncle Pang, you guys come too, do it yourself, and have enough food and clothing. Wei Dong came over with a bundle of skewers and greeted Pang Ruiwen and the group of people behind him. 50 or 60 people piled together for a barbecue, and there was no room, but not everyone could grill, so those who could grill picked what they liked to grill. This grill is an automatic grill specially customized by Wei Ning. One energy stone can be used for a long time, and there is no need to worry about uneven temperature. Even in the corner, you can grill delicious skewers. It is most suitable for barbecue with many people. There are many chickens at home. Wei Dong killed 7 or 8 of them to make roasted chickens, and those who don't know how to roast can eat roasted chicken first. However, everyone is more interested in barbecue than roasting chicken. Each of them grabbed a piece of fragrant chicken and went to join in the fun. They were more excited to smell the aroma of various skewers than to roast them themselves. Not only that, they also liked to shout behind them. For a while, the huge open space was full of various voices. Hurry up and turn it over, it's going to burn. Your skills are not good, it's all burnt. I told you not to worry, you see it's not cooked yet. Stop talking nonsense, you only know how to give blind orders, I give it to you later. You need to learn more from them, the skills, the techniques, the fragrance, I can smell it from such a distance. Brother, you are such a great cook, can you teach me? Brother, I didn't expect you to be so good. Brother. After a while, the distance between the two sides narrowed, and they gathered together to discuss and laughed. It's so good to be young. Modto looked at a group of young people eating delicious food around the barbecue grill, and sighed with a smile. Looking at their wanton laughter, it was like the scene when they returned to the base after fighting with their comrades and joking with each other, but the comrades who had fought together were no longer there, and could never see it again. I think you are no worse than them, look. This is not less than what they eat. Wei Ning just finished roasting a plate of leeks and came over. Seeing Modto's look of melancholy, he laughed and joked. What's wrong with you, little girl? Can't bear it? Modto tapped Wei Ning's forehead and turned back. While Modto was eating leeks, he quietly sent a message. No, I'm eating too fast. I can't keep up. Wei Ning shrank his neck and complained quietly. Who told you to grill so deliciously? I can't stop eating. Modto stroked his beard and laughed. Oh, I'm embarrassed that you praise me so much. Wei Ning lowered her head in a coquettish manner, which made Modto laugh again. Dean Modto, try my grilled meat. It's definitely not worse than Ning Ning's. Wei Dong also brought a plate of grilled meat skewers, and shouted that he wanted to compare with Wei Ning. Oh! I try it. Modto picked up the slightly burnt grilled meat, and started eating. Wei Dong looked at it eagerly, like a child seeking praise, and made an okay gesture with his hands behind his back. Wei Ning breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Modto watched the brother and sister's actions that they thought were very secretive, and the sadness at his heart was soothed, and the smile on his face reached the bottom of his eyes. He just saw it all. She was afraid that he would be sad, so she came here to win his favor. He saw Wei Ning's appearance from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help wanting to tease her. Well, it's well roasted, and you've made progress. If you can have a cup, it will be perfect. You're thinking about my wine again, just like Dad, always thinking about drinking secretly, and Big Brother is the same. Don't think I don't know that you all drink secretly behind my back. Wei Ning knew he wanted to drink as soon as he heard it, and then he saw Wei Guoyang, and Wei Dong nodded seriously and agreed, pouting and humming. She brewed a little rice wine, and each of them was like a greedy insect, thinking about it every day. You see, it's so lively today, so take it out to satisfy us. You've already started brewing new wine, so don't hide the old one. Wei Dong has been craving that wine for a long time, so he took the opportunity to persuade him. Real wine tastes lingering, soft and mellow, and the taste is so refreshing. Who can resist thinking about it? That's right, we've been busy for so long, and it's not easy for so many people to get together, so let's celebrate a little. Wei Guoyang followed. Are you sure? There's not enough for so many people to share? Wei Ning deliberately looked at the crowd, dragging out the word "oh" for a long time, and his voice was a little higher, and Pang Rui went over there looked over. The three of them were pinched at the weak spot, and they all wilted and shook their heads. Forget it, it's better to be stingy than to drink a small sip now. After this group of people leave, they can grind it out again, and maybe they will succeed. Seedling watched from the side, pursing her lips and holding back a smile. Not far away, people at the barbecue stalls were already bragging and competing with each other, with loud and cheerful laughter. The barbecue lasted until the second half of the night, and all the prepared ingredients were eaten up, with everyone's faces showing satisfied smiles. For the first time, the night noise of Green Star lasted for a long time. Chapter 229. The next morning, Heisey left Green Star with freshly made ketchup and chili sauce, and a transport ship full of rice and other crops, heading for the border star. Pang Ruiwen and others also left after Heisey and others left. After Wei Guoyang signed the vegetable supply contract, he took his people away, and Pang Bo was left behind under the envious and jealous eyes of everyone. Pang Ruiwen was afraid that he would be too proud and tell others about the situation on Green Star when he returned, and Wei Guoyang said that he could stay to study, so he did not take him back. When Pang Bo sent them away, he smiled very proudly, and Pang Ruiwen's clenched fists creaked when he saw them off, and he almost staged a father-son battle in the spaceport. "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely study hard, and you and my mother don't miss me too much." Pang Bo sent his father to the starship without any nostalgia. "Brother, this kid is a bother to you. If he dares to do anything wrong, you should teach him a lesson for me. If Dongzi is free, please train him hard for me," Pang Ruiwen said to Wei Guoyang sincerely when he turned around. "Don't worry," Wei Guoyang agreed with a smile. He could understand Pang Ruiwen's feelings, and there was more sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Pang Bo. The child didn't know that his father had dug a hole for him, and he was still happily fantasizing about the happy time to come. After the crops were harvested, a new round of planting should be prepared. Before planting, the soil should be turned over and dried. After making ridges, fermented manure should be added so that the new round of crops can grow better. Pang Bo thought that he could just follow behind the robot or Yiling and watch, but he didn't expect that Yiling would take him to turn the soil on the first day, and teach him while working. Pangbo burst into tears when he thought of his boast. But seeing that Yiling, a weak person, could turn the soil and break the soil neatly, he was embarrassed to say that he couldn't do it. "Don't worry, I won't let you turn all the land, but doing it yourself will make it easier for you to understand the needs of each crop for soil and water, so that you can have a clear idea when planting later," Yiling explained patiently. Even if Pangbo is not from a planting family, Yiling hopes that he can learn to plant with ordinary methods. "Auntie Yi, do you do this every time?" Pangbo asked, scratching his head. "Yes, each crop will be planted in such a large area by itself, and the data for setting the program for the robot later will be based on this." Yiling pointed to the area they were going to turn and nodded. This is a method that Yiling innovated after several plantings. Planting in this way can keep the yield per mu within a certain range to a certain extent, even without the blessing of Wei Ning's supernatural power, and it will not be too high or too low. Yiling knew that at Pangbo's age, he had a poor character and would only learn for a short time. If she wanted him to learn well, she could only use rewards. Here, everyone has a piece of land of their own. As long as they take care of it by themselves, all the output belongs to them. If you learn it, you can also plant a piece of land by yourself, and everything you plant will be yours. Really? Pangbo's eyes lit up. There was such a good thing. If he could grow tender and delicious vegetables by himself, wouldn't it be very impressive to tell others about it? He could easily beat that annoying Li Ai. No matter how much he boasted, he couldn't grow vegetables, right? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Pangbo seemed to have seen that Li Ai no longer had the face to show off in front of him. He vowed to Yiling that he would study hard. "You said it, don't regret it later." Yiling smiled and provoked him. Pangbo said righteously, "Regret is a puppy." 2 days later, Pangbo covered his nose and wanted to slap himself 2 days ago. Woo! Who can tell him why he needs to use such a smelly thing to grow vegetables? Can it still be eaten? Thinking that the vegetables he had eaten were all grown with such a smelly thing, his stomach churned slightly. "Auntie Yi, how can you put this thing in the field?" Pangbo wanted to stay away from this place, but Yiling was still there. He resisted running away and asked with a breath. "The smell is a bit strong. These fertilizers are the key to growing good crops. Besides, you are not asked to eat it directly. What are you afraid of?" At first, Yiling was a little uncomfortable and felt disgusted. It took her a long time to accept it. "But it's so smelly, can't we use nutrient solution instead?" Pangbo tried to persuade her to give up. "No. If you're afraid, forget it. I don't think you can do it anyway." Yiling sighed and shook her head. Who said I was afraid? It's just a little smelly, I'm not afraid." Pangbo was really excited, and he stiffened his neck to hold on. A boy can't say no, he will never admit it. "Okay, today I teach you how to ferment this fertilizer." Yiling looked at him and smiled gently. Pangbo suddenly felt a chill on his back. This smile was obviously very gentle. Why did he have a bad feeling? Next, Pangbo saw what it meant that there is no harm without comparison. He thought the fertilizer was already smelly enough, but he didn't expect it to be even smellier. Standing at the gate of the chicken farm, Pongwa thought Yiling was taking him to catch chickens. When he was happily preparing to catch chickens with Yiling, Yiling told him that she was here to shovel chicken manure. He felt like a bolt from the blue. He followed Yiling into the chicken coop, and was instantly vomited by the smell inside. Ugh! It's too smelly. Yiling didn't let him go, and deliberately mocked him. I heard that you want to apply for a military academy and become a mecha warrior in the future? You can't stand the smell. I advise you to give up. The battlefield environment is worse than this. You can't do it like this. In fact, there are robots coming to clean the chicken coop every day. The smell is a bit smelly, but it's still bearable. It's just that Pongwa has never seen such a situation before, and it's hard to accept for a while. This made Pongwa feel ashamed. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and loudly retorted, "Who said that? I will definitely become a powerful mecha warrior. This is nothing. It doesn't stink at all." Becoming a mecha warrior is Pongwa's goal, and he has awakened the A-level mental power. As long as he can be admitted to the military academy, he will have the opportunity to become a mecha warrior. He will not be stumped by such a small matter. Next, even if he felt extremely disgusted, he still endured the stench, cleaned up the feces under the chicken coop, loaded it on the car, and transported it to the designated place. Yiling went to pick up a bucket full of eggs. Seeing Pongwa's hard work, she opened the light brain and sent a message. On the other side, Wei Guoyang conveyed the situation here to Pang Ruiwen, and asked at the end, "Are you really not distressed by this? I have wanted to do this for a long time, but I have never had the opportunity. I am also relieved on your side. Don't be polite, let him exercise more." Pang Ruiwen didn't think he did anything wrong. If this trip could make that kid calm down a bit, he would be so happy. Poor Pang Bo didn't know that all this was instigated by his father behind the scenes. In order to grow a good crop, he endured his temper and forced himself to work for several days without complaining. But he also gained a lot. He roughly learned some simple planting. Yiling also fulfilled her promise and allocated half an acre of land to him, so he could grow whatever he wanted. Chapter 230. When Pongwa thought that turning the soil and fermenting fertilizer would be his daily life in the future, he was suddenly told that he didn't have to do it, and just had to take care of his own half an acre of land. This sudden surprise didn't last for half an hour. Weidong came to inform him that from today on, he had to follow him on patrol every day, and the rest of the time after returning was his. Pongwa. However, patrolling is also a good job, which is many times better than turning the soil and fermenting fertilizer. Pongwa followed Weidong happily, asking questions curiously. "Brother Dongzi, where should we start? Do we need to patrol in an aircraft? Will there be mutant beasts here?" He kept talking. "Shut up." Weidong couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. This guy was more noisy than Shinhaojia. "Oh!" Pongwa shut his mouth aggrievedly, and didn't dare to speak again. Waiting. Damn! Why do I suddenly feel guilty? Walk from the east, maybe you meet a mutant beast if you're lucky. Pongwa followed him, head down, feeling down, and heard Waiting's voice in front of him. Listening carefully, was he answering his question? Pongwa grinned immediately, and his steps became lighter. But this smile didn't last long, and Pongwa couldn't smile anymore. Isn't this patrol line too long? He's been walking for 2 hours, and he hasn't finished it yet. Brother Dongzi, how long do we have to walk? Pongwa felt like his feet were filled with lead, so heavy that he couldn't lift them. His breathing became heavier, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. We're not even halfway there yet. Your physical fitness is too poor. Wei Dong spoke steadily, moving at a steady pace, without a trace of fatigue on his face, and was very disappointed with Pang Bo's physical fitness. From what his father said, this kid was going to take the military academy entrance exam, and with his physical fitness, he could barely pass the entrance exam, but after entering the academy, the high-intensity training would make him unable to keep up, which would be very disadvantageous to him. Seeing his face flush, Wei Dong continued, if you want to enter the military academy and keep up with the instructor's devilish training, your physical fitness must reach level A, otherwise you will have a miserable life. At the beginning, his physical fitness barely reached level A, and the daily training intensity still made him tired. I'm only level B now. Pang Bo answered panting. There are only 3 physical training classes per week in their school, and they are all simple physical training classes. Pang Bo has trained these at home, but he was not so serious at school. Hearing Wei Dong's words, he felt ashamed, thinking he was too self-righteous. Brother Dongzi, can I train with you? Pongwa asked hesitantly. It is said that Brother Dongzi is an advanced warrior of S level. If he can train with him, Can he break through to be level? Boys always admire the strong, and Pongwa is no exception. Besides, Weidong's words and deeds seem to be thinking for him, so Pongwa naturally wants to take advantage of it. It doesn't matter, just follow me if you want. Weidong saw that he was about to reach his limit, so he stopped walking and found a place to rest. Take a rest first. Okay, thank you brother Dongzi. Pongwa was so happy that he didn't care about the dirt on the ground, and sat down directly, exhaling a long breath. This is more tiring than running 10 laps in their school's physical training class. They are now training in circles along the planting field. At Weidong's usual speed, they can return in about half a day. Today, he took Pongwa with him, and they didn't return to the courtyard until dark. Now Pongwa lives with Haifeng in a small house next door, but Haifeng is busy and goes out early, and comes back late, so Pongwa only sees him at night. TSK. You look like a refugee from a refugee zone. Haifeng just came back and saw Pongwa lying on the ground like a refugee, dirty all over, with a strong smell of sweat, and said with disgust. Pongwa didn't even have the strength to answer him. He just wanted to lie down and pretend to be dead. Get up and wash quickly, you smell of sweat. Haifeng kicked him with his foot, without any intention of helping. What a joke, when he was trained, it was even worse than this, so don't blame him for having no sympathy. Pongwa still didn't move, and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Haifeng didn't care about it, and went back to his room to rest, leaving him only one sentence. Remember to clean up. The next day, Pongwa was still so tired that he laid down as soon as he got back to the cabin. The third day was the same. For 5 consecutive days, he came back after dark. The only difference was that when he came back on the 5th day, he finally had the strength to wash himself before lying down. After that, he slowly came back earlier every day, until half a month later, he could come back within 6 hours. Weidong no longer asked him to go on patrol every day, but changed to Wei Ning's previous training method, wearing a weight belt and doing horse stance. It only took an hour to do horse stance, but Pongwa spent most of the day to complete the task, and he was exhausted in the end. You are such a wimp. Haifeng dropped these 3 words as he passed by. Pongwa clenched his fists in anger and wanted to fight him. He tolerated being mocked once, but now it happens again. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't tolerate it. Stop. Haifeng paused, turned around and looked at him, with a smile on his face, and said in a very rude tone, What? Want to fight? Can you do it? Just wait, I will let you know if you can do it. Pongwa was so tired that he could hardly move his fingers, so he only had the strength to say something harsh. Haha, tomorrow I will let you know what it means to not do it. Haifeng said with hatred. Pongwa only hated that he had no strength now, otherwise he would definitely make him look bad. If he didn't beat him into a pig head and beg for mercy, he would call him brother. Pongwa smiled very proudly. His mind was full of the scene of Haifeng begging for mercy with a pig head face. The next day, Haifeng hadn't gotten up yet when the door of his room was slammed loudly, accompanied by Pongwa's arrogant voice. Come out to me quickly, I beat you to your knees and beg for mercy. Haifeng's sleep was disturbed, and he opened the door with a sour face, stared at the person in front of him, and said in a deep voice, Brother will teach you how to be a man today. Oh, you are so arrogant, I'm so scared. Ha ha ha. Pongwa pretended to be scared, and then laughed. He didn't think Haifeng could do anything to him. Even if they both had A-level mental power, Haifeng was just a weak planner, and it was unfair to beat him. For this reason, Pongwa was very generous, and said to let him have 10 moves. No need. Haifeng moved his hands and feet, glanced at him lightly, and said in a light tone, Hey! In this case, don't blame me for bullying you. Pongwa said bluntly. Come on! I teach you how to behave today. Haifeng stretched out his hand to him, palm facing up, and made a gesture to come over. You're not afraid of breaking your tongue when you brag. Pongwa attacked as he spoke. His purpose was very obvious. He attacked Haifeng's face, and said he was not kidding when he said he would beat him into a pig's head. However, Haifeng, who looked like a weak chicken, was not hit by him as he expected, but dodged sideways. Before Pongwa had time to think about how he dodged, Haifeng grabbed his wrist and pulled hard. Pongwa felt a huge force pulling him over. When he was trying to stabilize his body, a strong wind hit him, and he felt a pain in his leg and leaned forward. Then a rain of fists attacked him, on his face and body, one after another, with full force. He wanted to resist, but his hands were firmly restrained, and his feet were suppressed by a long leg when he moved, so he could only endure the inhuman torture. Even so, he had no intention of begging for mercy, and he just said, Just wait, I will beat you down sooner or later. TSK, boring. After Haifeng beat him up to vent his anger, he heard Pambua's harsh words, and suddenly felt that it was meaningless, so he let him go, and started his work for the day. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the first time I have seen someone beaten so badly, so pitiful. The sound here attracted Wei Ning and his group. Looking at Pambua, whose face was swollen like a pig's head on the ground, Wei Ning had a face full of sympathy. Wei Dong looked up at the sky, and his mouth twitched. Modto and Wei Guoyan also looked at him with sympathy, and had no intention of stepping forward. Only Yiling was soft-hearted. Seeing Pambua's look, she took a deep breath. She came over, but didn't dare to help him. She just said distressfully, "Why did you fight peacefully? Can't boys get along well? Why did you have to fight? Look how badly you hurt yourself in Haifeng. Can't you be more tolerant?" Pambua's mind was full of why he was beaten by a weak chicken, and why he was so miserable. He couldn't hear what Yiling said at all. Finally, Weidong couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Next time before fighting, remember to ask the other person's strength first. Don't embarrass yourself again." Pambua, ? What does it mean? Chapter 231. Knowing that Haifeng was actually a level in physical fitness, Pambua, who was bruised and swollen, almost fainted and repented. How could he think that Haifeng was a weak planner? He was obviously a ruthless person. Knowing the cause and effect of their fight, Weidong looked at Pambua with sympathy. He was provoked by a few words, and took the initiative to get beaten. He really couldn't blame anyone. If you don't change your temper, you will suffer in the future. Weidong didn't sympathize with him at all. He was so easily provoked. Sooner or later, there would be problems in the future. It was better to suffer a little setback than to lose his life. Isn't he a planner? Why is his physical fitness higher than his? Pambua couldn't understand. Planners are so powerful these days, so does he still have a chance to enter the military academy? Who said planners are weak? Weidong was so angry that he laughed. Knowing that he is a planner, he still has the nerve to fight with him. The key is that he's still lost. Don't you feel ashamed? Pang Bo doesn't feel ashamed. They are all A-level spiritualists. If they lose, they can only blame their own strength. He just regrets that he preconceived that Haifeng is a weak chicken, which is why he suffered a big loss. When he improves his physical fitness to A-level, he will definitely be able to knock him down. You can't beat him just by standing in a horse stance. Wei Dong seemed to know what he was thinking and kindly reminded him. Haifeng was trained by Haozi, and Pang Bo couldn't defeat him with such training. Why not? Pang Bo felt that Wei Dong underestimated him. He had never lost to people with the same level of physical fitness. Do you want to become stronger? Wei Ning asked with a smile. Thinking that both he and Haifeng were beaten so badly, Wei Ning felt that he should let Pambua feel it. The worse the beating, the more obvious the effect. Didn't you see Haifeng upgrade from B-level to A-level in just over a month? Of course I did, hiss. Pambua answered without thinking. He was so excited that he accidentally pulled the painful part and covered his face to inhale. Haifeng must have done it on purpose. He was jealous that he was more handsome than him, so he deliberately slapped him in the face. Doesn't he know whether to slap someone in the face or not? This process is a bit painful. I think you should consider it carefully. Wei Ning kindly reminded. As long as you can become stronger, pain is nothing. Pambua immediately expressed his determination. He wanted to be a mecha warrior, so why was he afraid of pain? Brother, what do you think? Wei Ning turned his head and blinked at Weidong, as if to say, look, I found you a sparring partner. If he is willing, I don't mind. Weidong did not refuse. As long as the other party was not his sister, he could do it. Thank you, Brother Dongzi. Pambua thanked him happily. He trained with Weidong, and could clearly feel that he was improving. It was only a matter of time before he could improve his strength by training with a retired mecha warrior. Don't be happy too soon. Wei Guoyang and Yiling had seen Haifeng's training and kindly reminded him. But Pambua didn't take it seriously. It's common to get injured during training. Seeing that he didn't care, Wei Guoyang and Yiling didn't say anything more. As for Modto, he didn't care. Training is indispensable to becoming a mecha warrior. It's training no matter who trains you. As long as you can improve your strength, it's fine. Come on. I'm rooting for you. Wei Ning encouraged him in a friendly way before leaving. Pambua. Why does it sound wrong? Weidong originally wanted him to get used to the horse stance first, but since he wanted to improve his strength quickly, let him do as he wished. Next, Pambua finally understood why they wanted him to think clearly. This was simply a one-sided beating. Bang, bang, bang. Pang Bo had no power to fight back, and was thrown to the ground by Wei Dong in various ways. Their physical fitness levels were too different. Even if Wei Dong controlled the strength, he was still in pain. This force was stronger than Haifeng's. But it also aroused Pang Bo's desire to win. Is this the strength of a mecha warrior with SS physical fitness? When he fought with him, he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. He was kicked away before he got close. In addition to controlling the strength, Wei Dong was merciless. When fighting with star beasts on the battlefield, star beasts will not talk about feelings with you. It's only a matter of life and death. Every mecha warrior must do his best, otherwise he will die. All he can do is demonstrate everything he has learned on him one by one. Wei Dong didn't stop until Pang Bo was lying on the ground and had no strength to get up. The battlefield is full of dangers and changes rapidly. If you don't have enough strength, you will just be delivering rations to the star beasts. If you don't want to be rations, work hard to improve your strength. Starting tomorrow, you will train according to the schedule I gave you. Wei Dong himself has experienced the pain of watching his companions die in the mouths of star beasts because of insufficient strength. He cannot guarantee that Pang Bo will not encounter this in the future, but at least he will do his best to enable him to have the strength to protect himself and not become the one who drags his feet. In the days that followed, Pang Bo's daily training time was full, running with weights, doing horse stance with weights, fighting with Wei Dong, being beaten unilaterally, training in the gravity room, etc. After a day of training, his clothes were not dry, and he was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he went back. The effect was also significant. He became much calmer, and had the strength to fight back against Haifeng. Although he was still beaten by Haifeng in the end, he could hold on for a few minutes. When it was time to pick up the first batch of vegetables, Pang Ruiwen couldn't believe that Pang Bo was his son. He looked the same, but there was an inexplicable aura on him. "Brother, I really don't know how to thank you. This child has troubled you." Pang Ruiwen pulled Wei Guoyang and cried with emotion, saying thank you all the time. "Brother, if you need me in the future, just tell me. I will risk my life for you." "That's not necessary." Wei Guoyang agreed to help not for this. Pang Ruiwen also knew that no matter how many words he said, it would not be as practical as actual actions. He decided to send a batch of practical things back when he returned, which was also a little bit of his own thoughts. But what Pang Ruiwen didn't know was that because he sent things to the Wei family out of gratitude, such an accident would happen in the end. He was afraid that he would regret his decision at this time. Chapter 232. After Pang Ruiwen returned to Kaiyang Star with fresh vegetables and a batch of seeds, he immediately started to prepare things to send to Green Star. With his current ability, the things he sent were not very expensive, but they were also a token of his appreciation. Green Star could not develop without engineering robots. Pang Ruiwen asked someone to order a batch of about 50 robots, and also ordered 10 engineering transport vehicles and other vehicles. He also bought a batch of energy through connections, some medicinal plants and medicines, and finally some daily necessities. There were quite a few of them. Before leaving, Pang Ruiwen checked again and again to see if there was anything missing. He ordered to leave only if there was no problem. But before he sat down, the optical brain suddenly received a communication. The housekeeper said that Mrs. Pang suddenly fainted and was now being examined at the Kaiyang Star Central Hospital. Pang Ruiwen was worried about her. After thinking for a while, he decided to see Mrs. Pang before setting off. After leaving the spaceport, Pang Ruiwen hurriedly got on the aircraft and went to the Central Hospital. After Pang Ruiwen left, the staff in the spaceport uniform came to the berth of the Pang family starship with a serious look. After showing their credentials, they claimed that they had received a report that they suspected that there were contraband on the starship. The staff's words were transmitted to the monitoring room. Captain Lion's heart skipped a beat. He intuitively felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly called Pang Ruiwen, but the other party did not answer. The staff outside had begun to get impatient and urged the people inside to go down, otherwise they would take measures. Lion had no choice but to go down first. During this period, he kept trying to contact Pang Ruiwen, but he never got through. As soon as the hatch opened, Lion was about to say that this was the Pang family starship, but the staff closest to him suddenly jumped up and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Lion didn't even have a chance to react. He only felt a pain in the back of his neck and knew nothing. On his way to the hospital, Pang Ruiwen suddenly encountered an out-of-control aircraft that crashed into his aircraft. The aircraft was knocked over and rolled several times in the air, and finally hit a nearby building and was bounced back by the building's protective wall. Pang Ruiwen, who was sitting in the aircraft, could not withstand the high impact and rolled over, and fainted directly. The starship with the Pang family logo slowly approached the green star and stopped outside the atmosphere. In the starship control room, Leon skillfully pressed the landing request and waited quietly. Inside the green star, Wei Dong received the news that Pang Ruiwen was coming today as early as yesterday. After daily close combat training with Pang Bo, he received the landing request, left Pang Bo lying on the ground to recover, and drove the aircraft to the spaceport. After confirming the starship information, Wei Dong let it go. Estimating the time when the starship had been docked, Wei Dong took the transport robot over. Wei Dong frowned when he saw that only Lion was here. Why was he the only one here? Before the boss left, something happened at home, and he couldn't come in person. He specifically told me to deliver it. Seeing Wei Dong frown, Lion explained. The transport robot had already started to move the things on the starship. Wei Dong listened to Lion and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Lion seemed not to hear him, and looked at the berth calmly. The huge berth only had a small private starship and a small spaceship parked. It was extremely poor. Wei Dong watched the transport robot move everything down, turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Lion. The boss asked me to see the young master and give him some things. Wei Dong stopped, turned around and looked at him, and his vigilance slowly rose. He and Leon had not met many times, but every time they met, Leon was more polite to him. Today was a little different, and he felt alienated. The boss specifically told me to hand it over to the young master in person. Perhaps Wei Dong had been watching for a long time, so Leon explained a few more words. Okay. Wei Dong couldn't tell whether this alienation was temporary, or for some other reason. He took the lead and his vigilance increased instead of decreasing. The moment he turned around, Leon behind him raised a strange smile, which soon disappeared and followed Wei Dong quietly. There were a lot of things, so Wei Dong only took half of them away, and Leon followed him into the aircraft. Ponbua trained at the training ground in the resident building. Every day after he and Wei Dong finished close combat training, they would come to the training ground here to train. When he received the news from Wei Dong that his father had someone send him something, his eyes widened. He closed his eyes and opened them again to check the news, and it still said that his father had someone send him something. Ponbua looked at the sky. It was still light. He wasn't dreaming. How could his father be so considerate to send him something? His mother was more like that. Maybe he heard it wrong, Ponbua asked again. Wei Dong saw Ponbua's reply, and his heart was alarmed. He glanced at Leon inconspicuously, and saw that his mind was focused on the window, and the weird feeling was even worse. This is not Leon. The last time Leon came with Pang Ruiwen, he didn't look outside, but sat there without moving. Wei Dong suppressed the shock in his heart, and wanted to test whether his guess was right. Is Uncle Pang sending training equipment to Ponbua? Yes, the boss said that he would deliver it to the young master in person. Lion answered casually. The moment he said it, Wei Dong suddenly attacked him and asked sternly, Who are you? Who sent you? Lion dodged sideways, and raised his hand to block Wei Dong's fist at his face. He no longer pretended and punched Wei Dong, and his mental power followed closely, and pressed towards Wei Dong. The dead are not qualified to know. A-level mental pressure attacked him. Wei Dong faced it directly, and his movements were not affected. He attacked Lion's fatal point with every move. He was originally an S-level mentalist, and had been on the battlefield. Now he will be a B-level, but he is adapted to the S-level mental pressure, and is not afraid of the A-level mental pressure. Lion was surprised that he was not affected by his mental pressure, and his moves became faster and faster. In the small aircraft, the two of them fought with fists, and soon they were both injured. Ponbua watched the aircraft approaching from a distance, swaying up and down, and stopped training and ran over. The aircraft stopped at the designated destination automatically, and the hatch opened automatically. Ponbua stood outside, and saw the two people fighting at a glance. He didn't know what was going on, so he asked, Brother Dongzi, what's going on with you? The space in the aircraft was limited, so Wei Dong took the opportunity to drag Leon out and shouted to him. I found out that he was pretending to be Leon. Come and help. What? Ponbua looked at the familiar face and didn't realize it was fake, but Wei Dong couldn't lie to him, so he rushed up without thinking. After this period of training, Ponbua made great progress. Although his physical fitness was still level B, he also learned a lot of moves in close combat training with Wei Dong, and could also contain Leon. With Ponbua joining in and harassing from time to time, Wei Dong could also take this opportunity to suddenly approach and grab Leon. At this moment, Leon flipped his left hand, and a particle gun suddenly appeared, with a black muzzle pointing directly at Ponbua. Be careful. Wei Dong was shocked, and suddenly, pounced on him, rolling to the side with him. Bang bang bang. Several particle bullets came over. Wei Dong dodged with Pangbo while pulling out his gun to fight back. The scene began to become chaotic, and the training ground was destroyed by particle bullets, and the equipment was tilted and dusty. Leon saw that he could not do anything to Wei Dong for the time being, and he did not want to fight anymore. After the light bullet, he turned around and ran away, while Wei Dong and Pangbo were dodging. Damn it! After Wei Dong dodged the particle bullet, he saw Leon's back going away and cursed angrily. Brother Dongzi, the direction that person went was the planting area. Pangbo shouted hurriedly. The man just now was able to fight Brother Dongzi to a draw, so his strength must be quite good. The people in the plantation were all powerless. Don't run around, Wei Dong hurriedly said, jumped on the aircraft and chased after him, while lowering his head to inform Wei Ning and the others to be careful. This person pretending to be Leon was actually a psychic with SS physical strength like him. If they met him, he didn't dare to think about the consequences. Chapter 233. When the gunshots rang out, Wei Ning was checking a batch of newly planted saplings near the base. She heard the continuous gunshots coming from the base. She was shocked and didn't care about the saplings at the moment. She ran towards the base. Lion took the opportunity to get rid of Wei Dong and ran in a random direction. He didn't expect that he would be exposed so soon, and he didn't expect that the news was wrong. There was someone here who could fight him to a draw. The task he received was to find out the specific situation of this planet. Now he was discovered just after landing, and didn't find any news. Thinking of this, his face was very ugly. The young man just now was not like what was said in the information. He was just a B-level psychic, who could ignore his mental pressure and fight him to a draw. His level was at least an A-level psychic with SS physical fitness. The reward for this task was very generous. Since he had come here, he couldn't return empty-handed. He must find out the truth. Leon didn't understand what was worth exploring on this desolate planet with few people, and why it was installed with such a high-level protective shield. If it wasn't for the high reward, he wouldn't have taken it. Just thinking about this, the view in front of him began to change. The bare hilltop was planted with rows of short saplings, and the tender green leaves were particularly conspicuous. Someone was running towards this side not far away, and the flying vehicle in the air behind him was also chasing him. Leon glanced at the flying vehicle approaching behind him, and then looked at the person running in front of him, and decided to deal with the one in front of him first. When Wei Ning was halfway through the run, she received a message from Wei Dong, saying that someone pretended to be Leon and sneaked in, and was heading towards the planting area, asking her to be careful. Just after reading the message, a person suddenly jumped out in front of her. When she looked closely, it was the fake one. But before Wei Ning could make any move, the fake suddenly took out a gun and pointed it at her. Wei Ning didn't have time to think. She rolled sideways on the ground and dodged the bullet. The bullet hit a sapling and exploded. A pit appeared on the ground, and the sapling had become slag. Wei Ning. Damn it! Why is there no control over guns in this world? Wei Dong watched the fake attack his sister, and didn't care too much. He jumped off the aircraft directly, rolled on the ground when he landed, unloaded most of the force, knelt on one knee and half squatted, then turned over and shot at the fake. Facing this kind of energy weapon with strong lethality, Wei Ning had no way to deal with it. She could only find a nearby shelter. She didn't want to taste the bullet herself. The fake missed the first shot, and Wei Dong was behind to support her, so she could only turn around to deal with him first. Damn it, if he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have come alone. Now he has been pestered by this person, let alone completing the task. Even leaving has become a problem. He didn't want to die here. He dodged and fired at the same time, consciously hiding towards Wei Ning, and when Wei Dong's gun ran out of energy, he grabbed Wei Ning who was hiding behind the low slope. Wei Ning. I was careless. She shouldn't have come here. The fake guy held Wei Ning in front of him, with the gun against her heart, and shouted to Wei Dong, "Put down the gun, or I will kill her. Let her go." Wei Dong pointed the gun at him, and said sternly, "Heh." The fake guy laughed softly, then moved suddenly. "Ah!" Wei Ning screamed in pain, cold sweat on her forehead, and her hand was dislocated by him. "Stop, what do you want to do?" Wei Dong shouted. He really didn't expect this fake guy to start fighting right away. "Put down your weapons, remove the space button, otherwise." He suddenly pinched Wei Ning's dislocated hand. The pain from the secondary injury almost made Wei Ning faint, and her face turned pale instantly. "You?" Wei Dong didn't dare to move, fearing that this man would continue to hurt Wei Ning if they didn't agree. "Do as I say, otherwise. Don't touch her." Wei Dong shouted, threw away his gun, removed the space button and threw it aside. Drive the aircraft over here. The man saw Wei Dong doing it obediently, and knew that his decision was right, and ordered again. He was careless, thinking that he could get the answer he wanted by pretending to be someone else and coming here. He still didn't understand how he was exposed, but he didn't think too much about it now, so it was better to leave first. After the aircraft lost control, it fell directly from midair, with half of the body sunken. Fortunately, it did not affect its use. Wei Dong did not dare to delay and drove the aircraft to the man. During this period, he had been trying to rescue Wei Ning, but the fake used Wei Ning's body as a shield, holding her neck with one hand and holding her with a gun with the other. Wei Dong did not dare to act rashly for fear of hurting her. Wei Ning wanted to use her supernatural power to save herself, but she was not sure that she could kill with a gun pointed at her heart. If she failed, she would be miserable. Now that life is so good, she doesn't want to die again. It's better to pretend to be weak and wait for the fake to relax his vigilance before giving him a fatal blow. The man grabbed Wei Ning and walked towards the aircraft. During this period, he was always on guard against Wei Dong's unusual movements. All his attention was on him, and he did not notice the change in Wei Ning's expression. Perhaps he didn't take Wei Ning seriously from the beginning. A useless person who failed to awaken was lucky to dodge his shot. He didn't think Wei Ning had the ability to escape from him. After the two successfully boarded the aircraft, the counterfeit knocked Wei Ning unconscious with a knife and threw her to the ground. He ran to the driver's seat and drove manually. He wanted to see what secrets were here. The aircraft flew away at a low altitude. Wei Dong kicked the stone on the ground hard, turned around, picked up the space button and ran towards the spaceport. Through the driving window, he saw the connected planting land and the green plants planted on several hills. The counterfeit was shocked, and his mouth kept rising. So this is the secret here. I hope that person will offer a high price to explore the situation here. It turns out that there are planting lands all below. The counterfeit looked at the planting land below and was already calculating how much reward he would get in exchange for this secret. After reading it, he did not stop and drove the aircraft towards the spaceport. Wei Dong ran all the way to the spaceport, but did not see any trace of the aircraft. He knew that the faker had not come yet, and panted and looked for the highest point. He wanted to ambush the faker here. This was also the reason why he did not chase him. The faker would eventually leave, and he only had this one chance to save Ning Ning. The hall was empty, and there was no shelter. There was a suitable place at high altitude, but it was too far away to ambush. Finally, Wei Dong took a fancy to a huge decorative lamp right in front of the entrance and exit of the hall. The faker came all the way to the spaceport, and before jumping off the aircraft, he did not forget to hold the unconscious Wei Ning hostage and jump down. Before leaving here, this girl is his pass. The young man just now clearly cares about her very much. With her around, he can leave smoothly. Blocking the person in front of him, the counterfeit carefully observed the surroundings and walked forward slowly when he found nothing unusual. Lying on the top of the lamp, Wei Dong concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, quietly waiting for the prey to approach. Fearing that he would hurt Wei Ning, Wei Dong did not dare to use the energy gun and replaced it with an ordinary pistol. 1 step, 2 steps. Closer. Wei Dong pulled the trigger hard. The counterfeit suddenly stopped, and a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. He looked up suddenly and saw the bullet shooting at him. He bent down to avoid it and asked Wei Ning in front of him to stand in front of him as a human shield, shouting loudly, "If you don't want her to die, just shoot." After missing the first shot and losing the best opportunity, Wei Dong did not shoot again, pointing the gun at the counterfeit and shouting, "Let her go. I will let her go when I leave safely." The counterfeit said loudly, pinching Wei Ning's neck with his hand, and the warning was very obvious. Wei Dong did not dare to move forward. The counterfeit had dislocated Wei Ning's hand before. If eyes could kill people invisibly, the counterfeit would have been riddled with holes long ago. Suddenly, Wei Dong saw the unconscious Wei Ning open his eyes, blinking at him, signaling him not to worry. Wei Dong seemed to have thought of something, but his face was unwilling and remorseful, and he gritted his teeth and let go. Seeing this, the counterfeit held Wei Ning hostage and retreated into the passage. Chapter 234. The counterfeit took Wei Ning hostage all the way to the Pang family's starship. He didn't notice that Wei Ning was pretending to be unconscious. He only took away her optical brain and space button and threw her into the corner of the cab, like throwing away garbage. Even though he received Wei Ning's intention, Wei Dong didn't dare to be careless, and finally let the Pang family's starship leave. Watching the starship rush out of the atmosphere and head into the vast universe, Wei Dong didn't dare to delay. After simply explaining the situation to Wei Guoyang, he said that he was going to rescue people, and asked them not to let anyone in. He quickly boarded Modto's private starship and chased after the Pang family's starship. He had driven Modto's starship before, and had permission to use it. Old Wei, what's going on? Ning Ning, Dingzi. Yi Ling staggered back when she learned that Wei Ning was held hostage, her voice trembling, and she couldn't believe it was true. A Ling? Wei Guoyang was not much better, and was anxious. He hurriedly supported Yi Ling, calmed down and comforted her. Don't worry, Dongzi went to chase them. Everything will be fine. You have to believe them. How can I not worry, Ning Ning? Why did that person kidnap Ning Ning? Yi Ling held Wei Guoyang's hand tightly, eager to know the answer. Before Wei Guoyang could speak, the light brain rang. He looked and saw that it was Pang Ruiwen's communication request. Thinking that this matter was related to him, Wei Guoyang immediately answered it. The next second, Pang Ruiwen's anxious face appeared on the light screen. Brother, are you okay? How can it be okay? How did you do things over there? Someone actually took advantage of the loophole, and now Ning Ning was kidnapped. When Yi Ling saw him, she was filled with anger and asked him harshly. She covered her lips, and sobbed when she thought her daughter's life was in danger. What on earth is going on? Wei Guoyang held Yi Ling in his arms. He was still rational, and did not blame him. Instead, he waited for Pang Ruiwen's explanation. If it was not the Pang family's starship and Lion had been there before, they would not have let the starship in easily. Pang Ruiwen had to explain this matter clearly. Sorry, it was my negligence. Pang Ruiwen apologized to them first, and then told them what happened today. After the accident, Pang Ruiwen fainted in the aircraft. When he woke up again, he was already in the hospital, and Mrs. Pang was guarding him by his side, her face pale and very bad. At that time, Pang Ruiwen thought that she had heard the news of her accident and came to him forcibly and wanted her to go back and rest, but she said that she was scared by the news of her accident. After asking, he found out that she rushed here because she received a call from the hospital saying that he was in trouble, not because she was originally in the hospital as he thought. Pang Ruiwen immediately felt something was wrong and hurriedly looked for his computer to find Leon, but found that his computer was missing. After asking, he found out that the computer was broken in the accident. He took Mrs. Pang's computer to contact Leon, but he couldn't get in touch with him. He didn't care that he was still weak, and immediately asked someone to send him to the spaceport, but he didn't see his starship or Leon. He wanted to contact Wei Guoyang, but there was no communication with him, so he hurriedly asked someone to retrieve his computer information. However, before the information was retrieved, he received bad news from Leon. He was knocked unconscious by a fake spaceport staff, and his computer was taken away, and the starship was also driven away. This news was even more shocking than his own accident. Pang Ruiwen's face was dark. He went to the main house to check the staff, but found that they had not appeared since work today. The senior manager of the spaceport sent people to look for them, and finally found several people who fainted in the utility room. Seeing this, Pang Ruiwen couldn't help but know that he was being calculated. After finding the information, he immediately contacted Wei Guoyang, but it was too late. If he knew that his behavior would bring such consequences to them, he would never do such a thing. Do you have any clues? Wei Guoyang didn't want to say useless words to blame him at this time. Since the incident had already happened, it was useless to say those words. It would be better to find the mastermind behind it as soon as possible to know what the man wanted to do by holding Ning Ning hostage. There are already clues. It has been a few hours since the incident happened. Pang Ruiwen contacted the main house, and has found a lot now. He is still confirming the final mastermind. Because of the vegetables, our Pang family has been watched by many people recently. The person who pretended to be Leon was also targeting this. We are still investigating who is involved. After cooperating with the Wei family, the Pang family almost occupied the entire market of fresh fruits and vegetables on Kaiyang Star, and both the price and quality were far better than those supplied by the Li family. Originally, the Li family was almost abandoned by the Mu family because of the previous incident, and the business was far worse than before. Once the Pang family intervened, the Li family had almost no chance to compete. After the incident, he first suspected the Li family, but in the end, he found that the Li family was just being used by someone, and they had not yet found the person behind it. How could this be? What about Ning Ning? Will she be in danger? Yi Ling didn't dare to think about the consequences. Since they are here for fruits and vegetables, Ning Ning will be fine for the time being. Wei Guoyang didn't dare to guarantee it. He comforted Yi Ling, and comforted himself at the same time. As long as the other party wanted something here, He should understand that if he hurt his family, he would not get anything. On the other side of the starship, after being thrown aside, Wei Ning listened to the fake communicating with others. It seemed that he was his accomplice, asking them to come and meet him, and then discuss the next things. After listening, Wei Ning couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, there was only one person coming, but at the same time, she didn't have much time left. Now there was only one fake who was not on guard against her. She could still find a chance to kill him. If his accomplices came, she would have no chance. Looking at the man's back, Wei Ning decided to take the opportunity to attack. The counterfeit determined the coordinates for meeting up with his companions, and was happily thinking about how much he could get for this job. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, and a strong sense of crisis surged up. He suddenly turned his body to the side and turned around, but in the next second he found that his body was imprisoned. He lowered his head, and saw that he was entangled by a brown vine. The vine seemed to have consciousness, and it automatically wrapped around him in circles, getting tighter and tighter. What frightened him was that he couldn't break free. Even if he tried his best to break the vine, he was entangled again. The endless vines tightly entangled him. When he was concentrating on breaking free from the vines, a sharp vine as big as a child's fist pierced him straight. He suddenly widened his eyes, and couldn't believe that he would die here until his death. The counterfeit looked at Wei Ning in disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. Wei Ning's face was pale, sweat was pouring out, and he gritted his teeth and held on, using the vines condensed by his supernatural power to tightly entangle him, making him unable to move. This is an A-level psychic with SS physical strength, not the low-level mutant beast she usually uses for practice. She has consumed most of her superpowers to entangle him and prevent him from breaking free. If she can't kill him in a short time, she will definitely be killed by him after her superpowers are exhausted. She doesn't want to die, so he must die. Wei Ning bit her lips and tasted the blood in her mouth. She was ruthless and directly drained all the superpowers in her body. She condensed a new one, and it suddenly grew and stabbed directly at the chest of the counterfeit. After the counterfeit fell, she retracted her superpowers, and the brown wooden thorn disappeared as if it had never appeared. Only the bloody hole on the corpse, and Wei Ning's pale face proved that all this really happened. Wei Ning forced herself to get up, and after using the last bit of strength to change the direction of the starship, she let herself fall into the darkness. Chapter 235. Ning Ning. Ning Ning. Wei Ning had a splitting headache. Excessive consumption of her superpowers made her body very uncomfortable, and her mind was also groggy. She just wanted to lie quietly to recover, but there was a voice in her ear that kept calling her name, making it difficult for her to pretend not to hear it. Looking at the cold cabin ceiling, Wei Ning's eyes were hazy, and her not-so-clear mind made her unable to remember where she was for a while. Her head was still aching, and the voice in her ear did not stop. The strong smell of blood in the air gradually brought her thoughts back to her mind, and she remembered that she was in a starship. Shut up. Wei Ning wanted to reach out and slap the voice that kept calling her in her ear, but her hand had no strength at all, and she spoke irritably. Oh! You finally woke up. I called you for a long time, but you didn't respond to me. The babyish crying sound whimpered in her ear. Wei Ning turned her head with great effort, and a purple-haired little man was wiping tears beside her ear. Don't cry, I'm awake now. Wei Ning sighed helplessly. She was not good at comforting people, not to mention that she was a spirit. I thought you were going to die. Xiang said while wiping tears. Do you really want me to die? Perhaps because she survived a disaster, she was very weak at this time. Wei Ning still had the mind to chat with it. If I died, you would be miserable, caught by that fake and sold to an illegal research institution for slices. No. Xiang jumped up in anger, thinking that she was really ungrateful, and she was obviously worried about her. Ha, hiss. Wei Ning was amused by its appearance, and her whole body was affected by her smile, and she had a severe headache when she moved. How are you? Xiang asked anxiously when she saw her like this. I'm fine, it's just the sequelae of overconsumption of superpowers. I'd be fine when I recover. Wei Ning smiled at it, and didn't tell it that it would take a long time for her to recover this time. The main reason why she was able to kill the faker before was that he didn't have any defense against her at all, and she caught him by surprise. Otherwise, if she wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be overconsumption of superpowers, and she would definitely be injured. Even though she has never relaxed in training, she still can't escape unscathed against SS physical fitness. Now it's just overconsumption of superpowers. She is already very satisfied, even if this time the sequelae are more serious than any previous time. As long as her body is not injured, she can slowly recover. How long have I been unconscious? The unpleasant smell of blood in the air made her frown, and suddenly remembered her current situation, and asked hurriedly. She had to contact her family. They must be worried if they didn't hear from her for a long time. My computer? Thinking of her parents, who were worried about her safety, Wei Ning asked Xiang Xiang to help her get her computer back. She was glad that Xiang Xiang was with her at the time, and she didn't forget to put it in her pocket when she ran, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do alone now. Xiang Xiang didn't have time to answer her, and she didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like a short time, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. She simply went to find Wei Ning's computer first. In his pocket. Seeing Xiang Xiang go by, Wei Ning reminded her again. Fortunately, the fake put her computer and space button in her pocket when she took it, so it was easy to find. Although it was placed in the pocket, it was not easy for a little person, who was not even as big as a palm, to find a light computer. Seeing it struggling to drag the light computer and space button out of the counterfeit's pocket, Wei Ning was still in the mood to tease it. Your strength is too weak. Aren't all the spirits powerful? I don't think you are like that. I am like this because of you. Xiang Xiang dragged out the light computer and space button with all her strength, panting. At that time, after she burst out all her energy and fell into a coma, she found that her condition was very bad. She was hot and cold, and she twitched from time to time, which scared it to use its own power to feed her back. As a result, she was so embarrassed that she said she was useless, and didn't think that if it weren't for it, she might have died. "Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Thank you for saving me." Wei Ning was confused at first, and then apologized immediately. She only remembered that she was in a coma, and didn't know that such a thing happened in the meantime. She just thought she was just in a coma. "Humph, if I hadn't saved you, you would have really died." Xiang Xiang didn't mention how worried she was about her at the time, and snorted proudly. In order to save her, not only did she lose all the strength she had accumulated with great difficulty, but she also became weak. If she didn't know her situation, she would definitely ask her to feed her more. "When I recover, I will definitely compensate you." Wei Ning knew what it was thinking when she saw it like that, and promised. Xiang Xiang was happy now, dragged the light computer over again, and then turned back to drag the space button. After Wei Ning got the light computer, she didn't care about the pain, and now she just wanted to report safety to her family as soon as possible. However, looking at the distorted appearance of the light computer, she wanted to cry but had no tears. She really didn't expect that the quality of this optical computer was so poor. It was damaged by the vines condensed by her supernatural power. Now she couldn't report that she was safe. She fiddled with it desperately, but the screen was still dark and there was no response at all. "What should I do? The optical computer is broken. Here is another one." Xiang Xiang pointed to the reminder on the arm of the person lying on the ground. "Bring it here quickly for me to see." Wei Ning came back to her senses immediately after hearing this, and asked it to be brought over. Xiang Xiang worked tirelessly as a porter, untied the optical computer, and dragged it to her. Wei Ning took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not deformed, so it should be good. She turned it on, with expectation, and the screen was black. Clicked it again, and it was still black. Her face was wrinkled. "It's broken too. What should I do?" Xiang Xiang now knows that humans use this thing called optical computer to communicate. No matter how far the distance is, as long as there is a signal, it will be fine. Unlike the previous era, it used communication symbols, and there was a distance limit. Then we can only use the signal on the starship to ask for help. Without a light brain, this is the only way. It just makes my family worry. Wei Ning closed her eyes again. Her current situation is still not optimistic. She has to recover some of her physical strength first. Now the starship doesn't know where to go. If she encounters a black hole meteorite zone or something, she doesn't have to think about anything else. But sometimes when people are unlucky, they really think of what they want. When Wei Ning woke up again and found that she could stand up with help, the first thing she saw was to see what was happening outside. As a result, she was half disappointed. Just in front of the starship, there were densely floating large and small meteorites. The density was so high that Wei Ning felt sick. She wanted to slap herself. Why did she mention the black hole meteorite zone? Now she has encountered it. Even if it is just a small meteorite zone, it is a serious problem for a novice, who has only learned simple starship operation. Moreover, the starship is not far away from the meteorite zone, and she is just recovering some physical strength now. Wei Ning does not want to gamble with her life. She is not the protagonist of a novel. She has superb skills, and can turn the tide even in such a situation. Wei Ning made a decision immediately. The starship is equipped with a lifeboat. It is the best choice to lie in the lifeboat to escape from the starship that is about to be swallowed by the meteorite. There is at least a 50% chance of survival. When she and Wei Dong learned to drive the starship, Wei Ning had studied it carefully and knew how to use it. She quickly walked to the place where the lifeboat was stored. When Wei Ning reached the storage room, her steps began to weaken. The little strength she had just recovered was almost exhausted after walking all the way. Fortunately, they had arrived. Wei Ning opened the hatch, picked a lifeboat at random, and took Xiangxiang in. She closed the hatch and slowly closed her eyes. Wei Ning had just finished the action when the front of the starship entered the meteorite area. The unmanned starship soon caused a meteorite riot. The rioting meteorites hit the starship, and the red alarm in the cab kept flashing. A minute later, an explosion sounded, and a heat wave spread from the center of the explosion to all directions. Meteorites of all sizes surged around like waves, and the white lifeboat shot straight along the airflow and floated into the vast universe. After the explosion subsided, a military ship stopped in front of the meteorite area. Chapter 236. Are you sure it's here? Inside the starship, Randy frowned, looking at the meteorite area that had calmed down, and asked the person next to him calmly. Colonel, according to the tracking data, it is indeed in front. The person next to him answered while looking at the light computer screen in his hand. The meteorite area exploded not long ago, and there are still many starship wreckages here. Randy listened silently, clicked on the star map on the starship, found the location and zoomed in, and looked at the planets near the meteorite area for a long time before speaking. Send people to these planets to find her, and we must find her. Colonel? The man looked up in surprise, and was very puzzled by Randy's decision. It was not his style to spend so much manpower to find a person. I don't think she will die in the explosion in the meteorite area. Randy glanced at him, and said with certainty. Each starship is equipped with a lifeboat, and he believes that Wei Ning will not die so easily. It's just that the trajectory of the lifeboat is hard to predict, and there are many planets nearby. He can't guess which planet Wei Ning's lifeboat will end up on. But as long as there is a slight possibility, he must find her. He lowered his head, and turned on the light brain to issue an order. When he looked up again, his eyes were sharp, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The man next to him happened to look up, and saw the smile on his mouth, and he shuddered. Every time the colonel smiled like this, someone would get into trouble. This time, he didn't know who had offended him. And why was the kidnapped girl worth the colonel's trouble to find? Green Star. Dongzi, how is it? What did Colonel Lan say? Is there any news about Ning Ning? Yiling looked at Wei Dong expectantly, hoping to get good news about Wei Ning from him. It had been 7 days since Wei Ning was kidnapped. When she heard that she had lost her trace, Yiling fainted, wishing that she was the one being kidnapped. Later, Randy suddenly brought people over, and she pinned almost all her hopes on them. She looked forward to news about Ning Ning every day, but she was disappointed every time. Mother, don't worry, the colonel said there is already a clue, and my sister will be fine. Wei Dong comforted in a low voice. He did not say that the starship exploded in the meteorite area, and he believed that his sister was not on it. He let the fake go because his sister winked at him, otherwise he would not let anyone go easily. Besides, his sister has been training for so long, even if she is not his opponent, as long as he finds an opportunity and launches a surprise attack, he still has a chance of winning. Just thinking of that person's skills, Wei Dong was worried in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He couldn't tell anyone about it, because it would only make his parents more worried. Really? Did he say when he could find Ning Ning? Wei Guoyang asked anxiously. It just narrowed the search area. It will take time to find it. Wait a little longer. Wei Dong didn't dare to look directly at Wei Guoyang, and couldn't say that the so-called range was several planets. In this case, let's go together. Ning Ning must suffer a lot alone. If we go together, more people will find her, and she can suffer less. Yiling couldn't wait to suggest that instead of letting her wait here in agony, it would be better to go together. Mother, the colonel has arranged for someone to find her. You can wait at home. If my sister knew that you ignored your own safety in order to find her, she would definitely blame herself when she came back. Wei Dong didn't dare to let his mother go out. Even if she stayed in Green Star, someone would take the opportunity to sneak in. If she went out, he didn't know what would happen. He couldn't joke with his parents' safety. But Yiling wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wei Guoyang. Ling, listen to Dongzi. It's not as safe outside as here. Let's not cause trouble for Colonel Lan and the others. Yiling thought carefully, and didn't insist, Old Wei was right. If she went there, she would have to assign someone to take care of her. She would only be a hindrance. Xiao Yi, Carol is looking for you. Modto came over from the other side and pointed the camera of the optical computer at Seedling, so that she could see the person in the light screen. He said he kept calling you but didn't answer, so he called me. Sorry, I accidentally broke my optical computer and didn't have time to replace it. When Seedling saw Carol, she remembered that she had accidentally broken her optical computer in the laboratory before and hadn't had time to replace it. Ms. Yi, I have something important to tell you. Carol looked serious in the light screen, but her voice was full of excitement, as if something good had happened. Wei Guoyang saw that he had been diverted, turned his head, and glanced at Wei Dong, motioning him to go out with him. After leaving the courtyard, Wei Guoyang walked towards the mobile house. Except for Haifeng and Ponghua, who came back to live here at night, they were not here during the day, so it was quiet here. Dongzi, tell me the truth, did Ning Ning have an accident? Wei Guoyang knew his son well, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye every time he lied. He noticed it just now, but he didn't ask because he was afraid that his wife would worry. Father. Wei Dong denied it without thinking. You don't have to lie to me, I can tell when you lie. Wei Guoyang interrupted him, staring at Wei Dong, making Wei Dong even more afraid to look directly at him. Tell me, what happened? Wei Guoyang asked with a sullen face. The colonel said that he had caught up with the starship of the Pang family, but the starship exploded in the meteorite area, and Ning Ning's whereabouts were unknown. Wei Dong wanted to hide it, but since his father had found out, he would definitely ask for the truth, and he didn't want to lie to him one lie after another. How could it be? Wei Guoyang's face changed drastically when he heard this. Father, I believe my sister will be fine. She has learned to drive a starship, knows the purpose of the lifeboat, and has superpowers. She will be fine. Wei Dong spoke quickly. Yes, Ning Ning is so smart, she will be fine, she will be fine. Wei Guoyang kept nodding. Compared with his daughter dying in the explosion, he would rather believe that she would be fine. I will go find her and come back, don't worry. Wei Dong told him that he was also leaving to find someone, and it would be good for his father to know. You should go. As a brother, you didn't even protect your sister. It's your fault. Wei Guoyang accused with a stern face. Where is your vigilance? Wei Guoyang's accusation made Wei Dong feel ashamed. It was indeed his fault. If he had been more alert, this would not have happened. It was the peaceful and comfortable life on Green Star that made him lose his vigilance. Seeing him bow his head and remain silent as if he was self-examining, Wei Guoyang sighed. Thinking of his once high-spirited son, he finally couldn't bear to blame him too much, and said slowly, I know this matter can't be blamed entirely on you, but I also hope you can learn from this. Yes. Go find Ning Ning with peace of mind. You don't have to worry about your mother and family. Before Ning Ning comes back, the cooperation with the Pang family will be stopped first. Wei Guoyang knew that this was regarded as taking his anger out on others, but when he thought that his daughter was in trouble because of them, he couldn't help but get angry, even if Pang Ruiwen was also calculated. Just think of it as a punishment for him. Chapter 237. Ning Ning, it's so strange here. What's strange? Wei Ning looked at the tall and sturdy trees around her, and walked forward carefully. Xiang sat on her shoulder, and frowned to remind her. Wei Ning didn't know where this was, nor how much time had passed. Before the explosion of the starship that day, she and Xiang escaped in the lifeboat together. When she woke up, the lifeboat had landed here. After she opened the lifeboat, she saw an endless forest. The trees were tall, lush, and overgrown with weeds. There was also a group of mutant sheep grazing around. She was really scared at the time. Fortunately, the mutant sheep seemed not to notice her, and only lowered their heads to graze. She didn't dare to confront the sheep, and carefully left the sheep's territory. She randomly chose a direction, and walked to the present. There were tall and sturdy trees all around. She walked very carefully. It's so quiet here, and there are no mutant beasts. Xiang looked around and didn't see any other creatures. At first, they could still encounter lone mutant beasts, but Wei Ning's superpowers had not yet fully recovered, so they did not dare to confront them head-on and avoided them every time. Now there was no movement at all, it was terrifyingly quiet. We just need to be careful. Wei Ning also noticed it, but after walking here, she had no way to retreat, so she could only keep moving forward. Only by finding a city where humans live as soon as possible can she contact her family. Then you have to be careful. Xiang whispered. Not only did Wei Ning's superpowers consume too much, but she also lost some of her strength. Now, she could only barely maintain her human form, and can only detect the situation within half a meter. The rest depends on Wei Ning herself. Yeah. Wei Ning responded, took out a dagger from the space button and held it in her hand before slowly moving forward, always alert to the surrounding environment. After walking for more than 10 meters, Xiang suddenly shouted, "Be careful." As the words fell, a vine as thick as a wrist attacked them. When Xiang shouted, Wei Ning had already felt the danger coming, and leaned back to avoid a vine stabbing in front of her. At the same time, the hand holding the dagger chopped hard, instantly cutting off half of the vine, and the green juice splashed on her face. 2 vines spread along the ground, wrapped around Wei Ning's legs, and dragged her in the direction they came from. Wei Ning was almost pulled forward by a strong force. She barely stabilized her body, and a vine on each side rushed out to attack her. Wei Ning lowered her body, took the opportunity to chop the vine that wrapped around her legs, rolled on the ground, grabbed one of the vines, and pulled hard. There was a sound of wind approaching from behind. Xiang tightly grasped Wei Ning's collar, reminding her of the danger behind her. Wei Ning pulled the vine with one hand, moved her steps slightly, and turned her body a few times. When the vine was wrapped around her body for about 1 meter, she chopped it down with the dagger, and the vine broke, and the other end retracted. The 2 behind her were chasing closely. Wei Ning held one end of the vine with one hand, rotated a few more times, pulled out the vine wrapped around her waist, and pulled hard at the vine behind her. Snap! With a sound, she hit the chasing vine, and the 2 vines were still for a moment, as if wondering how their companions could hit them. Wei Ning took the opportunity to lose some of her superpowers to produce a small section of vines to wrap around the 2, and pulled them towards her, and the hand holding the dagger chopped again. When she was about to chop the vine, Wei Ning suddenly lost her balance and leaned forward, and at the same time, she felt pain in her ankle. She looked down and found that another vine that had wrapped around her leg before had wrapped around her ankle again and tightened quickly, while pulling back, and she leaned forward by inertia. The top of the vine that Wei Ning had wrapped around her vine suddenly turned upwards. If Wei Ning fell down, she would be pierced through. She didn't care about the one on her foot and chopped it quickly with the dagger as she fell forward. When she fell down, the green juice splashed all over her face. She didn't care to wipe it off. She turned half a circle flexibly, and a cold light flashed. The vine that wrapped around her foot was cut off again. 4 vines were cut by Wei Ning twice in a row, and she even cut off a large part of one of them. After the vine retracted, she didn't dare to come out again for a while. Wei Ning was lying on the ground, panting slightly, with sweat slowly flowing down her forehead. She didn't dare to relax at all, always paying attention to whether the vine would suddenly pop out, and silently counting in her heart. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After half an hour, the vine still didn't appear. Wei Ning breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat up. Her supernatural power had not recovered, so she couldn't exert her full strength. She always felt a sense of weakness. Her physical strength was still a little lacking. If there was another vine, she would not be able to resist. Suddenly, the vine in her hand moved. Wei Ning looked over suddenly, and her sight met the vine that secretly poked out one end. How did it live? Xiang pointed at the vine in surprise and shouted. Wei Ning's eyebrows were about to be twisted into a shape. Looking at the vine that had grown 2 small leaves at some point, she was a little confused for a while. She remembered that she had just used her supernatural power to give birth to a section. At that time, she remembered that there were no leaves. Why did it grow leaves now? Wei Ning didn't move. The vine boldly moved closer to her, and the leaves gently rubbed Wei Ning's knees, as if it was acting cute. Wei Ning's mind was full of question marks. She felt that she was dazzled, otherwise why would she feel that the vine was acting cute to her? Before she could confirm, Xiang shouted angrily. Go away, she is mine, you are not allowed to get close. Wei Ning watched Xiang slide down from her shoulder, rush to her knees, waving her little hands, not allowing the vine to get closer. The vine was not afraid of it at all. It stood up, and tried to sweep away the things that blocked it. One hand blocked it, and held it firmly. The vine suddenly dared not move. You can communicate with it. Wei Ning looked down at Xiang, then at the vine, and said affirmatively. No then. Xiang subconsciously denied it. Are you sure? Wei Ning looked at her with a look, and the meaning was very clear. If you dare to lie to her, you will bear the consequences. Yes. Xiang nodded reluctantly, looking at Wei Ning with grievance, looking like a pitiful person abandoned by a heartless man, which gave Wei Ning goosebumps. Why do you want to? I'm just talking. When have I ever deducted your superpowers? Wei Ning was almost convinced. She was just threatening not to give it superpowers, So I look at her with the expression of a heartless man. You want to change your mind? Xiang complained. Ahem. Wei Ning was shocked by its words, and looked at it with horror. When did you learn these messed up words? They are not the same kind. It's scary to use this word, right? She didn't want to have an interracial love. Don't talk nonsense. When did I fall in love with you? You want it. Xiang pointed at the vine, very angry. No, even if I want it, it has nothing to do with changing my mind, right? Wei Ning looked up at the sky speechlessly. In her heart, she cursed the person who taught Xiang these things. As she was talking, Wei Ning felt an itch in her palm. She looked down and saw that the vine was rubbing against her again, which made Wei Ning stunned. In Xiang's eyes, Wei Ning was cheating on her and getting along with other vines, which made her feel even more wronged. Look, you only have eyes for it now, woo. You don't love me anymore. Wei Ning. Which bastard taught it these things? Chapter 238. Stop! Wei Ning couldn't stand Xiang crying, as if she was really a heartless man who trampled on his true heart, and God knows she didn't do anything. And what about the vine that had wrapped around her wrist and kept nudging her palm? Just now, he wanted to drag her away for nutrients. Why is he nudging her now, as if he forgot? Vine, hungry. Tell me, what's going on? Don't cry, otherwise I will really deduct your rations. Wei Ning couldn't understand or see what the vine wanted to do, so he could only ask Xiang with a stern face. Don't lie to me, or I will deduct it. Xiang was just about to find an excuse, but when she heard this, she looked at Wei Ning with resentment, and wanted to ignore her, but if she didn't have energy, she would have to turn back to her original form. She didn't want to turn back to her original form, so she had to tell the truth. It wants your energy, and says it's hungry. It just wanted to kill me, and now it wants me to feed it. It's a nice thought. Wei Ning was immediately unhappy. Does she look stupid? Yes, ignore it, just cut it into pieces. Xiang was immediately happy. It was a pity that it was still worried about its position. After hearing what Wei Ning said, it immediately gave an idea. The vine seemed to understand their conversation. The whole vine froze. The next second, the two leaves hugged each other tightly and swayed from side to side. Wei Ning. Can this vine become a spirit? It can understand? Could it be your partner? Wei Ning pointed at the vine and asked Xiang. Fu. I don't have such a partner. I am unique. Xiang pinched her waist and shouted. It can transform. This broken vine has only a little spiritual awareness and a little wisdom. How can it compare with it? The two leaves of the vine rubbed Wei Ning's palm in a flattering manner, which made it a little itchy. Wei Ning looked confused. It was good enough that she could see that it was trying to please her. It was no more specific. Is it asking me for food? Wei Ning had to turn around and ask Xiang. Humph, you can't give it to it. It's a bad vine. Xiang hugged Wei Ning's thumb and accused angrily. It had just finished speaking when the vine rushed over again and wanted to hit it. Wei Ning lowered her face to block it. Dare to bully Xiang in front of her, as if she didn't exist? If you still want her supernatural power, why don't you go to heaven? Wei Ning pinched the two leaves and said coldly, I don't care what kind of spirit or monster you are, you can't bully Xiang. Believe it or not, I will pinch your leaf. The vine seemed to understand, and immediately dared not move. Half of the vine shrank into a ball, as if it was very scared. Vine, oh! Don't pinch my leaves. Ning, pinch its leaves. Xiang clapped her hands, like a child backed by an adult. While Wei Ning wasn't noticing, she smiled proudly at the vine. Humph! Ning likes me the most, you wild vine. Vine, I want to eat. I'm hungry. Xiang, Ning only feeds me, not you, you bad vine. Vine, not bad, I'm hungry. Xiang, you just hit Ning and you said you're not bad, those who hit Ning are all bad. What are you two doing? Wei Ning didn't hear any sound, but she always felt that Xiang was secretly communicating with the vine. No, I didn't say anything. Xiang covered her mouth, as if she didn't say anything. Little did she know that this kind of behavior of trying to cover up the truth made Wei Ning directly confirm that she was really communicating with the vine. Then ask it where this is? Will those vines come again? Do we have to find a place where humans live this way? Wei Ning let go of the leaves. Although it looked a little silly, there was nothing she could do. She didn't know the time or direction without her optical brain, let alone where this was. She had to find people. Although Xiang was reluctant, she knew what was going on. The forest was very dangerous for Ning, so she immediately repeated Wei Ning's words. Vine, Question mark at the door of my house, I don't know. Xiang. So stupid, what's the use of you? Ning, it doesn't know anything, let's throw it away. Xiang turned around and complained, not hiding that she didn't like this vine. When the vine heard it, it tightly wrapped around Wei Ning's wrist again. It didn't want to leave. This human had the energy it wanted, so it didn't want to leave her. Xiang was so angry when she saw the vine entangled with Wei Ning again. Ning was its, so it didn't want other vines to entangle Ning. It ran over, grabbed the vine and pulled it back hard, trying to tear it apart, but its strength was just like tickling the vine, and it couldn't move it at all. What kind of vine is it? It looks familiar. But Wei Ning couldn't remember what it was for a moment, so she simply gave up thinking about it. Anyway, Xiang could communicate with it, so she might as well ask directly. Since she couldn't find the answer from the vine, she could only take it one step at a time. Let's see if we can guess what this place might be from the type of vine. Xiang shouted fiercely at the vine. Did you hear me? I'm asking you what kind of vine you are? Vine, my name is Lianying. Lianying vine? Wei Ning listened to the name from Xiang, frowned and searched for information about Lianying vine in her mind. It seems to be a mid-level medicinal plant, and its juice has high medicinal value, but Lianying vine is fierce and domineering, and has a strong sense of territory. It is difficult for ordinary people to get close to it, let alone extract its juice. But Lianying vine grows on many planets, and it seems that I can't tell where I am now just by relying on this. My current location should be within the edge of Lianying vine territory, otherwise, with a domineering Lianying vine, there will not be only 4 vines attacking her. But, Wei Ning looked down at the vine in her hand. She had never heard that Lianying vine had wisdom. Could it be that her ability is so awesome that she can make Lianying vine have spiritual consciousness with just a little bit? It can't be possible. Shaking her head, Wei Ning didn't think her ability had this function. It should be that Lianying vine itself is more special. She didn't know it just because she hadn't encountered it. Forget it, let's not mess with the refined cloud vine. This place is far from the main body, let's go around it. Wei Ning didn't want to fight with the refined cloud vine. With her current strength, she couldn't beat the refined cloud vine, so she decided to go around it. Great, let's go! Let it go back to its mother. Xiang was the happiest. She agreed with both hands and feet, and bared her teeth at the refined cloud vine proudly. Humph, Ning doesn't want you. It has a mother? Wei Ning looked at Xiang in horror. This was obviously part of the main body of the refined cloud vine, but how come Xiang became someone else's baby? What kind of logic is this? I haven't seen it admit that those branches are its babies before. Of course not. This is an independent body. The main body is its mother, isn't it its mother? Xiang said seriously. Okay. If you say yes, then yes. Wei Ning didn't want to discuss this issue with it, so she nodded and prepared to take the Lianying vine in her hand away. She really couldn't take it away. Who knew if the mother body would cause trouble for her? As she was thinking, there was a loud rustling sound in her ears. She looked over alertly, her eyes suddenly widened, and a huge vine as thick as a waist was reflected in her pupils, sweeping towards her like a python. She didn't even have time to scream before she was entangled by the giant vine. She only felt a pain in her arm, and then she lost consciousness. Before she fell into darkness, she only vaguely heard Xiang calling her name. Ning! Chapter 239. After Wei Ning fainted, she didn't know where she was taken, but Xiang was awake. She was small, and it was hard to notice her if you didn't look carefully. When the vine swept towards Wei Ning, they only entangled her, and didn't hurt her body. They just knocked her unconscious when Wei Ning wanted to struggle. Xiang was awake all the way. She watched the surrounding trees retreating like afterimages, and the small branches scratched Wei Ning's exposed skin. She also saw the Lianying vine swinging on the giant vine, which looked very happy. Xiang was so angry that she wanted to curse, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the wind blew into her mouth. Not to mention speaking, it was uncomfortable to open her mouth a little bit. At the same time, she had to hold Wei Ning's collar tightly, otherwise she wouldn't know how to find it if she was blown away. For this reason, Xiang was very tormented along the way. When the giant vine finally stopped, Xiang was already dizzy from the wind, so she had no time to think about settling the score with the Lianying vine. When it recovered and saw where it was, its green eyes widened, and its body could not help but squeeze towards Wei Ning's neck, wanting to absorb the warmth. The entire valley was occupied by huge vines, each of which was thicker than it. Xiang had no doubt that if it was crushed by the vines, it would still have a chance to survive. Although it always boasted that it was a spiritual herb and how powerful it was It couldn't help but be afraid of such a huge vine. This existence, which was like a huge mountain to it, was not something it could face directly now. Now it was like an ant in front of this giant vine, and it might not be noticed if it was crushed to death. Wei Ning hadn't woken up yet, and the vines didn't do anything to her, as if they had brought her here just for fun. As time passed, Xiang kept curling up at Wei Ning's neck, scratching her neck gently, trying to wake her up. This guy was so scary, it couldn't stand it. Wei Ning was harassed by Xiang so much that it was hard for her to faint. She seemed to have forgotten what happened before, thinking that she was still in Green Star, and was disturbed by Xiang's sweet dream. She grabbed Xiang from her neck, complained quietly without opening her eyes. Xiang, don't bother me. If you want to play, go play something else. I haven't slept enough. Ning, wake up! I'm scared to death, and you're still in the mood to sleep. Xiang grabbed Wei Ning's fingers and shook them hard, trying to wake her up. If possible, it would also faint, which would be better than facing this big guy. What? I'm going to. Wei Ning finally remembered what happened before she fainted. She opened her eyes, and saw that the tall trees in the distance seemed a little small. She felt the wind blowing from both sides, and her heart was beating fast. She realized that her body was in midair, and she was supported by a green vine that was thicker than her waist. Wei Ning, who found her current situation, wanted to cry without tears. Oh! Why is she so unlucky? No wonder she could fly so high in her dream just now. It turned out that she was in midair. Xiang, what's going on? Wei Ning was panicked when she faced such a situation for the first time. She was not tied up like this when she went to fight with mutant beasts for training, and she always took the initiative to provoke. She had never been in such a passive situation like today, which made her lose her composure. Don't be afraid, it won't eat people. Xiang was scared to death, but seeing the panic on Wei Ning's face, she tried to comfort her. Really? Wei Ning was half believing and half doubting. She knew that the Lianyan vine didn't eat people, but she remembered that the Lianyan vine would also catch prey for nutrients. This was no different from eating people, right? Just as Wei Ning was thinking about it, the vines moved. With Wei Ning as the center, the vines on the ground squeezed to both sides, and a passage for one person to pass was squeezed out. Wei Ning was also put down from midair by the vines. Perhaps because the vines moved lightly, Wei Ning didn't feel the danger. Instead, she gradually became less nervous and afraid, and gradually calmed down. When her body touched the ground, Wei Ning's heart finally had a support point. She really didn't feel safe in midair. After being entangled by the vines for a long time and hanging in the air, when she was let down, Wei Ning felt that her body was numb, but her mind gradually became clear, and she remembered that the juice of the Lianyan vine had a paralyzing effect. After a while, she felt that her body could move, and Wei Ning slowly sat up. Her hand accidentally touched something. She turned her head and looked over, and she was so scared that she threw it to the side. A white skull cover with 2 empty eye sockets made people feel cold in their hearts. This scene of facing the dry bones made Wei Ning's face pale, and cold sweat broke out. This reminded her of the scene that had been deeply buried in her memory, when the end of the world first appeared, and zombies wandered all over the streets. Sometimes, she had to admit that she was not that strong and was afraid. The world of the jungle is terrible. She can understand it, but when she really faces it, she will still feel fear in her heart. Ning, don't be afraid, it's just the skeleton of a mutant. Xiang's voice was like a reassurance, slowing down Wei Ning's pounding heart. She was really glad that Xiang was with her at this moment. Otherwise she really didn't know if she could face the road ahead alone. I have to be nicer to it in the future, Wei Ning thought to herself. Perhaps because of Xiang, Wei Ning was a little braver. Knowing that it was not a human skull, the fear slowly dissipated. People are probably so contradictory. When you are alone, you feel lonely and scared, but when you have more companions, you feel that you can do it. She stood up slowly, and all she could see were white skeletons. Some of them were crushed by vines and seeped into the soil. Before they were assimilated, they were covered with another layer. You could imagine how many mutants became the nutrients of this giant vine. It would be a lie to say that she was afraid at this time. Wei Ning took a few deep breaths, pressed her chest, felt her beating heartbeat, and walked along the path she had opened. Without looking or thinking about what was on the road under her feet, she whispered to Xiang to relieve her nervousness. Xiang, do you think this vine is also a spirit like you? Why is it looking for me? It doesn't want to go with me, does it? In fact, it seems quite good to have such a powerful vine as a partner. At least other mutants dare not attack me. I am the boss in this forest. Xiang did not dare to refute Wei Ning's words this time, and quietly listened. Wei Ning did not want it to answer him, and the man and the grass walked forward in harmony. After walking for about half an hour, there was no road in front of them. A huge tree stood in front of them, and the emerald green trunk was like green jade. It was so beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. A small vine poked Wei Ning. After recovering from the shock, Wei Ning looked down at the two familiar leaves, and then looked up at the giant tree. It was hard to combine the two. It was obviously the same vine, but why was there such a big difference? The trunk shook, and a waist-thick vine stretched down from it, pushing the small vine towards Wei Ning. Wei Ning had a vague guess, but didn't dare to think about it, and turned to look at Xiang. It wants you to take it away. Xiang acted as a messenger, pointing at the big tree and then the small vine. Why? Although Wei Ning had this guess, he couldn't help but want to know the reason. After a long while, Xiang spoke with an expression that was hard to describe. There can't be two tigers in one mountain. The big tree is the king here. It has wisdom, and the little vine has wisdom because of you. But there can't be two kings here. The big tree thinks the little vine is also its child. It doesn't want to kill each other, so it wants you to take it away. Wei Ning. So she became the nanny of a vine? Chapter 240. When Wei Ning left the valley where the lianyan vine was, her mind was still confused. What Xiang had told her was so outrageous that she suspected she was dreaming. But the small vine planted in the flower pot in her arms was real, which meant that what happened before was not a dream. She was really stuck with a small vine. Looking at the vine curled up like a snake and shaking two leaves, and then looking at Xiang who was shaking her feet on her shoulder with an unhappy face, Wei Ning deeply suspected that she had come to the wrong world. Is this really not the world of immortal cultivation? Otherwise, how could there be a lavender spirit that has become a spirit, and now there is another intelligent vine? It seems that these two guys are not getting along. Thinking about the scene before when they were about to fight if they disagreed, Wei Ning began to worry about her future life. If possible, she would not want this little vine, but when she was in the valley before, she was not only threatened by the giant vine, but also accepted a full jar of juice from it. Wei Ning could not do anything treacherous again, because she was short-handed. Alas, I really want to go home. Walking out of the hunting range of the valley where the lianyan vine was located, Wei Ning sighed, hugged the flower pot in her arms, and continued to move forward with vigilance. No matter what she wanted, she still had to live her life. Finding a way to leave was the most important thing. No matter how many ideas she had in her mind, she had to suppress them. The forest was a very dangerous place, and she could not afford to be distracted at all. It had only been a short time since she left the forest when the danger came. Xiaolu, you have to be more motivated later. Whether you can eat good food today depends on you. Looking at the crazy pig with sharp fangs less than 10 meters away from her, Wei Ning reached out and stroked the lianyan vine and spoke softly. This is an adult mad pig with a sturdy body, black hair standing up, sharp and long fangs, roaring at Wei Ning, ready to attack at any time. Wei Ning had only hunted mad pig cubs on Green Star, which were less than half the size of mutant rabbits. She was also slightly injured after the hunt. Facing a mad pig of this size, she was not sure that she could escape unscathed, so she could only pin half of her hopes on the refining cloud vine. Looking at the dead bones all over the valley before, you can know how strong the attack power of the refining cloud vine is. Even if the little refining cloud vine is not good, it can still be of some use, right? Otherwise, she has to consider whether to be a treacherous villain. Little Green? Wei Ning lowered her head and poked the little vine pretending to be dead, but there was no reaction at all. It doesn't like you calling it Little Green. Although Xiang didn't like the refining cloud vine, she could still tell the situation clearly. Ning obviously couldn't beat the big guy, and she couldn't help him. It was irrational to be angry at this time. What's wrong with Xiaolu? You're so green and shiny. This name is tailor-made for you. Wei Ning lied with her eyes open and flattered her. Xiaolu, who had a low IQ, was really persuaded by her flattery, and shook her leaves. Then it's settled. I attract the firepower, and you stun it when the opportunity arises. I make you a delicious meal then. Wei Ning made the decision and told Xiang to watch out. This was their first real cooperation, so they couldn't fall behind and had to be careful. Crazy Pig didn't wait for Wei Ning to explain things. After a while, he rushed up, his sharp fangs flashing coldly, howling to tear Wei Ning to pieces. Wei Ning put the flower pot on the ground, gave some supernatural power to Xiaolu as a reward, tapped the ground with her toes, used the force to retreat, took out her long sword, and rushed towards the mad pig. The mad pig missed the attack, and suddenly made a big turn halfway through the charge, and turned back to attack again. Wei Ning was not as strong as the mad pig, and her attack power was much worse. Even with the sword in her hand, she could not do anything to the mad pig. After a few rounds, she was exhausted and panting, while the mad pig only had a few wounds on its body. It was thick-skinned. "Xiaolu, if you don't hurry up, I don't want you anymore." Seeing that the mad pig attacked again, Wei Ning's physical strength decreased, so she simply put away the sword and used supernatural power to condense vines to entangle the mad pig. However, her supernatural power was less than half restored, and the condensed vines only tripped the mad pig for less than a few seconds before being broken. After the vines were broken, they disappeared, and Wei Ning's face turned pale with the naked eye, and beads of sweat slid down her forehead. After being tripped, the mad pig became even crazier and rushed over again with a roar. Wei Ning was tripped when she stepped back and her body fell down. She didn't care to get up. The mad pig was close, so she could only roll on the ground to avoid it. She was seriously exhausted. If she continued like this, she would have to die here. The mad pig came over again. Wei Ning tried hard to avoid it again. She changed the dagger in her hand and thought, "I really have to rely on myself. Xiaolu's useless vine should be thrown away." The mad pig's attacks failed several times. It roared like crazy, and its hind hooves dug the ground, raising countless dirt and grass debris. It also lost patience, and rushed over with its fangs shining coldly. Wei Ning's hand holding the dagger was sweating, and she gritted her teeth and rushed over. However, she underestimated the power of the mad pig when it was crazy. Before she rushed over, the mad pig was already close at hand. She didn't even have a chance to dodge. The sharp fangs pierced her clothes and skin. Just when Wei Ning thought she was about to be stabbed through, the mad pig suddenly stopped. "Ning Ning, hurry up, I can't hold on any longer," Xiang shouted anxiously. Wei Ning looked over and found that Xiaolu had stretched out her vines to wrap around the mad pig's hind legs and pulled it back with all her strength. Xiang also helped it pull, but the mad pig was too big and they could only wrap around it with great effort. It was too difficult to pull it back. Wei Ning didn't care about the wound on her body. She held the dagger in one hand, jumped up suddenly, flipped over the mad pig, grabbed the long hair on the mad pig's neck, stabbed it hard at the neck, pulled it out, and stabbed it again. Blood spurted out like a spring, spraying Wei Ning all over her head. The mad pig moved its limbs more frantically, roaring in pain and twisting its body, causing Xiaolu and Xiang to move constantly. Wei Ning was also shaking violently, but she didn't dare to relax, repeating the action of stabbing and pulling out again and again. The more the mad pig moved, the faster the blood flowed. Gradually, his strength decreased, his movements slowed down, and his panting stopped, until he finally fell down. Wei Ning had no strength to jump down anymore, and fell down with the mad pig. The whole person fell in a pool of blood, and his clothes were stained with the blood of the mad pig. The whole person was in a mess. Panting heavily, Wei Ning covered the wound with one hand, and smiled foolishly at the sky. Finally died. "Ning Ning, how are you?" After the mad pig died, Xiang recovered for a while, and hurried over to check on Wei Ning. Seeing that she was lying motionless with blood all over her body, she was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Why are you crying? You won't die." Wei Ning turned over and wanted to sit up, but the wound hurt when she moved, so she didn't dare to move, and inhaled with her mouth open. It hurt her to death. A vine stretched out, wrapped around Wei Ning's feet, dragged her away from the pool of blood, and inevitably pulled her wound. Wei Ning gritted her teeth and finally couldn't bear it. "Xiaolu, even if I didn't die, I would be dragged to death by you. Thank you so much. Can't I just let you recover quietly?" Swish, the vine was retracted in an instant. Wei Ning took a breath and tried to calm down so that she wouldn't want to throw the vine again. Chapter 241. The strong smell of blood in the forest could easily attract other mutant beasts. Wei Ning didn't dare to delay too long. After recovering a little, she quickly changed into clean clothes, cut off one of the hind legs of the crazy pig, and left with Xiang and Xiaolu. In view of Xiaolu's help, she reluctantly took it with her. They left for less than half an hour before the smell of blood attracted several wind wolves, who shared the crazy pig on the ground. After the wind wolves had a full meal, only a skeleton and a pile of internal organs were left. Wei Ning didn't know what happened later, and was looking for a place to spend the night along the way. "I spent the night in Lian Yuntang's territory yesterday, and I really slept well. Today, without a big backer, I have to find one myself." Wei Ning's experience in surviving in the wild is pitiful. The few times she went there, someone followed her. She didn't need to worry about finding a camp. She just had to follow the main group and cook when she got there. Now I have to come here in person, so I won't talk about the process. By the time I finally found a suitable place to spend the night, it was already dark. Wei Ning was very hungry, and there wasn't much nutrient solution left in the space button. This was what she had stuffed in before when she hadn't eaten. At that time, she probably didn't expect that one day, she would be reduced to a situation where she couldn't even drink the nutrient solution. I don't know how long I will stay in the forest, or when I will meet someone. I have to save the nutrient solution, so that I can fill my stomach when I have to. As soon as Xiaolu waited for Wei Ning to stop, she pestered her for superpowers. Xiang was not willing to lag behind. It also contributed. Xiaolu couldn't take all the good things. In the past, these were all its benefits, and now it had to share half of them. It was unhappy just thinking about it. No more, I'm still weak myself. Wei Ning gave a little, and then stopped. Xiaolu thought it was too little, and kept clinging to her hand. Wei Ning pretended not to see it, and covered her chest, and cried out that she was weak. Xiang had seen Wei Ning's weak appearance, and looked at her with doubts. She obviously didn't believe it, but she knew what to do, and didn't say anything. She thought she would secretly ask her for it later, so she didn't give it to Xiaolu. She turned to Xiaolu and looked like a boss teaching a younger brother, and wanted to set rules for Xiaolu. Wei Ning was not interested in watching their conversation. She took the hind leg of the crazy pig to the waterside to deal with it. She was tired, hungry, and injured. She urgently needed food to fill her stomach and have a good rest. This was a small puddle of water. The water was not very deep. After finding that there were no fish in it, Wei Ning was quite disappointed. Compared with mutant beasts, fish were easier to catch and much more convenient to deal with. After washing her face briefly by the water, Wei Ning began to deal with the hind leg of the crazy pig. The hind legs were very big, so she removed all the meat and put it in a basin, leaving the bones. Fortunately, the space button was still usable, and there were a lot of things in it, including seasonings, but the quantity was not large, so there was no need to worry for the time being. When she came back after processing the crazy pork, Xiang and Xiaolu had already separated. Seeing her come back, Xiang jumped twice and climbed onto Wei Ning's shoulder, chose a comfortable position to sit down, and looked at Xiaolu with a proud face. It was like declaring sovereignty. Ning, don't worry, I have already taught Xiaolu a lesson, it dare not disobey me. Xiang raised her little head, with an expression of seeking praise. Wei Ning didn't want to expose the way it was afraid to shrink beside him in front of the giant vine before, so he touched its hair and smiled. Well, Xiang is amazing. That's right. Xiang was even more proud. Wei Ning lit a fire with the dead branches he picked up, found a flat stone to sit on, and used a dagger to cut branches as skewers. Then he skewered the marinated meat, and stuck them next to the fire to roast. Plants are afraid of fire. When the fire started, the vines of Xiaolu that wanted to wrap around Wei Ning shrank back quickly, wishing to stay away from them. Xiang was not afraid, and looked at the skewers next to the fire with great anticipation, and had no intention of laughing at Xiaolu's cowardice. Wei Ning found a few more stones to build a simple stove, and threw the bones into the pot to make soup. Fortunately, all the tools were there, so as long as he could find edible food, he didn't have to worry about not having utensils to cook. When he finished all this, the sky had completely darkened, and it was dark all around. The firelight illuminated the small world, and there was an occasional crackling sound. While Wei Ning was taking care of the grilled skewers, he added a few branches to the bottom of the pot, and his stomach kept shouting for food. Enduring hunger, he turned the skewers over, and the aroma gradually overflowed and drifted into his nose. Wei Ning felt even hungrier. What a nice smell. Xiang smelled the aroma with an intoxicated look on her face. Wei Ning couldn't help laughing. Who would have thought that Xiang would become an omnivorous plant after transformation, not only wanting superpowers, but also nutrient solution, mineral stones, and even food. After waiting for a while, the aroma became stronger, and Wei Ning couldn't help it. He picked up the grilled skewers, gave a few to Xiang, blew on them casually, and stuffed them into his mouth regardless of the heat. After eating a few skewers of grilled meat, Wei Ning felt even hungrier, so he skewered some more and grilled them aside. The skewers were just inserted, and with a whoosh, a flash of green flashed before his eyes. Wei Ning looked down, but there was no trace of the skewers, and even the skewers were gone. Xiaolu! Xiang yelled in exasperation. It had lost its last skewer of barbecue, And the culprit was Xiaolu, who was 1 meter away from the fire. Don't think it didn't know it was stolen just now. Wei Ning looked over with the light of the fire, and indeed found that there were barbecue sticks scattered around Xiaolu's flower pot, and the meat on them was gone. Wei Ning. Is this still a meat-eating vine? Xiang had already rushed over, shouting at Xiaolu to return its barbecue to it. You thief, give me back the meat. Wei Ning stood up and walked over, picked up the flower pot, looked up and down, and was very confused about how Xiaolu ate the meat. Just as he was thinking, a few pieces of raw meat appeared on the soil of the flower pot, still covered with mud. Who wants raw meat? I want my barbecue. Xiang rode on the vine, and shouted dissatisfiedly. Xiaolu, no more. Okay, I grill it for you again. After seeing how Xiaolu eats meat, Wei Ning was no longer curious. He took Xiang away, in a soothing manner, and carried Xiaolu back to the fire. Perhaps the charm of barbecue was too great. Xiaolu was not afraid of the fire this time. She just moved the vines to where Wei Ning was sitting, hid behind her, and secretly poked out 2 leaves. Xiang received a few more skewers of barbecue from Wei Ning as compensation, and she didn't make a fuss about asking Lu to return them. She just looked at Xiaolu warily to prevent it from stealing all the barbecue when she wasn't paying attention. Wei Ning smiled a little more, and prepared the skewers one by one, not forgetting to remind Xiaolu not to eat them in a hurry. You can't eat this yet. If you take it away again, I won't give it to you. I watch you. Xiang stood in front of Xiaolu with a serious face. Xiaolu seemed to understand, and used the vines to lift the raw meat slices covered with mud in front of Wei Ning, as if asking her to grill it. Well, even you are picky. If you tell others, no one will believe it. Plants can be picky too. Wei Ning said this, but he still found a branch to skewer the pieces of meat and grill them. The bone soup on the other side also gurgled, and the aroma slowly drifted out. The vines of Xiaolu began to stir again. Wei Ning saw it with his sharp eyes, and pinched it to warn. Don't move. If you dare to overturn my soup, forget about your superpowers. Perhaps sensing the warning in Wei Ning's words, Xiaolu dangled his leaves, and pretended to be dead in Wei Ning's hands. Wei Ning. Damn! Chapter 242. Wei Ning stopped Xiaolu from stealing the soup, but Xiang was eating barbecue behind her back. Xiang. When Wei Ning stopped Xiang, she looked at the soup again, and half of it was gone. A vine on the side was almost scalded, and its leaves drooped as if it had lost all hope. Wei Ning. She had already predicted a miserable life in the future. Dinner was eaten while Xiang and Xiaolu were fighting for food. Xiaolu didn't touch the soup in the end, probably because he was afraid of being scalded. After eating and taking a break, Wei Ning filled a puddle with water, boiled a pot of water in another clean pot, and simply wiped it as a bath. After telling Xiaolu to keep watch, he took Xiang into the tent to rest. Of course, there were conditions for Xiaolu to keep watch. In exchange, Wei Ning had to give it superpowers. If it could use superpowers, it would be replaced by a guard. This deal was very cost-effective. Wei Ning agreed, but it had to be guarded seriously, otherwise forget it. Xiaolu likes that kind of energy very much. It doesn't need to sleep. As long as it has energy, it is happy. Xiang is not happy, thinking Wei Ning is partial. If you can do this task, I don't mind letting you come. Wei Ning looked up and down at its small body, with doubt in his eyes. Humph! Who said I can't? I can do it too. Xiang raised her chin high, looking like she didn't want to be underestimated. Wei Ning turned his head to hold back his laughter, and then turned back with a serious expression. This is not a joke. Don't brag here just to get superpowers. Okay, take a rest. Wei Ning gave it a ray of superpowers, as if to comfort it. Xiang, who was underestimated, was immediately angry. She slipped from Wei Ning's hand, got out of the tent, and left a word before going out. I let you know how powerful I am. After Xiang went out, she didn't see Wei Ning's sly smile. Then you have to work hard. Lying in the sleeping bag, Wei Ning's nerves, which had been tense for a day, could finally relax for a while. Although it was a bit immoral to let Xiang and Xiaolu keep watch, she had no choice. She always had to rest. She didn't know how long she could last if she was tense all day. They didn't need to sleep either. They were more sensitive to danger than she was. It was perfect for them to keep watch. If she rested well, her superpowers would recover quickly. She could just give them more superpowers when the time came. Although she thought so, Wei Ning didn't dare to sleep too deeply. In case of any danger, she could wake up and prepare in the first time. That night, Wei Ning slept in a daze. From time to time, she could hear the roar of mutant beasts in her ears, as if they were close at hand. She was always in a half-asleep and half-awake state. Nothing happened overnight. Wei Ning walked out of the tent with dark circles under her eyes. Xiaolu's vines immediately entangled her and asked her to fulfill her promise. Xiangxiang also followed. Wei Ning first praised them and gave them some superpowers, and then went to the puddle to wash and clean herself. She cooked some meat soup for breakfast, quickly cleaned up the tent fire, and started today's journey again. Wei Ning didn't know where this place was, nor how long it would take to find a place where people lived. The things in the space button were limited, and she couldn't just sit back and eat, so she had to find some food that could make her feel fuller. She regretted not putting some rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, etc. in the space button. So today Wei Ning gave the task of being vigilant to Xiaolu, and she focused on finding edible food. As for Xiangxiang, she asked her to find some medicinal plants. She didn't have many potions in her hand, and she didn't know how to make medicine, so she could only find some simple herbs that didn't need to be refined. Xiaolu is the mother if she has superpowers. Wei Ning gave her superpowers, and she happily shook her leaves to show that she understood. Xiangxiang also came over to ask for superpowers. She couldn't bear to see Xiaolu have something that she didn't have. Wei Ning also gave her some, and at the end she said, "If you do a good job, there will be a reward." Xiangxiang and Xiaolu were immediately excited after hearing this, and they gathered all their energy to beat each other. The effect was very obvious. After walking for less than half an hour, Xiaolu's vine suddenly went out to the side. Wei Ning didn't pay attention for a while, and the flower pot flew out with it. After a while, there was a clucking sound nearby. Before Wei Ning could catch up to see what was going on, Xiaolu came back with a bunch of small chicks, and proudly asked Wei Ning for credit. Seeing the chicks on its vines clearly, Wei Ning's face changed immediately, and he took out his long sword and prepared for battle. Xiaolu waited for a while, but didn't get the reward. She thought Wei Ning didn't see the prey on her vines, so she held it up high for Wei Ning to see. "Wei Ning, thank you so much." The next second, the chick's mother came to the door. A spotted hen rushed out and saw Wei Ning at a glance, and also saw the child held in front of her by Xiaolu. She was furious and regarded Wei Ning as the culprit who hurt her child. She rushed over with her wings flapping. Wei Ning had experience fighting mutant chickens, so she was not afraid of this mutant hen at all. Her movements were clean and neat. She cut off most of the mutant hen's wing feathers with one sword. When the hen rushed over, she dodged sideways and stabbed the mutant hen's throat with one sword. The mutant hen screamed and her huge body twitched and fell down. Wei Ning wiped the blood stains on the sword with chicken feathers, glared at Xiaolu beside her, and walked towards the direction where the mutant hen came with the sword. She wanted to look for eggs. Eggs can be stored for a long time, and can supplement protein. It is always good to find some. Not to miss any edible food is the goal that Wei Ning set for herself. Wei Ning was lucky. After searching for a while nearby, she found a nest of eggs hidden in the bushes. Wei Ning also found a few colorful chicken feathers beside the nest, which were not at all like the feathers of the mutant hen. Wei Ning guessed that it might be dropped by the mutant rooster. Maybe the mutant rooster went out to find food. Wei Ning took the eggs and left quickly. The mutant hen was taken away. As for the group of chicks, she looked and found that they were all alive, so she let Xiaolu release them. Such a small one, there was not much meat to eat. It was not safe to bring them, so she just let them go. But Xiaolu was unwilling. It thought it was fun, and didn't want to let it go. "Let it go quickly, or I won't take you away," Wei Ning threatened, fearing that the mutant rooster would come back. Xiaolu chose to follow Wei Ning, or take the toy away. He just looked unhappy, curling up into a ball with his leaves drooping. Wei Ning didn't care whether he was happy or not, he just picked him up and left quickly. Chapter 243. Xiaolu, if you provoke those mutant beasts without saying hello next time, I will leave you alone. Wei Ning stopped long after leaving the mutant hen. She grabbed Xiaolu's leaves and taught it a lesson. She had to teach it a lesson. Today, she provoked a mutant hen, which she could handle. What if she provoked a mutant beast that she couldn't handle next time? That's right, it's too bad. Xiang was happy to see Xiaolu being taught a lesson, and she agreed. You have to remember your mission. I told you to be vigilant, not to provoke mutant beasts. Your behavior today is very irresponsible, and you have to be punished. The reward for keeping watch tonight is confiscated. I won't take you with me next time. Wei Ning ruthlessly deprived it of its benefits. Xiaolu wanted to struggle and protest, but it couldn't speak. It could only twist its vines to express its dissatisfaction. Since you want to follow me, you have to listen to me, otherwise I won't take you with me. Wei Ning's words successfully made Xiaolu give up struggling. With its limited intelligence, it would rather be punished than never be able to absorb that comfortable energy again. Seeing it calm down, Wei Ning turned around and asked Xiang to teach it what to do and what not to do, and what dangers they could not afford to deal with, and to avoid them when they encountered them. She looked at which direction to go. In order to leave quickly, she had chosen a random direction and didn't know where she was. Xiang took the task assigned by Wei Ning and fulfilled her responsibility as a teacher very conscientiously. She told Xiaolu all the terrifying and dangerous things she had encountered and heard before. She was afraid that Xiaolu would not believe it, so she changed the target of bullying to vines, and successfully scared Xiaolu, who had never seen the world. When Wei Ning came back after exploring the road and picking a lot of wild fruits, she saw Xiang rolling on the small bed made of small green vines, and 2 leaves of small green were fanning it. Wei Ning? ? The difference is a bit outrageous. Before, Xiaolu wanted to slap Xiang from time to time, but now she let it roll on her body. She couldn't help but wonder what Xiang said to it. Let's go! We are delayed today. I don't know if we can find a place to stay smoothly tonight. From yesterday to the situation she just explored, Wei Ning already had a bad feeling in her heart. This might be a forest that humans rarely set foot on. The surrounding roads were basically untouched. She specially observed when she walked. They were all footprints left by some mutant beasts, without a single shoe print. This situation is very unfriendly to her. If there are really few people coming, the chance of her contacting her family will be even smaller. She may have to stay here for a long time. She dare not imagine how worried her family is. Green Star. As time went by, Yiling's anxiety became more and more obvious. Even the good news that Carol kept sending her couldn't make her smile. Even though Wei Guoyang always comforted her that Ningning would be fine, she was still worried. She would always be awakened by nightmares every night. In the dream, Ningning was covered in blood and cried, "Mom, I'm in pain, save me." Every time she thought of that scene, her heart ached, and she wished she could suffer in place of Ningning. Old Wei, where do you think Ningning is? She hasn't contacted us for so long. Is she suffering somewhere? No, Ningning is very smart. She may not contact us because she can't contact us for the time being. We have to believe her. Dongzi has also gone to find her. So many people are looking for her, and we will definitely find her. Looking at his increasingly thin wife, Wei Guoyang secretly blamed himself for not being able to comfort his wife or help find his daughter. But it's been so long, I always dream of Ningning covered in blood and calling me to save her. Do you think she is? Yiling covered her face and cried, not daring to continue. She was afraid. No, don't worry, dreams are the opposite. Ningning will be safe. Wei Guoyang hugged her to comfort her, and had long forgotten that he came to Green Star because of a dream. In order to prevent Yiling from continuing to think about it, Wei Guoyang had to divert her attention and talked about what Carol had told him recently. Originally, Carol wanted to tell Yiling about this, but she was always in a trance and looked uninterested in doing anything. Carol was worried that she would have problems, so he found Wei Guoyang and told him his plan. This was also the decision he made after learning from teacher Modto that the planting family was behind Wei Ning's hostage. He wanted to make the existence of planters public, so that the planting family would no longer have the capital to be proud of. At the same time, he also made public the contributions made by Yiling before, so that everyone in the Federation would know her achievements. But Yiling's mind was on Wei Ning's disappearance. She didn't want to pay attention to what Carol said, and she didn't want to go to the capital star. Carol finally had to talk to Wei Guoyang about it, hoping that he could convince Yiling to go to the capital star to attend the planter announcement conference. Wei Guoyang also hoped that Yiling could divert her attention, so he agreed. I don't want to go to the capital star. I want to wait for Ningning to come back here. Yiling didn't want to. No matter how important the planter conference was, it was not as important as Ningning in her heart. Wei Guoyang looked worried. She had lost a lot of weight these days, and the flesh on her face had disappeared. He really didn't want his wife to get into trouble after his daughter got into trouble, so he spoke to her earnestly. Aling, I know you are worried about Ningning, but I am also worried about you now. Since Ningning got into trouble, you haven't laughed for a long time, the experiment has stopped, and you eat less. If you continue like this, your body will not be able to bear it. If Ningning comes back and sees you like this, she will be so distressed. Just think of it as going out to relax, and you will see Ningning when you come back. If I go and come back, will I really see Ningning? Yiling looked at Wei Guoyang expectantly. Even if she knew he was lying to herself, she wanted to believe it once. Yes, yes. Wei Guoyang nodded hurriedly. He thought, if there was no news about Ning Ning, he would just take a Ling with him and not come back. But what about the family? Yi Ling was worried about the crops in the plantation. If they all left, who would take care of them? Don't worry, Dean Modto and Pongbo will take care of it. In 2 days, the people arranged by Colonel Lon will come here, so you don't have to worry. Wei Guoyang had asked in advance, and he just needed to persuade Yi Ling to go to the capital star. The 4th Legion also rearranged people to come and escort them to the capital star, so there was no need to worry about their safety along the way. I don't know if it was because of Ning Ning's accident that Landy decided to keep the team for a long time. He even selfishly thought that if it had been like this earlier, Ning Ning wouldn't have been in trouble. Chapter 244. 2 days later, the 4th Legion arrived, but Wei Guoyang did not expect that the arrival was of a special identity, and brought them extremely shocking news. Wei Guoyang originally planned to set off after arranging the arrival, but when he saw the face of the leader, all his plans had to be temporarily shelved. Hua? Admiral Hua? Mr. Wei, excuse me. Hui Yunchuan nodded slightly, modest and polite, making Wei Guoyang doubt that he had recognized the wrong person. But anyone who has seen his photo would not recognize his face. No! It is an honor for Green Star to have you here. Wei Guoyang had a lot of questions in his heart, but facing Hui Yunchuan's face, he could not ask a single question. Boss Wei, this time I came here for an important matter. Our commander happened to be going back to the capital star, so he came here to go back with you. Among the people present, only Jess was known to Wei Guoyang, and the others were all strangers. Jess stepped forward to talk to him. This? Wei Guoyang was speechless. How could he deserve to be personally escorted by the youngest admiral of the Federation? Don't be nervous. Putting aside his status, he is actually the same as us. Boss Wei, just treat him as a customer. Jace suggested with a smile. Wei Guoyang glanced at him. His expression was hard to describe. It's easy to say which customer, even if he tried to restrain himself, still had a strong aura that made people feel scared when they got close to him. He really couldn't do it. Well, why don't you go to your residence to rest first? I guess you are tired too. Wei Guoyang was really a little scared, and he even came up with a lame excuse. Just couldn't stand it anymore, and poked Hui Yunchuan with his hand. Okay, thank you Mr. Wei. I talk to you after you settle down. Hui Yunchuan still had a blank expression on his face. He was used to hiding his emotions, and always gave people the illusion that he was a stranger, but he didn't make people think he was arrogant. Wei Guoyang wanted to take Hui Yunchuan to live in the courtyard, but he refused, saying that there was no need to treat him differently. The room where Randy and his family lived in the resident building had never been occupied. When the Peng family came, they lived in the remaining empty room. With Jess there, Wei Guoyang didn't stay for long and returned to the courtyard with doubts. Old Wei, have you arranged the people? Is there any problem? Yi Ling was loosening the soil of the Angelica in the yard. Seeing that Wei Guoyang looked worried, she couldn't help but worry. Ah? It's arranged, but... Wei Guoyang raised his head and spoke hesitantly, half a beat slower. Their commander, Admiral Hua, is here too. Who? Hui Yunchuan? Yi Ling thought she had misheard and asked again. It's him. Jay said he had something to say. I don't know if it's related to this. He also said Admiral Hua will go back to the capital with us. Wei Guoyang briefly explained. This? Yi Ling was also shocked. Oh! He said he would come over later. Should we prepare? Wei Guoyang realized later that Hui Yunchuan said he would come to talk to him. Thinking of that scene, his palms were sweating with nervousness. How about asking Dean Modto to come? Yi Ling had never dealt with admiral-level soldiers before. She used to be responsible for refining potions. There were people specifically responsible for these things, and she had no experience. Okay, I asked Dean Modto to come back now. Wei Guoyang also thought it was a good idea. Dean Modto was a senior after all, and they had all been on the battlefield, so there should be topics to talk about, so that the atmosphere would not be dull. Because they were going to the capital star, most of the matters concerning the planning area were handed over to Dean Modto and Pongbo, and he didn't know where he was at the moment. Wei Guoyang didn't dare to delay for a moment, and immediately called Dean Modto. Yi Ling didn't loosen the soil anymore, and went to prepare fruits, drinks, and snacks for the guests. An hour later, Hui Yunchuan brought Jace to the gate of the courtyard. Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling had been waiting for a long time. When they saw them coming, they politely invited them in. The two didn't talk much along the way, and they really didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Jace was interested in introducing the courtyard, although he had only been in the front yard. Look at the kitchen, dining room, guest room, lobby, and courtyard. Doesn't it look better than your house in the capital? It's exquisite and small. Hey! Is this soy sauce? Jay saw the glass jar at the door of the kitchen and immediately walked over with interest, and called Hui Yunchuan to come over to have a look. Well, it is indeed soy sauce, but it is newly made and has not yet fermented. Wei Guoyang glanced at Hui Yunchuan, saw his eyes looking over, and explained. The soy sauce is pretty good. Hui Yunchuan thought of the feedback from the logistics department and praised it. It's just that the quantity is too small. It would be better if there was more. Before Wei Guoyang answered, Jess had seen enough and came over to Sai. In fact, it has just been successfully made. It will take time to mass produce, and the fermentation of soy sauce also takes time. This batch was made by Dean Modto according to the notes left by Ningning. I don't know if it will succeed. Speaking of his daughter, Wei Guoyang spoke in a low voice. If it doesn't work, let Wei Ning come back and do it again. Jay spoke as a matter of course. Although Wei Ning has not been found yet, according to the latest situation, it can be confirmed that she is not on the exploded starship, and it is only a matter of time to find her. Admiral Hua, is there any news about Ning Ning? Yi Ling is eager to know the news about her daughter, and she is not afraid of Hui Yunchuan. Ms. Yi, no matter where she is, the military will do its best to find her. She is very important to us. What does this mean? Yi Ling didn't get the answer she wanted, and didn't understand what his last sentence meant. Why don't you sit down and talk? Modto's voice came from behind. Master. Dean Modto. The two turned around and saw Modto coming in, and they were all stunned. Then, Hui Yunchuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Your life is really comfortable. What? Envy! Modto raised his hand, and threw two things over, not caring about his image at this time. Hui Yunchuan raised his hand to catch them. They were two bright red fruits. He took one in each hand, and gave the rest to Jace. Jace was still looking at Modto. He just felt that he handed something to him, so he took it without looking at it. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. Master, are you farming? What? Do you have any objections? Modto glanced at me, as if he had any objections, but was holding them back. No, how dare I? It's just that your shape is quite unique, hee. Jace didn't dare to have any objections. It was just that it was the first time he saw him like this, and he was a little uncomfortable for a while. Seeing that the old man was wearing half-worn clothes, his trouser legs rolled up to his calves, and there were still a lot of mud stains, a pair of worn-out slippers on his feet, and a few red fruits in his arms. This image was too different from what he had seen before, so he was stunned. Humph! What did you mean just now? Modto was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned to look at Hui Yunchuan. You may not know that the casualty rate of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 11th legions in this Star Beast tide has hit the lowest level in history, but this Star Beast tide is twice the size of the last one, and even a new type of Star Beast has appeared. Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling may not know what this means, but Modto knows very well that the appearance of new Star Beasts often means an increase in the death rate of soldiers, but these legions have decreased instead, and Hui Yunchuan's appearance here at this time is already obvious. Sure enough, Hui Yunchuan's next words confirmed his guess. After a long period of research, we came to the conclusion not long ago that the fruit and vegetable crops of Green Star contain a special energy that can effectively alleviate the mental riot, and the effect of the Lingxiang grass potion is even better than before. I came here to confirm one thing. As he said, he looked at Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling. What? The two of them had already guessed it, unlike Modto. They were still surprised by what Hui Yunchuan said. It sounded like it was all their family's credit. Isn't this too incredible? Is Wei Ning a planter? Chapter 245. Is Wei Ning a planter? This question shocked the two of them, and they were speechless for a long time, not knowing how to answer. What they didn't know was why Hui Yunchuan asked this question. Did he know something? And what did he mean by what he said before? Did he mean that their vegetable crops had the effect of a mental reliever? Questions flashed through their minds one by one, and they hesitated. What do you know? Modto didn't have so many scruples, and asked for them. The Capital Star Research Institute invited me to attend the planter announcement meeting. Hui Yunchuan said in just one sentence that he knew everything he should know. If the institute or the party headed by Carol wanted to make the existence of planters public, it would inevitably offend all the planting families, and even shake their foundations. It would be difficult to compete with the institute and the government's top leaders alone, not to mention the internal struggles of the institute and the conflicts of interests among the top leaders. From the publicization of the planting course to the current announcement of the existence of planters, it has completely confronted the planting families. The people of the planting family knew that Carol could not keep the seeds germinating all the time, so they followed the clues and found the Wei family. However, they underestimated the security measures of Green Star and never found an opportunity. But in the end, they successfully infiltrated through the Pang family, which was also the reason why Wei Ning was kidnapped. The person pretending to be the Pang family was the leader of a small group of star pirates. He kidnapped Wei Ning because he did not expect that the information was wrong and thought that no one on Green Star could match him. After many days of investigation, their people have caught the group of star pirates and learned what happened based on their confessions. The leader wanted to use the information about Wei Ning and Green Star to negotiate with the employer behind him, but he didn't know why they didn't meet at the place they agreed on. Their people finally found the meteorite area based on the leader's optical brain positioning, but they were still a step late. But what he could be sure of was that at least before the starship exploded, Wei Ning was not in danger of life. It is not difficult to see from the confession of the group of star pirates that they still wanted to use Wei Ning in exchange for more benefits and would not kill her. But it is really difficult to determine where she went at the moment. They spent a lot of time simulating the explosion, simulating the possible trajectory of the lifeboat and the possible landing planet, but they sent people to those planets and found no one. Now they are continuing to expand the scope. He needs an answer to determine whether the subsequent actions are worth investing more. The Research Institute and the military have reached an agreement, Modto said affirmatively. Without the support of the military, it is difficult for the Research Institute and the government to gain the upper hand in this matter. Even though the Research Institute does things that benefit the people, once it is related to personal interests, things are not so simple. How long has Carol been able to successfully grow vegetables? How can he compare with the planting families? Perhaps once he announces it, there will be corresponding methods over there. The planting families can completely unite to form a planting association, which is above the Research Institute, just like the Pharmacist Association. But it is different with the support of the military. It will be difficult for them to dominate. And as the variety of crops increases, the military's demand for vegetables and food will also increase in the future. It is much more convenient to cooperate with the Research Institute than with the planting families. After all, the Research Institute is still affiliated with the Federation, while the planting family is a private industry. The military needs these crops. Wei Yunchuan nodded. When the director of the Research Institute, Alan, contacted him and proposed that he be a special guest at the planting conference, he agreed without hesitation, on the condition that he had the priority to purchase the crops. Thinking of something, Wei Yunchuan turned to explain to Wei Guoyang. This will not affect the cooperation between the 4th Legion and Green Star. The crops of Green Star are too special. The statistics after the Star Beast Tide War will soon spread throughout the military. Other legions will definitely find a reason. Green Star cannot hide it. Their legion can no longer occupy the majority as before. Their legion also is research, but there are only a few people with planting talent, and the crops they grow are ordinary crops without special energy. The Research Institute has not yet conducted specific research, and the situation is still unknown, but there are more people with planting talent than them. It is a happy thing if there is a planter who can grow crops containing special energy. Since you already know everything, why ask again? Modto snorted coldly. Seeing that he knew more than him, he guessed it later. Do you know what it means that she is a planter? Maybe future warriors can escape the fate of mental violence. They spent so much time and energy on research, and finally dared to make such a conclusion. But the planting land is basically taken care of by us. Ningning doesn't have such a great ability? Yiling's heart beat fast. The responsibility behind this statement was too heavy. She just wanted Ningning to grow up happily and safely. Ms. Yi, I want to say sorry here. We have done a lot of data research without telling you, and all of them show that the special energy contained in the crops of Green Star is related to Wei Ning. I am sorry that the data at that time was not comprehensive enough, so I did not tell you. It was not until after this Star Beast Tide that our researchers finally confirmed it. Originally, I should have told you when Randy came here, but it happened suddenly, and he could not get away. It happened that I had to go back to the capital Star, and I thought it would be better to tell you about this in person. On behalf of the 4th Army, I apologize and thank you. I am sorry for not telling you the truth in advance. Thank you for saving the lives of countless soldiers. As they said this, Wei Yunchuan and Jess bowed to them solemnly. Wei Guoyang and Yiling were in a complicated mood. If they said that they were not angry, it was false, but they thought it was excusable. Such an important thing, without certain evidence, no one would believe it. They now felt it was unreal. They ate so many vegetables and grains from their own family, and they didn't think there was any problem. If he didn't say it, Maybe they would never think of this aspect. It sounded like Randy came here just to talk about this matter, but because Ningning was delayed by something, he had to talk about it himself. Thinking about what he said about saving countless soldiers' lives, the anger in his heart faded. Think about it another way. Those crops were originally sold to them, and it was their business to do what they wanted to do. But it was still uncomfortable to be concealed. But soon, Wei Guoyang figured it out. Since they believed that Green Star's crops had such an effect, the importance of Ningning was self-evident, and it was inevitable to find her. Obviously Yiling also thought of it. The two looked at each other, made up their minds, and turned to look at Wu Yunchuan. Ningning is a planter. Without her, we really couldn't make the seeds germinate. You also know what our situation was at that time, so we told the outside world that it was her innate skill. Yiling roughly described the initial situation, but she subconsciously concealed the matter of superpowers. Thinking of this, the discomfort in her heart disappeared. Didn't she choose to conceal it? There was nothing to be annoyed about. The answer was expected, but Wu Yunchuan had no hesitation in making the decision after the Wei family admitted it. Wei Ning must be found. Chapter 246. Wei Ning, who was being worried about, was not having a good time. After meeting the mutant hen, she took Xiangxiang and Xiaolu and walked for several days without meeting anyone. Instead, she met different kinds of mutant beasts every day. Luckily, Xiaolu could always find out in advance, and she could hide in advance. If she met a mutant beast that she could deal with, she would go out to hunt and accumulate her own combat experience. If she couldn't deal with it, she would hide and wait for the mutant beast to leave. In order not to be discovered by the mutant beast, Xiangxiang found her a plant juice that could confuse the smell. Applying it on her body could deceive most mutant beasts. But unfortunately today, in order to collect a Panax Noto ginseng, she accidentally rolled down the slope and ran into a group of mutant bees collecting honey. She was stung by the mutant bees several times, and her hands and face were swollen like steamed buns. Fortunately, the mutant bees were not very toxic, and only the skin was swollen by the sting, which would heal in a few days. However, bad things happened one after another. She had just gotten rid of the mutant bees, and had barely caught her breath when she encountered two fighting bulls. She was very unlucky to appear in front of them. When the two bulls saw her, they stopped fighting and ran towards her, scaring her to run away. But she had already consumed a lot of energy to avoid the mutant bees. The bulls were very fast, and soon caught up with her. She could only run for her life in a panic. The bulls were not something she could afford to provoke at the moment, let alone two of them. If she didn't run away, she would only be attacked by the bulls. They are catching up. Hurry up! Hurry up! Xiangxiang grabbed Wei Ning's collar tightly, looking at the bulls getting closer and closer behind her. Her voice was urgent. Wei Ning didn't have the energy to speak, and didn't even bother to look at the road under her feet. She ran in places with low bushes, hoping to use the bushes to stop the bulls. But this only slowed down the bulls a little, and didn't stop them from chasing. Instead, she was scratched by some thorny branches in the bushes, and her face and hands were bleeding. Seeing that there were no bushes ahead, Wei Ning was anxious. If there was a plane ahead, she was not sure she could outrun the two bulls behind her. She clearly felt that her physical strength was about to run out, and the bulls behind her were approaching. When she ran out of the can and saw that the front seemed to be a plane, Wei Ning had already lost hope. She didn't expect that she escaped from the hostage of the fake, but in the end, she couldn't escape the fate of being chased by the wild bull. Is God going to kill her? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Xiangxiang screamed. A strong wind blew behind her. Wei Ning instinctively turned her body to the side. However, she avoided the wild bull's horns, but couldn't avoid the wild bull's body. She was still knocked away. Her back hit the tree trunk beside her, and then bounced back and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Wei Ning lay on the ground. Her back and lungs were burning, and she vomited blood directly. Xiaolu, who she had been holding, also flew out when she hit the tree trunk. Only Xiangxiang still held her collar tightly. Ningning! Are you okay? What should I do? They are coming! Xiangxiang's voice trembled, and the ground was shaking with the running of the wild bull. Wei Ning no longer had the strength to escape. She saw a wild bull rushing towards her from the corner of her eye, its front hooves raised high and ready to trample her. Xiangxiang screamed miserably. At the critical moment, a green vine sprang out from the other side, picked up Wei Ning on the ground and threw her out. At the moment of flying, Wei Ning saw the wild bulls destroying the trees around them like crazy, but they did not move forward. Strange. Why didn't they chase her? Soon, Wei Ning, who was falling down quickly, knew why the wild bulls didn't chase her, because what she saw was not a plane at all, but the crown of a towering tree. From a distance, it looked like a plain, but in fact, she was on a high slope dozens of meters high. And the slope below where Xiaolu threw her out was a high slope. She fell straight down from the crown of the tree, breaking countless branches. She felt that her back was about to lose consciousness due to the pain. Wei Ning didn't care about so much anymore. She mobilized all her superpowers to condense into vines, entangled a branch next to her, and slowed down her falling speed. It would be best if she could stop. But it seemed as if God was against her. The supernatural vines could not support her until she fell to the ground. When there was still 5 or 6 meters left, the supernatural power was exhausted, the vines disappeared, and she fell straight down from a height. The dead leaves on the ground were lifted up by the wind and fell slowly. When Wei Ning was hit on the ground, she was completely stunned. A little bit of sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves and fell on the dead leaves on the ground. A dead leaf suddenly moved, as if something was about to come out from the bottom, pushing the dead leaf away. Xiangxiang came out from under the dead leaf with a messy purple hair, and her green eyes looked around, looking for something. When it saw a familiar figure not far away, a light flashed in its eyes, and it climbed up with its hands and feet, and ran towards the figure. Ning Ning? Xiangxiang ran to Wei Ning's ear and called out, but there was no response for a long time, and Wei Ning didn't move at all. It was startled, climbed onto Wei Ning's body, felt the faint rise and fall of her chest, and then climbed onto Wei Ning's head, pulling her hair and shouting, Ning Ning! Wei Ning woke up slowly amid Xiangxiang's shouts, and her whole body was screaming in pain, especially her internal organs, which seemed to be displaced, and it hurt when she moved. Ning Ning, you're awake. Xiangxiang saw her wake up and shouted happily. Where is this? Wei Ning asked, looking at the leaves above. We fell from above. After Xiangxiang reminded her, the previous memories suddenly came to her mind. Wei Ning touched her body, and Xiaolu was still wrapped around her waist, but the originally smooth vines now looked like dry old bark. She looked down and saw that the emerald green vines were now dark yellow, as if they were about to die. Wei Ning took out the only repair agent from the space button and drank it. After enduring the pain of recovery, Wei Ning's whole body was soaked with sweat. She sat up with her hands on the ground, holding Xiaolu, and gave all the few superpowers in her body to it. After absorbing the superpowers, Xiaolu's vines regained some luster, and the wrinkles, like old bark, were less. The vines changed from dark yellow to light yellow, and the vitality was restored. Xiaolu, it will be fine. Xiangxiang didn't feel that Wei Ning was partial for the first time and comforted her. If it weren't for Xiaolu, Ning Ning might have. Yeah. Wei Ning's face was pale, without any blood color, and she lowered her head and muttered a response. She didn't expect Xiaolu to save her at the cost of consuming her own life in the end. Just for this reason, she also wanted to save it. Chapter 247. The dense jungle was quiet, with only the dark green leaves rustling in the wind. A long-tusked mad pig covered in mud grunted out of the bush, sniffing here and there, and immediately started eating the delicious food. Just as the mad pig was eating, a man jumped down from a nearby tree. The man was light, and held a long sword. He touched the ground with his toes and jumped up, pointing the long sword in his hand directly at the mad pig. The mutant beast was very sensitive to danger. Before Wei Ning's sword could pierce it, the mad pig stopped eating, and suddenly turned around and rushed over. Wei Ning flipped in midair, jumped onto the mad pig's back, crouched down, and held the long hair on its back with one hand to stabilize his body. The mad pig ran on all fours, trying to throw the human off its back. Wei Ning was not a pushover either. She raised her long sword, pointed it downward, and stabbed it hard at the neck before pulling it out. The miserable and sharp howls echoed all around. The mad pig swung even harder in fear, and blood splashed everywhere as it swung violently. Wherever it passed, the leaves around it and the grass on the ground were stained with blood. Wei Ning tightly grasped the long hair in her hand, and her body pressed against the mad pig's back, and she was never thrown out. Until the mad pig lost too much blood and had no strength to struggle, she finally turned over and jumped down before the mad pig fell to the ground. When it hit the grass, it rolled around before stopping. When it stood up again, the mad pig was only breathing. Wei Ning ignored the mad pig's body, wiped the blood off her face, and turned away. Ning Ning, you become more powerful again. Xiang came out from her collar, and said happily. It's not enough, at least you have to be able to hunt the wild bulls. Wei Ning restrained her breath, and spoke lightly. She had not forgotten how embarrassed she was when she was chased by the wild bulls. You will be even stronger. Xiang encouraged. It watched Wei Ning getting stronger day by day, from constantly running away when she encountered the wild boars at the beginning, to being wounded after hunting a wild boar, to being able to easily kill the wild boars with a sword now, which took a whole month. Sooner or later, I will avenge the original revenge. Wei Ning's eyes flashed with a fierce look. She will not forget the harm caused by the 2 wild bulls. Of course, if it weren't for the 2 wild bulls, she would not be today. It was the 2 wild bulls that made her think clearly. If she wanted to survive in the forest and find the way back, she had to become stronger, so strong that no matter what kind of mutant beast she encountered, she could easily escape. In the past month, she has increased the intensity of her training several times every day. She will not stop until she has exhausted all her strength. She will hunt mutant beasts every other day, mutant chickens, mutant rabbits, mutant monkeys, etc. As long as she encounters them, she will try whether she can beat them or not. Only by putting life and death behind her can she get substantial improvement. Either you die or she dies. And the effect is also very obvious. She succeeded. From the beginning when she was scarred from time to time, even seriously injured, now she can hunt some mutant beasts. Only the most powerful ones are left, including the wild bull. 1 person and 1 monster turned left and right in the woods, and finally walked into a valley. Stepping on stones to jump over a small stream, Wei Ning simply washed up, took out a bucket to fetch a bucket of water, and continued to move forward. After walking about 100 meters, a cave appeared in the field of vision. There was a small platform at the entrance of the cave. There were 2 simple stoves on the platform. Next to it was a simple table made of flat stones, and a stone used as a bench. This was where Wei Ning lived for a month. A cave that could accommodate more than 20 people. It was unknown which mutant beast's nest it was. When she found it, it was empty. Only from the peculiar smell and some scattered furs could she tell that it was once a mutant beast's nest. Wei Ning saw that there was running water in this place, and there were no large mutant beasts nearby, so she lived there. Putting the water on the stone table, Wei Ning entered the cave. After Wei Ning's simple transformation, the inside was changed into a simple inner and outer room. When you go in, you can see a small folding square table in the outer room. Half of the space on the table is occupied by a pot of green vines. If you look closely, you can see that the leaves on the top of the vines are swaying slightly. A solar lamp is hung on the 4 or 5 meter high cave ceiling, and the warm white light illuminates the entire cave. Wei Ning first sat on the folding stool under the small square table, stretched out her hand, and touched the vines, and the vines gently wrapped her fingers, and the leaves rubbed her fingertips intimately. "Xiao Lu, are you feeling better today?" Wei Ning asked, and the supernatural power was output from her fingertips little by little. A few minutes later, the vines that absorbed the supernatural power wrapped a little tighter, and the leaves shook happily, expressing their joy. Seeing that there was still a little dark yellow on Xiao Lu's leaves and vines, Wei Ning's eyes darkened. She kept using supernatural powers to nourish Xiao Lu for more than a month, but she still couldn't completely restore her original appearance. Now Xiao Lu could only move the vines and shake the leaves. If she wants to recover to be able to help her like before, she will have to raise it for a while. This is one of the reasons why she wants to find a fixed place to live. It is inconvenient to bring Xiao Lu with her every day. She has thought about putting it in the space button, but Xiangxiang said that the space button cannot hold living things. When Wei Ning put it in the space button, it almost died, and it took a long time to recover. In order to let Xiao Lu recover earlier, Wei Ning found this cave. When she and Xiangxiang went out during the day, Xiao Lu was kept in the cave. Touching Xiao Lu's leaves, the vines seemed to understand and retracted. Wei Ning got up and walked behind the screen made of branches. Here was her simple board bed made of wood. Although the cave was moisture-proof, it was easy to catch a cold when sleeping on the ground. For her own health, Wei Ning simply built a bed and moved the things in the tent to the bed, so that she could sleep more comfortably. After changing the dirty clothes on her body, Wei Ning came out to prepare today's dinner. After a month of exploration, Wei Ning had explored the valley area. She could find potatoes and something similar to yam, as well as some wild fruits and vegetables that she had never seen before but could eat. Wei Ning's dinner today was the mutant chicken she hunted the day before yesterday, potatoes she dug, and some wild vegetables. She didn't bring back the crazy pig today, because she still had the mutant chicken from the day before yesterday. In addition, she had saved a lot of mutant beast meat in the past month, which she smoked into bacon and put away, so she didn't have to worry about not having meat to eat for the time being. She was worried about not having food before, but now she was worried about not having salt. The salt in her space button was almost gone. She could find other seasonings in the forest, but salt. There was no sea or salt mine, so she really didn't know what to do. Not eating salt for a long time would have a huge impact on the body. Eating the bland potato stewed chicken, Wei Ning frowned, thinking about how to find salt or something that could replace salt. Chapter 248. Finding salt is a real challenge for Wei Ning now. She only knows that the salt sold on the market in the interstellar space is extracted from salt mines. She has never heard of extracting salt from seawater or salt lakes. This planet is unknown how big it is. She has been here for a month and has not found the sea, let alone the salt lake. If there is a flying vehicle, it would be easy, but relying on her 2 legs, she doesn't know when she will find the sea or the salt lake. Animal blood does contain salt, but Wei Ning can't drink animal blood unless she has to. Collecting one's own sweat to extract salt is a method that will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. There are only so many ways that Wei Ning can think of to extract salt, but excluding the last 2, it is a big problem to implement the first 2. However, thinking that the salt in the space button could only support a week at most, Wei Ning thought again and decided to leave the cave and look for the sea or salt lake. If she still couldn't find it after eating all the salt, she could only drink raw blood. I hope I won't be so unlucky. The next morning, Wei Ning told Xiang that she was going to look for salt and decided to leave the cave. Xiaolu had recovered almost completely, and she could take it with her. Her strength has also improved a lot. As long as she avoids some more ferocious mutant beasts, she is still confident that she can walk freely in the forest. Why do you have to look for the sea and salt lake? You can ask for rock salt. Xiang shook her feet and looked at Wei Ning with disdain, as if to say why she was so stupid and had to go far away. What rock salt? Wei Ning had never heard of this word. It's the salt on the rocks? Xiang blinked and said, how can there be salt on the rocks? Wei Ning was about to laugh at it. She had only heard of salt mountains or salt mines, but had never heard of rock salt. Of course there is. I have seen many animals who like to lick the salt on the rocks. Xiang snorted, indicating that she would not argue with her. After all, she was a little stupid. Ah? Why didn't I think of it? Wei Ning suddenly slapped his head, laughing at himself for being so stupid. Animals have salt in their blood, so they also need salt to maintain the balance of electrolytes in their bodies. Since they need it, he can find salt by following the mutant beasts. Isn't it easier than looking for the sea or salt lake aimlessly? After thinking it through, Wei Ning decided to find the mutant beasts as soon as he was ready, and follow them to find salt. Since there was no need to leave the cave, Wei Ning did not plan to take Xiaolu with her, and let it stay in the cave. Knowing that Wei Ning was going to leave for a day or 2 or a few days, Xiaolu's vines wrapped around her arms, not wanting her to leave. Wei Ning could already roughly sense what Xiaolu meant, and pinched its 2 leaves. Xiaolu, stop making trouble, you just wait here for Xiang and I to come back, and I take you with me next time. Xiaolu not only did not let go, but wrapped around it even tighter. Wei Ning felt a little pain, and frowned slightly, wondering if she had been too nice to it recently, so it started to get more and more. Xiaolu, if you keep clinging to me like this, I deduct your food. With a whoosh, the vines immediately shrank back. Wei Ning was satisfied. It turned out that extraordinary means were more intimidating. Okay, I will give you enough energy, and will not let you starve. Wei Ning's tone softened. She really would not let her starve. Wei Ning not only fed Xiaolu, but also transferred some energy into the soil. She even prepared a lot of barbecue and buried it in the soil. Finally, she poured Xiaolu out of the flower pot and planted it at the entrance of the cave. The cave will have to be returned to live. If a mutant beast comes during her absence, Xiaolu can help drive it away, which can be regarded as a housekeeper. After telling Xiaolu not to be stubborn, Wei Ning picked and chose among the herbs she planted, and pulled out some herbs with hemostatic and detoxification functions, and put them in the space button, just in case. These herbs were found with Xiang's help in the past month, including Panax nodo ginseng, mugwort, Poria cocos, dandelion, Coptis chinensis, honeysuckle, etc. She found quite a few, except for some old ones that were dried and stored, and the younger ones were planted around the cave. Since the potion was used up, she relied on these herbs to stop bleeding and treat wounds after being injured. She had basically used up all the old ones before, and now she was going to find mutant beasts, so she had to bring some with her for safety. It would be best if she could find old ones again, but if she couldn't, she was afraid that she would be injured and have no medicine. These herbs were younger, and after she used her superpowers to promote them, they still grew well, and the medicinal effect must be good. Wei Ning was still very satisfied with this. Sometimes I have to say that the use of with superpowers is still very good. After a simple packing, Wei Ning took Xiang on the road to find salt. Wei Ning chose a direction that she had not paid much attention to recently. These days, she has killed almost all the mutant beasts around the cave. Maybe she is too ferocious, so the mutant beasts dare not come here in recent days. Since her strength has improved, Wei Ning's physical fitness has also improved. The most obvious thing is that she is faster and stronger. She can run 10 kilometers without taking a breath. Once she got out of the valley and chose the direction, Wei Ning stuffed the incense into her pocket and walked more than 10 meters away. After a month in the forest, Wei Ning successfully learned how to judge the type of mutant beasts based on the footprints and feces left by the mutant beasts. Since there is salt in the blood, the salt needed by carnivorous mutant beasts can be obtained by hunting, while grass plants contain too little salt, so herbivorous mutant beasts need more salt, especially larger mutant beasts, which need more. Among the mutant beasts that Wei Ning knows, there are only a few types that are large and herbivorous, such as barbarian bulls, sheep, long-nosed elephants, and camels. Among them, the barbarian bull has the most violent temper, the long-nosed elephant is the largest, the sheep is relatively docile, and the camel is the rarest. Among these species, Wei Ning's first choice is of course the long-nosed elephant and the sheep. Most barbarian bulls appear in groups. Last time, 2 of them almost killed her. She should be more self-aware and stay away from the barbarian bulls. Forget about the camels, they are too difficult to find. The long-nosed elephant and the sheep are both good and easy to find. Wei Ning decided to follow them no matter whether she met a long-nosed elephant or a sheep. It took half a day for Wei Ning to finally find the footprints left by the long-nosed elephant. Judging from the freshness of the feces, it should not be too far away. After finding the target, Wei Ning accelerated again. After going through several bushes, he finally saw the figure of the long-nosed elephant vaguely an hour later. Wei Ning swung over like a swing on the vines hanging from the tree, and after a few swings, he reached the big tree a few meters away from the long-nosed elephant. Finding a perfect spot on the tree to observe the elephants, Wei Ning pushed aside the leaves and looked forward. After seeing the elephants, she suddenly jumped down and ran towards them. Ning, what are you doing? Didn't we just follow them? What are you doing there? Xiang just poked her head out of her pocket and found where Wei Ning was going, and said anxiously, "Go save the elephants." Wei Ning shouted as she ran. Since she saw them, she couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Chapter 249. What Wei Ning saw from the tree was a baby elephant struggling in the swamp surrounded by elephants, and it was already in a very dangerous situation. If it was any later, it would sink. If other mutants were trapped in the swamp today, Wei Ning might have watched coldly, but the long-nosed elephants were different from other mutants. They were not only herbivorous mutants, but also rare mutants that would not attack humans at will. Another reason was that she liked elephants. For no reason, she didn't like furry little animals, was afraid of sticky snakes and reptiles, and had a special liking for tall and mighty elephants. Every time she went to the zoo, she went to see elephants and nothing else. She even went to the South Province specifically to travel just to get close to elephants. Now that she saw a baby elephant in danger, she couldn't just stand by and watch, not to mention that she had to rely on them to find salt. Sure enough, when Wei Ning went over, the elephants didn't attack her, but just shouted at her when she was about to get close. Wei Ning had learned some systematic knowledge before in order to get in touch with elephants, and knew how to approach without being driven away. She slowly approached one of the elephants that seemed to be the leader. When it stretched out its trunk to drive it away, Wei Ning reached out and gently stroked the trunk with a special technique. When the trunk stretched out, Xiang tightly grasped the edge of Wei Ning's pocket and dared not say anything to dissuade her, for fear that she would be rolled up by the trunk and thrown away in the next second. However, the scene she imagined did not happen. The elephant's head actually let Wei Ning stroke it obediently, and she even saw an expression of enjoyment in the elephant's eyes. Xiang really wanted to ask Wei Ning how he did it, but Wei Ning couldn't care about it at this time. After calming down the elephant head, Wei Ning pointed at the baby elephant whose body was almost half submerged, and made a pulling motion. The magical thing is that although she didn't say a word, Xiang saw that the elephant head retreated a few steps, and the other elephants that were originally surrounding the swamp also retreated a few steps, and the elephant heads all faced Wei Ning's direction. One of the mother elephants came towards her, wrapped her trunk around Wei Ning's arm, but didn't hurt her, but seemed to be asking her for help. With anxious eyes, the huge elephant fanned quickly, and tears were faintly overflowing from the bottom of her eyes. Wei Ning guessed that this should be the mother of the baby elephant. She stretched out her other hand, calmed the mother elephant, and finally pointed at the baby elephant and patted its trunk. The mother elephant seemed to understand something, and let go of her arm. Wei Ning first went to the jungle to find a bunch of vines with good toughness, picked up one, and then used her supernatural power to condense a vine to wrap it together, and then slowly extended the vine under the baby elephant's trunk. The baby elephant first looked at the mother elephant, and then wrapped the vine with its trunk. Seeing that the baby elephant had wrapped the vine, Wei Ning handed the other section to the elephant head. The elephant head did not hesitate and wrapped it. After sending 7 or 8 vines to the elephant's trunk in a row, and confirming that the baby elephant had wrapped them, Wei Ning patted the elephant head's ears, and made a pulling motion. The elephant head walked back, and the vine slowly tightened. Fortunately, it was tough enough and did not break. As the elephant head pulled back, the body of the baby elephant trapped in the swamp was pulled out little by little, until it was finally pulled ashore completely. When the mother elephant saw the baby elephant being pulled out, she ran over eagerly, and rubbed it affectionately. Wei Ning was very happy watching them reunite, and felt that his work was not in vain. Ning Ning, how did you make them believe you? Xiang Xiang was very curious. This is a secret. Wei Ning smiled mysteriously. In fact, elephants are very spiritual animals, and can coexist peacefully with humans. As long as humans do not hurt them, they will not actively attack humans, and will even help humans. She seemed to be simply stroking the elephant's head before, but in fact she was communicating with it. She expressed her intention to save the baby elephant, and did not want to hurt them, so the elephant's head was very gentle to her. It is not easy for elephants to reproduce. They only give birth once every few years, and each birth has only one baby, and it takes nearly 2 years to conceive, so they take good care of and love the underage baby elephants. They will not allow other tribes to hurt the baby elephants. Like today, the baby elephant probably fell into the swamp accidentally. Wei Ning saw that it was only a small piece, but the elephant was huge, and approaching the swamp would only make them fall into it, so they watched the baby elephant struggle deeper and deeper, and they could only worry. Wei Ning could only say that this was fate. She met him, and she happened to be able to help the elephants. The mother elephant had already finished being intimate with the baby elephant, nudged the baby elephant with her trunk, and led it to Wei Ning. After the baby elephant came over, at the mother elephant's signal, it nudged Wei Ning with its muddy trunk, and after Wei Ning gently stroked it, it let out a long cry, with joy in its voice. Ha ha! Wei Ning couldn't help laughing. Suddenly, she was wrapped around the waist by the mother elephant, and was gently thrown up, and her sight suddenly became higher. It turned out that the mother elephant sent Wei Ning to her back, and let her sit. Wei Ning patted the mother elephant's head and thanked her. Thank you, mother elephant. After Wei Ning sat down, the mother elephant called out, and then the elephant head stretched out its trunk and called out long, as if giving orders. The elephants also called out in response, and finally followed the elephant head, and walked slowly in one direction. Wei Ning sat on the mother elephant's back, squinting at the baby elephant following the mother elephant. After watching for a long time, he finally understood how it got stuck in the swamp. This is a naughty baby elephant. Other baby elephants stayed quietly beside the mother elephant, and followed the mother elephant, but it always wanted to run away. After being stopped by the mother elephant, it stayed honestly for a while, and then was attracted by the leaves next to it, and wanted to eat a few bites. After a while, it was attracted by some small insects, and wanted to chase and catch them. In short, it never stayed still. Now, it stretched its neck to get close to Wei Ning, and asked for a touch, and deliberately rubbed mud into Wei Ning's palm. You are so naughty. You just experienced danger, but now you can't remember it. What will you do if you encounter it again next time? Wei Ning patted its nose, very worried. Unfortunately, the baby elephant didn't understand at all. It just wanted to play with Wei Ning. When it saw that she didn't stick to it, its eyes were quickly attracted by other things. During this short journey, Wei Ning saw more than once that the baby elephant wanted to get away from the mother elephant's sight to play. When the mother elephant found it, it walked back with its ears twitched, looking very aggrieved. Wei Ning was so happy to see it. They walked and stopped along the way until it was dark. The elephants finally stopped under a big tree, and didn't move anymore. It seemed that they planned to spend the night there. Wei Ning knew that there was no chance to find salt today. Chapter 250. Wei Ning was awakened by the warm breath. When she opened her eyes, she saw 2 round black nostrils, which completely wiped out her remaining sleepiness. Her eyes moved to the side, and she saw the long trunk and a pair of big eyes of the baby elephant that blinked. Wei Ning, so you put half of your head into her tent just to watch her sleep? Don't squeeze anymore, the tent can't accommodate you. Wei Ning reached out and touched the elephant's trunk, then patted it, and finally waved his hand out. It was obvious that the baby elephant's IQ was not as high as that of the adult elephant. It thought Wei Ning was playing with it, and wanted to get closer. The small tent had begun to shake. Wei Ning got up quickly, packed herself up as quickly as possible, patted the baby elephant's nose that was trying to get closer, squeezed out, and quickly put away the tent. The sky was bright, and the sun shone through the treetops onto the ground, and the dew was evaporated bit by bit. Wei Ning looked around and saw that the elephants were already foraging around. Only the little elephant was like a naughty child. He didn't eat the grass properly, and insisted on squeezing into her tent. Seeing that it didn't want to leave her, Wei Ning looked down at the grass under her feet, squatted down, put her hand on the end of the grass, and operated her supernatural power in her palm. The grass was visibly growing little by little. When it grew to the level of Wei Ning's eyes, she let go. Eat it. Wei Ning patted the elephant's trunk that came in front of her again. The little elephant sniffed twice with its trunk, and rolled up the grass that Wei Ning had used supernatural power to grow, and ate it deliciously. It was still not full after eating it in one bite. It blinked its big black eyes at Wei Ning, and called out tenderly. Wei Ning pulled a handful of grass for it. The little elephant sniffed it, and turned its head away in disgust. You are so picky about food? This is not a good habit. Wei Ning chuckled, saying words of blame, but still used his supernatural power to grow a handful of grass for it. The little elephant got the delicious food, pawed its hind legs happily, swung its tail, and rubbed its nose against Wei Ning's shoulder, wanting her to give it more. No, you have to learn to be self-reliant. Wei Ning stopped pampering it, raised his finger, and shook it left and right. Seeing that being coquettish didn't work, the little elephant snorted at Wei Ning unwillingly, and then reluctantly rolled up a handful of grass to eat. If it had an expression, it would definitely be a face full of grievance. Wei Ning chuckled, got up and ignored it. The elephants were leisurely eating grass or tender leaves. Wei Ning also turned around and found a wild fruit tree. The red wild fruits were like ripe apples hanging on the branches. Wei Ning took a few steps back to run, quickly climbed up the tree, chose a branch to sit on, reached out to pick a wild fruit, wiped the peel and took a bite. Her eyes lit up instantly. It was sweet, juicy and crisp, and tasted especially good. This wild fruit that tasted like an apple, but was not an apple, was delicious. Wei Ning ate one in a few bites, woke up Xiang Xiang in her pocket, and asked her to help pick the fruit. It was rare to encounter such wild fruits, and they tasted so good. It would be a waste not to pick them. After eating meat and wild vegetables for a month, she finally encountered fruits. If she let one go, she would not be named Wei. Xiang Xiang was woken up, squinted her eyes, and climbed up the branch reluctantly. She saw a wild fruit, and its body bounced over like a cannonball, hugged the wild fruit, and opened her mouth to bite it. Delicious. Xiang Xiang's eyes were sparkling, and her mouth kept chewing, and only crackling could be heard. After a while, only the core of the fruit was left hanging on the tree. Hurry up and pick it. You can eat it for many days after picking it, Wei Ning urged. Xiang Xiang started to eat after eating a wild fruit. It hugged a wild fruit, and after a few seconds, the wild fruit disappeared. It jumped to the next one in the same way. Each wild fruit disappeared in less than 3 seconds, faster than the one Wei Ning picked. Wei Ning only looked at it and ignored it. The disappeared wild fruits were all in Xiang Xiang's belly space, which was more magical than her space button. Except for herself, no one knew what was inside, and could not take it out. Wei Ning didn't care how much it picked, just picked all the ones she saw. Wild fruits are also eaten by elephants. They didn't find this fruit tree, otherwise she wouldn't have a share. Just as she was thinking this, an elephant found this fruit tree, called out, and walked over here. As if receiving a signal, the herd of elephants all came over here. After Wei Ning picked a lot more, the herd of elephants all gathered under the fruit tree, stretched out their trunks to roll up the wild fruits, and then put them into their mouths. The wild fruits that grew on the top of the tree that could not be picked were easily picked up by the elephants with a stretch of their trunks, and their speed was no slower than Wei Ning and Xiang Xiang. In less than 10 minutes, the tree full of wild fruits became bare, and there were green leaves on the ground. After eating the wild fruits, the herd of elephants finally began to move, with the head elephant leading the way, followed by the mother elephant and several baby elephants. Wei Ning was thrown on the back of the mother elephant as usual yesterday, and the baby elephant followed closely beside her. After eating the special grass fed by Wei Ning, the baby elephant became much closer to her, and also knew that there would be delicious grass next to Wei Ning. Today, it was very well behaved and did not run around. From time to time, it rubbed Wei Ning's hand with its trunk, blinking its big black eyes in a flattering manner, wanting her to give it more delicious grass. Wei Ning was amused by its action. She took out a wild fruit and put it in her palm, stretching it out slightly. The little elephant sniffed it with its nose, rolled up the wild fruit and stuffed it into its mouth. It chewed it a few times and finished it. Its eyes looked at Wei Ning again. Wei Ning spread her hands and shook her head, indicating that there was no more. The little elephant's eyes suddenly turned red. It snorted at Wei Ning and turned away aggrievedly. Wei Ning? ? No! It was still aggrieved. The mother elephant rolled up a handful of tender leaves to feed the little elephant, and rubbed her head against the little elephant affectionately, as if to comfort it. Under the comfort of the mother elephant, the little elephant stopped sulking and ate the tender leaves, but did not get close to Wei Ning again. The elephants ate slowly all the way. Just when Wei Ning thought that today was another day of running in vain, the elephants finally stopped under a cliff. As if they had come here countless times, they walked to the cliff with ease, stretched out their noses to suck on the stone wall, and finally put their noses to their mouths, and licked the tip of their noses with their buttocks. Wei Ning sat on the back of the mother elephant, watching the elephants in front of her doing the same action, until they had eaten enough before it was the turn of the ones behind. After waiting for about half an hour, she finally waited for the mother elephant that Wei Ning was sitting on. She jumped off the mother elephant's back, and walked closer to see that there was only a layer of brown crystals on the stone wall, some of which were still dripping with water. Wei Ning used her index finger to catch a drop of water under the crystals, and then put it in her mouth to taste it. The water was salty. This kind of crystal should be rock salt. However, this kind of rock salt cannot be eaten directly, and it needs to be refined again to make it into commonly used table salt. Wei Ning knocked around under the stone wall, and pulled out a few fist-sized crystals. She planned to experiment with these rock salts to see how long it would take to extract salt. If it was easier, she would extract more here before going back. Wei Ning knew a little about the steps of extracting salt. It was mainly to dissolve the rock salt in water, and then filter out the impurities in the salt solution. Heat the salt solution with fire until it boils, and then simmer it over low heat to boil the water dry. What was left was the rough salt that was initially formed. After the rough salt was refined again, it was almost edible. Knowing how to extract is one thing, and doing it is another. Wei Ning spent half a day, and the final product was really hard to describe. Not only was it bitter and salty, but there were also impurities, which was caused by incomplete filtration. She had limited materials and no filter, so she could only do this. Wei Ning stared at the white and brownish rough salt for a long time, and finally thought of a way.